Welcome to the Charter Tour and the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and we're well into this. It's actually quite fantastic. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Charter Tour, so the Charter of Health Freedom is being marched across the country, and this is a proposed law that will basically guarantee that the health rights that the courts say that we have will be protected and honored by the federal government. It also ensures that we will continue to have access to natural remedies so that we're already using, but truly are at risk. And so watch the openings, watch the health show as we have regulatory experts speak about what's happening, listen to the health store owners explaining the difficulties that we have. This is the best chance that we have to protect ourselves and to protect our families. Now, as we're marching the charter across the land, you are watching the world's greatest health show, but it's not a regular health show. Most health shows have health experts, and we certainly have health experts sharing with you crucial information that you need to know. But we're also having ordinary Canadians share their stories. That's something that has never been done. And it hasn't been done because of the censorship. And that's an issue for different openings, and it's a theme that will come up again and again throughout the show. But basically, the people that know these success stories, the practitioners, the manufacturers, the distributors, they can't share them. They will get jailed. They will get fined out of existence. They will have their property seized. They will be attacked viciously. And again, just watch the show, and censorship is addressed in a different opening. It's a theme that you need to become aware of. So we're breaking new ground. We're giving Canadians the voice that they don't have. And there's something about these stories. And I can't not express how affected I've become personally by listening to these stories. And the interesting thing is the stories generally have a positive outcome. People that basically the mainstream medical system, it was a death sentence for them, found complete remission. They're still alive. They're doing well. People that were disabled and suffering terribly, I mean, they've gotten well. But it's still affecting us because they're describing how they were suffering, and the suffering was real. And in some cases, if they had not found an answer, they would have ended their lives. And we all know with MAID, medical assisted or induced assistance in dying, people that are suffering now are literally being encouraged to end their lives. And they're at a vulnerable point, and a lot of people are hopeless out there, and they need to understand. Keep looking. Don't give up. Don't lose your hope. The answer's out there, and we're hoping that this can be of great service. But we need you to help share this. We need you to participate. We're a small group. We rely on you. We rely on the public. We're absolutely shadow banned. Social media just throttles us. This is forbidden knowledge. What we're doing apparently is not frowned upon by the social, or is frowned upon rather, by the social media algorithms, although all we're trying to do is have Canadians share their stories. All we're trying to do is have health practitioners and health experts share truth with you. But apparently that threatens somebody. So here we are. So we rely on you. We absolutely rely on you to be reposting, to get your networks watching this. If people watch a day of this show, they will be changed. They're going to keep watching. It's something that we need to share. And also, please support us financially. We really are stepping out on faith and expecting that this is all going to take care of itself. It's not cheap to march across the land and have quality AV people and the like. Ensure that this works. And we're really thankful. We feel absolutely blessed, but are totally inviting you to participate with us by donating and helping us to keep this tour going. Now, today, and the opening, I want to share something that's really troubling me. And at first you might go, well, this isn't that big of a deal. But when you start thinking about the ramifications, it becomes huge. And so recently, and I mean within the last month, the Quebec Court of Appeal refused an appeal. And it's an appeal of, and I'm just going to read you the site. So if anyone wants to go look it up, it's basically the College of Physicians in Quebec versus a naturopathic doctor named Annie Genot. And if you want to get a copy of the decision, the trial decision, which is the one that the appeal was refused, and it's the trial decision that has the meat and bones. The site is 2022 QCCQ 218. So anyone can go to Canly and get a PDF of that decision and read it. And I'll just explain to you what happened. So basically, we had a naturopathic doctor. So Annie Genot is a naturopathic doctor, and nobody is questioning her qualifications to act as a naturopathic doctor. Nobody is questioning that she is helping people. Nobody's questioning any of that. All that's happening is that the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Quebec, by law, have a medical monopoly on the practice of medicine. Now, this is not unique to Quebec. We're just dealing with a Quebec decision, but almost every province gives doctors a medical monopoly. And I'll speak a little later about a personal experience I had in court dealing with this in British Columbia. So the Quebec Medicine Act, and this is a Google Translate. So, I expect that it's not exactly accurate, but we're going to be pretty close. So 31 of the Quebec Medicine Act says the practice of medicine consists of assessing and diagnosing any health deficiency in human beings in interaction with their environment. So assessing and diagnosing any health deficiency in human beings. This is really broad, and it's meant to be broad. It also includes preventing and treating diseases with the aim of maintaining health, restoring it, or providing appropriate symptom relief. This basically is meant to cover doing anything to help prevent or treat illness. Now, it carries on and it says, in the practice of medicine, the following activities are reserved for a physician. So if you're not a doctor, if you're not a medical doctor, if you're not a member, a card-carrying member of the College of Physicians and Surgeons, it is illegal for you to do any of the following. And like I say, we're focusing on Quebec law. But every time I've looked, pretty well every province does the exact same thing. So you must be a physician to diagnose a disease. So if you're a naturopathic doctor, if you're a homeopathic doctor, if you're a traditional Chinese doctor, if you're a nutritionist, in Quebec and pretty well every other province, except, provinces where they're regulated. So they'll have an act that carves them out. But not all of those, like nutritionists, tend not to be regulated. But anyway, diagnosing disease, pretty broad. And we all do that, especially when we're parents, we do. Or if we live with somebody, we do this all the time. Another one is determining medical treatment, which really is any therapeutic treatment. So, wow, so there's a cold or flu going through your family and you bump up vitamin C or vitamin D, or, little Johnny skins his knee and you decide you're going to put some, antibiotic cream on that and a bandage. You are breaking the law. You're determining medical treatment. Prescribed medications and other substances. Now, if you read the decision carefully, the court in Quebec defines prescribing not as writing a script for a pharmacist. No, this means basically any recommendation for any substance, including over-the-counter things. So regardless of what it is, natural substances. Hey, if you're suggesting that somebody eat sauerkraut to deal with, acid reflux, which, by the way, works tremendously well. It just takes about 20 minutes and then it's gone. Oh my gosh. Thank goodness I'm not in Quebec. I just broke the law. But this is being broadcast in Quebec. I'm in trouble. Oh, and I'm in, I don't even want to tell you what province I'm in, but look at the interactive map. Yeah, so you see, this is I'm acting very seriously here. So yeah, prescribe, basically recommend any treatment. That's only for doctors. Exercise clinical surveillance of a condition. Monitor pregnancies or perform deliveries. So, when your wife's delivering in a van, and one of the persons heavily involved in this tour, delivered their child in a vehicle, um, and actually in the province of Quebec. I hope the statute of limitations has run out so that this person isn't jailed. Decide on the use of preventative measures. That's really interesting, because what we're learning in the show writ large, and what makes what's happening to us with Health Canada making it really hard on us to basically be healthy. But one thing that's so clear is we've got the government in charge of our food supply. So Health Canada and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, together they're in charge of our food supply. And our food supply has actually become extremely unhealthy. I mean, there's chemical after chemical after chemical in there. We know that the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy, and it's not a secret. We can list most of them. There, it wouldn't be difficult for us to ensure that our foods had them, but that would be, require some changes that would make for a healthy population. It would require, when we fertilize, that it's actually more broad spectrum. And it would require us to stop using herbicides such as glyphosate, which actually take the vitamins and minerals out of the plants. But the point I'm trying to make is it's no secret that the human body has nutritional requirements to be healthy. And those government agencies that have been entrusted for ensuring that our food supply is safe has not only allowed all these dangerous chemicals in, but have basically presided over the management of those nutrients being taken out of our food supplies. What they should be requiring by law, that our food has the nutrients that we need for it to actually be food, for us to be healthy. So, but here we are, and surprise, surprise, if you don't get the nutrients that you need to be healthy, you're unhealthy. And so you got to supplement in Canada. You have no choice. You need advice. The medical doctors can't give you the advice. Isn't that interesting? So, because we've had, watch the show, we've had at least 3 medical doctors who also are, have been trained in other traditions now. All basically share doctors don't know about nutrition. I mean, they're not taught about nutrition. And this is by design, by the way. The most important factor in human health is nutrition. And those people that have the monopoly, which is what we're talking about today, those people that have the monopoly on our health are deliberately not trained on the most important part of our health, which is nutrition. So, but if we want to decide on the use of preventative measures, this is something reserved for medical doctors. And I appreciate we're talking about Quebec, but I can assure you that most provinces have similar, if not identical, legislation. So it's basically illegal for anyone but medical doctors to decide on the use of preventative measures, which would be saying, hey, you better be taking these vitamins and minerals to prevent yourself from getting sick, because the reality is if you're malnourished, you get sick, and then that manifests in chronic illness. So it's only legal. And, I feel like we're in clown world. So it's only legal. We'll just talk about Quebec, but we all know this is generally the case for all of Canada. It's only legal for medical doctors, the one group that isn't trained in nutrition, isn't trained in what is necessary for us to prevent sickness. It's only legal for those who don't know to basically advise us in the most important part for us being healthy, and that is getting the nutrients that we need. Wow. Okay. Only in Canada. Now, again, the court wasn't looking at whether Annie Janot was helping people or whether she was qualified to help people. The court's only looking at, because courts are very binary on things like this. The law says only doctors can practice medicine, and the practice of medicine includes, and I've just read to you some of the salient points. It's actually, there's a whole bunch more there I haven't read to you, but you've got the point. So it's only legal for doctors to do almost anything. And what happens here is the college sends, basically an investigator in to pretend to be a patient, saying, I basically need my colon rinsed out, and the naturopathic doctor recommended some reasonable treatments for that. And now she's being hammered because she's not a medical doctor, and in Quebec, only doctors can do this. And off we go. So every parent who is taking steps to keep their children healthy are breaking the law in Quebec, and likely most other provinces. So the court will only look at, and you read the case, oh, okay, well, only doctors can do this. She's doing this. She's not a doctor, so therefore she's guilty. She hasn't been sentenced yet because she appealed, and that appeal was just refused. But she's going to be sentenced for the crime of being trained as a naturopathic doctor. And I just have to segue, watch in the world's greatest health show, we've got naturopathic doctors. We've got homeopathic doctors. We've got traditional Chinese doctors. And those traditional Chinese doctors out there, they will be saying in the back of their minds, no, we're traditional Chinese practitioners. We can't say doctors. Well, you can't, but I can. But the point I'm trying to make for the public here is when you watch these, we ask them, well, look, what training do you have? On average, they have more training than medical doctors, and in the same stuff, anatomy, physiology, all of that stuff. And then they're trained. Like doctors, doesn't matter whether you're naturopath, traditional Chinese, medical, they're all trained in the basics. Where they differ is, well, how then do you treat conditions that present themselves in front of you? And the medical doctors are limited to basically offering novel synthetic chemicals because that's what they're trained in. And I'm going to discuss that a little bit. So, but the naturopathic doctors and the homeopathic doctors and the traditional Chinese doctors are trained in other treatment modalities, and all of them, except for the medical doctors, are trained extensively in nutrition. In fact, they're all trained to understand that the body is a system that needs nutrition to be healthy. This is a news alert for the medical community. This is a news alert for Health Canada. This is a news alert for the government of Canada. This is a news alert for medical doctors. Guess what? The human body needs nutrients, and you don't know anything about it. And you have to be asking the question, and we all have to be asking the question, if the most important factor in human health is nutrition, and our food supply has been engineered so that we cannot be healthy without supplementation, it is impossible in Canada now. How is it that our government-funded medical system that we're locked into, that it's basically illegal for us to step out of and get hip surgeries and stuff like that? No, we have to suffer for years and years on a list. Why is it that health system is not trained in the largest factor dealing with human health, nutrition? Why is it that it's not front page news and, the leading story day after day on how our food supply is so dangerous that Canadians can't be healthy? But, here we are. So how did the doctors get their medical monopoly? And this is a provincial thing. This isn't federal. So the provinces regulate health practitioners. So in the province of Quebec, doctors have this extremely broad medical monopoly. How is that in the public interest? Because the reality is there's a whole bunch of naturopaths, and and people in Quebec are accessing them, and they're accessing traditional Chinese practitioners, and they're accessing homeopathic doctors, and they're accessing nutritionists, and they're accessing other people that are just have trained themselves. But people are going to them because through word of mouth and through experience, repeat customers, you keep going to people that are helping you. And why are Quebecers doing this? Because they're finding relief, because they're finding success, and they're not finding it in the mainstream medical system. So why are we giving doctors such a broad monopoly? We could probably all agree with, hey, let the doctors have a monopoly on prescribing these synthetic drugs, which are the third leading cause of death in Canada. Sure, they can have that monopoly, and they can have the monopoly on surgery. And maybe they can have the monopoly on other things, but they can't have the monopoly on diagnosing illness. They cannot have the monopoly on how to prevent illness. They cannot have the monopoly on treating illness, because we're done with that lie. It's not in the public interest. So what this case basically illustrates, and thank you, Quebec Court of Appeal, and thank you for the lower court for following the law. You actually have no choice. As judges, you have no choice. Of course, the appeal was going to fail. Really, what they should have done was challenge the law for violating freedom of expression. But most people can't afford to go against the Department of Justice machine in a constitutional proceeding that will drag out for years and bankrupt you. So I understand that we don't have rule of law, and we just have to adapt. So when I was preparing for this, a very odd question came to me, and it just popped in my mind. And I have to say, I was getting upset with the ramifications of this, and it popped into my mind: is this holy? Which is really kind of an odd thing to pop into my mind. And just so everyone understands, holy just means set apart. It just means different. But usually it's in the context of God, which means so set apart for righteousness. So what this law does in Quebec, and again, other provinces have a similar law. I mean, back in, I think it was 1995 or 1996, when I first acted on behalf of the natural health community for a herbalist named Jim Strauss. Health Canada had the College of Physicians and Surgeons of British Columbia charge Mr. Strauss with practicing medicine without a license because he was treating heart disease. I deal with this in my first opening. Go back and watch it. Yeah, it was the first. And the legislation in BC was exactly the same. It says only physicians can treat or practice medicine, and the practice of medicine was basically defined as broadly as this Quebec one, including making treatment claims. So you can't even share truthful health information. You can't make treatment claims in British Columbia. Now, the legislation has changed now. They've consolidated things, but doctors still have a really broad monopoly in the practice of medicine. Well, I went to the Legislative Library in Victoria to determine, well, what was the history of this bill? Like, what was the public interest? Because we were challenging the constitutional validity of it. We were saying this violates freedom of expression as guaranteed in Section 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And basically back then, this bill in BC was passed at the turn of the century. And there wasn't Hansard back then, but they would collect newspaper clippings for each bill to have a historical record of, the purpose of the bill and as it progressed through the Legislative Assembly. Well, I learned that this bill that gave doctors in British Columbia their medical monopoly was a private member's bill. So it wasn't even introduced by the government. It wasn't a government bill pretending to be in the public interest. But a majority of the Legislative Assembly passed it at the turn of the century. And this happened in every province, and it happened in every state in the United States, and it happened across the Western world. There was this coordinated effort, and it, started with the Flexner report and Rockefeller, all of that. You can Google it. It's easy to find out. Books after book after book is written on it. There was this coordinated effort to give medical doctors their medical monopoly. So what does this mean for Canadians? And I think we have to look at the bigger picture of what's happening here and then just ask ourselves the question, is this in the public interest? Is this in the public interest? So if you watch this World's Greatest Health Show, you will come to understand that in Canada, so the federal government, they get to decide, they get to approve drugs, prescription drugs. So we've created these health laws where it's illegal in Canada to treat ourselves with anything, chemical or natural. Like literally, if I could see one of you and said, "Oh, wow, you look dehydrated. Will you take some water to treat the dehydration?" I've made water a drug. So it's illegal in Canada. Like water's a drug. Parsley's a drug. Oranges are drugs. Bananas are drugs. Synthetic chemicals are drug. Anything used for a therapeutic purpose is a drug. That's our law. And then we put in a licensing requirement where we've said, well, you cannot sell a drug to the public unless you have a license from Health Canada. Now, from a legal philosophical perspective, what that means is that all drugs are illegal. Water's illegal, oranges are illegal, bananas are illegal, synthetic chemical drugs are illegal. Anything that's used to prevent illness or to treat illness, regardless of what it is, chemical or natural, is illegal. That's our law. And then Health Canada will grant exemptions to the fact that it's illegal to sell a drug without a license. So the Health Canada grants temporary exemptions in the form of a license. Now here's where it gets really interesting. Really interesting. For serious health conditions, so anything but the most minor of health conditions, the only treatments that get approved to treat specific conditions are synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they went through the approval process. And it's been that way for the last 100 years. So in the lifetime of everyone watching this opening, the only drugs that have been approved, so the only legal drugs to actually treat serious and all but the most minor health conditions are synthetic chemical drugs that had a patent when they went through the licensing process. There's one exception. I think it's called Primarin. It's the horse urine one, which is extremely difficult to make. So it might as well have a patent. Now, this is by design. And this is why, by and large, and I appreciate there are exceptions, but by and large, our government-funded healthcare system, so the federal government basically says to the provinces, we will give you hundreds of billions of dollars if you follow the Canada Health Act. So basically, we all have the same healthcare system. So only chemical drugs are approved to treat anything but the most minor of conditions. So we're in a country where it's only legal to treat ourselves with synthetic chemicals that had a patent. Well, then our government-funded healthcare system uses only the legal treatments, which are these synthetic chemicals. And again, there are exceptions. You show up at the emergency ward and you're bleeding to death because you took too much warfarin prescribed by your doctor. They're going to give you a shot of vitamin K. No, that's not a synthetic drug. But they do that because otherwise we can't use warfarin because, too many people will die and the emergency department won't have an antidote. But by and large, and that's just to treat a side effect. It's not actually to treat a condition. By and large, you're going to be offered chemical drugs. This is by design. Now, so only chemical drugs are approved to treat conditions. Our government-funded healthcare system that we have to fund And we have no choice but to use. It's illegal to, you know, to try and get surgeries and like outside of that. In some provinces like Quebec, it's illegal to access anyone but a medical doctor, apparently. So the government-funded system that we have to participate in only offers us chemical treatments. And then the provinces, and it's not just Quebec, but we're talking about Quebec, have passed laws saying only doctors can practice medicine, which includes diagnosing and treating and preventing illness. It's deliberately broad. Only doctors can do that. And doctors are trained to use the chemical drugs in the mainstream medical system. And they are. And watch this show, doctor after medical doctor saying we're not trained in nutrition. We're trained how to use chemical drugs, not to cure things. Please, if anyone's aware of a synthetic chemical drug that actually cures something, please let me know, to treat the symptoms of what is very often, as we're learning in this health show, very often your condition is caused by chronic malnutrition that has gone on for decades and is now manifesting as a chronic illness in which you're suffering terribly. And we basically give you synthetic chemicals to treat that, rather than addressing the problem, which is to give you the nutrition that you need for your body to heal. And sometimes that includes more than nutrition. It includes, herbs and the like. And you're going to watch the rest of this show and go back and watch the days you've missed, and you'll just be shocked by the success stories, shocked by the practitioners sharing their stories. We've had there's three medical doctors that have all practiced for over 40 years, 4 decades. And partway through their medical careers. So they practiced as medical doctors for over 4 decades each. One of them still practicing as a medical doctor. But partway through their careers, they had the occasion to look into different treatment modalities. 2 of them trained as homeopathic doctors, and they both were very clear in saying, well, patients come to me, they get to choose the treatments, and some people expect me to write a script for chemical drugs. But they were both clear, oh no, like the homeopath, when they get to use when their patients use homeopathic remedies, they just see results like they don't see in the chemical drugs at all. And the other, who became an integrative practitioner, I mean, it's nutrition. That's how you solve people's problems. And yeah, so I don't know. I'm just having difficulty today, because I know people are suffering, and I feel really, really bad about Annie Janot losing her appeal and now facing sentencing in Quebec, so that she will be punished for basically trying to help people. And that this prosecution was done to make an example of her, so that other other naturopathic doctors and homeopathic doctors and traditional Chinese practitioners and nutritionists and others who have just learned how to help people will be afraid and will stop. And they certainly won't advertise, and they'll certainly keep their heads down, so that people who don't understand that they should be seeking these people out, who are locked in the chemical drug system that is being forced on us. And basically, like, let's be clear, the College of Physicians and Surgeons are enforcing their medical monopoly so that we cannot access other treatment options. If we can't go to Annie Janot and get naturopathic remedies, if we cannot go to a homeopathic doctor and get homeopathic remedies because they're illegal, it's illegal for these people to do that. The purpose of the law is to lock us into synthetic chemical drugs, which are the 3rd leading cause of death in Canada, and one of the other contributing factors to one of the other top 10 leading causes of death, which are highly preventable medical errors. And this isn't secret. Go to StatsCan, look at risk analysis stuff. That should be front page news. It should be the leading story at least, 2 or 3 times a week, that our 3rd leading cause of death are chemical synthetic drugs. But most people have never heard that. And thank you, Quebec Court of Appeal, for locking us in, locking the citizens of Quebec and setting an appeal court precedent for the other colleges of physicians and surgeons in other provinces to go after natural practitioners to ensure that we don't have a remedy. But I have to actually check myself this morning and and actually encourage you and encourage myself to understand that that actually we can make a difference. What happens is the pendulum, of control kind of swings and then it stops. And then it starts moving back towards more freedom. And this happens time and time and time again through history. And we're just at kind of that inflection point where there can't be any more control, because we can't tolerate it. Our health and our lives are at stake. The health of our children and their lives are at stake. We have to get control of our food supply again and make it healthy. We have to ensure that we can get all the nutrients we need. And we're just in a world now where that includes supplementation. And the government can't take it away from us because it's ethically wrong. We've come to understand that we need it, and we're not going to tolerate it. And everyone listening to me speak about this court decision involving Annie Ginot, they're outraged. And they understand, well, wait a second. I mean, how do we get good health outcomes if we limit ourselves to just strictly chemical drugs, synthetic drugs that had a patent? And why is it that those are the only drugs that are approved? And how come it's been that way, like for 100 years? Why are we in this model? If we wanted to get good health outcomes, there's no way, there's not a chance that we would have we would tolerate the food supply the way it is, and there's not a chance that we would continue with this mainstream medical system in the form that it is. You don't get good health outcomes by limiting your treatments to only synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they went through the process. That's not how you get good health outcomes. It doesn't mean that there's not a place for those, but that's not how you get good health outcomes. And Canadians are waking up to that. This health show is part of this. And so, ending on a positive note, watch the show. Get other people watching it. Let's be part of this solution. It's simple. We need healthy food and we need access to supplements. The Charter of Health Freedom will give us access to supplements. We have other work to do on getting a healthy food supply, but we're starting to take control over our own destinies. We're starting to take control over our health. And this is how it begins, is education and sharing our stories and sharing truthful health information. So let's be a part of this going forward. Get everyone watching this and sit tight. You're going to be just blown away by the truthful stories that you're going to hear for the rest of the day. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with us today Robert Conley. Robert, welcome to the health show.
Thank you for inviting me.
Now, Robert, I'm particularly excited about this conversation that we're going to have because some people have no idea of the effects of, electromagnetic radiation around us. And but you're going to be sharing a personal health journey. And I know I'm sensitive myself, and we've have another speaker, Dr. Meg DeHavis, who is sharing research. I'm going to invite everyone who's interested in what Robert has to say to make sure that you watch that one. Especially if you're a parent. I mean, I think you have a responsibility to be learning about this because it's hard to argue that this is a factor in our health and our children's health, but most of you it's kept secret. So so Robert, it's my long way of saying I'm really excited about you sharing your story and really appreciate you being here. Can you share a little bit about who you are first, what you're doing? You're in this really neat studio, and it's the studio you created. Do you want to share with us about your
Okay.
studio and who you are?
Well, so I'm a film producer, and before that, I was a music producer, and before that, I was a musician. So I'm good with technology, and I use the studio here, which I'll give you a little tour, that I can control using my iPad, my wired iPad. I can control all the different areas of my studio that I can go in and sit in, like this one here, like that. You see, so this is my where I compose my music and edit my show, and back I have a side view of of where I sit here, and and then I have my overview, so I can demonstrate how to you know uh, work gear like that, and I'm hooked up to my computer, so I can give you a little guided tour of books that I've written a lot of books. So I sort of I do all that from my studio right here.
Now, you've been into technology early on. I think you were the very first Apple person to have Wi-Fi, even in Canada, if I understand it.
Okay.
And this was deliberate. You were a tester, right?
Oh, I'm considered to be an early adopter of all sorts of technology. And when they first invented the Macintosh computer, uh, Jobs wanted to be used as a music computer, and I embraced it with a digital thing, and I started making records before anybody was really doing this. So I was making records with computers when it was just really first invented, and he saw that I was doing that. So the company came to me and said, "We want you to write articles for music magazines, how you use a computer to do it, and we'll buy an ad for the Macintosh computer." And that ended up to go to desktop publishing, and then it went into digital video when QuickTime came out for high speed stuff, and then right around the 86, when wireless technology came out, and Apple had a portable computer with a Wi-Fi card that would go in it. They didn't have a Wi-Fi base station at that time, so I used a different one, and my job was to write articles about it. And so I had it like all over my house because I wanted to be the best wireless guy. So Bluetooth, whatever. And because I was writing articles for it, I got everything for free as a journalist. Though companies were sending me like $20,000, $100,000 DVD authoring systems when they were just invented, trying to get me to write about it so the industry would go. So that's sort of me, early adopter, too much technology, started having, the usual symptoms that people, explain about, headaches when the cell phone is up to your head, the phantom ring in your pocket when your cell phone is not there. And then
So
came
let's slow that down, Robert, because actually I think that most of the people watching actually won't know that these are symptoms at all, let alone common. Like, you're in this world, so, you know, like
yeah.
I'm one of those unfortunate, um, sensitive people, and I noticed back in the day of the analog cell phone that if I had like a, and I'm a lawyer, I'm a trial lawyer. I was at that time. I mean, I would be in court, at least 3 days a week for serious things, and sometimes in court 5 days a week, but not necessarily where you had to be totally on your game and keeping track of everything that's going on. Like, the amount of concentration when you're in a trial's crazy. And if I use that analog phone for 5 minutes, holding it to my head, not knowing, I couldn't do high level thought for about 3 hours. Like, somebody might as well have clocked me in the side of the head.
Mm.
I just learned very quickly I couldn't function. I couldn't do my job, literally. So I learned, okay, I can't do a 5 minute call. It's got to be short. And then I got the digital, thinking it would be better, and it was worse. So now I don't have one at all. But most people, that type of thing's foreign. So start slowly. More, I just want you to slow down kind of the progression of what you were noticing, not knowing it was being caused by this.
Okay, so the first cell phone was that brick gray Motorola, phone, the big one. Is that what the phone that you were talking about?
No, I didn't get one until they were small. So mine was,
Oh,
it was, Star Trekky. It was almost before the Razor came out, type thing, right? Like that kind of era. I don't even remember what year it was,
okay.
but it was
What?
analog.
Okay.
If I recall correctly, it was a Motorola, and it would fit in my suit pocket quite nicely.
Okay. So to the progression of where this came from is they invent the microwave oven. They gave it a way of free frequency, 2.4 gigahertz, to boil water very quickly. That's the frequency to boil water. And because it was a free frequency, this wireless industry, let's just call it that, which would be Motorola, made a portable phone for your home. That's sort of how it started. And that's an analog phone. And it worked on the same frequency your microwave oven worked on. So people that were using portable phones right around the late 80s. And then we wanted to take the portable phone out of the home. And then Motorola made that $4,000, brick phone. And when I didn't have a bad reaction to the portable phones for your home. But when I got the brick phone, and I was a movie producer at that time, and I was we're shooting out in the forest somewhere. Where's the truck? Well, how come my star's in here? I had to communicate with the people. So I spent $4,000 back then. That's crazy. And the first time I held it up to my head, I got a headache. And I went, oh, this stuff's not safe. So I went to take it back, and they wouldn't give me my money back. They said, oh, no, it's all in your head. So I basically sold it for $2,000. So I knew at that time I was sensitive to those frequencies. So I didn't want to buy a cell phone like to way later until like you had to have it, just to do business. So I knew I was sensitive to it, but it wasn't debilitating at that time. I just noticed I got a headache, and if I got a headache, so there are some people that are genetically born and raised that have built-in sensors to unnatural frequencies that don't exist in our environment. And luckily, I would like to think I was one of them, because I sort of could sense that it's not good to be around. And if you're not around it, then you really don't have to worry that much about the effect it might have. I think, unfortunately, people that don't feel this stuff, which they think they're okay, you can come down with some, pretty serious diseases, and it's written off to be coming for something else. So there's
If I can
a
just if I can
good and
just
bad
stop
about
you,
that, right?
if I can just stop you there, I think Stanford University did a study to try and figure out what's the mechanism that, like, of Wi-Fi causing harm. And Wi-Fi broadcasts at 2.4 gigahertz and 5.4. And I don't know if they did the study on both of those frequencies or just one, but my understanding is that Wi-Fi causes cell damage at the mitochondrial level, causing free radicals. And free radicals is what causes us all to age, and it creates a cancer risk. So I I don't know why they don't advertise to the young women, it'll help you age faster, so you'll be more mature, like,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
maybe they're just missing a marketing thing, because I know young women want to age as fast as they can. But I'm sorry I interrupted, I just couldn't resist.
No, well, a lot of, there's a lot of change. Like when I noticed that these these unnatural frequencies were making me sick, I went and had a meeting with Dr. Magda Havis, because she lives like 2 hours away from me, and it was her specialty. And when I walked in with my oversensitive stuff to it, I was like her guinea pig, because I was an early adopter. I had the symptoms before everybody else. So basically, she sort of
No,
experimented on
can
me.
can we back up into your symptoms? So kind of that progression, because even the story about your microwave kind of blowing out your Wi-Fi repeater, I think would be fun for you to tell. So
Oh, okay. So the first time I really noticed that, I had all these symptoms, and the doctors were just saying it's stress, it's the midlife crisis, and just go away and don't work anymore.
and what
Which
are your symptoms? So what are you experiencing that's leading you to go to the
my
doctor?
first symptom was headaches, and then the symptom I had when I took the cell phone out of my pocket and I laid it on a desk. I would feel the buzzer on silent mode. My pant leg would buzz where I kept my thing, and I would like, what is that? And then when it did a little research, they call it the phantom ring. And at that time, only about 2% of the population experienced this phenomenon. Now it's like, you ask almost any kid in school, they'll say, yeah, they experience that. So for sure, keeping the cell phone in your pant pocket is going to put radiation there, and your body will develop a sensor that it never had before this showed up. So they sort of admit to it, and like even Apple in their user manual, they actually tell you you can't keep the cell phone in your pocket. They actually tell you that. So anybody putting the cell phone in their pocket while it's working, you're breaking the safety rating of the phone. So I'm glad they did that,
No,
in that
no,
way.
can I interject, Robert? Isn't it
Mhm.
also true that Apple and everyone else tells you not to put the cell phone against your head?
Well, yeah, well, basically, if you really read the Apple user manual, they say your body. The cell phone has to be at least a half inch away from your body, or you break the safety rating. And they consider your hand to be your body. Now, okay, all right. When it's operating in a wireless transmitter and receiving mode, you've broken the safety rating. However, I keep my phone in like airplane mode like all the time, and I use it to like listen to music, and I can actually edit videos on it. As long as it's airplane mode, it's entirely safe, provided you turn the Bluetooth and the Wi-Fi off. That, it's an iPod to MP3 player, which is, and watch movies, download movies, watch it. So they tell you in a wireless mode, it's better that you don't touch it. And they basically say, if you touch it when it's in the operating mode and you have a health effect for it, and you come as a lawyer and you come to sue us, and we're just going to tell the judge that you didn't read the user manual, and you ain't going to win. So getting
Yeah,
that
so
message
how
out.
dare you actually touch your cell phone when you're using it as a wireless device? So are people listening here? So whether it's Apple or other company, it will actually tell you not to use it in wireless when it's touching your body. And it may even specify, like Apple, it's half an inch, some other it's more, that So when you're holding it in your hand, or you're holding it, my gosh, against your head, you're they're telling you not to do this. And ask your wireless provider if they have insurance. That's important, isn't it, Bob?
Yeah, yes. Dolly Parton can insure her breasts. Like that Swiss insurance company will do anything. But there's another thing too. I will.
But they
We'll talk
won't
about
insure wireless providers. They won't
Canadian
insure.
Standard Association. My girlfriend, my other girlfriend I had for a long time, she worked at CSA and she flew around in and out of China, making sure the Chinese were making the thing safe to use. And they do know is that when CSA puts their label on the side of the thing to say it's safe, the Canadian Standards Association, they will insure it from blowing it up. If you buy something from Canadian Tire with a CSA logo on it and it blows up, you can't sue Canadian Tire. You sue CSA. And basically, Canadian Standard Association they're just an insurance company, and they're guaranteeing the stuff's not going to hurt you. So they test it to make sure it works. They won't insure anything if it produces a radio wave. That's one thing. No. They'll test a Wi-Fi so it doesn't smoke and blow up, but they won't test it for the health effects that it has, because all these companies know that there are side effects when you abuse these things. So just using it once or twice or a couple of hours a day and all that stuff, and provided you get away from it, there's not a lot of problems. It's when you're chronically exposed to it and you never leave to go and walk through a forest or take a holiday on a weekend, when your body recovers.
So, but Bob, there's two maritime provinces where you can't walk through the forest. So isn't it Nova Scotia and Newfoundland?
Okay,
You
yeah.
can't go and walk in the forest. It's now illegal. They want us into the Hunger Games district. So, but you're telling us we have to go and walk, meaning get out where there's not the signal.
Okay, so I made this movie, it's called Tesla's Medicine. And Tesla caused all these problems, and he also created cures for all these problems. So when they got rid of Tesla, they got rid of any of the information that his inventions caused the problem or it could cure the problem. And they just said, magnetic fields have no effects on the body, good or bad. They're just, you stick your finger in a light socket and you'll get shocked. And then let's not talk about it, and let's just move the technology, forward. That's where we sort of sit today. However, because we're adopting so much of it all the time and bringing all this stuff into our house, we never escape it. So from that 11 o'clock at night till 7 o'clock in the morning, when you're sleeping, you basically should sleep in a bed that doesn't have any external electromagnetic fields, so your body can repair the damage that you had during the day. Because this stuff's not going away. When you walk out of your house, it will never go away when you walk outside your house. But you just don't have it inside your house. So when your body goes into repair mode, when you sleep, you're not exposed to all these frequencies, so your body will repair the damage. So was Tesla's big thing. So Tesla exposed himself to a huge amount of magnetic fields, and then he would walk 10 miles every day through Central Park. When he built his Long Island laboratory to do wireless electricity and all that stuff, he built it in the middle of a forest. So he could walk through the forest. He understood nature. That was his most important word. He wanted everybody to know that if you just emulate nature electronically, it reverses the damage of unnatural magnetic fields that don't exist within nature. And that's what my movie is sort of about. How to emulate nature in your home so that you can repair the damage from unnatural frequencies that don't exist in nature. That's sort of as basic as I can get as far as what the movie is about.
I want to get us talking about that, and I want to get us talking about different things that like parents can do to make their home safer for the kids. But I still want to go through your story because first of all, I think it's an interesting story how you learned this, because my understanding is you were getting really ill and severe mental fog and everything, and then something happened that caused you to invite somebody over to check something out, and that was really kind of a turning point for you. So can you take, I just
Okay.
don't want to skip over your story because frankly,
All right.
Robert, I find it really interesting, and I think
Okay.
others will too.
So I come out, with, this is my demonstration, the microwave oven, right? So I put a, like these symptoms gradually picked up over like 7 years, when they invented this stuff. And about 7 years later, I started feeling like really bad, and nobody could tell me what was the problem. So the brain fog, the nervousness, can't sleep, nausea, can't eat, rashes, all the common symptoms from overexposures to the unnatural frequencies. So I put a corn in the microwave oven, and beside it, I had my refrigerator, and I had a Wi-Fi repeater on the top of my fridge. So I took the Wi-Fi that was in my basement, comes in, the cable company into your basement, feeds it through all the cable connections. So it's a cable modem, but it also broadcasts Wi-Fi. And I'm up on the roof writing articles about Wi-Fi. And so I needed to get that signal up to the roof. That's 802.11a. That was so low back then. Now they've got 4 or 5 areas that are super powerful. You only need one. But back then I had to put a repeater to get it off. So my repeater was on top of the refrigerator. So I put a corn in my microwave oven, and then I noticed that the light went off on the repeater to throw it up to the roof. And then the microwave oven went ding. And all of a sudden, the green light comes back on. I go, there's something wrong with my microwave oven. So I called the microwave oven repairman. It was Rob Metzinger at that time. He was just starting. He had one web page. I measure microwaves. He wasn't selling anything. And he comes with like these little meters, and he walks up and he stands on the front lawn and he says, "Put some water in." And I put the water in, and he goes, "It's on, it's off." And I guess it's leaking to the front lawn. And he goes, "Oh yeah, they all do. They leak." And I went, "Wow." It says, "Well, why
Meaning
do I
that the
leak?"
microwave's broadcasting, so it's not sealing in the microwave that it's supposed to be sealing
Yeah,
in.
it just goes out. Yeah, most of it stays inside, but they leak. They all leak. I tested all of them. They all leak. They don't leak so that it's like dangerous unless you're using it all the time. You only turn it on for what, 6 minutes a day. Like that's not going to hurt you. But the frequency, because it's the same frequency, because it was a free frequency to make the water hot. The frequency from the Wi-Fi that the cellular industry took, because it was a free frequency, they didn't have to pay for it, so they made Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and DECT phones and all that stuff from free frequencies. It interfered with it. It's called EMI, electromagnetic interference. And I went, okay, I need somebody to fix the microwave oven. I says, I can't fix it. And he goes, no, it's better that you don't use it. And how do you feel? I said, oh, I feel so bad. And he walked around with this meter, and he walked around my house. He found everything my house was, and I had wireless everything because I had to write about it. And he says, he says, well, it seems like you're an early adopter, and this people are having these symptoms that are from Silicon Valley and early adopters, and sounds like you might be electrosensitive. And so, oh, okay. So what do I do? And he says, well, just unplug everything and take it out and hook up your Ethernet cables. And I said, well, I got those. So I went to my basement and
Dusted off the old dusty box and pulled out the Ethernet
I
cables.
dusted off everything. I plugged it in, and in 3 days, like 90% of all my problems all went away. And I went, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then, but the last little bit, you have this like brain fog, and you're depressed because you can't think clearly, but all the aches and pains and nausea and you can't sleep, that all went away. But I was not happy. I didn't have my genius brain, which I usually had to be able to write about all this stuff. It wasn't there. So I went and saw Magda, and Magda, at that time, this magnetic field therapy was just, arriving about, I would say 14 years ago in the into Canada, and then into the States. It came into Canada first and then went down to the States. And she says, lay on this mat. He says, what's this? And he goes, she says, this is magnetic field therapy. And this was invented by Tesla, and then was banned. And then the Soviet Union and Switzerland, and now they're all made in Europe. And if I endorse this and say it's okay, they'll use my endorsement because I'm the woman that says all this stuff is bad. So if they say this is good, it'll go. So guinea pig it, like lay on it. And I got off, and just that brain fog was just gone. And I went, whoa, that's amazing. Where do I get one of these? And she said, well, luck would have it, they brought it, into Toronto. So I went and saw the company. They saw that I had, the technical experience to talk about this thing. So they gave me one, and I started trying to understand how it works. And I said, well, it looks like this is something that I should do to make a career of. So that was 14 years ago. And since then, I made a movie about it, and I'm making 2 more in the assembly line about how Tesla actually invented this thing and how you can use it to quickly reverse the damages that all the unnatural frequencies are doing. That's
Okay.
what
So,
that's about.
so the long and the short is you had become really sick because you had surrounded yourself with basically electromagnetic frequencies. And then you basically reversed that sickness by reducing it dramatically by just wiring whatever you could.
Yeah. And I teach people how to do it now, with
Okay, and we're going to get into that, but first I want to talk
okay.
about the movie. I want to talk about the movie, and everyone
Okay.
watching. I mean, during the World's Greatest Health Show, Roberts basically said, "We'll let you broadcast the movie a couple of times." So watch for it. Watch the schedule, and and make sure you watch the movie. So, Robert, tell us about the movie. What are people gonna? What can they expect to see and learn when they see the movie?
Okay. So I go into great depths of explaining the life of Nikola Tesla, Tesla's medicine, what he used to heal himself by being overexposed to all the, electrical generators and all of the electricity that he used. And back at that time, when there was a war of currents between AC and DC, like direct current having no frequency to it.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to broadcast electricity for a long way, you have to alternate the current. And when you alternate the current, you make a frequency. And he figured a way to broadcast that frequency wireless, and that became like radio, which is just wireless electricity. So he invented that. So when Edison and Westinghouse, Tesla, were fighting, Edison was, electrocuting, dogs and elephants and people with alternating current electricity to scare everybody in the world. Can't use alternating current electricity because it's dangerous. And then Westinghouse went to Tesla. Okay, we're like, what are we going to do? And he says, oh no, alternating electricity, we can use it to make medical inventions. And he would stand in front of his Tesla coil and put a high frequency into the frequency, and it would send out a magnetic field, and it would cure him of all his diseases. But he didn't use it like all the time, like we're using it all the time now. He was just using in very small doses. And AC electricity came in because of it. And a whole organization called the Electromedical Doctors started. There was basically thousands and thousands of doctors that were using electricity and magnetic fields to heal you. It was the way it was done. And then when they organized the drug industry, they said, well, we can't patent that. So sort of let's, ban it and get rid of it. So any light therapies, magnetic field therapies, even homeopathy, they got rid of it. And
Hmm.
but it never went away in the Soviet Union, and that was their healthcare system. And so I tell that story so people can understand this is not new technology. It's very old technology that was commonly used in doctors and hospitals, was an organized medical a system. It went over to the Soviet Union. That was their medical system. They didn't have drugs. And then when the wall came down, the East Germany and West Germany united, and they said, well, what did the Russians teach you? And the West Germans said, give us the secrets. And the East Germans said, well, they use magnetic field frequencies, light frequencies, and low frequencies. And
Hmm.
so Switzerland was the neutral country, German speaking. So Switzerland started using all this stuff legally. So like you hear, like even Steve Jobs, he'd embrace this stuff, and he would go to Switzerland to be healed on these machines. And today, if you're like really rich, um, and you have the money and you have some serious diseases, you'll go to Switzerland, to be healed in these Swiss
Hmm.
clinics, because this technology is 30, 40 years old over there. And you use magnetic fields, and they were sneaking them back in their luggage. And they basically about, I don't know, during Trump's first term, he legalized all these things as wellness devices. So they're FDA registered wellness devices. And so my movie explains that whole
Mm.
story, right, in an hour and a half.
Well, now let's talk about kind of what people can do, because first of all maybe let's talk about what is dangerous and what isn't. So, and so for you it was Wi-Fi. So, and I think for many of us, so it's Wi-Fi, it's the cordless phones, it's being close to cell towers, and it's dirty electricity, which is it's kind of that's a different thing that I think will need a different explanation. But did I kind of hit on the main ones? So,
Well,
so
yeah.
Wi-Fi transmitters,
Well,
cell phones and cell
okay. So,
towers, and cordless phones and baby monitors.
mm,
Like, I think we need to talk about baby monitors, because that one makes me angry that we would have something by baby
yeah.
that is not good for baby.
Mm. Well, that's an easy fix. Yeah, because so Switzerland, the laws in Switzerland are very, very different than the laws here in sort of North America. And the Swiss telecom company, this Swisscom, um, and the Swiss people, and World Health Organization, that's where that is. Um, so the Swisscom telephone company said, okay, we recognize that there's some problems with these unnatural frequencies if they're chronically used all the time. So what we'll do with our telecommunications industry, we will only have our devices send out the radiation during when you use it. So as soon as you hang up the phone, it will stop. So you won't be living in chronic radiation. That's really good, because you can use all this stuff for an hour, a couple hours a day, and your body will repair it. But it's when you sleep in it, when it's on all the time. So what Swisscom did is they invented a phone system. It's called EcoDect Plus. If there's a plus, that means it turns it off. And they made baby monitors that are EcoDect Plus too. So when the baby cries, that's when it sends out all the microwaves. And when the baby stops crying, it cuts off the microwave. So it's a voice activated baby monitor. Those are the baby monitors that they sell over in Europe and in Switzerland. Here in Canada and the United States, they don't sell these things. Now you can order them from Amazon and over and bring them in, because I do. You can use them, but they don't promote the use of them here, because that's at this particular time, as we're going through the awareness, which is, I feel very happy that's going on. Like people like Robert Kennedy, which Trump chose and said, okay, you go tell everybody the truth. And he's doing it. And so he has gone out and say there's a problem with Wi-Fi, and these baby monitors are talking to each other, via Wi-Fi, and you don't have to have it on all the time. Like I have Wi-Fi in my home, but I buy this thing that's made over in Europe, and it's a Wi-Fi base station, and you pair the phone and all of your computers to this. So when you turn the Wi-Fi on, it sends a signal to the Wi-Fi base station that's listening for it, and then it turns itself on and it sends you the signal. So as soon as you turn your computer off, and as soon as you turn your cell phone off, the Wi-Fi base station stops transmitting any chronic radiation. And that's a patent from Swisscom. So the Swiss telecommunications company had a patent, and they licensed it for their own people to use. And that's the right way to use these things. It's when it's on all the time. So what people are now doing, they've realized that it's not healthy. So they just go every night. They either put it on a timer so it goes off at
Mhm.
12 o'clock, But you could just buy these Wi-Fi base stations that it only comes on when you need it.
But
And
let me just slow you down, Robert, so
okay,
that people didn't miss what you just said. So if you have a regular Wi-Fi transmitter, so Shaw, Telus, Rogers, or whatever,
yeah,
you can put it on one of those electrical timers, like people that want their lights to turn on at 8 o'clock when they're not home, so people think the thieves think you're home,
Christmas
or
tree light.
whatever. You can set it. Hey, if you're going to bed at 11 and getting up at 7, you can have your Wi-Fi transmitter plugged into this. So when you go to bed, it turns off. And when you get up, it turns on. But that repair that Robert's talking about, where you need time not in this strong signal, you're not using it anyway. So now it's off. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah, if everybody would just turn off the wireless broadcasting transmitters in their home while they sleep, I would make a guess that 50% of their sleep problems are going to go away for sure. For sure, it's going to go away. So that's the least they can do,
So,
is just turn it off,
and
right?
again, I just got to slow you down, because one of the big symptoms of too much EMF is you can't sleep. You just can't sleep, like, because it kind of cranks you up a bit, right?
Well,
And
so that process, this is how it works. All right, this is how it works. So this frequency that they use, that's on all the time, is called the beacon signal. So it takes the frequency of the microwave oven, 2.4 gigahertz, and it pulses it. So it's on 10 times per second. Da, 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 da. It's on all the time. So this beacon signal is sending out everywhere. So if I walk in with my portable computer or my iPhone or whatever, and I say, do you have Wi-Fi? Yeah. Well, what's your password? So when I turn my phone on with the Wi-Fi, their Wi-Fi base station shows up on my phone because it's transmitting a beacon signal, and it's called the SSID, Secure Socket Identification Layer, right? And it says, give me your password, and when you give me the password, I'll let you use me to get onto the internet. That constant chronic pulsing, that's causing 90% of the problem. Not just you turn it on and using Wi-Fi a little bit, on your laptop, your things like that. You use it like for an hour a day. It's like not a big deal. But that beacon signal broadcasting all the time, that's the problem. So the Wi-Fi base stations that you get from Europe, they don't broadcast all the time. They only broadcast when you turn and request it. And then when you turn it off, it automatically shuts itself off. So there's no need to put your electronics on this remote Christmas tree timer, because they automatically go off. So that's the easiest way to do that. But then there's other ways, you could do it by wiring up your place, which is like what I did, is put went back and got Ethernet cords, but then you got these wires all over the place. But the industry has a solution for that now, and Amazon is actually part of it. Amazon is actually producing devices that you buy from Amazon so that you can plug in your cell phone, and you can plug it in at the end, and your cell phone will recharge, because you got to recharge your cell phone anyhow. And then in airplane mode, with everything totally turned off, you can send and receive telephone calls. And so
So
you
it
can
basically wires your cell phone
wires your
into
cell
the
phone.
internet.
And
So
it's
it
I use it. That's the way to do it. You can live with all this stuff, no problem. Just they don't
okay.
teach you about it in school. They don't want you to
Okay.
know that there
So
is a potential problem.
so while you're at home, I mean, granted you're not walking around, but while you're at home, you could be texting, you could be watching YouTube on your phone, you could be doing whatever you want on your phone. It's just you're now plugged in. So there's actually you can get plugins for your phone that basically act like an Ethernet cable for your phone.
Yeah, I'll show you what I do. And it's super cheap, super inexpensive, and it's I I and I think what is happening is that when Nicole Shanahan, I think her name is, like, put some money into Robert Kennedy to go out, she says, "I'll give you money as long as you talk about the problem with all the wireless stuff. Tell them how to fix the wireless stuff." So I think the industry knows that the jig is up, so they're making adapters so that
Mhm.
you don't have to be wireless anymore. This is my opinion.
Okay.
I'm usually right with anything that deals with technology, but there's several ways to do it. You can do it with a cable adapter or a power line adapter. So I'll do it with the power line because everybody's got power in their house. So I'm going to go over to my overhead here, and I'll show you how it is. So this is called a power line adapter. It's got a plug. You take this and you just plug it into the wall. That's all you do. It's like a night light. And at the bottom of it, there's two Ethernet jacks. So you plug this into the wall, and you plug an Ethernet jack in the back of it, and the other end of the Ethernet cord, you plug into your Wi-Fi. And now every outlet in your home now has internet access. You don't have to run wires along the floor. So if your smart TV has an electrical plug to run the smart TV, that electrical plug that supplies the power to run the smart TV will also supply an Ethernet connection to the TV, right? So on your computer, you got to plug in your computer to recharge your computer. You got to plug in your iPad to recharge it. So that same recharging thing can be used. Now you go get a pair. You get another one of these. They sell them in pairs. So you go get another one of these, and you plug it in. Let's say you plug it into your bedroom. So now your bedroom has, like Ethernet, the internet coming out. Okay, so how do you plug, an Ethernet cord into your phone? You get an adapter. This is an adapter, and Amazon's actually selling these. He's making them now. So you just plug that into there, like that, and then you plug that into your phone, and now you got high-speed internet access in airplane mode. And if you get an app for your phone called a VoIP app, Voice over Internet Protocol, and you subscribe to, I subscribe to a company called Ring Central. Ring Central takes your cell phone number. So when you put your phone on airplane mode, so you can't receive the call, it will take the call and route it, and it'll send it up this wire, voice over the internet. So you can send and receive phone calls. And at the same time, your phone is being recharged. So if you want to, you can put the cell phone underneath your pillow and sleep on top of it, provided it's in airplane mode with everything shut off. And if somebody sends you a text message and you got to get that at 3:00 in the morning, your phone will buzz, and you can pick it up and you can hold it up to your head for hours and hours and hours, and it ain't going to hurt you. So this makes everything safe. And if you don't want to use your power lines to do this, now they've invented they've invented coaxial the coaxial.
Oh,
So
for
in
your cables that are in your walls already.
that nobody uses anymore because they don't want to watch cable TV anymore. They want to have the Ethernet thing. So all the cable outlets in your home are sort of dead. So now everybody's making these things because they know the jig is up. So you get this, and you put the the coaxial cable here, and you screw that into the coaxial cable into the wall, and they get two. So you get the other one, and you
Plug
take
it into your
the
Ethernet
Ethernet
cable
jack
into your
here,
modem.
and you put the other end of it into your modem. And now every cable outlet in your home has high speed fiber optic speed internet access.
Wow.
And
Okay.
it's cheap.
Clever.
It's only like $100.
Okay. So the
It's
point is
it's
there's
easy to
two
do it.
different ways that people can wire things like their cell phones,
Hmm.
and and they don't have to be, they can make their home safer. Now, what do you do? I mean, I was just in Toronto and we're at Airbnb, and so we're in very high density, and when I turn my laptop on, I mean, I just see this row of very strong Wi-Fi networks. Now, I'm not going to be able to get my neighbors to do that. Are there I know the answer to this already. I guess I'm basically asking you, how
Well,
do
okay.
people feel
There's levels
when
of
they're in
how much
high
there's levels of
density?
how much work you want to do. All right.
Mhm.
So the okay. So when I tell people, oh, you got to turn the Wi-Fi off on your house, to get all this good magnetic fields, because you don't want bad magnetic fields when you're giving good magnetic fields. And you, oh, but Wi-Fi is everywhere. And I say, well, okay, radio is everywhere. When you're in your car, you're driving in your car, and you go, what, through 20 radio stations? You got satellite radio, you got all these things. That's really not hurting you because it's not broadcasting, it's receiving. Unless you're a farmer and they put a radio broadcast tower out in the guy's farm, and then the farmer's getting it. So distance, it really drops off with distance. That's why Apple says don't hold the phone. As soon as you don't hold the phone and you move it away, it becomes way safer to use. It's like this radiation. It's an electromagnetic field. Your oven is on, your stove is on. You walk in your house, oh, I feel hot. And you walk around, oh, it's hot in the kitchen. You look in the kitchen, oh, the red element's on, and you hold your hand over it. Oh yeah, I left it on. You don't take your hand and put it on the element to see if it's working or not. You can see that it's working. We don't have sensors to see if all this Wi-Fi is dangerous or not. We're starting to have negative symptoms to it. It's the same thing. When you got a laptop on your body, you have to send the signal back to where the base station is. So you have a Wi-Fi base station on your computer because your computer is sending out the same beacon signal that the Wi-Fi is sending out. So
Mhm.
that the proximity is too close. So if you take it out of your house and it comes in from your neighbors, it is so minuscule. It doesn't have like a very big effect of you unless you're living in an apartment building and you've got, tons downstairs and tons upstairs and tons beside you everywhere. Though that's a case that's really hard. And in that particular case, I tell everybody to go and buy a Swiss Shield bed canopy, which is just, it looks like a mosquito net, and it's very nice, it drapes over the bed and it hangs from the ceiling, and it's made of silver, and there's cotton wrapped around that silver, and it's made in Switzerland, Swiss Shield, and it serves two purposes. If you're sleeping inside it with the grounding sheet, when you crawl inside that, you if it's really good, you don't even get any radio signals. So it's like you're living out in the forest. So ideally, everybody should be, sleeping in one of these things, even if you don't have any wireless technology in your house. But they're expensive. It's a couple of $1,000s. So it blocks all the unnatural magnetic fields, but the Earth's magnetic field can come through it. Just the radio waves, the wireless electricity, it doesn't come through it. So it's like you're camping in the middle of a forest. That's good. Now, the second part is there's a lot of diseases and viruses going around too. So when the oxygen and the virus goes through the thing for breathing, when it passes through the silver, it kills it. So silver is a disinfectant. So it's really healthy to be inside these. It's a couple of $1,000s. So when somebody calls me up, what do I do? I live in a condo. I says, look, buy a Swiss Sealed. So at least from 8 o'clock at night till 8 o'clock in the morning, you don't have any wireless technology coming in so your body can repair itself. Then I suggest that you might want to think about long-term and invest in a sort of like a property where you can control the exposure that's coming in from your neighbors. And if you want to live in a condo, go and live in either the basement because it doesn't come through the dirt, or, or if you're on the first floor, you can paint the ceiling with this stuff called Y-Shield paint. And it's just it's like a graphite water-based paint. And so everywhere it's got this black paint, and then you just paint the color over top of it, and then your next door neighbors, it's not coming through. Now you can't do that if you live on the second floor, because
you're going to trap the first
neighbor
floor
will come up, and then you're inside of this microwave oven. So as long as you're on the first floor and there's nothing below you, you're good to go. So if you're going to live in a condo for the rest of your life, live on the first floor, make sure there's no cell phone towers across the street, and just when you move in the place, just paint everything up, and block all the radiation that's coming in for your neighbors, and don't put it inside your house.
Robert, I want us to switch to dirty electricity, because that's something different altogether. And some people will have never heard of dirty electricity, know that it's an issue, would have no idea that actually the electrical wires in their walls are broadcasting to them. And this is something that's easy to fix, but can be, quite a problem if it's a problem. We have Dr. Magda have us doing a separate presentation on dirty electricity at this health show. And, it might shock parents to know, if children are really having behavioral issues or health issues at a school, they used to check for chemicals first. Now, sometimes they go in and check for dirty electricity first, because it has such a profound effect. So can you explain that for us?
Okay. So dirty electricity is sort of a recent, phenomena that started when they brought out low voltage appliances to try to use less electricity. That's sort of where it started. And variable, to turn the power down and to turn the power up for your lighting. So variable controls for your lighting and 12-volt step-down transformers.
So dimmer switches.
Dimmer switches, and there's a problem too if they've got and the electrical supply that comes to your house, they're putting cell phone towers up on on power line towers, and the radiation's jumping into the wires, and you're getting it to come into your house. So just like you have in the beginning when they were given water to your home, and then the pipes got rusted, and then the lead in the pipes, and they told you, look, we will make sure that the water that we give you to your home is free from bacteria but not lead, because we're going to put lots of chlorine in it, and it's up for you to take it out. So now a great percentage of the population now filters their water to make sure that the water that they're drinking and bathing in has been filtered to get rid of the contamination. You have to do that to the electricity now, because the electricity has become contaminated. What started as a 60 hertz frequency sine wave like this is now all these kilohertz electricity is riding along this wave. So the 60 hertz is now a carrier wave for, they call it intermediate frequencies in the kilohertz range. So AM radio frequencies, amplitude modulated, and digital, everything else is riding along this wave, and it hurts your equipment. It used to blow up your hard drives. That's what was causing all this problem. All this electrical magnetic interference, EMI, was damaging all your appliances because it wasn't 60 hertz anymore. So they made these things called power conditioners. So if you're going to spend, $5,000 on your analog stereo system because you want that feeling of analog frequencies into your music purist, everybody that buys these things, they buy a power conditioner. So the electricity that goes into the stereo, it's only 60 hertz because it's the intermediate frequencies that burn out the components. But your body feels the same way to these unnatural frequencies.
Because our power line, the copper lines you're going to your plugs, they're
Mhm.
actually broadcasting. They're like antennas that are broadcasting what is in that, right? Like that's
Okay,
why
all
they
right.
hurt me.
So we're a big walking antenna. So this is how electricity works. When you broadcast electricity, as the electrons move through the wire, they spiral like this. It's called the right hand rule. This is the right hand. They spiral. So as electricity moves, the magnetic field spirals, and the more voltage and current goes through, the bigger spiral it is. And the electric field likes to join that magnetic field. So your high tension power lines, that high tension power line is like way, way up high, because as the magnetic field gets big, it ends up going into the ground. So the electric field goes into the magnetic field and goes into the ground, and then it goes back to the power generation because electrons they don't want to flow. They don't want to do this. So the easiest, if they can jump into the ground, they will. So you have to keep the lines really high if it's a very high tension power line. But by the time it gets to your home, you got 220, and 220 volts, 20 feet high from a telephone pole is high enough to almost not get it so it won't jump into the ground. But if you're an antenna and you're walking above it, and we basically have trillions of volts in our body, we're an antenna and we're a battery, and it says, oh, here's a guy's walking, but that's a ground. Let's jump into him, go into his head, and then go down to his feet, and then go into the ground, and then run back to the power station where I came from, the law of return. So when you go into your house, follow the wires in your house, say, oh, there is an antenna that practices the law of return. So let's jump the magnetic field and the electric field into him and travel down through his body to his feet and run back. So when you walk into your home, as long as the wires in your home are energized with electricity, you're a ground. So it's going to jump into you. And when it was 60 hertz, it really wasn't that bad. So we've lived with 60 hertz for a long time, and there's overexposures to the 60 hertz has a problem, but nowhere near the problem is when you raise the frequency to the intermediate AM frequencies, the kilohertz frequencies. Our body goes like, oh, wait a minute, that's like really too much to me. So when that 60 hertz with the dirty electricity, when it jumps into you, your body responds very poorly to the kilohertz frequency that has been deemed to be called dirty electricity. And because it's those frequencies are highly biologically active. And in fact, some of the magnetic field therapy devices that you purchase to heal you uses those kilohertz frequencies. They pulse these frequencies into your body because they do have a healing biological effect, but only if it's really low, and only if you got to stop after 8 minutes using it. They're called sawtooth waves. So basically, the sine waves has all these sawtooth waves running along the sine wave. That's okay for 8 minutes. It resets your body. But after 8 minutes, it becomes detrimental. And that's called the dose. So unfortunately, now we're bathing in sawtooth waves in our home because of the dirty electricity. So it's highly, it's good. Like the wireless electricity, that's the worst because you're broadcasting the electricity. So it's going into your body. You're absorbing into your body. The power line frequencies that are in your home, that's a little bit more, difficult to get from the wall and the ceilings to get into you unless you're sleeping right up against it, your bed, and there's a wire right beside your head, and it's only got to go a feet. But if you're 4 feet, away from it, it doesn't cause problems for most people unless you become electrosensitive from all the wireless technology. So now you're sensitive to like just everything, and like you
Well,
can't
how do you
you can't
solve
live
it?
under
How do you
anything.
solve it, Robert? Like,
How do you
because
how do you
it's pretty easy to reduce the dirty electricity in your homes,
yeah.
and it's reasonably inexpensive. And I think it might be helpful for people to just understand, hey, wait a second, this if I'm sensitive, this is something I can solve pretty easily.
Yeah, okay. So so if I go to my overhead, like this is this is called a Stetzer filter. My first thing that I did when I started studying under Magda Havas, what she knows, she says, "Oh, you got to meet Stetzer because he's the guy that invented this. He's the dirty electricity guy." This is a capacitor. There's a little, a metal coil wrapped around in this thing here, and when the 60 hertz comes into here, it basically shorts out all the high frequencies, not all of them, but it shorts out the frequencies, and the capacitor stores the high frequencies. So this is sort of like becomes a battery for high frequencies. So instead of it going into the electricity in your room, this is absorbing the high frequency. So this is called a dirty electricity filter. And the idea is you buy one and you put one in basically every room of the house to be, the easiest, the safest way to do it. A better way to do it is you buy an industrial power conditioner, just like people buy a full whole home water purification system. Like you can put one underneath your sink, to take out the bad water that you drink, and you'll bathe in chlorine. But if you want to take all the chlorine out, you basically buy a big tank that's filled up with silica sand and charcoal, and that will take out like most of the contaminants. And then for sure, you just run it through an ultraviolet light, and then you'll kill all the microorganisms. And that's what I do, and that's what a lot of people are now doing because they figured out the water's not that safe. So for the electricity way, you do sort of the same thing. You buy a whole home power conditioner and you install it on your breaker panel. So you get an electrician to put in a power conditioner that power conditions your whole home. So the dirty electricity is not coming into your home from your neighbors. And as long as you don't hook up all the dirty electricity, fluorescent light bulbs, and you're not dirtying up the electricity in your home, you've removed it. Now,
Mm.
if you have a factory and you're making computer chips, you have to install these power conditioners because these machines that make integrated circuits and chips, unless the electricity is clean, the chips will get wrecked. So they make these things. They're not impossible to get, but they're just, you don't go to Amazon and buy them because people have not figured out, that it's really that important at this particular time and less expensive. Like if you buy these things, you're going to put, if you put like 20 in your house, you're going to pay, a couple of $1,000s. And you can buy a whole house power conditioner and put it on the side of your main breaker panel for almost the same price. And that's a lot more logical to do. But for somebody saying that doesn't even understand what dirty electricity is, they're not going to spend $2,000 on it. But that will be the way it's going to happen because this stuff's not going away. So
Right.
gradually that'll all come out.
Do you know, because you've spent a lot of time on this, what percentage of the population suffers from being sensitive to electromagnetic radiation?
So my this is like my personal experience, and I do read a lot of the research material that comes out that doesn't really get published in the mainstream journals. They're sort of like independently published, but When I came in to see Magda, like about 14 years ago, when I was first suffering, I was like 2% of the population. Um, Now they've sort of classified it as a disease with the World Health Organization. They've given it a name, magnetic radiation, syndrome. They admit that it's there now, and that's a major accomplishment, to admit that you might be sensitive to it and you'll experience these symptoms. So, in my estimation, because just the way I go out and tell people how to do this, and I sit in audiences with people that come in, there's a lot of people that don't know that they're sensitive to this. The ones that do know that they're sensitive to this, I would probably say 10% right now of the population of Canada and the United States probably do know that the magnetic fields are causing their symptoms and they're trying to do something. I feel personally that you probably have anybody that suffers from depression, and you got these kids from about the 15 years old to about 26 years old, the kids that where their antidepressants aren't working right now and they're suicidal. So you've got like a third of the students in the United States that are basically suicidal right now. I think, because I personally experienced it and I've watched the rates go up, the depression is a big symptom of overexposures to the wrong frequencies, because I know I'm almost like 99.9% of the time when somebody lays on one of this magnetic field therapy mats, it's almost impossible to be depressed when you lay on these things. And all it's doing is just flushing the microwaves out of your body and resetting your cells to the Earth's magnetic field. So when you flush it out and all of a sudden you feel happy, you're basically sensitive to electromagnetic fields. So I think in the students population, because there's so much of depression currently happening right now from their cell phones, from the Wi-Fi, never getting away from it, sleeping in it, not going playing sports and canoeing and going to Cubs and camps and stuff like that. You're seeing the effects of overexposures to these frequencies as a symptom of depression in the children. So you got 30% of the children out there, so that's 30% of a certain particular age group, and they're not being diagnosed as being electrosensitive. They're being diagnosed as just having the depression. So that's the thing that lifted me right away and proved it. They proved it. The government proved it. Is that in Canada and in the United States, if you fail 2 drugs that are for depressants, then if you got a good psychiatrist that's honest, they'll say, well, okay, so you failed 2 drugs. I'm going to write you a prescription, and now you can go into a hospital in Canada, and they will give you magnetic field therapy, and the government will pay for that as a treatment of depression. So this is good. This is Canada saying, okay, right? But you have to have a prescription to go and do this. And this, they put a Tesla coil to your head and they just pulse a magnetic field into your head, and you're relieved of this depression. So they proved it at the at CAMH, the Canadian Medical, for mental disorders. And I filmed there the transcranial labs and interviewed them. They says, oh yeah, we know in 2002 that magnetic field therapy would cure depression. We gave it a green light go. The government adopted to it. It's in the hospitals, but they don't teach this in like the McGills and stuff like that. They don't teach it. They teach you to write prescriptions. They don't teach you the benefits of magnetic field therapy, although the government will pay for you to go and have this if you fail 2 drugs. And if you don't want to take the drugs, they have independent clinics using Health Canada certified medical devices that you could go to and you pay. And after 2 sessions with a Tesla coil to your head, it's like has a 99% treatment rate.
Right. So Robert, so yeah, 99%. So parents, so let's say you've got a teenager that, they want to throw on antidepressants. So you're not going to be told that basically there is a non-synthetic chemical treatment that is using magnetic therapy that's been proven to be, what did you say, 98% effective in treating depression. So basically a
Severe
non-pharmaceutical drug
depression.
intervention.
Severe depression. Drug-resistant severe depression.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
because I don't know about you, but as a parent, I would want to try that, even if I had to pay for it, which I do, but I'm not told about it. I'm not
Right.
told that it's an option. It's one of
R-
the things that's astounding to me. Well, Robert, it's illegal for the manufacturers of those devices to tell the public. It's illegal.
Okay. All right.
And,
Now,
if you were selling those devices right now, you would be in trouble with Health Canada for sharing this information. Because that this has been my career is, when people share truthful health information, other than the approved claim, they are in trouble.
so there's caveats to that, and I do agree with you on that stuff. There are caveats to this. Okay. So we'll just depression with the transcranial pulse magnetic field therapy. Okay, we'll just say that. In Canada, right now, I can open up a transcranial lab as long as I have a Health Canada medical licensed device to make claims that it will treat depression, but that's it. That's all I can say. So I can go into a former pizza parlor and I can put a machine in there that's licensed by Health Canada to make that claim. And Health Canada makes a percentage of the sale. They make a percentage of the sale to allow you to, make that claim. And I can make a radio. Are you depressed? Come to my clinic. I have a machine that you can treat depression.
Is there a device approved to treat depression, just simple
Yes,
depression?
there is. Yeah,
Okay.
there are. In the United States, it's called NeuroStar. It's like an FDA cleared to make that claim. It's called the NeuroStar, transcranial NeuroStar. They give them that license in 2011. Canada gave it in 2002. These machines have been there, legally licensed by Health Canada since 2002. They won't teach about it in medical schools. And in order to use it in the hospital, you have to fail 2 drugs before you can use it.
So
And
is that the approval then? Like I'm just skeptical because I would think I would know of a clinic in the big city I live in
okay,
doing this if there weren't hurdles.
so here's the story. In my film, Tesla invents magnetic field therapy, and he used it to treat depression because Tesla was severely depressed. And so he used magnetic field therapy on itself, and it treated his depression. And he wrote books about it, that I was depressed, I used magnetic field therapy, I ain't depressed. So we know that Tesla invented a cure for depression. So now fast forward to where we are today in Canada. They had to make sure that this thing was tested. So CAMACE, the Canadian Mental Health Association in University of Toronto, has these transcranial labs. I went there, I interviewed the guy that's the head of these labs. And there was like 10 of them. And they did thousands of people transcranial to the brain. They proved that it worked. They published it. They showed it to Health Canada. And the machine that they tested it on, they gave it a Health Canada licensed device so that you could buy it and that you could go out and make money doing it. So what they did, and I filmed this, and Magda is actually, she was one of the test subjects in the film. And I asked the guy, so when you do double-blind studies, you're going to have a machine that works and the machine that doesn't work. Yep. And I didn't even know if it would work or not. I would just get a number and I'd know. Okay. What happens if the guy's severely depressed and they don't have a treatment on it? What are they going to do? Like, what do they come to here? No. You go 1 block up the street on College Street. There's a private guy that owns that machine in there, and we give them coupons for free. And they go and use the machine there that actually does work and go there. So I went there and interviewed the guy. And I got the whole skull. And I says, okay, so the deal is you can use magnetic field therapy and make a claim that it actually works. And he says, yeah, it's mostly Americans come up. And I said, well, that's okay. So it's totally legal for you to make a claim. Well, okay. So there's caveats that it's totally legal, but they want me to be affiliated with a medical doctor. They just don't want some guy using this machine, break it away. So I'm not a medical doctor. I've hired a nurse, but I have to have somebody affiliated with my clinic that's got an MD license, so their name is on the door. Then we're all good. That's where we are today. That's where we are. So these machines do exist. People do advertise them on the radio to go to these clinics. They don't say magnetic field therapy because people say, oh, magnetic field therapy is bad because it's magnetic fields, that's EMF. They just say, we have a new drugless therapy to treat depression. They don't say it's magnetic field therapy, but that's what it is. So that's where we are today as far as the Health Canada licensed medical devices. Now, the unlicensed medical devices that are in my movie that I go around and shoot, the government of Canada says, okay, if you want to use that and you want to buy it and use it on yourself, that's good to go. But if you're going to advertise the sale of this device, it's a wellness device. You can't make any medical claims. So it's as long as you're using it to prevent you from getting a chronic disease, we're okay. If you want to use that machine to make a claim that actually treats depression, you got to go to a university. It has to be done a study. It has to be a reputable university. You have to publish the study, and then you prove to us it actually works, and then you give us a percentage of every one you sell in Canada for the license. We're good to go. This is what we're dealing with. Now, how do people find out about that? Because the medical universities that should be teaching you about these machines, they go, well, I think, right now, let's not talk about magnetic fields, like they have no effect. So generally we're into that mode while nobody knows about this stuff. But that's changing mainly because of what's going on in the United States, because Trump wants to take credit for curing chronic illness. And one of the ways you do that is by using magnetic field therapy.
You mean one of the ways you cure chronic illness?
Yeah, is by using magnetic field therapy, because it reverses the damage of the the bad frequencies. Basically, when you lay on these mats, they're just putting the Earth's magnetic resonant frequency. They're all about 10 hertz. And when the magnetic field moves through your body, it just resets your cells. So when you absorb all the microwaves into your body, like homeopathy, the chicken in the microwave oven, it causes cellular disruption. There's all sorts of names, technical mitochondria, and all that confusing stuff. But it causes cellular disruption. So your cells can't talk to each other and they can't repair the damage. So when you lay on the mat, you're just flushing all these unnatural magnetic fields out of your body, and it's emulating the Earth's frequency, which is 10 hertz. So you're taking a shower in the Earth's magnetic fields, and then you feel, oh, okay, I feel good now. So don't make any claims of what that stuff does. It just stops you from getting chronic illnesses.
Right. And just to circle back to a couple of the things that you said earlier on, I mean, this was established long ago, and then the Soviet Union continued to use it. And then with the fall of the Soviet Union, it kind of transitioned into Germanic speaking, Switzerland, that, was able to pick this up, and it's been researched. It's been published on, like this is going to be new to people. This is going to be new to a lot of the audience, but the amount of research there, like Robert, I, because I'm EMF sensitive, this is like 15 years ago now, but my medical doctor then, and in Kamloops, wasn't quite sure of this, and so I just went to a site that just lists it all, the good, bad, and the ugly, and I brought her binders of peer-reviewed published studies on this stuff. Like this, it's hidden from us I think, for financial reasons, but it's not it's out there for people who want to research. Where should people go to learn more?
So everything has its own sort of little island, So Magda is good. MagdaHavis.com.
Hmm.
That's a scientist teacher that teaches the subject. She takes complicated research papers and teaches her students how to understand complicated stuff. And then she makes very simple videos to tell people what all these bad frequencies do. So that's a good place to understand how to get rid of the bad frequencies. And then the good magnetic fields, what you would bring into your life in that way, it's right now, because they've deregulated it as wellness devices. As long as you don't make any claims, it's like the wild, wild west, where they've discovered gold and everybody's out there, staking their claims for gold, and it's turned into like an absolute huge mess, like the good frequency world. They're selling like, oh, I just plug this box into your outlet and it sends out good frequencies everywhere to counteract the bad frequencies, so you don't have to take your Wi-Fi off anymore. This is the big problem that's going on. So it's hard to pinpoint one place you go to. My movie is a good starting
Hmm.
point for it. These are the machines that I've tested for 10 years. I use them every day. I teach people how to use them. They have medical device licenses in the countries that manufacture them. In the United States and in Canada, they're called wellness devices. Can't make claims about what they do. They just sort of like make you well. But I do know that everybody that uses magnetic field therapy mats, they call them PEMF, all of them, all of a sudden they're happy. That if you've got a problem with depression, these things are amazing for that. And many other things that it will do too, but that's a good starting point. So the manufacturers that make these machines, some are sold by multi-level marketing, some are
And
sold
Robert,
directly from the
I
factory.
don't want to get too far off onto that, because I don't,
Okay,
so I was just hoping that quickly. So Magdahavis.com is a good start, and then your
good place
movie,
for the bad
Tesla's
frequencies.
Medicine, is also a good start.
But my movie is a good place to give you a good understanding of the different manufacturers that make these things. Yeah, yeah. And
Okay.
I didn't make the movie to sell anything in it. I just wanted everybody to know that there's a solution besides pharmacies out there for a lot of our chronic conditions.
Yeah,
That's where I'm
and
coming from.
just because I'm going to challenge everyone to watch the movie. So Tesla's Medicine, with Robert Conley as the producer, and understand that Robert produced the movie coming from a place where he had personal experience about the need to educate you about this stuff. So that, whenever that happens, that it's going to be powerful. Robert, my last question I ask everyone is, what's your message to Ottawa?
My message to Ottawa. Okay. Yeah, so from what I've experienced with Ottawa and with Magda, it's kind of interesting. So Health Canada will say, "Oh, there's no problem. Keep going." They sort of protect, industry. So like the world keeps sort of going. You can't just shut off all this wireless stuff because planes won't fly. You know, so but they are giving money like to Magda. She's a university professor, and they do pay her to teach the subjects. That there's a solution to this stuff. So I would like to see Ottawa and the Ontario, like Ford, Ontario, to come out and start telling people that there is solutions to this problems and use magnetic field therapy. So they would say, well, we're going to try some community centers, for example, and in these community centers we're going to put magnetic field therapy into a community center, a wellness. So like you have a gym equipment to make yourself healthy, they put magnetic field therapy into this gym so that you could use it, and just start telling people that magnetic field therapy actually, is a solution to this problem. That's what I'd like to see. Not take all this stuff away. Say, take all the radiation away from what you've absorbed. There is a solution for this. And it's a legal solution for depression and non-union bone therapy. They admit to that. But the public should be able to bring these things into their home and use it. And they do allow that to happen. They just don't understand that happens because they're not being taught. So it's time to start teaching the people about it. So I made the movie, and put it out there on Tubi and Amazon. Apple's promoting it like crazy. So I think it's the start to this thing, to where you can use it for education. I'd like to see, the government to use it and to promote it. They buy television commercials in my movie. So that's a good thing, right? It's a start.
Robert, that's a great answer. Now, just also I mean, this movie has won award after award after award. So,
yeah,
I mean,
this is not a YouTube video.
Yeah, no. This is a
no.
professional movie that's won film festival awards. It's available on Amazon Prime. So, the World's Greatest Health Show is honored that, Robert, that you're sharing it, allowing us to put it out. And so please watch the schedule. Please watch the movie. Robert, it's just been a pleasure. We got to meet each other, because of Dr. Meg de Havas. And I have to say, I've enjoyed the conversation we've had. I've enjoyed the information you've shared in your personal story. On behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you for having me on.
Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Shawn Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have Diane Elms with me. Diane, welcome to the Health Show.
Thank you very much for allowing me to be here.
And Diane, there's a whole bunch of letters behind your name. Do you want to just explain what they are? I don't want to go into your background yet. I want to then go into your personal health story. But just some people might be going, well, what the heck do those letters stand for?
So they mean, I'm going to look at my diploma, Diploma of Homeopathic Medicine and Health Sciences. So those are the initials.
So for those of you wondering what the heck those mean, that's what that means. Now, Diane, you had no intention of becoming a homeopathic doctor. You were working as a professional photographer.
Correct. Now I have to correct you right there and then. You're not allowed to call me a doctor.
Oh, right. Because we have censorship.
Correct.
So what am I supposed to call you? Like a homeopathic practitioner?
Yes.
Okay. So thank goodness I'm in a different province and your college can't go after me personally, hopefully.
Or me.
So yeah, and that in itself is it's interesting, and that like a lot of people don't know that in the area of health that there is so much control over what can be said in an effort to kind of get the public to just think one way, that it's staggering. But that's one of them. But let's get into your story. So you're working as a professional photographer. So this is what you're doing for a living. And something happened. Do you want to share with us your health journey?
Right. And in fact, right behind me there is actually up on the wall. That's actually my certificates from being a professional photographer and within my association. So I've been a photographer for many years, and I was lifting equipment out of my car, and I felt like I must have pinched a nerve or something because my arms started to tingle. And I'd gone to chiropractic care, which I believe in, for many years. And but within a couple of days, my tingling from my arms and my arms went into my legs. And so my chiropractor said, and I knew that that wasn't normal, that to go to all four limbs. And so from there, pain, very painful, spasms, and yeah, spasms were incredible. And I had the tingling and pain, less mobility. And you have to understand, I'd been athletic all my life, a very active mom, three children, bicycle, baseball, rollerblading, everything.
Well, let's also comment, you're 35 at the time. Like you're
At-
a young woman.
yes, at the time. I'm not 35 now. Yes. So at the time, I'm 35 years old. I need my income, and I have three beautiful children, my husband. And yeah, so things were not going well. I continued, seeking help. I eventually went to my family doctor, who
But
basically,
I'm gonna slow things down here.
okay,
So when you say tingling, you were actually getting that. I think it's called pins and needles, where
correct.
like you've fallen asleep on your arm type thing, and it hurts. Like we've
Yes,
all experienced that. So
yes,
you were actually getting this pins and needle sensation in both your
24/7.
arms and your legs. So it would never stop.
Correct, 24/7. It was on
It,
all the time.
right. And my understanding is it became this became such a problem. You were having difficulty walking.
Correct. Oh, like everything. I was just fatigued out because everything I did took so much effort. I had no strength left. Literally, as time went on, not right in the beginning, but as time went on, I got to the point where I literally would have to say in my mind, okay, lift your leg to walk, lift your leg to walk. And that's how I walked. So, yeah, everything became painful, everything was exhausting. And there were days when getting up, walking down the stairs, getting myself ready was my entire day. It just was all I could do to do that. Yeah, during that
Yeah,
period
and
of
I think it's important for people to understand you basically became disabled, right? You
correct.
stopped working.
Yes. And you know what's very difficult for people to understand is they looked at me and I looked the same, but physically, mentally, and emotionally, I was not the same person. But they look at you, so they're like, "Well, I don't see any difference in you." But there was a huge difference.
Right. So you're in this pain. So you've got
Yes.
this pins and needles in your both your arms and your legs.
Mhm.
You're finding yourself incredibly fatigued. So like
Mhm.
my understanding is if you even had to go up a flight of stairs, like
Correct.
that's it. You are now exhausted. You might
Correct.
as well have run a race.
Correct.
So you have no energy. You cannot work. What's
Correct.
happening to you, mentally?
So I would say that I did go into depression for a bit, and depression is not even a word in my vocabulary. Prior to that happening, it was not even a word in my vocabulary. That's just not who I am. But I understand that now to help, my clients to understand what that is. It's a hopeless feeling when you're told by doctors and specialists, and you have all these tests done, of which I had 21 different tests and specialists that I went to, and was told that I have no answers for you. And this is what you're going to have to live with. You're going to be in pain. You may end up in a wheelchair. So,
Well, weren't you told that more emphatically you're gonna end up in a wheelchair?
exactly, that's what I was told. Yes. That, I was going to end up in a wheelchair. And so, if I could jump forward a tiny little bit, there's ribbons on the back of my wall here, and above it is a plaque. And after I did all the things I did, I remember putting that bib down. I did a 5K walk run, and I put that bib down on the truck, in our truck, on the seat, and I cried. And I said, "What if I had bought into
So
what I was
let's
told?" I'm
so let's
fast.
back up. So you're going to your medical doctor, you're being
Yeah,
referred to specialists.
yeah,
Like over about a year and a half period, you are done 21 different tests
and
where they're
specialists
trying to
between.
figure
Yeah,
out if,
yeah,
if they can help you.
correct.
Um, and did the mainstream medical system have any answers for you saying, hey, we can get you well by doing this or doing
None
that?
whatsoever. And I even had a muscle biopsy done of both my arms and my legs. And when the only answer I ever had, or it was not an answer because it wasn't anything for me, but I was recommended to take painkillers and antidepressants. And the ridiculous thing is that they were covered by my husband's healthcare benefits, but all the things that I truly needed to do, which I ended up doing, were not covered, and we paid for ourselves. So, it's just bizarre how our healthcare system, or how extended healthcare benefits are.
Right. So yeah, because I think we're all familiar with the government funded healthcare system that we can access and we don't have to pay for. So you were offered two things. You were offered antidepressants
Yeah.
and you
eh,
were offered painkillers.
Right.
And and in some provinces you have to pay, part or all of your prescription costs. But in your case, your husband's medical plan fully covered the chemical drugs
Correct.
but
And
didn't cover the non-chemical treatments that
no,
you ended up accessing that actually worked for you. But just
correct.
back to the chemical drugs. So the doctors are telling you after a year and a half and 21 different tests, we actually can't solve your problem,
Correct.
but we can manage the depression that's resulting with antidepressants. And we can help you manage the pain you're in with chemical, pain relievers.
Yeah. So not only just at the end of it, but during the whole thing, all the specialists, all the doctors, that's all they had to offer. And I did try them. So I was desperate. I did try them. They made me feel worse
You mean
than,
the antidepressants?
and the painkillers. They actually made me feel worse. They put me in a fog. Yeah, it was awful. They did not help any part, not mentally, physically, or emotionally. They made me worse.
Can I just segue? Because you said put you in a fog, and I assume you're meaning the antidepressants. Years ago, I had on the stand a psychiatrist named Dr. Charles Popper, and he is a psychiatrist at Harvard Medical School. He teaches doctors how to become child and adolescent psychiatrists.
Mhm.
And he's the founding editor of the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology and was its editor for 10 years. And he's on the stand. And I'm actually asking him, well, hey, if you got bipolar disorder, would you, go through the chemical treatments, or you know, would you try this on trial was this product called Empower Plus, which was a vitamin and mineral supplement that
Mhm.
he actually used in his practice to treat bipolar disorder. And he sat for a long time. And when he answered, he said, well, no, I try to, I would take Empower Plus. But he had said in his testimony that he underestimated as he's transferring patients to Empower Plus, because he'd give people the option. He said
Mhm.
100% of the patients came back to him and said, I'm out of a fog, and just
Mhm.
describing just how slowed down their mental capacity was. And he says
Mhm.
psychiatrists underestimate how much of a fog, and it's your word that brought that out to me, how much
Yeah.
of a fog people are under. What was that like when you were on the antidepressants?
Awful, because your mind is like, your mind isn't your mind. And so your physical body is already, depleted. And now your mental emotional state is like, and like for me, I need to be in control of my body and thoughts. Like, I don't like to be out of control. I am not a drinker, like, because I don't like that feeling. Like, I don't want to be out of full control of my mind and my body.
Okay. So you're in a bit of a bind now then, because, you're probably now 36 and a half, 37. You've been sick for a year and a half. The doctors
Mhm.
don't have any answers, but you're disabled. You're not able to work.
Right.
You're in incredible pain.
Yeah.
It's you're exhausted. Or
Hmm.
even going up a flight of stairs is going to wipe you out.
Yeah.
You're worried about going into a wheelchair because the doctors are saying, no, you're most likely going to end up in a wheelchair,
Hmm.
and you're not happy with that as a state
Right.
of affairs. What happens?
So, and I think we need to add into there. So, I was self employed. And so now I'm in a financial situation too. Even though I took out insurance, because there was no diagnosis, the insurance is saying, well, there's no diagnosis. We can't pay you. So, you put finances on top of the stress that you're already under with your body. And like, that's incredibly even more exhausting, on top of it. And I think a lot of people get into that as well. So, yeah,
Right.
sorry I interrupted.
Well, no, it's there's no interrupting because it's your story, and so anything that comes to mind is absolutely important. But now you started to find answers. Do you want to share with us what
Okay.
happened?
So, somebody had mentioned to me about going to see an iridologist, but the way they said it was you're going to go for a reading. Well, I'm a born again Christian. I don't go for readings. I don't do.
But back then, you're not really that there yet, are you? Or
No, I'm no, well, I understand, the concept, right? But I don't understand everything in the spiritual realm. Let's put it
okay,
that way, right? But I do understand that when you say a reading, I would never go for a psychic reading. I would never go and do tarot cards. So, that reading word just kind of freaked me out. And I thought, no, I'm not
right.
doing.
Yep.
But then, though, I'm desperate. I am now desperate, right? And so, with that, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go. And if I go, if it's weird, I'll leave. Well, it made a lot of sense to me. It just made a lot of sense to me to understand my eye color, my eye structure, and nutrition that I needed because of my eye color and my eye structure and all of that. And so, I started doing the recommendations this person told me to do. And I started to feel better. And one of the biggest
So
things,
what did the person tell you to do? And and then once you share that, I'm going to back up and say, can you explain for people what iridology is in the first place,
okay.
right?
So because I have brown eyes, I am, digestion is a weakness, a genetic weakness. And because I'm what's called an anxiety tetanic structure type, that means I'm a neuromuscular person, a thinker and a doer. And so that combination, I actually was not being able to absorb enough proteins to then regenerate my muscles in my body. And one of the issues was I wasn't taking amino acids to then be allowed my body to take in the protein and utilize my protein to use up the muscle, the what I needed to make muscles. Because the thing is, I was always an A-type personality, and I was a I lived with a lot of stress. I had a lot of things happen in my background. In my younger years, I was carrying a lot of emotional baggage, let's just put it that way. And so all of that played a part on my body. And sometimes I think, I believe, for me being ill made me sit down, rest, and listen to the Lord. That's what I feel. So I look at it like a blessing, even though it was terrible to go through. I look at it now as a blessing, and I utilize that because now everything I look down the road to everything I do. It just led me on my journey to everything I do now. So I'm going to turn around and grab a chart to show you what iridology is. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll do that, and then we're going to switch back to
Okay.
your health journey.
Okay.
But it's just
So,
you've used a term, and some of the people watching, like I
mhm,
know when I first learned about that, really it was a friend of mine who was a master herbalist
yeah.
who also had training in iridology, and
Mhm.
and you know I just thought it was a little. First of all, I didn't know what it was, and then I thought, well, that's kind of odd. But you're going to explain actually how it made a huge difference for you,
Right.
and and you see it make a huge difference for a bunch of other people. So I think it's important for people to understand what we're talking about.
So iridology is being able to look at a chart and being able to look in a person's eye. I still do all mine manually with a magnifying glass and a light. I don't use fancy computers and all that kind of stuff. I just do it manually by looking in the iris of the eye, looking at different colors. If it's a dark mark, it generally means it's been there a long time, and that's a potential issue. White marks generally mean pain and inflammation. So just even with that alone, and understanding in the different areas where the different parts of the body are, both left and right, I mean, I was able to see and learn, okay, so this is your back, this is your ovaries, this is, whatever part of the body. Thyroid is a big one.
And can I
Sorry.
just back up? So the theory is that when
Mhm.
you have something going on health-wise in your body, good or bad,
Yeah.
it shows up in the
Mm.
iris
Of the
of
eye.
your eye. And
Correct.
so that can be read almost like a map to give some indications of, well, wait a second, we should consider this. We
Correct.
should consider that.
And so I've also changed my language. I don't ever call it, I can read it. I call it an evaluation. Just because really that's such a, like, a word, right? Reading. So, and yeah, so that was Bernard Jensen. And then this is the international style of iridology, which is around the world. It's utilized around the world. So yeah, by looking in the iris of the eye, it actually is a neuro optic reflex of through your spinal column and your nerves to the iris of the eye to tell you what's going on. So I look at it like this. I look at it like, I think God's pretty smart. I know I'm sounding sarcastic, but I mean this from the bottom of my heart. God's pretty smart that he would give us an evaluation tool to actually be able to see what's going on in the body without having to do evasive surgery and evasive testing on people.
You know, some people watching this, I know, will be thinking, that just sounds off to me, right? Like that you could, and I'm of the camp. No, I accept this. Something came to mind. Somebody else I heard where it's not about the iris, but it would surprise people to hear. So I'd listened to a lecture from a
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Jerry Tennant. And
Okay.
Dr. Tennant was a big name eye surgeon. So he was the very first eye surgeon that did cataract surgery
Mm-hmm.
as a day surgery,
Mm-hmm.
right? Where you didn't have to spend a night or two at the hospital. And he was doing a clinical trial on one of these lasers that correct the eyes. So you have
Mm-hmm.
to do clinical trials before they get approved. So he's running this clinical trial and he breathes in a virus that had been vaporized from the eye tissue and it disables him. And it disables him cognitively so that maybe on a given day, he would have enough presence of mind to be able to read a newspaper, but for the rest of the day, like for maybe 2 hour window max. So
Okay.
he became both physically and cognitively disabled. And, he's a big name doctor. The medical system can't solve his problem. The big and brightest minds can't solve his problem. So after being disabled for a while, he decided, okay, in that 2 hour window I have, I'm just going to start researching. What do I need to do? And for him, it came down to cellular health. He was the first guy who I ever heard said, don't eat canola oil. And here's why, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but now he runs just a general medical practice, I think in Texas. The last time I had communication with him, he was in Texas.
Okay.
But he said, when somebody comes to him with a chronic illness, the first question he asks is, where's your root canals?
Yes.
And he says literally 100% of the time that they have a root canal in the tooth that the ancient Chinese practitioners link to that organ system.
Correct.
Now, as somebody, raised in the Western world, I think that's really weird that thousands of years ago, the Chinese would link organs to teeth in the first place. Like, what are you talking about here?
Correct.
But here that we have, a high level, eye surgeon who's
Mm-hmm.
now got a medical practice and he's learned if somebody has chronic illness, that's the first thing I ask. And for whatever reason, that story came to mind
Mm-hmm.
because I know some people are going to be skeptical that
Mm-hmm.
our eye can be a map. But you went to somebody, you used your eye as a map, and you were told, do this, do this, do this. What happened? You're
I
disabled.
I started to get better. Physically started to get better. And and more things happened. And like I said, I truly believe that I needed to slow down in order to hear from the Lord. So, with that, I also had to work on not just my physical body, but my mental emotional state as well, and emotions and things from the past. And when I work with clients now, one of the main things I talk about is, and I go over, what are traumas in your life, and we talk about it. So because your emotions and things that have happened in your life play a big part on your health, and when people can't make that connection, I feel sorry for them, because emotional state plays a big part on the physical body. And so I'd gone through lots of things that had happened when I was younger, lots of things that shouldn't happen to little girls when they're younger that did happen. Some of it I didn't even know about until I started praying and started asking for truth to be revealed. And I started on that journey, and which brought me to having to forgive, understanding forgiveness. And that's a big part of what I do in connecting my clients nowadays. Is
Okay,
it's
so
not just about the physical
I,
body.
I want to go back to something, but remind
Okay.
me if I forget that we get back to the topic of forgiveness.
Okay.
Okay, so just, both of us are going to try and remember to go back there, but I just wanted to emphasize. So you're basically told, listen, you need to take amino acids, and so you start taking them. You also had to make diet changes. My understanding is that it took about a year and a half, but you became fully well.
Pain free within a year and a half. It didn't happen just overnight. You
Oh,
have to
I
work
no,
at
no, I
it.
understand. I understand. It took a while for your body to come back, but not
Yes,
just pain free, but you got your energy back.
correct.
You
Slowly, yeah.
became active
It
again.
started
Yeah.
coming back. Yes.
And
Yeah.
the spasms went away. We're always having these muscle spasms.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yeah.
you went from being disabled
And told I
and
may
being
never
told
walk
you're going to end up
again.
in a wheelchair
Yeah.
to basically being a healthy young woman again.
Right. And at the age of 60, which I'm 66 now, I ran my first marathon. And I've ran 5 marathons since the age of 60.
Okay, no, that's pretty cool. So now, and we're just parking forgiveness for a second. We're going to come
Okay.
back there. But early on in your journey,
Yeah.
and this is part of the beginning of the forgiveness journey. But you started to get well,
Hmm.
um, and somehow you got where you were going to go to some new church.
Right. Well, actually, it wasn't, it was a new church to me. I'd never even heard of it. And somebody had said to me, but actually, the whole story is, and it's in my book. This gentleman comes up to me and says, and he's terrified. The look on his face, he's terrified. And he says to me, "Oh my, I had a dream about you." Now, I'm a young woman, right? And I'm thinking, "Oh, yeah, I've heard that line before."
Oh, so just what, you don't know this person.
I do not know this person.
So you're out and about and somebody approaches you and they're
Yes.
clearly nervous
Oh, yes. He's
because
clearly
they're stepping
nervous.
out of their comfort zone right now.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So he comes out to me, and I can tell that this guy is, you know, he's for real, right? And he goes, "Oh my goodness, I had a dream about you." And in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, okay, that's a line. And he goes, "No, I had a dream about you. You have on exactly what you had on in the dream. And I was to tell you something." And he was shaking. And he says, "Because I forget what I was supposed to tell you." And I'm like, "Oh, well, that's good." Right. And we're standing there. And then I go, "Okay, well, let's just keep chatting and see what happens." Right. So eventually he tells me, "I had a dream and you're supposed to go to this church in Toronto." And I wrote the name down because I always get it messed. So give me one
No,
second.
and do you live in Toronto at the time?
No, 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 no. We lived in Dundas at the time when all this happened.
Okay.
Yeah, in Dundas, Ontario. So he said, "You need to go to the Toronto Airport Christian Fellowship Church." And I'm like, "Okay, never heard of it." And so I'm like, "Okay, thank you very much for your information." Because really, truly, like, you know, how many times does someone walk up to you and say, you need to go to this church, right? That they
Well,
have a
how
dream.
many times does somebody come up to you and they're visibly shaken?
And they
It's
say, I
clear
had
they're
a
not
dream
really,
about you. Yeah,
they're really
exactly.
not wanting to engage, but they feel obligated. And they say,
Right.
I had a dream about you. You're wearing
Yeah.
exactly what you're wearing now. Like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh. And
Right.
I'm supposed to tell you something like
Right.
that. That hasn't happened to me ever. So,
Well, I could tell you that those types of things have actually happened to me many, many times. And so hold that thought. I'd like to tell you another story, but let me finish this one, okay? So I go, okay. So days pass by, and I'll be honest and tell you that freaky things started to happen. Every time I turned the TV on, Toronto Airport Christian Fellowship was on the TV. And I'm like, never seen this show before. And why is it there now? Right. And whatever, next time, if I turn the TV on, guess what's on? Toronto Airport Christian Fellowship. I'm like, okay, I don't need to be told too many times. Right. Although I'm like, what's going on? So I'm trying to convince my daughter, who at the time was 10 years old, and I'm like, oh, please come with me because big brave mom doesn't want to go by herself. Right. And I don't want to tell too many people I want to go there because, like, who's going to believe me? Seriously, who's going to believe me? Right. So we go, and the gentleman says, it's Wednesday. Normally we don't do healings on Wednesday, but I feel that there's someone here that has an issue with their arms and their legs, and they've come here tonight for healing. And my daughter's like, Mom, that's you. I'm like, I
and
am
I'll
not.
just stop. This is you've been to the urologist, but
I'm
you're
still
not healed yet.
no. I've started to get better, but I'm still like have lots of issues still going on,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So I just wanted people to understand
Yeah.
you're still there.
Right. Yeah. And it's within that period of a year and a half of getting well, right? It didn't happen overnight. And there's other things that happened in between that I believe the Lord opened the door to allow everything to happen. So, they're dancing, they're falling down, these people at this church. People are waving flags, and I am not used to any of that. Okay. That's just totally out of my comfort zone. I think these people are weird. Okay.
Hmm.
So, and I tell this in my book. So this isn't new. So I'm sitting there, and my daughter's like, Mom, that's you. I go, I am not walking up there. Those people, there must be magnets in the floor pushing them down. There must be
Right.
fans knocking them
So
over.
can I just fill in this and tell me where I get this wrong? So the person preaching is basically describing you and saying, please come forward for
Yeah.
healing.
Yeah.
And you're not going, and your daughter's saying that's you, and you're saying I'm not going. But some people do go to the front for healing.
Correct. Yes.
And at the front, some of them are falling down onto the
Correct.
ground.
Yes.
And so that's what you mean when you say they're falling down. They go to the front. These
Yes.
aren't people just standing in the
No.
chairs. These are
Right.
people that go to the front. And you've never seen anything like that before.
Nope.
And you're thinking this is craziness. And
Mhm.
there's nothing real about this.
Correct.
There's magnets on the floor, something like that's what's going through your mind. You're going, well, there can't be something spiritual happening. There's got to be some smoke and mirrors explanation for this.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Okay.
So then the pastor goes to the front of the church again. Says, no, the person's still not up here. They need to come forward. They have, their arms and legs. There's tingling. They have spasms. They have pain. Blah blah blah. And
So
my daughter,
describing you to a T.
correct. And my daughter's hitting me. Mom, didn't we come here because you wanted to be healed? And I'm like, I am not walking to the front of this church. These people are 3 times this happens. And then my daughter goes,
So 2 more times. So he said it the first time. He said
Yeah.
it the second time, the person's still not here. And he said it a third time, the person still hasn't come up, even
Right.
though more people would have come up with the second time.
Correct.
Okay.
So my daughter's like, Mom, you made me come here. Now you get up there. So I start to walk up the front. My arms are crossed, like I am not taking part of this. This is just baloney. I don't even make it to the front of the church. I'm walking up the aisle. I'm close to the front, don't even make it to the front, and I go down in the spirit. Now I know what to call it. Now, I know some people might think that's weird, but literally, I went down. Never hurt myself.
Not voluntarily.
Oh no, all the way up there, I kept saying, nope, I am not going down. I'm going to prove these people wrong. That's literally what went through my mind. So I've understood, if the Lord wants you, he wants you, right? You just better, get a grasp
So
of
what
it and understand.
happened after that? Because my understanding is that, like, it's not like you're healed at that service, but something started,
Oh,
something
absolutely.
was happening and you were, so tell me about that.
Yeah. So I go down, I'm laying on the carpet, and I can hear everything that's going on around me, but I start physically shaking. And so I don't, and I think I was there for about 15 minutes, because I asked my daughter when I came back and sat down with her, and she goes, "Oh, Mom, you were like shaking like a crazy woman laying there on the floor." Because you got her, she's 10. She's never seen this before either. Right. And so, but so my healing exponentially jumped forward. So I didn't have pain anymore. Like, even though I was starting to come out of pain by doing nutritional things and stuff like that, it was an exponential jump. And then it wasn't just exponential in my physical body, it was exponential in my journey with the Lord.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you were basically told, weren't you? Or you came to understand you're supposed to now start training in this stuff.
So sorry.
Well, didn't you come to understand that you were kind of supposed to become a healer? Like, just be trained to help other people? Or did I get that wrong?
I don't think anybody ever said that to me at that point in time. No. But I just, as my journey has gone on, absolutely, I know what the Lord has, gifted me in to do. Right.
Okay.
And go
So
ahead.
you start training, right?
Yes. So I took the iridology course, and then I upgraded to take the international course, and I actually upgraded and became a teacher in Canada. And in 2006, I won the Iridologist of the Year award, not because I'm any better than anybody else, but I promoted iridology and I believed in it and I wanted people healed. And then that's what I started doing. Is I started so 1998, I think I took my first course. And with that course in iridology, I also took a master nutrition course. So nutrition goes right along with what you see in the iris of the eye and things that you need to do. So I've had that background, and I've been working in natural health care since 1998. So when I first took my first course, and then I've just continued with more learning and more avenues to be able to help people. And then I went back to school when I turned 50 to get my diploma in homeopathic medicine and medical health sciences.
Right. And that was a further 3 years of study, as I understand.
Correct. Driving to Toronto, I did over 100,000 kilometers in 3 years. Yeah. My poor husband.
So, and then you also, as I understand it, do live blood analysis.
Correct.
And do you want
Yes.
to just explain for those well, maybe explain what that is for people that don't understand.
So I'm pointing here because this is where my microscope is. It is just a prick of your finger, just like you would do if you were testing for blood sugars. And it goes under a microscope and you have a look at it. And so I actually had a client say to me, have you ever heard of Gaston Nasson? Now, I might not be pronouncing his name correctly, but he's a biochemist out of Quebec. And he did live blood, and he came up with a product called 714X, which is an immunotherapy. And that's how I got introduced to it. It was actually a client of mine said, you would be really interested. I suggest you read his books and you go from there. And he's one, this guy has stood by his products, which have
Right.
healed.
Let's skip 714X right
Okay.
now. It's just live blood analysis. You
Yep.
basically it's called live blood because you've just pricked it. The blood is
Yep.
still alive.
Yep.
It's still fluid. Things are
Yep.
still moving around under the microscope.
Correct.
And in real time, you look and see
Yep.
what's there. Because sometimes you're seeing things that aren't just red blood cells. Sometimes they don't look normal. Like,
Yeah.
so you're able to tell a lot just in real
Yes.
time what's happening by
Correct.
someone's blood.
Correct. Yeah. And
So
so that's a great benefit to be able to then know nutritionally and what's going on in their body.
okay. So that's kind of your training. Now, I don't want us to lose this forgiveness angle because it's really another part of your training is
Yeah.
because you were saying earlier, it's, I mean, basically what's happening with us emotionally
Correct.
has a physical effect. And I don't think that's going to surprise most people.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of practitioners, including medical doctors, say that there's a mind-body connection, and
Mhm.
and our emotions are important. But so you had a journey with forgiveness. Do you want to share that? Just because this is part of people becoming well, and you've learned you need to incorporate it in your
Correct.
practice.
Oh, where to begin? Because then, so with that, I also then did take Christian counseling to help people. But forgiveness, um, so many people say, how can I forgive somebody for the things that they've done to me? And in reality, it some things, are really tough to understand why anybody would do them, but forgiveness sets you free. Like, it allows you not to be held in the anger. It allows you not to be tormented by all the issues that go on. So that's the biggest thing, is for people to understand. And yeah, it's sometimes tough to forgive and not forget. And but through forgiveness, it is a matter, it's slowly, just like me getting well, repeatedly, going over for asking for forgiveness, um, for things that were done to me. It takes time, and the pain's not there anymore, and the anger is not there. And those are things that, all those emotions are actually attached to, just like Chinese medicine and root canals. What organs are they attached to, or where are they attached to? Different emotions are also attached to different organs. So if someone comes to me and they've had issues with the liver, or I look in the iridology chart and there's an issue in the liver's got a black mark in it. One of the main things I talk about, of course, is, are you a drinker, and da 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 da. But I also say, do you have issues of anger? Because anger holds in the liver. So
Hmm.
again, same thing, you have to go to that organ and help them. So you have to really discern, is it all physical? Is it physical, emotional? Where is it all coming from?
Yeah, it's interesting because like I think everyone watching will understand. Sweet, when you're angry, you feel it physically, right? Like when you're
Mhm.
really angry, and you get the stress hormones and everything else going, and
Yeah.
then when we're grieving about things, I
Yeah.
mean, I feel it physically. I think everyone feels it physically, and I've had periods in my life where I've had a lot of grieving,
Hmm.
and I I believe that that's been a strain on my body, like physically. So I think this idea that we actually have to, you know, get peace mentally, like that's what forgiveness is. I think you were making the point. It's for you. It's not for the other person. It's so that you're not having to experience the emotion
Right.
because you're angry, you're upset. That you have to forgive so you can release.
Correct.
And
Because
then
many
there's
times, yeah, I've learned that many times the other person, it's irrelevant to them. So you're being held back for something that's not even affecting the other person. They don't
okay.
care, right? So it's you need to forgive for what has happened so you can be set free.
Yeah. No, and I know you're not the only practitioner that does that. So part of your practice is looking at the emotional health also. And it
Yes.
actually, you've learned in your training that, you even have to ask the question if you're seeing other indications because
Correct.
it's actually a signal of emotional, I'll call it disquiet, but
Correct.
we could call it other things.
Yeah. And I actually say to my clients, if I don't make you cry, I didn't do my job. Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk about some of the people that I think I was going to say that you've touched and impacted, but I think they've touched and impacted you
Absolutely.
also.
Yeah.
And the first one is Bobby. Can you tell
Mhm.
us about Bobby?
Yeah. So I'm just going to grab the newspaper article. So this is a little boy named Bobby Taylor, and this article was July of 1999. And the mom Tracy and I were standing at the arena one day. Her daughter and my daughter played hockey, and I just happened to say to her, "Oh, how you doing today?" And she goes, "I'm not doing very well because my son Bobby's in the hospital, McMaster, in Hamilton." And they said that if he gets the flu or gets sick one more time, he may not make it. And like that's a pretty heavy statement.
How old is Bobby?
So this article was he was 9. So I'm going to say he was probably 8 when I first started talking with this family. So
Okay, so an 8-year-old boy
mhm,
is basically so weak physically
mhm.
that the medical doctors are saying to the mother, if he gets one cold or one flu, it's going to take him.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say that he was weak. That wouldn't be the word I would use.
Okay.
I would use the word, and I'm only repeating it from what was written in the newspaper, from what the mother talked about, that his immune system was so disturbed because of all the medication he was on. He was diagnosed with juvenile arthritis from birth. And the medications that he was on and the side effects from the medications were why he was in the state he was in. So through that, she talks about, that he was way under height for his age because, again, all the medication, what it had done to his body. So this little boy, so the mom goes on to tell me, and so here I am. I'm just starting on my journey, understanding the body. I've taken, nutrition and all of that. One of the things that I have always
But
understood.
I just need to back you up so people
Okay.
understand. So you've reported, basically he's so immunocompromised that the
Nice.
doctors are thinking just even a regular cold or flu is
Yes.
going to be too much for him. But my understanding is this little boy, he couldn't walk,
Correct.
he couldn't go to school. Like, I mean, he is like not only in danger of dying, but this child has no life. He's not running around playing with
Right.
friends.
No.
He's too weak to go to school. So so his life is basically over. Like, and as I understand it, he's not only ingesting chemical drugs that are being prescribed, but they're doing injections of,
Yes.
steroids and the like.
Yeah.
So he's being aggressively treated as best he can
Correct.
for juvenile arthritis, which is a very severe case in his case.
Correct. He was crawling. He was not walking at the time when I first met him. He would literally roll out of bed and then crawl, from what I was told. And then when I first met him, he did not go to school. He was home. He was had a tutor because his immune system was so weakened he couldn't be around other people. He had never been able to sleep over at anybody else's house because everybody was afraid of him having or getting anything. And even like they had 5 other children. So even having their other children around him was dangerous. And the drugs that he was on, the mother had to have in a lockbox, and she had to wear gloves and a mask and that when she did his injections. Like that's pretty severe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you end up getting involved, even though this is at the beginning of your journeys.
Right. I'm right
So
in the beginning. Yeah. So I just suggest to her, like our bodies, we need minerals and nutrients and stuff like that. And one of the biggest things I understand about arthritis is its inflammation, and, anything that ends in is inflammation. So I suggested doing natural mineral soaks, like natural mineral baths, not in Epsom salt, because that only has a couple of minerals in it, but in full spectrum mineral salts. And so he started doing natural mineral soaks in a bath daily, soaking for 20 minutes in a full spectrum minerals. So full spectrum minerals at the time, I used Celtic sea salt. I don't use it now. I use another brand, but I did at the time back then. Personally, I used it. And so I recommended it to her. So he was doing full mineral soaps. And within weeks, he started to improve by soaking in natural mineral salts. Like it's like people that go to the Dead Sea, right? They go in and they soak in the minerals. People that go to the ocean, and when they're in the ocean, they feel healing properties because it's the salt, it's the mineral salts, not just plain sodium bicarbonate. It's full of minerals, right? So just by doing that, he started to improve. And then, I suggested other things. She started doing some nutritional supplements and detoxing his body from all the drugs that he had been on. And slowly, she started talking with the doctor and wanting to wean him off. And the pediatrician arthritis specialist or juvenile arthritis specialist actually wanted to do cortisol shot on him. And she was like, why? He's getting better. Why would we do a cortisol shot, right? And because they refused to do the cortisol shot, the specialist let him go as a patient because they weren't doing, the drugs. And like, wouldn't he have been happy? Like, oh my gosh, look at this guy. He's starting to have a life. Like, I
This
remember,
child we thought would be dead, who's
right?
getting well, you'd think they would be, what's changed? What have you done
Exactly.
to change this?
Exactly. Right. And so I remember I sat there during this interview from the reporter Paul Banks, Flamborough Review at the time, and the tutor was there, and the tutor said to the reporter, like, I don't know what they're doing, but like it's like day and night, life and death in this child. Whatever they're doing, they need to keep doing it. Bobby used to out 2 times, I think, was the poster child for McMaster when they did their May fundraising. And when he started to get well, they didn't want him to do it anymore. Like, how does that make
So,
sense?
so what eventually happened with Bobby?
So, about 5 years ago, I met up with his mom. She came to my office and she brought me a family picture. So, you have to understand this little, 8-year-old, 9-year-old. One of his biggest things was he never was able to sleep at anybody's house. He got to sleep out at at a friend's house. And his biggest thing was he had 3 younger brothers and sisters. And he said, my biggest dream is that I can start to grow so that my younger brothers and sisters aren't taller than me. So the mom brings a family picture. She was in my office like 5 years ago. She brought a family picture and she said, so pick out Bobby in the picture. I couldn't because he was as tall as his brothers and sisters.
So you're looking at a picture of a young man who, when he was 8, the doctors were saying he would die with a regular cold or flu,
Yeah.
isolate him from people,
Yeah.
and who was disabled, couldn't go to school, couldn't walk, in
Yeah.
constant pain, who
Yeah.
is now a healthy young man that walks and talks. He ended up going to school. He became a normal boy. He was able to
Right.
play with friends and run around.
And was off all medication.
Right, right. Okay. So that's got to be pretty compelling for you because the
Absolutely.
intervention was really simple.
Correct. It was. And in lots of cases, it is. In lots of
Okay.
cases, it is. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, and what I find interesting is, Diane, I'm like also interviewing people like Bobby, and I'm just shocked with the stories. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
also impacted. Sometimes we forget just how hopeless people feel when they're like, can you imagine what was going on mentally and spiritually with him?
I
Um,
do. I do
yeah, well, he
understand.
would have shared that with you. Like it would be
Correct.
just total fear of dying and just
Yeah.
this pain and sickness. And then, like it's not just the physical, it's the actual experience and the emotions that we tie with it. And so here
Absolutely.
this little boy got his life back.
Correct. Quality of life.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is life and death. Like the medical system was a,
Absolutely.
a, a dead end for this fellow,
Yeah.
this little boy. Okay. You and I spoke also about, I'm not about a young mom. So she's a
Mm-hmm.
young mom. She's got 2 young kids,
Yeah.
and
Same home style.
she ends up coming to you, basically where the medical system has said to her, you've got, maybe 2 days to live.
Correct. So what happened was the Lori is her name, was her name. She has passed on, but she got a lot of years in between. So Lori's mom had heard me speak in, I guess, months prior. And when I talk, I always say the body can heal. The body has the ability to heal if you give the body what the body needs and remove out of the body what the body can't use. So that's just a basic, it is truth. And so she called me up and said that her daughter was sent home to die, Lori, and she'd only been given a couple days. She was terminal, had already done chemo and radiation and whatever else she had to do. She had tumors in her liver. And so they were sending her home, and she was going to go. They had sent a hospital bed to her sister's house, who was a registered nurse. And so they asked if I would come and see her. So I don't believe in coincidences. The night before, my husband and I had gone to a seminar about liver cancer. And so this person had talked about what they had done and these 5 natural products that they had taken. So I'm like, oh, well, this is no coincidence. And I had part bottles of this and part bottles of that, or I knew somebody that had this or that. So I gathered all those products, and my husband and I, we drove up to the house.
So I'm gonna slow you down here for a second. So you go to a seminar,
the
and
night before.
this family has not contacted you.
No.
So you go to a seminar the night before.
Yeah.
On liver cancer, and somebody's explaining, here's how I treated liver cancer.
Yeah.
And there's this protocol, and you've got the protocol.
Yeah.
So you're at the seminar because you're trained, you're doing all you can to learn about healing. But
Correct.
The very next day,
yeah,
you were contacted by the family.
Mm-hmm.
So Trace or Lori's family.
Yeah.
And so Lori's dying of liver cancer. She's got tumors all over her liver. She's gone through chemo.
Yes.
And it hasn't worked. She's basically been given 2 days to live. Mm-hmm. And so the special bed for her has been sent to her sister's house, who is an RN. Yep. Basically, so Lori can die, not at the hospital,
at home,
but die in her sister's home under her sister's care.
Correct.
So the day after, you get, okay, here's what you do for liver cancer. Lori's family contacts you saying, it's hopeless, but can you come, and we got nothing to lose here, right?
Correct. And that's what her sister said. So my husband and I arrive, and with part bottles and this and that, and they had assisted Lori in the bathtub to give her a bath. And her sister was in there helping her. And there was another lady in there. I just remember 3 of them coming out of the bathroom to help with her. And she literally smelled of death. And she was gray in color. She looked like death, and she smelled like death. And they put her in the bed. And the sister said to me, we got nothing to lose, nothing to lose at all. And I suggested, because I can only make suggestions, I don't tell people what to do. I said, if this were my family, I would double up on everything. And so they did. The sister
so you gave them the protocol you brought over, basically the protocol that you learned about the night before.
Correct.
So there's 5 natural products, and so Lori's actually, she's so weak, she needs help getting bathed and out of the tub and all of this. And when you say she smelled of death, like, so I know we can't really describe smells, but she's got to smell like this isn't right. You're
correct.
You're
and
dying.
She just got out of the bathtub. You have to remember that, right? So she had already just had a bath. So she had the distinct smell around her. So, she was not well. So.
And you said her color, she was gray?
Yeah, she was gray in color. Yeah.
What about her physical appearance?
She was skin and bones.
What about her stomach?
Oh, her abdomen was all distended. Yeah, all distended. Yeah.
Okay. So you say to this family, I mean, they're expecting her to be dead in 2 days at the
Yeah.
outside.
Yeah.
And you understand you're just there as kind of a last Hail Mary, literally.
Yeah.
Like we got nothing to lose at this point. So you leave this protocol with them, but you say, I'd double this one. Like here's the protocol, but I'd go double here.
Right.
What happens?
So the sister calls the next morning and she says, I have not seen so much stuff come out of every orifice of a person as came out of Lori. And she's sitting up and she feels better already. So they're already seeing an improvement in her. And, you know, so unfortunately, I don't have her records because at this point in time, I'm not thinking I'm anything. Who am I keeping records? So
Mhm.
this is all by memory, right? So, but I do know that within a couple of days, she was up and walking. Like it was 3 days, she was up and walking and feeling better and eating. And in a month, her oncologist, because they were surprised she was still alive, did a scan on her, and the tumors were shrinking in 1 month. She lived
And then
years. Sorry,
my understanding, they did another scan
in
after
three
about three
months,
months.
and they were gone. Yeah.
So now I imagine what happened, because here the oncologist, would have sent her home to die.
hmm
That probably you were quite busy going, because you had been invited by the oncologist and the other doctors to explain what happened. So tell us about that, because you probably were in great demand for a while, so that they could learn how this,
Wouldn't
how
that
Lor-
wouldn't have that been nice? Wouldn't have that been nice? And wouldn't that be common sense? And wouldn't that like do no harm rule come into a play here that medical doctors take an oath to? But no, that didn't happen. No. And in fact, when patients or when, patients from oncologists come to see me, they're, most of them are told, don't go see anyone natural, don't take any natural supplements because you're under our care as an oncologist, and they're told not to do anything naturally, not to aid their body, not to help their body, not to take homeopathic medicine.
right. And in Lori's case, this was a matter of life and death, and she
Correct.
got well and her cancer went away.
Correct. Yes.
So this young mother of two children
hmm
literally came back from the dead.
Correct. And I remember her and I talking and praying, and her saying, you gave me these years in my life, and like my kids got to grow up and I got to see them do this and I got to see them do that. And yeah, it was great. It's heartwarming.
Okay, so let's move on. There's another person that you wanted to talk about named Bev.
Yep. And
Can you can you share with us her journey?
So Bev had taken, and I wrote down her statistics, but I'm just going to say them off the top of my head. So Bev had been diagnosed with breast cancer, and she had her breast removed. And because of pressures from some family members, she felt to take chemo. So during chemo, and let me just tell you, this happens a lot, that a person will make a decision that I don't want to do chemo, but feel pressure from other family members. Like you have to do everything you can to do, to get well. And so these people are already under great pressure dealing with cancer. They don't need the extra pressure from family members telling them. That's one of the things that is sad to see. So, but anyways,
Well,
Bev,
and you can also imagine, like, the family pressure, it's well intentioned too,
it is.
right?
But
Like, I mean,
if someone has made a decision that this is their decision, that should be their decision, right?
well,
And
I understand, and it's interesting. There's another person that's going to be presenting who had breast cancer, did the surgery, but before the surgery, the surgeon and the oncologist is pressuring her to do chemo, and
yeah,
and I came to realize like there's real pressure, and I've heard it, with other people. There's real pressure,
Mhm.
and she was reluctant to do that. So I think it's not just family members. I
Yeah.
think that sometimes it's also from the oncologist and the surgeon. But the funny thing with this presenter, and so people watching are just gonna have to watch for her first name's Jane,
Yeah.
is she asked the oncologist, because in her case, um, the chemo wasn't to treat cancer, it was to prevent cancer from coming back. Like everyone agreed the surgery is going to solve this. And so then the question is they wanted her to do chemo to prevent it from coming back. And so she asked some important questions that I think everyone has to ask, and not just for chemo. It's like, okay, well, what are the odds that chemo will prevent it from coming back?
Mhm.
And was shocked, like, well, between 10 to 20%, which that's not great odds.
Correct.
And then the chemo is more likely for you to be susceptible
Correct.
to other cancers. And she asked, well, what are the odds if I don't do chemo of the cancer coming back, like, or if I do cancer? So without chemo, you got
Yeah.
a 10 to 20% chance of cancer reoccurring. Well, it was only like 5 to 10%
Yeah.
without chemo. Like, so you're even overlapping in the odd. And so her husband asks in her presence, the oncologist, well, would you do chemo if you were in Jane's position? No.
Yeah. And if you actually look on the Canadian
And
Cancer Society's website, people should do this because Canadian Cancer Society is non-bias, okay? Should be non-bias, right? And you look up chemotherapy and what the side effects are, a secondary cancer.
well, yeah, no, and that's it. So you see, I'm not being anti-chemo here.
No, I know,
Like
but people should be
I'm
informed.
interviewing some practitioners. I was interviewing a naturopathic doctor yesterday who's an expert in cancer treatment,
Hmm.
and has tremendous success. Like, the stories are crazy.
Hmm.
But he was saying sometimes I'm suggesting to my patient that they include chemo. Like, so we're not trying to be
Right.
anti-chemo. The point I'm trying to make is
Hmm.
that you need to ask questions, like for any treatment.
Yes.
When you're saying I should do it for this, like, well, what's the difference between that and if I don't?
Right.
And what
It's
are
called,
the
yeah,
risks of doing it, so that I can make an informed decision?
yeah.
Like,
Informed
that's the point
decision.
I'm trying to make, is take control of your health, and don't be afraid to ask questions and do
Yes.
research.
Yeah, and I agree. And I have had a few patients where they're so far along the road, I have suggested they need to do chemo in order to, survive to get to a point where you can actually make changes and do other things, right? So I agree. Anyways, Bev, so she takes chemo, feels forced to take chemo, takes chemo, has a heart attack during one of her chemo treatments. Never had any heart issues prior, but she has a heart attack during chemo treatments. And then um, afterwards, sometime after she's done her treatments, she's diagnosed with small cell lung cancer. Now, this woman did smoke all her life, but prior to surgery for breast cancer, you have every test done possible to you. She had no lung cancer at that time. And her family doctor actually said to her, your lung cancer was not due to smoking, it was due to the chemo treatment.
And
So,
and you were pointing out earlier that even the Canadian Cancer Society has on their website
yeah,
that certain types of chemotherapy can
yeah.
make you more prone to other cancers. So that's what happened in Bev's case.
Correct. And so, what's really important to understand with Bev is that I started her on a protocol for lung cancer that is actually by the Banerjees, who are out of India, who had gone through extensive reviews and studies from the National Cancer Institute. So, I actually want to read this because I feel it's important if you'll allow me to. Um,
Well, how long? Because I try to discourage people from reading.
so but I won't ever get all this in. So they actually were part of a best case scenario program, and they actually, National Cancer Institute, they had 17 members and proved that their protocol in homeopathic cured and um, small cell lung cancer. And so I put her on this protocol, and not my protocol, experience already telling me that this works, and it worked. It extended her life. And like I've, I have a hard time sometimes, people that have already done chemo, their bodies are already beat up. So in order to give them quality of life and extend their life is all you can really expect once somebody's already done chemo, in my opinion. So she had that, and I actually, her daughter posted the other day, that the homeopathic protocol that she was put on actually extended her life, and that more people need to know about the protocols that are out there in homeopathic medicine. Yeah. So
It's interesting, and again, I'm just trying to tease other people to watch, more of the health show. But we have, a medical doctor that shares the story, Dr. Stephen Malthouse, who
yep.
practiced medicine for 45 years, but for the last 25, also homeopathic medicine.
Yeah.
And, as a medical doctor, like when somebody comes into his office, he said, well, a lot of patients that, they want the chemical prescription. Like they don't want to, you give people the options. So, so he was still witnessing all of, that because the patient
Mhm.
gets to decide. But the thing I mean, he was quite clear. No, I get way better results with homeopathic medicine.
Right.
So here's like a medical doctor
Yeah.
practicing for 45 years, but 25 years he's got the overlap where he's got both, homeopathic options for people, and and he's saying just outright, I saw better outcomes. You shared with me a study from Lucca, Tuscany in Italy. Do you want
Yes.
to, and we're just, I want people to understand there's other healing traditions there, and just keep an open mind and look into things.
Right.
Because one thing I'm learning with this health show is, as a lot of people, they find, they just tried one thing and they're not getting results and they're feeling hopeless. And I think it's important for people to understand, you know, you're not supposed to be sick.
Hmm.
And, that's not how you were built. And there are answers out there. And do not lose hope. You're just at the beginning of your journey.
Hmm. Yeah. So actually, had seen a study from Lucca, Tuscany, Italy, about the government had funded a 10-year program to incorporate homeopathic medicine in their publicly funded healthcare system. So I already had the study, I read it, and I actually went there to the hospital in Lucca, Tuscany to see how they did it. So I had the privilege of being able to do that. But the long story short, in the results, they've seen thousands of patients, over 180 different diseases or health challenges. And on the 10-year study, the end results was 20% of the people were totally resolved. Now you have to understand, these were people
No,
that,
can I
yeah,
slow you down
medically
again, just so,
already.
because because I think we have to paint a better picture for those
Okay.
watching. So this is a government funded study
Yeah.
that ran for 10 years,
Yeah.
where the government decided, okay, we're providing in our healthcare system, the government system, the mainstream medical care. But for those patients that don't respond to the mainstream medical care, we're then going to treat them with homeopathy. So when you're giving these statistics, and correct me where I'm wrong, these are actually people that are then being treated with homeopathic medicine after the mainstream medical system failed them.
I would say the majority of them absolutely
Okay,
are right,
because it,
but
it
some,
makes the numbers that you're going to give more
yeah.
meaningful.
Yeah. So the majority of them were treated mainstream with conventional medicine, allopathic medicine, but then some of them chose not to do that route. But the majority of them, absolutely, like probably 90% of them had already gone mainstream conventional allopathic medicine with no results. So they chose to go the homeopathic route. And so 20% of them, their health challenge was completely resolved. 27% had significant improvement, 22% had good improvement, 21% had slight improvement, and only 0.05% had no improvement. But one thing you have to understand, they had no adverse side effects from the homeopathic medicine. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is quite something, isn't it? So,
Yes.
um, we like my heart's in this health show because I'm wanting people to understand this is um, this is life and death. And I have to be honest with you, Diane. I knew that. It's how I got into it. I'll share that story in one of the openings for people, but I I started my journey. I was actually a lawyer for Health Canada against a herbalist, and and then I ended up acting for that herbalist and defending him in court. And I came um, to the stark reality that actually he was saving lives, and that Health Canada trying to shut him down would have actually caused deaths.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it's been a long journey. And so when we started this health show, one of the things the NHPPA we were thinking is well, what's missing from the public discourse is um, basically people sharing their stories of how they've been helped. And like I already knew this was life and death,
Mm-hmm.
but um, I've been stunned. I've been stunned by the stories. And then, I'm having practitioners like you come on and share the stories. And I know you can't give the emotional experience of the person, but you basically see lives turned around. Um,
Absolutely.
would I be overstating things, or what are your thoughts if I suggested to us having access to natural health products, us having access to natural health practitioners like yourself who have the ability to use these remedies on us? It's a matter of life and death, isn't it?
It is a matter of life and death. It is. And people have to understand that. And what I don't understand is okay, so you as a lawyer, I didn't know you were a lawyer. Anyways, that she was a lawyer. And like just me, like it is my right. I should have the right to do what I feel is necessary and right for my body. Nobody else should have that control. Nobody. Like that's very important. And I don't understand Health Canada. I don't understand our government. I don't understand what seems as common sense that this gets taken away, that this is being not even looked at, not even taken seriously, like in that aspect. And then I go financially. So if people got well, wouldn't that reduce the money in our healthcare system? If people got well with homeopathic medicine, and it's virtually nothing compared to pharmaceutical costs of medicine, if people got well, wouldn't that free up scans? Wouldn't that free up time in hospitals? Wouldn't that free up doctors? Like it makes sense. And I go, where is common sense in Health Canada? Where? Where?
Well, I know I have no answer for you. The one thing that's always frustrated me is, like in the area of natural health products, it's been 31 years and I've made access to information requests. Like you show me the evidence you have that they've caused deaths, because they will say, let's say they're in the Standing Committee of Health or something like that, or, their public sound bites. Oh, there's all this harm caused, but they'll never share their data.
Right.
And, I know that we started to become regulated in 2004. So prior to that, that should have been, when there were dead bodies in the street and all of that. Oh, well, wait a second, you have an unregulated industry, like, south of the border, totally unregulated. Um, and so there was a risk analysis done by Professor Ron Law of New Zealand. He's a university professor in New Zealand, a risk expert. So using not just Canadian government statistics, but he had to go to other Western countries to find any statistics of harm caused by natural health products. So back then, before we're completely unregulated, if ever we're in danger, it's now. But can't find a single, case report in Canada of a death. We're 14 times more likely to be struck by lightning than harmed by natural health product. Now, that is 14 times is so dramatic, it's crazy. And none of us would have a government department and pay, literally, I think we've spent $1 billion now on this Health Canada department. None of us would spend any money to protect us. Let's have a Health Canada department to protect us from lightning. Well, that's craziness.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it's even more crazy when there's so much evidence that there are people only alive or are only not disabled. You are disabled. You're supposed to be in a wheelchair and a drain on the system, and your marriage falling apart because you're depressed, and in some government funded housing somewhere, drooling on yourself. That's what you're supposed to be. but you're here, vibrant, contributing,
Mm-hmm.
alive and well and growing only because of natural products. And you can't tell us about risk if you want good health outcomes without also talking about the benefits.
Mm-hmm.
See, because if we want health benefit, if we want what's best for Canadians, then okay, let's accept that there's risks, but let's accept there's benefits. And then understanding the risks and benefits, how do we get the best health outcomes for Canadians? That's what frustrates me. They refuse to look at the benefits.
Correct. Yeah. And my husband has always said I'm naive because I'm one that, like, I want to see the best in everybody. And it's been really disheartening to have people, clients, come to your office and say, do you think you could talk to your family doctor and see if they'll do a CEA blood test? That's the #1 gold standard test for colorectal cancer. You've been bleeding for 6 months and your doctor hasn't done the blood test yet. That's so disheartening. Why isn't it done? Right. So, and I see it all the time. There's no cooperation between medical doctors and complementary practitioners or other regulated practitioners. Why? It's like almost that, oh my gosh, if we work together, would the people get well? I'm being
Yeah,
sarcastic.
who knows? So I'm just I'm going to ask you a final question.
Mm-hmm.
So what would your message to Ottawa be? And Ottawa is both our MPs that we're asking to let's create a fair regulatory environment where we're asking the question, how do we get the best health outcomes? And it also is Health Canada that, as you know, is ever stricter regulations, making it harder for us to keep these products.
So I guess on the bigger picture, I'd be looking and saying, well, who's making these regulations? Who are the people that actually make these regulations from Health Canada and what background? So if you want to make fair and regulations across the board, then you should have other practitioners on the board. And this should be integrated together. And with all the information that's out there, all of those things should be allowed. It's Health Canada. We should be looking towards health care, not just taking allopathic medicine. And, I could go on because this is just a sore spot. And I don't know if you want me to talk about 714X because that's just a passion for me. I read that about 714X. It's under Health Canada's rules and regulations. It's produced in Quebec and it's on the compassion list that doctors can only order it if somebody has already done chemo, radiation, surgery, all the things they deem
So,
necessary to do.
so
But
I think we can talk about it, and it's just, as we talk about it, I think the point for people to consider is um, shouldn't we have the choice? Like you've already talked about how some people don't want to do chemo.
right,
And even if chemo is a good idea, I mean, even if everyone who cares for you, as a medical professional, like they honestly believe chemo is a good idea for you, and if they were in your shoes, they would do chemo. Like, and there's times it would be, but we're just using that as an example. But if you decide not to do a treatment because you're just an animal with an ear in your tag, if you can't decide what you're going to do, then shouldn't you have the right to try anything?
correct.
Sure, we full disclosure of the risks and benefits and all of that, but shouldn't we have the right? Because that's the problem we're running into in the natural health field. And so when you're talking about 714X, can you
Yes.
tell people what it is, what the results seem to be, and why would people want to access it? And then we'll end with that.
Okay, so 714X is actually immunotherapy, and it's an injection. It's a natural product, and so it's an injection. You put it in your groin area in the lymphatic system, and so by it going into your immune system, it boosts your immune system with the premise that your body then. Your immune system is boosted, and then your body should be able to deal with whatever health issue is going on in your body because that's how our bodies are made, right? Is through that. Now, I have letters. I know you don't want me to read anything. So I have letters, though, that from doctors that say, I've had 372 patients use the 714X with no adverse side effects.
We're
And that
talking oncologists. We're talking cancer patients.
were Well, whatever. Why else would they be using it for, right? So one
Mhm.
guy here is stomach cancer. Yeah. So I would assume they're all oncologists. I can't say that for sure, right? But I'm just reading letters from doctors stating that they've used 714X. The patient got well. The patient lived with quality of life and extended their life. And so, and cost wise, I know the cost of 714X compared to some other costs of immunotherapy, like again, financially. But it comes down to this: it should be your choice. No doctor, no Health Canada, no government regulation should be telling you or me that I can have this. See, the point is, in Canada, you cannot use it for personal use. In Canada, it cannot be ordered because Health Canada holds it back, but it can be ordered anywhere else in the world. Tell me how that
Yeah,
makes
I
sense.
think that's important. So, I mean, people in the United States, people in
Yes,
England, people in India, anyone else can order it. It's a Canadian company, it's a Canadian
product. Yeah.
product. Anyone else in the world can access this. It's not like anyone's pretending it's dangerous. But in Canada,
Yep.
we're in a world where if Health Canada doesn't say you can use something, you can't use it. So somehow we've arrived in this world where the only person who gets to decide, like, how did they get the authority? But we live in the world where the sole authority over what you can access, even if you're dying and the medical system says you got 2 days to live, Lori. Like, you weren't supposed to do what you did, Diane.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't supposed to use those things to treat cancer.
Yeah.
So but that's the world we live in, and that's why one of the reasons we're having the world's greatest health show is so we can all learn this stuff. Diane, it's been an absolute pleasure to
Thank
have
you.
you
Thank
on the
you.
health show, and it's been a pleasure to speak with you beforehand. And so on behalf of the world's greatest health show, I thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Blessings for you and the show. And I just pray that it makes changes to Health Canada and for
Thank,
Canadians.
thank you so much, Diane. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with us Dr. Eric Arata. Eric, welcome to the health show.
Thanks for having me, Shawn.
Now, Eric, you are a naturopathic doctor. And can you share with us the education that you went through to become a practicing naturopathic doctor?
Well, my personal journey started with a undergraduate degree in cellular molecular biology. I did a year of clinical research in Montreal on potential treatments for HIV, and then entered naturopathic school afterwards. So that was a 4-year program with, for me, a year residency. So
Right,
5 total.
and you did that in Seattle, is my understanding.
That's right. Yeah, Bastyr University in Seattle.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, yeah, so that was basically, so your Bachelor of Science, was that a 4-year program?
I did a 4-year program. Yeah,
And then you did a year of clinical research.
that's right. In Montreal with the Clinical Research Institute of Montreal.
And then you did, 4 years of study to qualify as a naturopathic doctor.
Mhm.
And then you did a year of residency, which is where basically you're you're learning under other naturopathic doctors the practice of naturopathic medicine.
That's right. I mean, the last 2 years of the naturopathic program, you are in clinic. The final year, the fourth year, you're what's known as a primary. So you're actually seeing patients and supervised by another naturopathic doctor. And I just wanted a little more experience in a few other areas clinically. So I applied for residency and got in.
Right. Okay.
Mhm.
So basically 10 years of study before you started practicing as a naturopathic doctor.
Yeah. Yeah. I sort of, you say that, I sort of wonder if I was always intended maybe to stay in the ivory tower, but yeah, it was a long time.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I asked that, or I point that out, Dr. Arata, is a lot of people in Canada, they don't understand that, naturopathic doctors, traditional Chinese practitioners, homeopathic doctors, and like basically train as much or more than medical doctors. And that's why I'm asking the question and pointing that out is I think it's important for people to understand just how much training goes into becoming a naturopathic doctor. And also I'm wondering if you can share, what is the practice of naturopathic medicine? How do naturopathic doctors approach healing?
In the simplest terms for people who have never heard of naturopathic medicine or are unfamiliar with it, I usually tell them it's like being a family doctor, but instead of using pharmaceuticals or minor surgery, we tend to use more natural products and approach it in a more holistic or unified manner. That's a very sort of thumbnail sketch of it. The whole premise of the practice, like I just alluded to, is holism, right? So when someone comes in with symptoms, they're just that. They're an indication of something deeper occurring in the body, an imbalance. And so my task then becomes, how do I unwind their history, including their lifestyle and habits and the greater sort of environment around them, whether it be just family, social, or literally the physical environment, to understand what is contributing to their symptom picture. So, people will usually have an intake. You come in, and the approach is, okay, we look at the obvious things first. How long have you had these symptoms? Which symptoms you have? Have you tried anything else? So on and so forth. But the idea is to bring together a picture of the person and lay out steps that then can be addressed so you ultimately can achieve lasting resolution of those symptoms. So the practice of naturopathic medicine is based on principles which include first, do no harm, doctor as teacher, food is thy medicine. So they all relate to a natural approach that tends to respect the built-in mechanisms of the body, the natural process of well-being, and what the presence of symptoms actually indicate to that process of well-being.
Okay, no, I'll just stop you there because in our government-funded system, which is an allopathic model, which means that the focus is not on actually treating the underlying condition, but the focus is on treating symptoms. So that's what our mainstream system is built on. So, if you go there with arthritis, for example, I'm just picking an example. So if I go to the medical doctor with arthritis, the medical doctor isn't there to actually stop my arthritis, solve why I'm getting arthritis. The medical doctor's there to give me things to treat the symptoms of my arthritis. But naturopathic doctors can actually try to figure out, well, what's causing the arthritis, and actually address that rather than the symptoms. Did I get that right?
That's right. I mean, an analogy used, perhaps overused, is, if you have, like you alluded to, someone has arthritis, it'd be akin to having the engine light come on your dashboard of the vehicle. And if that light really bothers you and you pull out the fuse, that takes care of the symptom, that is the light coming on, but it doesn't deal with what's actually happening in the engine. And it's the same thing with the body, right? Arthritis is just is a symptom of a certain degenerative process that occurred for a reason. It's not just a willy-nilly happening within the body. So identifying why that, in this case, arthritis developed, is really important to ensuring sort of the person actually does get effective relief long-term.
Right, right. Okay, so it's kind of a bigger approach. It also, you guys, look to see what the emotional state is, what the spiritual state, what their environment is. It's kind of a bigger approach. Am I correct about that?
That's right. And all that can be identified, depending on the naturopathic doctor, either through the consultation, the initial consultation that's had, or the intake form, because that affects everybody, right? It's not just how you're doing and did you get enough sleep, and are you eating your veggies? It's the social environment at home, right? What's happening at school or at work? What might they be exposed to as far as any toxins or other items because of hobbies of parents or their own that they might do? What's their neighborhood like? All those type of things play into the health of an individual. Where those sort of stack up as far as when you address them or where you address them in someone's health journey varies, but they all need to be considered. Absolutely.
Right, right. Okay. So why, like you've practiced, as I understand it, you practiced for 29 years as a naturopathic doctor, starting in actually 1995. How many patients do you think you saw in that period of time?
That's a really good. I wouldn't even know where to start. Yeah,
that is a hard question. If somebody asked me how
Yeah.
many clients I had, I'd be like,
thousands.
I don't know, but
Yeah.
okay. Well, what is the practice of naturopathic medicine like? Like actually being in your office and seeing patients. What's that like?
Yeah, it's something I loved. You go in and like you have your schedule. People are booked, and they come in, and you get to sort of walk along with someone as they share their story. In the process, you're identifying, okay, yeah, this needs to be addressed, that needs to be addressed. I need to pursue this further as far as questioning to find out how much of a role it plays. And you lay that all out. You go potentially through your physical exam. And then there'll either be another consultation set up, or you give them an initial protocol to consider, to go through. So my day would be taken up with initial consultations, follow-up visits, treatments, reviewing, lab and other diagnostic reports, their medical history from their family doctor, otherwise from, at least here where I am, Alberta Health Services. All that would be taken up. And what I really enjoyed is everyone's story is special to them. It's their life, it's their story. And that made it special for me. It was important to them. And that was enough, right? To go through and sort of go through this detective work and sorting out process as a support for them. So it was always exciting. There was always a new twist around the corner. There was always a different take on a particular, whether it be a symptom or an event that occurred in their life. The variability, the variety of what I do in a day and of people I'd see was pretty exciting. Yeah. So I don't know if that was what you were asking, or
Yeah,
something else.
no, I mean, I really was trying to figure out, what's it like to practice, and what you're sharing with us is you actually enjoyed, first of all, participating in people's stories, like hearing their life, their health journey, so to speak, and part of your practice, you have to actually find out about who they are, what their life condition is, and then basically being a detective and trying to figure out, well, how do I help these people? And
Yeah.
and I know you have, just you have a desire to help. Like it's clear.
Yeah. You see someone suffering, and my first inclination would be, all right, what's available? What can I do to help them? And people come in with symptoms. That's what they want. Whatever symptom it is, whether it be, sneezing and coughing, whether it be pain, whether it be some digestive symptoms, what have you, they want those symptoms gone. So the first step is always, how do you try and get rid of those symptoms? And then the next step, really incorporate into that whole initial approach, is, well, how do we do this long term? What else do we need to consider? So not only is it creating a plan, but it's creating a plan that is acceptable to the individual, because you have to meet people at different places. They're not all ready to change their diet or work on their, anger issues or whatever it may be, right? You have to meet them where they're at. And that's part of the beauty of it too. It becomes an art and a science together, which is nice when you learn to sort of meld them adequately together. That helps actually bring people into the fold, right? That is, go ahead.
Well, you mentioned two things that I found interesting. So you mentioned diet and you mentioned anger, and that's just when you're answering another question. And I'm just curious, if you can share first, like, why would diet be important? Because in some instances, you're thinking that people need to be changing their diet.
Mhm.
So, why is changing diet important in many of the cases?
Well, the digestive tract is the foundation of all health. If we get away from the actual, genetics and birth component of it. So what you take in, what you actually are able to digest, the nutrition you're able to pull out and subsequently assimilate, all help determine one's health. And a lot of the food people are eating today is not as nutrient rich as it used to be, either because of how it's grown or how it's processed. And there's actually increased nutrient demand through some of the nutrition we're taking in, through some of the food we're taking in, because of, let's say, some of the agrochemicals it's grown with, or the processing. A lot of the nutrition is lost, or it requires increased nutrition to deal with the chemicals already contained in that food, let alone the actual digestive symptoms someone may experience, like bowel issues or gas and bloating and things like that, pain. So we talk about, if you don't mind, anger. So digestion is a process that's designed to take place in a relaxed state, right? The body, basically the nervous system, the part of it that we don't have conscious control over, the autonomic nervous system, has two parts, stressed and relaxed. And the relaxation response is also known as the feed and breed response, right? It's predominantly used during for eating, digestion, and for reproduction, whereas the stress response is designed to obviously get the person out of a stressful situation. If someone is angry, which is physiologically a stressful situation, that compromises digestive function. So their ability to physically digest the food, let alone assimilate the nutrients and eliminate waste, is compromised, right? And some people come in and you can tell they're just hotheads, or they're worrywarts, or they have some larger emotional state that's sort of prevailing that can affect numerous symptoms. And the foundational piece to start with, in this case, would be digestion. Okay? I mean, we could go on and on about digestion in food. That's a long discussion in of itself. But the bottom line is this: we eat effectively to gain nutrients, calories, and electrons. And electrons only come from live food. The older food is, or the more processed, the more deficient it is in electrons, because that's what our body ultimately uses to generate energy. So
Right.
if you're eating a standard American diet, the SAD diet, your back's already against the wall.
This is interesting, because I think a lot of people viewing might not understand just actually how important nutrition is. So, and correct me where I'm wrong, but I mean, our body requires, a set amount of nutrition, and the North American diet challenges that for two ways, as I understand what you've said. Is first, the nutrition isn't there anymore in our foods, and second, we have chemicals and processing in that actually may require more nutrients or actually take nutrients from us. And so we're not getting what we need. and that can lead to chronic illness.
Yeah, your body needs basically nutrients, calories, and electrons to stay healthy. Anything that would impede any three of those starts to weaken the organism or our bodies.
Right. Okay. And then it was interesting you were talking, like, because you were, answering a different question, and you basically that some people aren't ready to change their diet or address anger. And I'm thinking,
Mhm.
oh, well, what's he talking about anger here? But you actually, so, you know, we don't want to be in fight or flight if we want good digestion. So, basically, if we're in that stress mode, our body is not going to be digesting, and anger puts us in that situation. And then we're not getting the nutrients we need, and that can lead to health conditions.
That's right. And it
Okay.
happens more than people are aware of. Mhm.
Okay. And so that's one of the reasons why naturopathic doctors are trained to also consider the emotional state of people, because the emotions, that's one pathway of affecting the physical, is we're not going to be digesting properly.
That's right. Absolutely. And it may not be something the individual doctor themselves deal with, but if they're aware of it, then at least there can be a referral made for someone who can help.
Right.
But
Right.
it's important to realize the part it does play in one's health picture.
Yeah. And I appreciate we're only addressing one, but I actually hadn't thought of, oh yeah, you're not going to be getting the nutrition because you put your body in fight or flight. And when you're running from a saber-toothed tiger, your body's deliberately not digesting.
Yeah,
It's
got other things to worry about.
It's focusing otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a normal, healthy function. But if you're locked in that, when you're not running from a saber-toothed tiger, then you're not getting the nutrients, and so that system's being hijacked by your emotion. I hadn't thought of that before.
Absolutely.
So
And that's, sorry to interrupt, but that's where the whole idea of holism comes in. You can't tease apart these individual fibers and threads. They're all related. We just don't understand it that way, but that is the reality.
Right. Okay, so I want to ask you about what are the patients that impacted you the most? And I'd asked you that question, before we started recording. So I didn't deliberately ask, what patient, what are your most biggest successes? I asked, what patients impacted you the most, which is different because that can be failures too. And you shared with me a couple, and the first one was a 10-year-old girl. And do you want to just share with us, basically what her health journey was and what happened?
Yeah. So this 10, 11-year-old girl came in with her mother, brought in by her mother. She'd been exhibiting symptoms of allergies, runny nose, sneezing, watery eyes, low fatigue for about 4 to 5 months prior. Had not been getting effective relief from, antihistamines and the typical allergy medications. And next up was going to be set up for some desensitization shots by the allergist, and her mom was a little wanted to try other things before that approach. So she came in and went through my initial intake. She had filled out the questionnaire, and early on it became evident that there was a sort of a tension within the relationship between the mother and the daughter. And so I created a protocol, some of which involved some dietary change, some involved some nutrition, and a third element involved addressing the sort of the daughter's emotional state. And the stuff, sort of that third component, we were able to provide a couple remedies for her to take home. And the other sort of two lines of treatment, I told her mom to go home, look it over, and then give me a call. We could discuss it, just if she had any questions about it. So her mom ends up calling me about 2 weeks later and says, well, I said I'd call, but really I don't have any reason to. And I said, well, what's going on? Why is that? She said, well, my daughter hasn't had any symptoms for a week. And I said, okay, well, that's great. Good for her. You sure you don't have any questions? And she goes, well, no, if I can. If she's staying symptom free, well, let's keep going. And if symptoms return, then we can address these other treatment areas you talked about. So I said, okay, well, let's keep in touch. As it turns out, we did keep in touch monthly afterwards. Her daughter remained symptom free. And all I had done on that initial visit was sort of address her emotional state, which was sort of some anxiety and anger she had in her relationship with her mother. And that seemed to unravel the symptoms she was exhibiting because there were no other changes she made in her life. So that was sort of one. There's so many people that have an impact because, everyone, yeah.
Well, I want to unpack that one a little bit. So this 10 or 11-year-old girl, I mean, you said she had allergy symptoms for 4 months.
Mhm.
My understanding is like they were debilitating. These weren't minor symptoms. The mother was seeking out medical attention, first with the doctors and then with you, because this was a real problem for the daughter.
It was a problem. It was affecting her sleep. It was affecting her energy, her ability to participate in school and sports that she was involved in. She'd always have to have a Kleenex around, and people were sort of a little concerned, friends particularly, because she was always sneezing, and they didn't want to be around someone who was always sneezing. So yeah, it did affect the girl. They were
And
pronounced.
and the medical system, I mean, it progressed to where they were going to do these desensitization shots.
Mhm.
And the mother was concerned about that, so she seeks you out. What I found interesting, Dr. Rad, about that is well, two things. First of all, it came up as an important, impactful case for you, which I'll ask you separately. But you viewed the emotional aspect of what was happening, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, as really the most significant causal factor for the daughter's allergies. Am I misreading this?
It was possibly so, right? I wasn't sure at the time, but I knew it was part of the picture. How much of a part, I wasn't sure. And it's like some of the lifestyle recommendations that may be made for people, they need time to sort of think them over and see how they might include them in their lives. And so it's just the what she had been provided specifically for her emotional state had an immediate and lasting effect. And that turned out to be the primary contributor to her symptoms. Honestly, I wasn't aware at the time. I knew it was a part. I just didn't realize or wasn't aware of how large of a part in her case. Right? But I knew it needed to be addressed. And it happened to be, at that point, the simplest one to do.
Okay, and the reason why I'm focusing on this is I have to just say, frankly, that surprises me as somebody who doesn't understand that, an emotional dynamic between, a preteen girl and her mother would be leading to, allergy symptoms that are persistent and persistent and persistent. But the reality is actually it was a significant contributing factor.
It was. I mean, I don't know if you'd like me to talk about why, in a physical sense, that might be the case.
Yeah, please. I have to say I'm a little intrigued by this.
Okay. The nervous system of the body, there are basically two nervous systems. I'm simplifying a little bit. One is a part we have conscious control over, allows me to move and talk. And there's a part that I don't have obvious conscious control over, which is digestion and breathing and heart rate and all those other functions that go on in the background. That part, the unconscious part, has two parts to it. What's the sympathetic nervous system, which is the fight or flight, and the parasympathetic, which some people call the feed and breathe system. If digestion is governed by the parasympathetic or the feed and breathe, the relaxation response. So, and those two states of the nervous system, stress and relax, don't occur simultaneously. One tends to predominate over the other at any given time. So if someone's predominantly in a stressed state, that compromises digestive function. which means not only do you not break down your food, you're not assimilating nutrients, and you're not effectively eliminating waste. And potentially, if it's strong enough or goes on long enough, it starts to create inflammation in the digestive tract, in the cells of the digestive tract. And in the intestines, if that's pronounced, larger food particles make their way into circulation, which then your body or your immune system in circulation in the blood vessels then need to deal with. They need to grab them and get rid of them because they shouldn't be there. Well, the first major sort of capillary or small vessel bed where the immune system typically resides after the digestive tract is in the lungs and respiratory system. So if there are food particles going in to the bloodstream from digestion and they make their way up into the respiratory system, the immune cells there are going to recognize them and try and get rid of them. And one of the first steps that can oftentimes be stimulated in that response is the allergic response. Histamine is released. So the tension she was exhibiting between that relationship with her mom had been going on long enough for it to affect her digestion and allow sort of these food particles to get in there and stimulate an allergic response in the sort of upper respiratory system. And lower, actually, she had, but.
No, and thank you for sharing that. So, and this is an example of the type of thing that, you know, when you're saying you're looking at the holistic approach of how emotions actually affect our physical body. So they have to be taken into consideration when you're trying to kind of do your detective work and get to the bottom of it. So my final question on this case is, it was a case that came to your mind when I asked, you know, what are some of the most impactful cases you had? Why did this one impact you? Because it's, you know, will be one of probably 100,000 or more patients you've had. Why did this girl come to mind for you?
You know, it was nothing particularly strange about the consultation, but what really grabbed me was the fact that she had such effective relief with the emotional support. That was one of the first cases, at least the ones that I recall, that really hit that home for me of how much of an impact. I always knew, and that was always addressed, but this was the first time it ended up being so profound, so strong.
Right, which would reinforce the importance of watching for that when you're trying to help people.
Yeah, and it ended up changing the relationship between the mother and daughter, right? And that, in effect, was the long-term resolution of the daughter's symptoms, was improving the nature of that relationship.
I have to say, I'm finding this fascinating. You shared another one in answer to the question, you know, share impactful cases about a boy that was age 5 and had leukemia. Can you share that story with us?
Yeah, I had a family. This would have been in, you know, early noughts, you know, 2003, 2004, somewhere around there. They came to me with their 5-year-old son who was diagnosed with leukemia. He wasn't doing well with treatment. Obviously, they were concerned for his son. And so they came to me. And I said, well, obviously, this isn't a cancer treatment, but what I can do is look to try and support your son so he receives the therapies well. His body does better with these treatments, tolerating them. And so he was given.
Are you referring to is the child on chemotherapy? Are those the treatments you're referring to?
Yeah, that's right.
And what were you given kind of the prognosis of what the oncologists were predicting for this child when the child came to you?
Yeah, when they came to see me, they told me the prognosis was about 8 to 10 months for him. And so we started a protocol to try and sort of improve not only nutrition in his body, but also to try and improve his tolerance of the chemo medications. He ended up living about 1.5 years, just over 1.5 years, ended up passing. And in his passing, nobody obviously wants to see a child die, and no parent should have to suffer their child passing before them. But it really, for me, was a reflection of, all right, well, it caused me to reflect on my practice and what I do, and did I need to improve or in any way or grow from it. So it really it helped me as a practitioner as far as what else I would use with people who would come to me with cancer. There was a time where I ended up supporting quite a few people with cancer. I ended up just turning away from it because it was like banging your head against the wall in dealing with cancer centers. They were unsupportive of people receiving any other treatments or support. And so it ended up creating too much work for me and anxiety for the patients to try and be their own middleman between, myself and the cancer centers, even though I tried to initiate communication to co-manage a patient, but that was never well received. But beyond that, it did change how I approach people, and all people, not just with cancer, but with all their symptoms. Yeah, because like I said, everyone's life is their own story, and it's important to them, and that it is enough to make it sort of important to me. I would expect the same for me. My life is important to me. Okay? You may not understand it, you may not know, but people coming in and sort of putting their trust in me, that's a special relationship. That's a special ask.
Yeah, just I think that's one of the reasons why I asked you the earlier question, what's it like to be a naturopathic doctor? And you're sharing something really important. So it's a heavy burden because people are coming to you who are suffering, like often they're really suffering, and they're placing trust in you to help them. And you take that on personally is what you're sharing with us.
Yeah, I don't know that I would see it as a burden. I just saw it as, I just realized how important it was being given that. Everyone has their own way of dealing with responsibilities provided to them. That was just what I did. Right? People would come to me. I had the knowledge and education, and I was willing to sort of work with them and learn more. And it ended up being part of the development of a relationship, right? And deepening the trust, and not simply, I'm the guy for the job. I'll fix your oil. I'll change your oil. I'll get rid of your symptoms. It was, how do I affect change to not only remedy the symptoms, but how do I sort of educate and sort of develop a relationship with this person or people, if the family or others were involved, partners, to then undertake and support these changes in a greater society. Right? You get someone to, as an example, to all of a sudden start eating more veggies, and now they're at the grocery store getting more broccoli or cauliflower or whatever. They go to the farmer's market, or now they want transitional food or organic, and now so it creates actually a larger impetus for change as well, person by person.
Yeah, well, thank you. So that's a case where and again, these are just ones that came to mind in answer the question, impactful cases. So this one, you just kind of understood, or it just impacted you on your relationship as a healer in helping people through their journeys, and just being the best, I guess, naturopathic doctor that you can be. It was just part of your journey.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also shared with me an interesting story about a nurse who was 60 when she came to see you. Can you share that story with us? And
yeah, there was a nurse who came to see me with tremors. Tremors she'd had developing for at least sort of 7 to 8 years. Hadn't been able to get rid of them. There was no particular diagnosis. Idiopathic tremors, and which basically means that she has tremors for reasons we don't know. And she was looking for an answer because she was let go of her job. She really enjoyed nursing and also needed the income. So we went through the intake and her history and sort of what I identified, because we went through everything she had tried and her symptoms and how they evolved and the different specialists she had seen and treatments. And I said, well, one of the areas, so one of the things here in your intake that it identifies is you have a significant history of amalgam or mercury fillings in your mouth. Mercury is known to contribute to neurological symptoms. At the very least, let's test for it and see if it might be something to consider. So we did a test. It turned out her tissue mercury levels were significantly higher than average. So we talked about it, and she decided to pursue a treatment to remove mercury. So we did some chelation therapy, IV, oral, and sort of some IV nutrient replacement. And her symptoms began to resolve within about 3.5, 4 months. Were completely gone after about 8 months. And after subsequent testing of mercury levels, they were found to be well within the normal range. She was symptom-free and able to return fully back to work.
So let's just, I just want to make sure I understand that. So she's her job is a nurse. She's 60 years old. How many years had she been suffering with this?
She claimed at the time the symptoms had been there for about 7 to 8 years.
Okay. And so she's clearly exhausted the medical system. So for 7 or 8 years, she's trying to find an answer, including, she's seen specialists, I assume a neurologist or two.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
she at the time had been slowly having the responsibility at work reduced. So she enjoyed being with patients, and ultimately they ended up putting her in a sort of a smaller administrative role, which she wasn't particularly happy with. And then after that, she was removed from the position because she couldn't even write due to her tremors.
Okay, so this is significant. I mean, when you say tremors, that could mean almost anything, but we're literally talking somebody who couldn't do bedside nursing because of them, and then couldn't even write at the end. So she's disabled.
Yeah, she lost her job.
Yeah. Okay. So this is, I imagine it would have been, significantly impacting her personal life also, not just her work life.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, she couldn't. It was a great challenge. She couldn't hold on to cups or forks or spoons. It was a challenge to function. Fortunately, she had a partner that supported her through that, but her symptoms weren't getting better, and obviously she was getting desperate.
Right. Okay. So, and I want to make sure we're not minimizing. So she can't hold a fork. She can't hold a cup. So this is somebody who actually is now needing care, not only is she not able to care for others, she's basically needing help eating. Okay.
Yeah, she needed care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she comes to you. I mean, I call that disabled. So you can agree or disagree. She comes to you, and because you're looking at everything, not the symptoms, you're trying to figure out what's going on. And I think some people won't understand. So you say mercury amalgam fillings, like a common filling in Canada, it's got mercury. It's called a mercury amalgam filling. And that mercury, they put the filling in our teeth, but our bodies are absorbing this mercury from our teeth. Do I have that right?
That's right. I mean, amalgams, they're not really put in nowadays, but they had been, and they're a combination of tin, mercury, and silver. And mercury is volatile, that it becomes a gas at lower than room temperature, and it's warmer in your mouth than room temperature. So between the abrasion of chewing and hot foods or temperatures, or just body temperature, you start to actually off-gas that mercury in your mouth, and that it gets absorbed throughout the body. And it tends to predominantly accumulate or affect the nervous system, the immune system, and the kidneys.
Right. And mercury, I mean, it's well known. That's why I have mercury guidelines in our food, because we know that it harms our nervous system. So you find she's super high, and you said you used chelation, just so that people understand when you say that, that's just a term for treatments that will grab things like mercury and help your body get rid of them, right?
That's right. Chelation
Okay.
is a treatment whereby, products are used to bind heavy metals and remove them via the kidneys.
Right. Okay. So you
Yeah.
guys do that, and basically she gets her life back.
Yeah, she was symptom free. Effectively, she returned 100% back to the work she'd been doing 10 years prior. She was fully able to care for herself and go about her life. Yeah, it was a great case. Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be really emotionally satisfying when you're able to help somebody like that.
Yeah. It doesn't take many, right? But you go for those wins, and when they come, they're great. Not just because people suffer,
Mm-hmm.
and it's nice to relieve that suffering. Yep.
Now, what percentage? I'm just curious. So, this is a nurse that came to you after she tried medical treatments for, I think you said 7 or 8 years.
Mhm.
And so she's coming to you, really as in a journey where she wasn't willing to consider seeing a naturopathic doctor for a long time. And I expect she continued to see you afterwards. So, but what percentage of patients, when they first come to you, so they're not a repeat patient, but when they first come to you, what percentage of patients like her had basically tried to solve their problem in the mainstream medical system first, and then when that failed, came to see you as a naturopathic doctor?
Yeah. When I first started practice, it was probably 50-50, 60-40, like 60% had tried, 50 to 60% had tried a medical approach, and we're now looking for another option. And then over the years, that sort of shifted to more of a, 40% had tried a medical, treatment or approach, and we're looking for another option. So it shifted as, I guess, awareness of health products increased, and at the same time, increasing awareness of the potential impacts of sometimes conventional medical treatment.
Interesting. And I appreciate that because you've, given the example of the 10-year-old girl, and you've actually, explained fight and flight in that, sometimes part of the treatment is, emotional or lifestyle changes, and there's dietary changes because of our food. Are, what we call natural health products or nutritional supplements, are they significant to helping patients when you're a naturopathic doctor?
They are. They're predominantly what we use, right? That the body is remarkably effective at healing itself if we just get the obstacles out of the way. And on a very basic level, the body really needs oxygen, water, nutrients, and as part of the food and water, air, electrons, which I won't get into, but if you give the body those and the environment is otherwise clear of challenges, the body can do really well, amazing things on its own. But when you start to put too much of a load or decrease the nutritional content or increase the nutritional need of the body, or challenge the normal recuperative pathways of the body's normal pathways of healing and health, that's when you get into chronic issues, things that don't resolve, but that just either stay the same or just progressively get worse over time. And that's not really a good quality of life, typically long term.
Right. So, but I'm trying to find out if, if having access to natural health products are important, like if there would be a health consequence, because, we're,
Mm.
as you're aware, Health Canada periodically and currently is trying to take steps that, really actually threaten healing traditions like naturopathic doctors being able to continue to use products that they rely on. Would there be health consequences if we were to lose access to products that you use to help people?
Yes. And I can say that, well, one, because of just that's what the community, the health profession uses, naturopathic doctors among others. But also there are people that, I've seen patients, they come to me and some will say, yeah, these are the medications I'm on. Others will say, yeah, these are the supplements I'm on. This is why I'm taking them. This is how they've helped me. So not only have I seen how some of the recommendations I can make can help people, but what they've already done for themselves has helped them, right? And so, yeah, I do feel there'd be a great loss, not only in the ability of people to sort of improve their quality of life and their health, but if you take that away, that's going to put a larger burden on the health system, which is already in a fairly compromised state. So that is concerning, right? People, Hippocrates said, food is thy medicine, or let food be thy medicine, right? That goes back a ways, and that's always been the case. Humans evolved and got to the stage where we are now because we were able to care for ourselves and we used the food and the medicines available in the natural world. And still do without actually realizing it. Yeah, I feel it'd have a big impact on people's health and the proper administration of healthcare.
So I'm just wondering if I can push this further. So if naturopathic doctors lost access to natural remedies that they use, would some Canadians basically be disabled that otherwise, could be healthy?
Well, yeah, I mean, those people would end up in the medical system, the allopathic medical system, right? So those people who were getting help would no longer have it, or would no longer have their symptoms addressed or minimized, and they'd go elsewhere, and that's going to be the medical system. When people approach right now natural health products and self-care products, that's out of their own pocket. It's not the government paying for it. They pay for it themselves because that's a priority. They see it as not only important, but obviously effective if they keep spending money on it. And so losing it rids that sort of agency for people over their own healthcare and puts a much greater demand on the current system, which is not meeting demand. So it's not an optimal situation at all. Actually, it's quite compromising to everybody. And if anything, there should be greater access to those things. If the government were really concerned about the welfare of its society, particularly with relation to health, they would look to put legislation in that would improve the quality of the food that we get, that would improve access to natural products and self-care, and allow people to make those reasonable, rational decisions for themselves. Yeah. Is that answering your question?
Well, yeah, I think so. And I get that I ask a question. I don't know what the answer is going to be. It's just I have the impression, and not just from interviewing you, Dr. Arata, but other practitioners, that some people come into their office like this nurse who's totally disabled. The medical system, the mainstream system, despite its best efforts, has not been able to solve the problem. Like you're describing this lady that can't eat. She's like, she can't hold a pen, she can't hold a cup, she can't hold a fork. And yet, using chelation and other treatments, she's able to return to full health. And I expect you've seen that time and time and time again, where the only thing that worked for them were naturopathic treatments, where they would be totally disabled without them. And in many cases, those treatments would be natural health products. Am I right about that?
That's right. Yeah. And it's not for lack of effort or desire on the medical side at all. It's just that when you deprive the body of what it needs, it can only go so far as recovering fully from symptoms and ill health.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I'm about to ask you, kind of the final question, and you already know what that is, and I don't know what your answer is going to be. But is there anything else that comes to mind that you think it's important to share with us? Be that another patient that comes to mind, or just something about the practice of naturopathic medicine, or something altogether different?
Yeah. So my particular perspective, and I was planning to go into allopathic medicine. That was my life's path. I'd written my MCAT, I'd done what I need to do. It's just somehow when I was, in my bachelor's of being educated, some parts just weren't making sense. So when it comes to what I've realized then is in that time that people need natural health products and quality food to maintain health. We want to get away from a sick care system and actually allow our healthcare dollars to function optimally, which is a large line item in both the provincial budget and what's available federally. Natural health products and certain healthcare products need to be made available to people. A lot of people inherently know that that's what's best of them and for their body, which is why they pursue it. And it's such a large and growing industry. And the other part of that is when it comes to, let's say, concerns around the safety of healthcare products. Humans have been using natural health products, herbal products related ever since we've been around. And of late, with the commercialization of it, there have actually been very few significant concerns related to the use of those products. When you look at products that have been either labeled correctly, as they should have been by regulation, and used properly, right? Outside of that, when you look at sort of, what's known as polypharmacy or iatrogenic effects. So polypharmacy is people on multiple pharmaceutical medications, and iatrogenic is basically hospital-caused or physician-caused issues. Those are a remarkable contributor to hospital admissions and clinic admissions, which has a significant dollar amount associated with those.
Can I just, participate in what you're saying? So you're basically saying, look at chemical pharmaceuticals, so the synthetic drugs taken as prescribed, and medical errors or treatments by, doctors and hospitals are a contributing cause of hospitalizations.
Mm-hmm.
And my understanding is even one of the leading causes of death in every Western nation are chemical drugs taken as directed.
Yeah, the statistics bear that out.
Yeah, and so you're contrasting that, saying, well, but these natural remedies we've been taking for as long as we've been around, like you're hard pressed to find a significant adverse reaction. I mean, they're so safe in comparison.
So safe. I mean, one of the big, for examples, one of the big, at least when it comes to cancer support, one of the big concerns was the use of high-dose vitamin C. It was said in the literature in the medical community that if you use high-dose vitamin C, anything over 5-6 grams, you're going to get kidney stones and kidney problems and other issues arising. And that has never borne out in the literature in amounts given IV upwards of 100 grams. Not that I'm suggesting that for everybody, but that's just one example of the safety threshold for natural products is remarkably high. That is, the amount you have to take to do any sort of potential harm to the body is typically vastly greater than any amount anybody would actually ingest, even if they were to down a whole bottle. Again, not that I'm espousing that, and I'm not trying to be fantastical, but the safety profile of these products is remarkably high. It's so good. Yeah, every now and then you're going to get a batch, for example, that was mislabeled, or some company that's producing, poor quality stuff. Yeah, that's commercialization, right? People want to make a buck and it's not right, or always right. But if you label it properly and you follow regulations, you know what? They're very safe and can be quite effective and help sort of. Anyways, go ahead.
Well, I just, you're talking about that, and I know that too, because I've been in kind of the regulation of drugs for my legal career of 30 years. Dr. Rada, what frustrates me and why I was asking you the question, would literally losing these products lead to disability is, Health Canada will go risk, risk, risk. And I've always viewed it as a paper tiger, because it's just, peanut butter is more dangerous than all of the natural health products on the market, because peanut butter demonstrably causes a number of deaths each year in Canada, but we're hard pressed to, I've never seen a credible case of a death caused by a natural health product in Canada. And it doesn't mean that there aren't any, but it means they're so few and far between that we can't even see the safety signal. And more of lightning kills a number of us each year. So the whole industry is safer than lightning. And the last time I saw a risk analysis, lightning is 14 times more dangerous, and we're 14 times more likely to be struck by lightning than killed by a natural health product. And that risk analysis person had to use statistics from other country, because it was Professor Ron Law from New Zealand couldn't find a death in Canada documented by an NHP at the time. So we've got all this risk that isn't there, but Health Canada never looks into the benefits.
That's right.
And if we want, so let's say there are risks. Well, okay, let's realistically address what they are. But to get good health outcomes, we also have to look at the benefits. If we just say we're going to regulate the risk away, we actually create risks if there's a whole bunch of benefits and we take the benefits away. That's the real risk. That's what frustrates me. The real pressing risk, and why I was asking you, is there a risk of taking the products away? The real pressing risk is taking away the benefits, because they're just so pronounced and so life-changing. And yet, because we refuse to look at the benefits, it's illegal to share. It's illegal for you as a doctor, because you're not practicing anymore, by the way. So Health Canada and college, you can't go after Dr. Rada. But, I defend people that for 30 years, half my legal practice has been running interference when Health Canada is attacking primarily manufacturers, but also practitioners. I would be hard pressed to find a single case where the real issue was that the person, was sharing truthful health information of benefit. So it's illegal to talk about these benefits. We have to hide the benefits so that we can't actually arrive at what's going to be the best health outcomes when we regulate.
Yeah, that's right. We keep looking at, the safety of a product and protecting the public from a product. What about the benefits? And the benefits typically will greatly outweigh any risk attributed to it. What about the benefits people get from having symptom relief, from not accessing the healthcare system? From improving their quality of life over, like you alluded to, imagined or minuscule, if at all, existent risk. It's an imbalanced discussion and appraisal.
And just to put this in context for for the people watching. So Dr. Rada, you've been highly trained in these natural products. I mean, you're not going to provide them if they provide a risk, because you're trying to get good health outcomes. And you've used them for 29 years of practice and you haven't seen the risks. So, I mean, you're really speaking as an expert with experience. Wait a second, I see benefits. I have to assess any risks in my practice, and they're just really not there.
No, I mean, if we were using products that were risky, if I was using products that were risky or had been, I wouldn't have a practice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bad review is a much stronger than a good review. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, and I feel personally very misguided. Yeah, there's more we could say about that. It is unfortunate that this is even actually an issue. If anything, we should focus a stronger light on the pharmaceutical approach and approval process if we're concerned about safety for the population.
It is a double standard, isn't it?
It's clearly a double standard. Yeah.
Right.
And not to say pharmaceuticals aren't useful and have their place. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is it's an unlevel playing field.
Mm-hmm. So,
yeah.
Dr. Rada, my final question to you is what is your message to Ottawa?
My message would be repeal sort of Division 31 and allow natural health products and self-care products for people, and consider enacting or adopting something like the Health Charter of Freedoms. I mean, it seems odd that we even have to say that. I mean, there's been nothing to prove or show that further regulation and diminishment of natural health products in the Canadian marketplace is necessary. Yet here we are discussing it. So I'd like to, people of Canada, and if you're out there for the true benefit of the citizens you serve, you make the proper choice and repeal that section of Bill C-5.
Well, Dr. Rada, I sincerely appreciate you coming and sharing with us. And I have to say, I've been fascinated by the conversation, especially your explanation on how emotional states, there's a real physical, basis. And I know there's more to it. I'm just saying I really appreciated that part of the conversation. And I also appreciated, when you were discussing, the 5-year-old boy with leukemia, just because I could see that it impacted you personally and that you have a passion for helping people. So it's just been a pleasure. And I think I speak for those that watch this, just to get to know you better as a healer. So on behalf of the Health Show, I just, again, sincerely thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope it helps.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association. And I'm very pleased to have with us Dr. Zoltan Rona. Dr. Rona, thank you for coming to the Health Show. Welcome.
It's a pleasure. Nice to be here.
Yeah, and it's good to see you again. It's been a while. So
Yeah.
now I just want to introduce you to people. So you practiced for, an entire, literally a lifetime. How many years were you a medical doctor?
Well, I was a medical doctor for at least 44 years.
Okay. So you graduated from McGill Medical School in 1977. Um, and then you decided, you finished in 1994 a master's degree in biochemistry and clinical nutrition from the University of Bridgeport in Connecticut. And that's a different thing for a medical doctor to do. Can you share with us why you kind of decided it was important to go and get this master's degree?
Well, the big problem was that in medical school and during my internship, there was next to zero training on nutrition and on prevention. So I thought it was very important because I was getting at that time more and more into natural remedies, vitamins, minerals, diet changes, herbs, and all that sort of thing. So I wanted to learn more, which is why I took the master's degree course.
Right. And it was another medical doctor that got you interested in looking at nutrition. Am I right about that?
That's correct. His name was Dr. John Barker, and he was a general practitioner who worked in Mississauga, where I started my medical practice. And he got a hold of me and decided to help me learn more and more about the kind of things that I could be doing in practice, in addition to or in conjunction with conventional medicine. So he got me interested, first of all, in vitamin E, and then natural thyroid treatments, and also antioxidants, herbal medicines, and that sort of thing. So I learned a great deal from him, and that got me interested in doing more courses. And one thing led to another. I went to various nutrition and biochemistry seminars, and finally I took the master's degree program.
Right. And so you're talking about Dr. Barker and vitamin E. That's for cardiovascular health. Am I right about that?
That's correct. Mostly for circulation problems, yes.
Okay. Can you just kind of just share briefly why vitamin E is important and what it does?
Well, what I learned over the years about vitamin E, not just from Dr. Barker, was the fact that it was extremely important to provide more oxygen to your red blood cells. So one of the benefits of it is to improve oxygenation of all your tissues. So it helps prevent things like certain types of anemia. It keeps your red blood cells alive for a lot longer and prevents them from being destroyed. So it's kind of like a insurance policy for the health of your red blood cells.
Right. Okay.
So it can be used for multiple reasons, almost anything to do with poor circulation, heart disease, blood pressure problems, anything to do with the cardiovascular system.
Right. And are medical doctors, like when you went through medical school, were you trained in the use of things like vitamin E for treating cardiovascular health?
Absolutely nothing. And unfortunately, that's pretty much true for every aspect of nutritional medicine. There was absolutely no training whatsoever on anything to do with diet changes, food allergies, food intolerances, autoimmune diseases that are linked to a lack of vitamin D, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I decided that this was a real problem. That's why I decided to study it. And I studied it so much that I ended up writing books about it.
Right. My understanding is you've written 12 books in this
Yes.
area.
The biggest
Right,
one I wrote was the Encyclopedia of Natural Healing, which was published in 1998 by Alive Books. It's no longer available, but you can still get copies on Amazon, some old copies.
Right. Now, a lot of people watching this will have no understanding on the importance of nutrition on health. And so I'm wondering if, like, and I'll just, set this up and just ask the question. So you practice as a medical doctor for over 4 decades. You've probably seen hundreds of thousands of patients and many with chronic illnesses. I mean, how much of our illnesses are connected to nutritional deficiencies?
I would say it's close to 100%. And the only exclusions I would make are the people that have suffered various traumatic injuries, car accidents, severe fractures, um, various sports injuries, etc. And even those will get better to some degree. Their healing would improve if they would use some of the principles of nutrition and using some of the nutrients that speed healing. But I would say close to 100% of all the other problems, cancer, heart disease, diabetes, chronic skin conditions, autoimmune diseases, digestive disorders, pretty much you name it, has a cause or a strong association with nutritional health.
Right. Okay. And I just want to flesh this out because, again, for some people watching this, the idea that nutrition is fundamental in our health, because what you're telling us is most or almost all of our chronic diseases, so heart disease, cancer, diabetes, and the like, have a nutritional basis. So why aren't we getting that in our food then? Why are we getting these chronic illnesses then because of nutritional deficiencies?
Well, one of the problems is that most of our food is contaminated with a lot of chemicals, pesticides, herbicides, additives, glyphosate, uh, genetically modified foods. They are not real foods, they're hyper processed, and that kind of those kind of ingredients in foods unfortunately destroy many of our own nutrients, and they actually make ourselves sicker. The one ingredient that I focused on over many years is sugar itself. If you eat a lot of things that are high in sugar, this will affect not only your pancreas and your insulin levels, but it will also deplete you of important nutrients like B vitamins, vitamin C especially, and many others. So we don't realize, the vast majority of the population does not realize how many bad things are found in our conventional foods that can contribute to ill health. One typical example is ADHD, hyperactivity disorder. That's been linked to the different types of chemicals found in most of our foods, our processed foods, not just to sugar, but also to various food dyes and toxic heavy metals like aluminum, cadmium, arsenic, and many others. So, there's an education gap. We are not taught these things in either grade school, high school, or college, and certainly not in medical school. Unfortunately, all of that's been eliminated from our education system and has to be put back. As you may or may not know, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has recently announced that this kind of education has to be put back into the medical system. And the reason for it is because the population is just getting sicker and sicker and sicker. And the only thing we're offering them is drugs. And that's not the answer. The answer is, looking after our own health and finding things that will support it, not try to destroy it with drugs that have numerous side effects, too numerous to list.
I hope that a lot of parents watch this because, you use the example of, ADHD. So some behavioral problems in kids being linked to not just the sugar in our foods, but some other, number of chemicals. And you're basically saying we have an information gap. So sugar itself, which seems to be in everything, Dr. Rona, it's hard to avoid sugar unless you're actually preparing all your foods yourself.
Well, yeah, this is it. This is the problem. And this is what I've been trying to educate people for over 40 years, that we should be getting our sugar or carbohydrates from fruits and vegetables, and from real food sources, not from something added in like, you know, high fructose corn syrup and, you know, numerous other sources of sugar that are chemical based, you know,
Right.
and
And like parents will be using fruit drinks and stuff like that with added sugar, not knowing that actually they will be taking nutrition away from their kids.
that's right, because sugar itself uses up nutrients like zinc, chromium, manganese, calcium, magnesium, and numerous other nutrients. It destroys many of our vitamins like vitamin C and B complex vitamins. So it's not uncommon for children who have this kind of poor diet to become deficient in very essential nutrients and develop colds and flus and bronchitis and you know, any kind of infection.
Now, my understanding also is, and I'd like your comments, is I've heard that, you know, basically even if we're trying to eat well, so we're eating lots of fruits and vegetables and the like, that the amount of nutrients, so vitamins and minerals in, you know, what we call healthy foods has changed. So, you know, like 100 years ago, you would have more. Is there any truth to that?
There's a lot of truth to that because, you know, when I used to do blood tests for things like vitamin A and vitamin D, we've, you know, and also for nutrients like zinc and chromium and so on, you know, I found that numerous people, I would say close to 100% of them, were deficient in one or more nutrients. So it's not just iron, and it's not just you know, vitamin D, but there's a long list of other ones that are deficient in the majority of people, especially in children whose diets may not be optimal.
Yeah, you know, children don't gravitate towards raw broccoli, for example, right? So,
No.
so for parents, it's important for them to understand not only do you have to avoid the processed foods and the sugar, but even if you know you're making your own food and you're eating healthy, more likely than not, your children are not getting the nutrients they need.
Oh, that's absolutely true. That's what I've been finding in the vast majority of children that are coming to my practice. And you know, we mentioned ADHD, but also autism. The incidence of autism has gone from 1 in 10,000 back in 1978 all the way up to 1 in 36. So the incidence of autism is just getting worse and worse and worse. And in many cases, you know, it's linked to various toxic heavy metals that people are consuming in foods. Like, for example, you have something like tuna. Tuna is loaded with mercury. Mercury is a neurotoxin. It can damage the brain. So I'm not saying that mercury is the cause of autism, but it certainly can affect the nervous system in a bad way. So I do something called hair mineral analysis, and we find very high levels of mercury in some kids that have behavior problems, autism, ADHD, learning disabilities, and other neurological problems. So this is somehow being totally ignored by mainstream medicine. And instead, children are put on psychiatric medications, which really don't cure the problem. They just keep the kids quiet. If that's what you want to do, I mean, you could hit them over the head with a big rock or a baseball bat. It would do the same thing. So I'm not in favor of totally ignoring, you know, the fact that, you know, we are slowly but surely being poisoned by things that are found naturally in our food supply.
Right. Okay. And again, I think this might surprise a lot of parents because I think a lot of people just assume, well, wait a second, we've got Health Canada out there, and they're, you know, deciding what chemicals can go in our food and what amounts. They have like food eating guides. They, you know, and I think a lot of people, it's almost like, okay, well, it's got to be okay because we've got Health Canada taking care of our food supply. But do you have any comments on that? Because you're basically saying you've really got to pay attention to eat healthy.
Well, I don't think that Health Canada has any kind of real good experts on nutrition and preventive medicine. They don't have anybody that, you know, is a natural health practitioner there. They may have naturopaths perhaps, but from what my experience is in talking to people who represent Health Canada, they give you the wrong information. They are lacking. They themselves need to be educated in this. And, like I once recommended someone take some echinacea to treat a cold or a flu. And, they came back and they said that there's no evidence for this and that echinacea is toxic and can cause autoimmune disease, blah, blah, blah. They gave me a complete phony fake story, which is totally untrue, and I have proof otherwise. Health Canada also, when COVID started back in 2020, I wrote an article about natural treatments for improving viral infections, and I got it published in Vitality magazine, which is still online, by the way. But then when I put it into my website, I got a 3-page letter from Health Canada saying that I should take it out of my website because this is unproven, and that none of these things like zinc and iodine and vitamin C, etc., or vitamin D have anything to do with, there's no proof that it would help with COVID. So unfortunately, Health Canada is the master of censoring vital, important information that all parents should have. So if their children get a virus, they should know that, zinc and vitamin C would likely help them recover quicker, and that it would help prevent further infections, particularly vitamin D. Vitamin D deficiency causes the immune system to weaken, and because of that, children are more likely to get various types of infections. So they are not providing that information to parents. And I think that people at Health Canada, I don't mean to sound negative, but I think they need an education in natural medicine.
I just want to pick up on that vitamin D, because I think a lot of people don't understand how essential it is. And they don't understand, especially in Canada and the Northern Hemisphere, that we need to supplement it. Because my understanding is that vitamin D is something the body manufactures, but we need, like, not just sunlight, but, direct sunlight. Like, I've heard if your shadow is longer than you are, you're not making vitamin D. So you actually need the sun. And if we're not getting enough, it's basically so essential to our immune system that we're setting ourselves up for failure.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And, 9 months of the year, we do not get adequate amounts of sunlight. And, if you do a blood test on vitamin D, you'll find that well over 80% of the people during the winter are low in vitamin D unless they are taking a supplement.
Right.
I wrote a book on that, by the way.
Oh, just on vitamin D?
Yeah, vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin. Yeah, I wrote that up in 2010.
Okay. Yeah. So it was so essential, you thought you better write a book on it. So, so back to this, we kind of started this discussion on, how much of our illnesses are caused by a lack of nutrition. And so we've talked about, the food supply itself. So things like sugar take our nutrients away. We've talked about how we just don't get nutrients in our food. Can we just talk about some of the major chronic illnesses that we face and how they manifest as the result of a nutritional deficiency, and then how using nutrients and other natural health products can help them? Maybe, pick the top ones like cardiovascular and cancer and diabetes and the like.
Well, I think certainly cardiovascular disease, the most important antioxidant for the health of the heart is coenzyme Q10. Coenzyme Q10 is often deficient in many people that have cardiovascular disease. It weakens the heart, and it also, if you're deficient in it, it'll raise your blood pressure. The other one that's very important for heart disease is magnesium. And in general, I've read in many different sources, magnesium deficiency may be the most common deficiency found in people with cardiovascular problems. And yet the testing for magnesium is very inadequate. The blood tests don't tell you. Hair mineral analysis doesn't tell you the full story. red cell magnesium levels may give you a clue, but I found so many people with low magnesiums because they respond to a magnesium supplement. Suddenly they sleep better, their heart functions better, the arrhythmias and the blood pressure problems improve. And it's so often deficient in people. So those two nutrients are very important for cardiovascular. Of course, vitamin E we talked about earlier. That one's very important because that brings more oxygen to all your tissues and it improves circulation a great deal. Conventional medicine is fond of speaking about lowering your cholesterol and taking drugs to suppress cholesterol. This is complete rubbish. According to the most recent studies done on 6 million people, having a high cholesterol is actually beneficial, will make you live longer. So the last thing that I want anybody to do is take a medicine to wipe out your cholesterol. In other words, don't be chicken of the egg.
So this is interesting because, when people have a heart attack and the mainstream medical system, invariably does a test for your cholesterol levels. And then they'll want to put you, I think they're called anti-statin drugs, if I'm correct.
Yes,
to lower your cholesterol level. And basically you would be on these for your entire life. And yet my understanding is our body manufactures cholesterol because it's so essential for our nervous system and cell walls and everything else. So
Right.
You're basically trying to tell your body not to manufacture something that's essential.
And that's exactly right. I mean, our brain requires cholesterol in order to make proper nerve cells. And one of the first things that happens if your cholesterol is too low is that your memory starts to fade. And so diseases like dementia and Alzheimer's may well be linked to low cholesterol levels. And how long you live to a great extent depends on cholesterol, because the liver manufactures it in order to help repair cells, in order to improve nervous system cells, in order to protect the liver and do many other things. So if you suppress cholesterol, the next thing you know, apparently, if you take cholesterol lowering medications like statins for many years, you will even develop things like diabetes and certain types of cancer as well. So these things are very important to help, keep us healthy. So suppressing it is a bad idea.
I think this is going to surprise a lot of people, but it's just, the body knows what it needs, and it needs cholesterol. And so why do you think the medical system is fixated on lowering cholesterol when the data shows that we need cholesterol and we live longer with high cholesterol levels?
Well, the one good thing I could say about statin drugs is that it's anti-inflammatory. And all disease, cardiovascular disease, is the result of chronic inflammation. So if statin drugs have any benefit, it would be that it reduces the amount of inflammation in the system. But we have many other natural nutrients that will reduce inflammation, such as, for example, curcumin and serrapeptase, vitamin C, bioflavonoids, vitamin E. All these antioxidants that we talk about all the time are also anti-inflammatory, which is why they work so well to reduce the risk of heart attack. So in order to reduce heart attack risk, you need to take antioxidants and anti-inflammatory nutrients. And you can reduce inflammation also by watching your diet, by eating, more vegetables and fruits and things that are salad and not so much of the simple carbohydrate foods and the breads, pastas, and starches. So eating more greens, even if you don't like eating greens, you don't like eating broccoli or spinach, you can juice them, and they make nice juices, mixed with carrots and celery and so on. So if you had a drink like that every day, you'd be doing yourself a big favor.
Right. So fruits and vegetables, avoid the sugars and carbohydrates.
Yeah.
Okay. What about cancer and, in the context of nutritional deficiency and treatment?
Well, it's been shown that, for example, if you give vitamin C in super high doses, we're talking about 50 to 75 grams and you give it intravenously, that it has an anti-cancer effect. It basically causes the formation of peroxide in your system. Peroxide is toxic to cancer cells, but not to your own cells. So the peroxide liberates oxygen, which fights the cancer cells. So we found that giving intravenous vitamin C, it bypasses the GI tract, so it doesn't produce any side effects like diarrhea. If you tried to take 75,000 milligrams of vitamin C orally, you'd have massive diarrhea, so we don't want that. But we do want the oxygen providing effects of very high doses of vitamin C so that the cancer cells can die. And vitamin C seems to attack the cancer stem cells, whereas various drugs and chemotherapy do not. So, and there are other nutrients that will help with cancer, which would include curcumin. Curcumin is an extract of turmeric, and there's a doctor out in British Columbia who I spoke to a few years ago, and he was getting liquid curcumin from Australia, and he was actually infusing patients intravenously with it and getting amazing cancer cure results. But he wanted me to keep it quiet because he didn't want anybody to go after him, you know. But, you know, there are nutrients like that. And lately, I don't know if you've heard about, you probably have, you've heard about the benefits of antiparasitic treatment against cancers. And there was a naturopath by the name of Hulda Clark back in the 1980s and 1990s who wrote a book called The Cure for All Cancers. And she described how the use of antiparasitic herbs like wormwood and black walnut and garlic and numerous others were able to kill the parasites that are associated with cancer. And recently, there's been a lot of good research done on two drugs. Now, I'm not recommending any drugs here, but ivermectin and something called fenbendazole has been noted to help reverse many kinds of cancer, particularly breast and colon cancer and ovarian cancers and a lot of other cancers as well. And these are drugs that are initially intended for the use of killing parasites, but they apparently also kill cancer cells without any significant side effects. So there are all kinds of testimonials online about this. And I have seen, personally, I've seen several patients who are on those drugs. And one of them got rid of prostate cancer. Another one got rid of breast cancer. So this is, I didn't prescribe it, but they went online, bought it from India or wherever they got it from, and they were able to do some amazing things with that. So it's not just the natural remedies, but it's also some of the prescription drugs that are being used for repurposed reasons that are able to fight cancer. So cancer is one of those. There's a Dr. William Mackes who uses a combination of natural and drug therapies to reverse many different kinds of cancers. Of course, he's gotten into a lot of trouble for it. You know.
Well, this is now. So you've mentioned, you know, okay. So Dr. Mackes has gotten into trouble. You mentioned this doctor in the Vancouver area using curcumin intravenously, and he doesn't want to be mentioned. You've mentioned, you know, that there's censorship. I have the experience. You've mentioned that intravenous vitamin C is, you know, is something that's very effective in helping to address cancer. And I appreciate you've listed fenbendazole and ivermectin and wormwood and you know, there's so vitamin C isn't the only thing, but there's a lot of research I understand on IV vitamin C, and I've run across, you know, naturopathic doctors that really get attacked and hammered by Health Canada. They can't share with people that it could be effective. But can you comment on this? Because there's this fear, and it's the fear of Health Canada attacking us and our colleges on behalf of Health Canada attacking us. And I think that people watching will be surprised to learn about this censorship and this fear of stepping out.
Well, this is exactly what is happening. And that's why there are fewer and fewer doctors like myself who are in practice because they are basically told what they can say and what they cannot say. So there is a large degree of censorship. The censorship is also on social media. I tried many times to, to post various articles on natural therapies, and somebody from Facebook or from X or from whatever, Instagram, they come by and they say, we can't put this because this does not conform to social guidelines or whatever. So I've been censored many times. I've been censored by Health Canada, by the College of Physicians and Surgeons, and by numerous other publications. So, this is unfortunate. This is why we keep on fighting and hoping that we do get some freedom of speech in this country. We're supposed to be able to question science, to question authority, to question experts, and to present information based on good studies, which I have tried desperately to do over many years, but unfortunately the fight continues. And you will probably encounter this yourself, I am sure.
Well, Dr. Rona, it's one of the reasons we're doing this health show and why I'm so pleased to have you on here and why I'm trying to pull this information out is, we're not selling anything. We're not giving practice advice. And, maybe we're going to be attacked, but we feel that this is one way of getting around the censorship is we're having ordinary Canadians come and tell their health stories.
I see.
Right?
Well, if you do come in contact with people that are that negative, you can ask them to show you some evidence of harm. And in the past 30 years, there has not been a single death reported from taking any nutritional supplement, even in massive doses. So you can't say that about any kind of drug. I mean, I could list you off the top of my head at least 30 drugs that can kill you even if you take the correct doses. And I'm not even including things like chemotherapy, which, I've had numerous patients who take chemotherapy and, they're told by their oncologist, don't take any supplements because they're going to fight the chemotherapy, which is complete bunk. If anything, chemotherapy is helped by nutritional supplements. So there's a lot of wrong information, misinformation out there. And if you are attacked, you have to ask the people, can you show me the evidence for this? And they don't have any evidence because there's nobody that's died from taking supplements. I mean, these natural health products are basically food extracts. They're in a word, harmless. The worst thing that ever happened to anybody taking supplements is maybe diarrhea, which stops the minute that you stop taking the supplement. But is that so bad? Because, 3/4 of this nation is constipated. So, the point I'm trying to make is that we are all being fed a bunch of lies. And we're being fed these lies by Big Pharma because they see natural health products as a threat to their incomes. I mean, the amount of money that Big Pharma makes is huge in comparison to what natural health products make. Natural health products may make $1 billion a year, but Big Pharma makes about 100 times that, So I think they're trying to avoid, the reason for the censorship is they want to avoid, a hit on their profits. That's basically, what it's all about. You follow the money, you'll know what it's all about.
Well, I think we're on something pretty important here. So, because most Canadians actually don't step back and think about our government funded medical system. But, so we've got Health Canada that basically we've, instituted into law the situation where we will only approve treatments for serious health conditions like cancer and diabetes and, cardiovascular disease.
Right.
The only approved treatments are, by and large, there'll be the odd exception, but by and large, chemical drugs that had a patent when they went through the drug approval process. So, and this is by design, and I'm just telling, this is the way the reality is. Like, just look at the drugs that are approved for serious health conditions. literally all health conditions, and they're chemical drugs that had a patent when they went through the drug approval process. So we've got this system where the only legal treatments, because for some reason we said we can't take anything not approved by Health Canada. That's our law. Every treatment is illegal unless it's approved by Health Canada. What could go wrong? So the only legal treatments are chemical drugs. So our mainstream medical system funded by the government, the only treatment's chemical drugs. Dr. Rona, you as a medical doctor knows if anyone watching this has a heart attack, or they've been screened and they rush to the hospital, or they've been screened for cancer and they get a text during this interview, it's stage 4, go to emergency, or their diabetes flares up, or they have a mental breakdown, anything they go to the hospital for. The only treatments they're going to be offered are synthetic chemicals that had a patent.
Yes, and then they take these chemicals for years, and they finally realize that it doesn't work, and so they come and they look to the natural world for some kind of solution. So they go to a naturopath or a medical doctor who does natural medicine, and they're looking for alternatives. And in many cases, these people who are on these chemicals, they just stop taking them of their own accord. I don't have to tell them to stop taking them, and I never do. So they start to feel better on the natural therapies slowly. It's a lot slower than a quick fix drug, but as they get better, they are less likely to want to take the medications ever again. So there is an alternative out there, and people know it, and that's why they are constantly seeking these natural therapies. And you can't really say that natural therapies are a fix or a cure for anything, but you can say that they can help improve the general health of the body and resist infection, resist cancer, resist heart disease, and you name it. So if anything, it's more of a preventive. There is no quick fix, unfortunately, and people are going to have to learn that it takes time to get better. It took a long time to get worse, unless you're a child, age 3. But if you're somebody in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, it took you many years to get sick. It's going to take you many years to get better, and it won't be with a drug. It'll be using a lot of the principles of nutrition and prevention.
So this is interesting because, again, you're a medical doctor that has practiced for over 4 decades, but you practiced, you were in the mainstream medical system. So you prescribed drugs and you had the power to do that, but you also had trained yourself in using nutrition and natural remedies. Can you compare the two treatment modalities? So, in your career, how successful were you in using the chemical drugs? Because I also assume, like, the patient gets to choose. You can say there's this or that. And in some cases, even though you're hoping, you're going, I think the patient's going to get better outcomes going with the natural route, they'll still choose the chemical drugs.
Let's, for example, take somebody who comes in and I diagnose pneumonia. The first thing I'll do for them, after sending them for an X-ray and various tests, is prescribe an antibiotic, a prescription antibiotic. I'm not going to recommend echinacea and golden seal and probiotics. However, that's the first line of therapy. And then after they have recovered from pneumonia, then I could start talking to them about preventing a second occurrence. And by taking zinc and vitamin C and friendly bacteria like probiotics and vitamin D, of course, they are likely never to get another infection like that again and require the antibiotics. So that's the way I used to approach it as a conventional medical doctor, but that was years ago. So now I have many patients who I used to see. They're still coming back to see me, but it's only for advice on how to prevent illness. And if they do happen to have a particular problem, I can suggest for them what kind of tests they should get through their medical doctor. So I don't think that either kind of medicine is bad. Like, I think there's a lot of good things in conventional medicine. Like I said, when you're in a car accident, you need the medical system to take the steering wheel out of your chest cavity after the accident so that you can live. So there's a lot of benefit to trauma medicine. There's a lot of benefit to emergency treatments. I'm all for that. I'm not against that. I'm not going to tell somebody who's just had a heart attack to take vitamin E. They're going to need to get the immediate emergency treatment and later on get onto a program that's going to help them prevent any worsening of their condition and maybe reverse the problem. So I think you have to use common sense and use the best of both worlds.
Mm-hmm. Right. Now, you were talking about, the risk of natural remedies. And I just realized, I'm even saying it wrong, but you're saying Health Canada talks about the risk, but you said in the last 30 years, there hasn't been a death by a natural health product.
No, there hasn't by statistics from the National Poison Control Centers in the United States, where they actually document any kind of toxic reaction to drugs and natural remedies. For natural remedies, the actual number of cases of deaths reported is 0.
Right. And so that's using US statistics, and they're like 400 million people. I know it's been, it's probably dated. It's probably about 14 years ago. I did an access to information request of Health Canada, and I asked them, for all of Canadian history, can you show me, evidence of any deaths caused by a natural health product? And they got back to me and said, we can't go back to 1867, but will you limit your request to 1965 when we started our adverse reaction database in response to the thalidomide crisis? Because they said, we've been pretty good at tracking deaths caused by therapeutic interventions. And,
Right.
and I agreed, and they couldn't point out to a single one. So, and, whether there have been deaths or haven't been deaths caused by natural health products, if there have been, there's so few that they're not on the radar at all. And so, you compare them with peanut butter. The peanut butter itself is so much more dangerous than the entire natural product industry. That why do we even discuss risk, right? Would you agree with that?
Well, I would totally agree with that. And the whole concept of toxicity caused by vitamins and natural health products is completely overblown. So, as you know, these are just basically food extracts. If you're sensitive to a food like peanuts, why isn't there a label on peanut butter that says that this is potentially a toxic food extract, which can cause death? I mean, I don't see that on the peanut butter labels anywhere.
No, and in fact, labeling is frustrating because we don't have GMOs labeled, we don't have glyphosate levels, all of this. But for natural health products, Health Canada they try to create this appearance of risk. And one thing that frustrates me, Dr. Rona, is okay, everything has some risk. So even if this is being silly that we're talking about risk, but if you want good health outcomes, you also have to understand the benefits, and then understanding the benefits and risks, go, well, how do we get the best outcomes? So trying to maximize the risks and minimize the benefits. And my frustration, and one of the reasons for this tour, is to emphasize the benefits, because if health's the goal, then we actually have to understand the benefits. So I'm wondering if you can share with us some of the benefits, and maybe even give us some examples of patients, some of the benefits of natural remedies.
Well, I could certainly start with somebody that just came in to see me today, a 16-year-old girl who had a 2-year history of hives and rashes from head to toe. And she had gone to numerous doctors, including dermatologists. And each time that she went for her appointment, she was given a steroid cream. The steroid cream worked temporarily, but the problem kept coming back. And eventually she was prescribed prednisone, which is an oral corticosteroid, which suppresses inflammation. She took that for a while, but she got very sick with it. And she decided to stop, and her mother sent her to see me, and we did some tests on things like food intolerances and deficiencies and toxins in her system. I was able to tell her what foods she should avoid and what foods she should eat more of. And I gave her a list of natural remedies, which would include things like quercetin. Quercetin is a bioflavonoid which blocks any kind of adverse allergy of any kind, whether it be food or chemicals or you name it. So she started taking that, and she started to take omega-3 fish oils and vitamin C and other antioxidants. And within a month, her skin was completely healed. And she was off all the medications, including antihistamines, steroid creams, and you name it. So I've had over the years a number of cases just like that. There was a child who came to see me with his parents from Rochester, New York, who had the same kind of thing, was actually admitted to the hospital and put on intravenous steroids because he was head to toe covered with eczema. And none of that really seemed to work. They came to see me. I did food intolerance testing. We found that he had a strong allergy to eggs, took eggs out of the diet. Within 3 weeks, all his rashes and everything completely disappeared. You know, I've had cases of ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. There's a special kind of diet known as the specific carbohydrate diet, which was something that was discovered and formulated by a woman by the name of Elaine Gottschall from London, Ontario. And she wrote a book called Food and the Gut Connection. And I put these people on those kind of diets, and 90% of the time, they completely reversed their Crohn's and ulcerative colitis just from the dietary changes. Never gave them any nutritional supplements. They were, of course, deficient in some things like iron and vitamin B12, and also some other nutrients which I recommended for them. And within 3 months, no colitis, no Crohn's disease, completely off of medications. And, you know, I've had many cases like that. So this is not something that, you know, is some kind of fluke or based on, psychosomatic type of treatments. This is actually documented. I'm not the only one who's seeing these kind of results. There are dozens of doctors and naturopaths in the city who are seeing the same kind of benefits from diet changes, food intolerance testing and treatment, as well as various supplements like enzymes, digestive enzymes. You know, at one time, believe it or not, Health Canada wanted to ban a certain type of digestive enzyme called womanzyme. And I think the reason for it is because some people were using it to treat various types of cancer, like pancreatic cancer. And I guess they thought that this was some kind of drug that should be taken off the market. But finally, after many years, we convinced them that these were okay and that they should be legalized, you know. But this is the kind of misinformation that I'm facing day in and day out over here. I keep hearing stories about how oncologists are saying that vitamin D is toxic and you can't take more than 1,000 units, and this kind of crazy censorship is going on. So, you know, I've seen enough to convince myself that natural therapies work. And in most cases, they're completely harmless. And at worst, they don't work. At best, they produce a complete cure. By the way, the word cure is a dirty word in medicine. It's a
we're not
word.
allowed to share that. Yeah. So
We're not
I
allowed
just
to
want
say
to
it.
I just want to talk first about this Crohn's and colitis, and then go back to the 16-year-old girl. But you know, Crohn's and also colitis and that. I mean, some people are like basically glued to a bathroom. Like they've got to plan where they're going. They've got to, if they're going to go someplace, know if there's bathrooms along the way. It can be extremely painful and
Yes.
literally can just disable you, and you suffer terribly. And so you'll be having people that basically will have found no answer in the mainstream medical system with the chemical drugs. Am I right about that?
Well, most of those patients that I've seen were were put on drugs, and the drugs to some degree controlled the symptoms. However, did not take the disease away, because as soon as they would stop taking the medications, the symptoms would return. So what I try to do in cases like that is I tell them to stay on the drugs while they start or they make a big change in their diets. And as soon as they feel themselves improving, they can themselves or even their specialists wean them off the medications. And that's exactly the way we get the cure. That's a 4-letter word, as you know.
Hmm. But basically, they get off the medications if they're willing to make the diet changes and take supplements that they need, and then
Yeah.
they're fine. Like they literally are cured.
Yes, that's right. That's exactly what happens. And according to that book I mentioned before, Food and the Gut Reaction, usually they would have to stay on the diet for a minimum of 1 year. And after a year, chances are very high that if they challenge themselves with the wrong kind of foods, like if they go out and they eat a donut or something, that nothing bad will happen to them, So to me, a cure is that, hey, you can eat anything you want and you won't be running to the bathroom with bloody diarrhea.
Hmm. And back to this 16-year-old girl. So, I mean, you described she literally had hives and rashes from head to toe. And now hives can be extremely painful. And then, like a 16-year-old girl, like I don't care what age you are, if you got hives and rash on your face, you're going to be self-conscious.
Oh,
But I
absolutely.
think,
She wasn't able to go to school. She had to take time off of school because she was in such rough shape, and the only thing that would get her back reasonably at the time was to take these steroid creams, but they would only work temporarily. So, I mean, it was very traumatic, and now she's completely better.
right. And then you also said she was on prednisone, and my understanding is you don't want to take that long term. It can have some real negative effects for you.
Yeah, it can cause your bones to dissolve, for one thing. It can also affect your adrenal glands, and it can affect your blood sugar levels and numerous other things. So, not a good drug.
Right. And so she basically became cured.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you've seen that time and time and time again.
Yes, it's quite common. At least that's what I've seen in my practice, and I'm sure many other doctors in my position have seen the same thing.
Yeah. So, and the, just for a positive then, it's like, um, Dr. Rona, what I'm finding is I'm interviewing, Canadians who have successful health stories. They share with me how, before they find a solution, a lot of them are just totally in despair. Some of them become suicidal. And, those that, have conditions where they can't sleep and they're so uncomfortable in that, then they report their mental health goes down, they're catching everything because their immune system. And I've had to come to realize like some people are in real hopeless places. And they need to understand, keep looking, right? Because, am I right that in your experience, almost every condition can be improved once you understand what's going on and you start addressing the real problem?
I think that's absolutely true. I think many people give up far too early, and they're afraid to or unwilling to do their own research. And I strongly recommend that people with almost any kind of condition, I know it's a bad thing to recommend go on the internet and find information, but the more knowledge that you have and however you gain it, it doesn't really matter. But as long as it offers you some hope of getting better so that you persist and you have a positive mental attitude, because mental attitude is so important too. I mean, you have to have a positive mental attitude to confront illnesses like cancer, diabetes, heart disease, almost any condition. And it is possible to get better. I'm sure you also read testimonials every day, of people who, were in dire straits and were able to reverse some incurable condition. One example is that Joe Tippins. I don't know if you heard of him. He had stage 4 terminal lung cancer, and he put himself onto a combination of Dr. Mackis's treatment, with ivermectin and fenbendazole and curcumin and vitamin E and numerous other nutrients. And he's still alive today after he was told that he should go home and, basically die at home, So he is just one example of somebody who, didn't take it lying down and say, I give up. Don't give up. It's too early to give up. It's always too early to give up. So,
Well, when we were talking, before the interview, you were sharing the story of an 80-year-old man that had lymphoma.
yes.
And that just came to mind as you were talking about this other person. Can you share that story with us?
Yes, an 80-year-old man with a certain kind of lymphoma, which failed to respond to chemotherapy. And he was told to get his affairs in order, and there's not much more that we can do for you. He came to see me on the recommendation of somebody in his family, and we started him immediately on intravenous vitamin C in very high doses and put him onto, among other things, curcumin and vitamin D and fish oils and numerous other supplements. And, within 3 months, his tests normalized to the point where he'd go back to the oncologist and the oncologist would say to him, wow, why are you still here? The oncologist was surprised that he was still alive, because frankly, his tests reverted to normal. So he lived 10 years past his diagnosis when he was told that he was only going to live for 3 months. So I think
And
that's
my
pretty good.
understanding is he was healthy for those 10 years. I mean, he had quality of life for those 10 years.
He had quality of life. His only problem was that he had to come in twice a week to get the intravenous vitamin C, which he did dutifully for many years. And, towards the end, he unfortunately wasn't able to get the treatments anymore. And he developed an infection and passed away. But, frankly, I think if he would have continued, he may have even lived longer.
Right. And as it was, he would have been 90 when he died.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's pretty compelling. And so basically, this is a person with cancer that's sent home to die. Just the oncologists are saying we can't do anything for you. Get your affairs in order.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're saying. And, it's unfortunate because, oncologists do get some good remissions here and there. But, for the ones that I've seen in my practice, unfortunately, these people are in many cases coming too late. But even the ones that are coming late are getting some benefit. I've had some people reverse prostate cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer. I have one gentleman right now who is also 10 years past his diagnosis of colon cancer, and he never got any chemotherapy. He just got surgery. He refused chemotherapy, and he's still doing quite well, and his tumor markers are negative for cancer, and he's perfectly healthy, and he's now in his 70s, cancer-free. And that's only after intravenous vitamin C and the same regime of, antioxidants and herbal remedies.
Right. So this is, I mean, you seem to be describing for us literally life and death for many people that come to you, that, whether they would live or die depends on them being able to access natural remedies.
Well, this is, a brief and correct way of saying it. And, that's why I'm always interested in broadcasting and writing articles. I still write articles for Vitality because basically what I want the public to be educated in these alternatives because they can be, in many cases, life-saving, life-prolonging, improving longevity, improving the quality of life, and basically creating, a completely different scenario from dropping dead in the hospital or at home.
Right. So what's like I know you've written 12 books, and I think we need to invite people to read your books. And it's interesting that that one, the encyclopedia, I think Encyclopedia on Natural Medicine, is not in print anymore.
No, it's they printed, I think, only 40,000 copies and sold out. And people have been asking me to get it reprinted, but the company that printed it, Alive Books, has gone out of business. So nobody wants to take it over. So if you know somebody that wants to republish it, by all means, let me know.
Okay, well,
Contact.
that, you know, we don't know who the audience is, so perhaps somebody will contact us, and then I can put them in contact with you. So thanks actually for bringing that up. Now, what, you know, just kind of briefly, and I know I'm putting you on the spot, but what are maybe some of the most important things that people should know that they may not know?
Well, that's a very good question. I think the most important thing that you should know as any human being is how your body is functioning. I mean, you don't have to go into the details of all the biochemical reactions that occur, but you have to know in general what the heart, the spleen, the liver, the brain, the nervous system, what it does, and how to feed it with the proper things and to avoid the things that can damage it. So that's something that can be taught in grade school and certainly in high school later on in courses like biochemistry, physiology, and clinical nutrition. All of those things can be taught at the teenage level. They can also be taught at the grade school level. I've gone into grade schools and I've talked to kids about what foods are good for them to eat and what not to eat and so on. None of that is discussed, you know, and not every child needs milk. Dr. William Crook many years ago proved that if you take children off of milk, the incidence of middle ear infections virtually disappears because the vast majority of children with recurrent middle ear infections are allergic to milk. You take milk out of their diets, they never get the ear infections. So these are the kind of information bits that people should know, even at grade school level. Never mind high school and college. College is unfortunately more of a matter of choice of what you're going to study. But in high school, you know, instead of teaching us, you know, about all kinds of unnecessary information, you know, social studies, I know they're important, and I know history is important, but they should know about their own, you know, body health, what makes them healthy, what makes them unhealthy. And these are things that we have to put into the education system. And then the other thing we have to put into the education system is of the medical profession. The medical profession gets 0 hours of information or education on nutritional therapies. They should know about herbs. They should know about vitamins and minerals. They should know how to test for them. They should know how to recommend things for various conditions. And they should realize that the medications that they are going to be prescribing are actually destroying essential nutrients that can lead people to develop infections, autoimmune disease, cancer, and heart disease. So these, I think, is all a matter of getting the right education for doctors, not just for the general public. But if we change the school system and we got more and more people educated in these basic things, it's not rocket science. This stuff is easy to learn, easy to remember, and also, although it may not be too easy to apply, one can learn. One can easily learn. You don't have to be, you know, a world-class chef to be able to eat healthy.
It's interesting because you know, if I understand, and I'm, you know, just going to really kind of simplify, you know, if I understand, if we take, you know, this entire just interview that we've had, you know, our bodies need nutrition, you know, vitamins and minerals and the like, to do what they're supposed to do. And they have the ability to keep themselves healthy, but we have, you know, and that includes staying free from the chemicals and toxins. So you need the good stuff in and you need to manage and keep the bad stuff out. And if we
Exactly.
don't do that, then we slowly develop chronic illness, and we have to then restore our bodies, which is slow. It's not like, you've made this clear, It's not, with nutrition and supplements, you don't get a quick reaction because you didn't get into it quickly, and you don't. But our bodies can be healthy,
Yes.
and we're not taught this, like, which is why we're buying the wrong foods, which is why we're not eating, healthy, and it's why we're also not supplementing, because we can't get what we need, and we don't even know to get tested, and the doctors don't know to get tested. So really, it's kind of learn about ourselves is the most important message to us.
Absolutely. And I think it can be done by, just about anybody. You don't have to have a PhD or a master's degree in order to get this kind of information. I mean, it's freely available, even at the grade school level, and we have to put it into the medical system somehow, because right now doctors many of them don't even know how to test for vitamin D. They don't know the proper tests to do. They don't know that they can, check, not just one liver function test and not just your blood sugar, but a lot of other different factors that, can point the way towards, a more natural therapy. So we have to basically improve the education system. In a nutshell, that's what I think it's all about.
And also educating doctors on how nutritional deficiencies manifest, I expect. I'm
Yeah,
just by
sure.
way of example, and I'm assuming it's correct, but I remember it's probably 20 years ago now. I saw Dr. Carolyn Dean, and she had, a list of, well, here are the symptoms of heart disease. And she then put up the list of symptoms from magnesium deficiency. And my memory is they were almost identical.
That's right. Yeah,
So
I knew Caroline very well, and she wrote several books. She's a brilliant lecturer, and I think she's still working, but she moved to Hawaii or Maui somewhere, and I've lost touch with her. But she was a brilliant doctor, and unfortunately, she was attacked by the sugar industry. They complained to the College of Physicians and Surgeons, and the college basically took her license away for saying that sugar can cause all these diseases, which she was absolutely correct, but she didn't want to fight, and she, left the country. So, but she was absolutely right about magnesium being the most important of all of the nutrients for the cardiovascular system. That
and
one
then
and coenzyme Q10.
and I'm just, following up on what you were saying about educating doctors. So if somebody shows up to the doctor and they're having magnesium deficiency, the doctor can misdiagnose them as having cardiovascular disease
Yes.
and won't even be treating the magnesium deficiency, which would then resolve the symptoms.
Yeah, and if they're being smartassed about it, they will order a magnesium blood test, which is, in a word, useless. Doesn't reflect the true status of magnesium in the body. So
You'd mentioned that earlier, and you'd also mentioned the hair test isn't good, but that you see in your practice when you supplement with magnesium, super results, which tells you there was a magnesium deficiency.
that immediately tells you, of course. And sometimes hair mineral analysis will tell you. Sometimes red blood cell magnesium blood levels will tell you. But it's expensive to do those tests, and most doctors aren't even aware of them. So, that's the problem. So the best way to test, actually, in many cases, is a trial therapy. I mean, it doesn't hurt to take magnesium. It's worst thing that happens if you take too much, you get loose bowel movements, but there's really no other toxicity.
Right,
And
right. So if somebody's concerned, they may not have enough magnesium. Just take some and see if there's a difference.
try taking it at bedtime, you'll sleep a lot better. The best
Hmm.
form of magnesium is called magnesium bisglycinate, which is the highest absorbed form of magnesium. And if you take it before bedtime, it helps you calm your nerves and you'll sleep better. It's kind of, in my opinion, it's probably better, more effective than melatonin to help you sleep. Do you remember when melatonin was banned in Canada? This was back in the 1990s sometime. They wouldn't allow it to be sold in Canada. And finally, I think there was such a huge public outcry that they finally decided to allow it to be sold in health food stores, you know.
Well, and this gets back to your risk. So Health Canada comes up with, some, alarming risk. Another one that comes to mind is, do you remember when Kava was banned?
Oh, yes.
So some person with multiple, basically they're dying with, of chronic illnesses. They're on a whole bunch of chemical drugs, and they happen to also have some Kava tea. And the public health nurse sees Kava tea in the house, and all of a sudden, even though the person was, on a whole bunch of chemical drugs, adverse reaction reports don't tell you causation. They're just meant to be a flag that maybe you should investigate something. And we lost Kava tea. I think it was 11 years, Dr. Rona.
Yeah, I remember that. And also it happened with ginkgo, and it happened with tryptophan.
And nattokinase, and that's one
Yeah.
that I think led to, and so here's my theory, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but I was acting for so just so people watching understand, nattokinase is an enzyme derived by soy, and it can dissolve fibroids, it can thin your blood, and so widely used in other countries, it was widely used in Canada, and we're transitioning into this licensing scheme. So there's a whole bunch of manufacturers that are legally selling it, but Health Canada knows they're selling it because they have license applications in, and it's listed as the ingredient or an ingredient. And Health Canada decides we can't have nattokinase, and so orders everyone not just to stop selling, but recalling it. And Dr. Rona, I'm working for a company at that time. They approached me as a lawyer and say, well, we've got this recall, should we recall? And as a lawyer, I have to protect clients actually not just from liability from Health Canada, but I have to look at all of their interests. And under the criminal code, you can't put a treatment on the market, have people come to rely on it, and then withdraw the treatment. So we actually hired a medical doctor with some expertise in risk analysis and said, what should we do? And it was interesting. The medical doctor said, well, stop selling, but do not ask the stores to recall. Instead, send to every health food store you can a poster announcing to Canadians that they are no longer going to be able to purchase nattokinase in Canada. So they should go see their healthcare practitioner that has them on nattokinase. And but that they can purchase from the United States, which wouldn't have been any benefit to this. And the rationale just is some medical doctors were using nattokinase to manage high blood pressure, or thin the blood. And you had to give those medical doctors, and also natural health practitioners were doing that. You had to give those health professionals and patients time to decide what they were going to do. Are they going to transition onto other drugs? Are they going to source their nattokinase out of country? Because that was the paradox, is you can import it freely. But what struck me as interesting at the time, Dr. Rona, is this was the exact time where in our mainstream media, emergency room doctors are complaining about Pradaxa, the new blood thinner, because at that time they didn't have an antidote, and people were showing up at the emergency ward bleeding out from Pradaxa, and there was nothing the emergency room doctors could do. It's not like warfarin where they could give you a shot of vitamin K. So do you think that, was there any health, what do you think of Health Canada taking nattokinase off? It's back on the market now, but do you have any thoughts about what I just said?
Well, the information that I had, because I had several patients on it, and these patients, they went off their prescription blood thinners and were doing fine on nattokinase. But the College of Physicians and Surgeons said that because atrial fibrillation is a life-threatening condition, they have to go on prescription blood thinners. But Pradaxa can make you bleed out and can kill you. So why would you take a life-threatening drug to treat a life-threatening illness? I mean, it didn't make any sense. Nattokinase was producing no side effects, no excessive bruising, no heart problems, no blood pressure problems, nothing. And unfortunately, it comes down to, competing with the pharmaceutical industry is not what Health Canada wants to see. So if you have a natural product that can do the same job as a prescription drug that has loads of side effects, the prescription drug will always be favored by Health Canada, regardless of the side effects and regardless of anything else. So that's why it really came down to a competition, squelching the competition. That's what Health Canada is trying to do. They're trying to suppress natural therapies. They're trying to censor any information that promotes natural therapies. And basically, they want a monopoly for the drug industry, and I don't think that's really necessary. We can have both drugs and we can have both natural products. Why not use the best of both worlds? I'm not against the pharmaceutical industry. I just think that using Health Canada as a tool to crush the natural health industry is a very bad decision.
Yeah, it's not going to lead to good health outcomes. And you're
No.
aware that Health Canada is once again trying to get rid of our natural remedies. What
Yes.
what would be the health consequences if we lost access to our natural remedies?
The first consequence would be that people will try to get their natural health products from other countries, notably the United States. When that becomes too expensive, they'll try to get it from India or from somewhere in the Caribbean, maybe Mexico, maybe Central America, and so on. But eventually, the prices will be so high. The basic problem will be then access. And you limit the access, you will limit health. And you will cause more and more people to gravitate towards drugs that they can't tolerate anyway. So it's going to be a really bad state of affairs, and I hope it never happens.
Right, right. So, I guess I always ask every guest, it's kind of like the final question is, what would your message be to Health Canada? So, and let's broaden it to Ottawa, our MPs also, because I know that you became a doctor and you're still helping people because you actually want to help people be well.
That's correct. The whole name of the game, in my opinion, is how many people you can help, not how many people you can profit from. So health should not be a profit motivated activity. It should be a basically a desire to help people find health themselves, to educate people. It's like the best doctor in the world is yourself. You can learn how to treat yourself better than any other doctor who just gives you a bunch of chemicals. So I hope that Health Canada will hire people, not necessarily myself, although I would probably volunteer if they paid me fairly. But, the point is that they should hire people that have some knowledge in the treatment of natural therapies and have experience with things like nattokinase and with, things like ginkgo and digestive enzymes, et cetera, and not people that are basically paid by the pharmaceutical industry to suppress any kind of natural therapy. This is wrong, So I think if Health Canada did that and actually consulted the real experts and not the fake experts in natural medicines, I think we'd be far better off.
That's an interesting answer. I just find it interesting. Everyone's got a different approach. And here you are, a person that's dedicated their life to helping people, which has forced you down two roads, the medical and the integrative, the natural, and basically have the right people that can advise you properly so that we get the best health outcomes.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Yeah, like I'm not putting down McDonald's or Burger King here. I think that if you're going to eat that kind of food, you need to also know how to protect yourself from the toxins that are in there, the hormones, the additives, etc. And I think you can get the best of both worlds. Not that you should, eat at fast food restaurants, but at least you should have the knowledge of what those kind of foods are doing to your body. And that's something that you could learn as early as grade school. And it's something that the medical profession should be, practicing and teaching their own patients, So, I mean, doctors are not the answer for everything. So you're going to have to basically take some responsibility for your own health. And that's by educating yourself. There are many ways of doing that.
Well, Dr. Rona, thank you so much on behalf of the Natural Health Product Protection Association and the World's Greatest Health Show. Thank you so much for coming and joining us today.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Highway to Health. I'm Jason Dahl, and this is it, the big show, the final taped episode before the Health Charter reaches Ottawa. As you're watching this, I'll actually be on the Purple Flyway plane to Ottawa to join the entire NHPPA team for the grand finale, and I have to say, I'm deeply moved by how far we've come together. Over these past 3 weeks, you've shown up at events, signed letters to MPs, shared the broadcast, and stood shoulder to shoulder for the Charter of Health. But I'm asking you, don't let up now. Go to our Action Kit page and take action today. Every email, every printed letter, every conversation counts. Let's make sure Parliament knows that Canadians are awake and we're not going away. Before we roll into the rest of today's show, let's take a moment to look back at Shawn and Teresa's stay in Collingwood. A meaningful pause in the journey before the home stretch to Ottawa.
Traveling the roads, but the most precious thing, and why I say it's a privilege and an honor, is at every single live event, pretty well it's been standing room. People are just so excited about coming and participating and sharing their stories. And person after person comes up to us and this is sadistic and this is wrong. And we better get our heads out of the sand right now. We better look up to the sky and see that the sun is rising and stop this madness. And you know it's madness just from hearing the rest of Karen's story. So after a year of this, after a year of wishing...
After weathering storms and the long drive across the Shield, they found rest and renewal in the home of Tom Zog, their Airbnb host. As it turns out, Tom isn't just a friendly local, he's living proof of the power of natural health. He's been using micronutrients to help reverse symptoms of dementia. a personal story that struck a deep chord with Shawn and Teresa. It's one thing to talk about health freedom, it's another to see it changing lives firsthand. And among the 150,000 petitions packed carefully in the health truck, Teresa shared a small but beautiful symbol of what this movement stands for, something she calls the crayon petition. It came from a child who signed their name in bright blue crayon. One of the volunteers thought it might be best to set it aside, but Teresa insisted it stay. That little signature, she said, blessed the project. Ever since then, it's been on display at every stop, a gentle reminder of why we're doing this. So much symbolism on this trip, and a reminder that the mission is not just about laws or petitions, but about people, families, and future generations. Last night's Barrie event at the Liberty North was incredible, nearly a sellout crowd, passionate energy, and a room full of people ready to stand up for their rights. And I can now officially reveal it was close, but Barrie sold just a few more tickets than Collingwood to become our champion for ticket sales so far. Congratulations, Barrie, but honestly, both towns have set the bar sky high for what local activism looks like. And as we near Ottawa, it's worth taking a moment to reflect on how far we've come. From the first night in Victoria to pop-ups in Kamloops, the stormy nights on the prairies, and the warmth of communities coast to coast, it's been a journey of faith, courage, and unity. Let's take a look back at some of those moments.
Hello, it's Shawn and Teresa Buckley with the NHPPA, and we are in Thunder Bay, Ontario. Thunder Bay. So, yeah, we've driven for about 5.5 hours this morning, and
It was early.
it was
very early.
We're really being blessed because people are coming to understand the system we're in, and it's so different than they think it is.
Tomorrow, we feature the second French language event of the Blue Highway, hosted by Marie-Lise Pelletier. This show captures the passion, intelligence, and resilience of Quebec's natural health community, from Pierre Martineau's powerful opening statement to Chantal-Anne Dumas and Pascal Boucher and others speaking about what the Charter means for the Francophone world. The Montreal crowd brought energy, humor, and heart, reminding us that la liberté de la santé belongs to every Canadian. Tomorrow is a huge day. We start the morning with the official press conference, where Shawn Buckley will address the nation and the media about what the Charter of Health Freedom represents. This will be one of the most significant public moments in NHPPA's history, a clear, confident message that Canadians want their health rights recognized in law. And then on Saturday, it's Ottawa. At 1 p.m. Eastern, we'll gather on Parliament Hill for the historic ceremony, the official handing of more than 150,000 paper petitions to MP Blaine Calkins and other members of Parliament. What a moment that will be, a symbol of democracy in action. Ordinary Canadians standing together to deliver one of the largest petitions in Canadian history. Everyone will be there, Shawn and Teresa, members of the Blue Highway, Eric from Montreal, the creative genius behind so many of our graphics, and more, and perhaps even a few surprise guests. Finally, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, we'll close the day and the tour with a live celebration at Bikers Church in Ottawa. It'll be a night of gratitude, joy, and conviction, because this journey has never just been about natural health products. It's been about freedom itself. As we wrap this final taped episode of The Highway to Health, I want to say from the heart, thank you to Shawn and Teresa for driving the mission, literally and figuratively, to the entire NHPPA team for months of tireless work, to every volunteer, host, and health store owner who opened their doors, and to you, our viewers, supporters, and believers for turning a petition into a movement. This isn't the end of the road, it's the beginning of a new one. So as we roll into Ottawa, remember the words of General Patton, pressure makes diamonds. Let's finish strong. Visit nhppa.org/live to watch the events, and nhppa.org, join the tour to stay part of the movement. I'm Jason Dahl, and this has been The Highway to Health, Day 19, the final taped show before Ottawa. I'll see you live from Parliament Hill.
Hello, I'm Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm with Tom Zog, who I'm going to have him explain who he is in a second. But first I want to explain how we came to meet Tom. And it's funny, nothing's by accident here. So here we are, we're in Collingwood, Ontario, because we had the Collingwood live event last night. So today's October 22nd. And before that, we were in Sault Ste. Marie. And we had an Airbnb booked in Collingwood. And we're getting to the wire here to drive to, so we had an Airbnb booked in Collingwood. And then at the last minute, we get notice, there's sewer backed up. So then Teresa has to frantically look for another Airbnb. And we ended up with Tom and Lynn Zog. At their place, which is where we're doing this broadcast. Well, do you think it's at all possibly a coincidence? At the Collingwood event, one of the sponsors is True Hope. And, they're sharing about True Hope. They're sharing about the Alberta government-funded double-blind clinical trial. And who did Tom work with before? And who is he working with right now on a really interesting project? So Tom, can you just kind of share your background? I'll hand you the mic and, kind of your professional background and what your involvement with True Hope was.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I met David, who was Tony's partner in 2000, just after I retired from Petro-Canada, and was looking for something to do, so I got involved with them and getting True Hope going, traveled around the country, and that was a pretty exciting situation. And then I went back into professional life, ran a company, and then I got involved as the managing director of a heart valve company, and then retired, I think, for the third time. And we were coming back from Florida last spring, and Lynn had found this interview with Dr. Dale Bredesen, who claimed he could reverse Alzheimer's. So we looked into it, and lo and behold, he's got a lot of examples where he's done that. He's a neurologist. He probably deserves a Nobel Prize for sure. And so I got looking at some other research, and there was a study at Wake Forest University that had showed a multivitamin was effective in slowing things down or improving cognition. And all of a sudden the dots connected, and I said, well, maybe True Hope or Den would work in this case. And so I called a couple of friends who I used to work with before. One is a former psychiatrist out of Harvard, and then Dr. Bonnie Kaplan out of Calgary, and they said, well, it might work. So that's what we're looking at, and it looks like it's got a real good possibility. So that's what we're working on.
Okay, so this one neurologist is having success in his protocol you looked into. I mean, it's kind of like a boot camp, but it really relies on nutrition.
Yeah, nutrition is fundamental. He believes in a mild keto diet, as well as a bunch of other things. And you can look it up, Dr. Dale Bredesen online, and also Dr. Heather Sanderson. You can see some of their work. It's pretty exciting, and they've got good results in terms of turning people around with MOCA scores. That's the Montreal Cognitive Assessment, 30 being perfect, 0 being a disaster. But they've got cases where they've turned people around from 15 to 25, from 5 to 10, and so on. So I think there's a good possibility that these products can help.
Okay, so what's interesting is that there's going to be a lot of people out there, either a loved one or themselves, they're diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and they'll be told by the medical establishment that this is a progressive degenerative disease that can't be reversed. But what you're seeing in the research is that there's case after case where actually not only is it stopped from getting worse, but it gets better.
That is absolutely correct. And there's a neurosurgeon that interviewed Dale Bredesen. His name is Perlmutter, and they've got a lot of evidence that these things can be turned around. The medical, the psycho, let me try that again. I hope there's an outtake on this.
There isn't.
Okay,
we're just going live.
We're going
so,
live,
yeah.
Love it. Anyway, the pharmaceuticals are just unable to do anything to help people with dementia and Alzheimer's. They can slow it down, maybe 6 months to a year, but they cannot stop it or they can't turn it around so far. So I think there's a good possibility that these broad spectrum micronutrients can be very effective in helping people reverse or stop dementia.
So are you familiar with Dr. Brian Kolb and his rat study, the rat brain study? Okay, so I'm going to share what I recall, and then I'm going to, and I spoke to Dr. Kolb. I interviewed him as a potential witness for the True Hope criminal trial, where they were acquitted on legal necessity, the court finding that they had to defy Health Canada or more people would have died. So Dr. Kolb basically did a study where he had rats. So he had a control group of rats. He just left them alone, and they're eating Purina rat chow. And then there was another group of rats where he cut off the frontal lobes of their brains, and they were eating Purina rat chow. And then a third group of rats where he cut off their frontal lobes, and they were eating Purina rat chow and True Hope Empower Plus. Now the rats with their frontal lobes cut off, eating Purina rat chow and E-Empower Plus, the frontal lobes grew back, and they performed slightly better than the rats that never had their brains touched on Purina rat chow, which is already fortified with vitamins and minerals. What do you recall about that study?
That's about the same thing that I recall. I think it was just fantastic in terms of that piece of work. Just excellent.
Right, and conventional wisdom is your brain can't regenerate. That's what the medical system will tell you. And so when they tell you if you're diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it's just a progressive degenerative disease, don't believe them and don't lose hope. So I think the message on this health show, so the world's greatest health show at NHPPA.org, and if you miss it live as we broadcasted from October 4th to October 25th, It's all online. You can all find it at our website online. Dr. Bonnie Kaplan, who was mentioned by Tom, she's interviewed twice. So she presents twice, and she presents the research on the use of micronutrients, so broad spread vitamins and minerals on mental health conditions, and it will astound you. So I think the message is don't lose hope. What do you think, Tom?
Yeah, in fact, there's over 80 research papers that prove that these products are safe and effective. And so I think there's hope for people that are suffering from dementia, particularly for their families.
Okay, so Tom, it's just been an absolute pleasure. I think that it was a divine appointment for us to meet. I don't know where this goes, but it's just been a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you very much, Shawn.
And so we're signing off. Thank you for watching the world's greatest health show. Welcome to the Charter Tour and the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and we are in Victoria today for the very first day of this historic event. So we're starting in Victoria, and we are marching the Charter of Health Freedom across Canada, ending up in Ottawa on October 25th. I would like to thank our major sponsor today, Lifestyle Market, who have been in the health food business for 30 years, dedicated to wellness. They sell supplements, they sell organic produce. And one of the things that really kind of was an impetus for us for this tour is Canadians don't understand how important our health food stores are. So, and I see some heads, nodding. They have trained staff. When you go there and you have an issue, they have trained people there to help you to understand what supplements you should take, why you should take them. They are regularly trained by manufacturers. We're going to have somebody here, Mr. Jason Watkins, speaking later, who is a manufacturer on the island. And I know we have staff that go and train the health food store staff on their products and what to do, and there's this feedback loop. And when you go to a health food store, you know that you're getting the real product because they have a personal relationship with the representation, the reps of the manufacturers. They're there to help, and many of them are part of this Health First network. They have buying power. They have their own brands. You can't assume that, I'm going to get it cheaper elsewhere, but we need to support them. If we lose the ability, just to give you an example, so somebody in my family was having migraines, and they couldn't go to Walmart, they couldn't go to, the supermarket and try to get a better price because they can't get the help they need. She goes to a health food store, a local health food store. She explains her problem, and it's like, you want to take this B complex, and they write out the schedule, and you want to take this type of magnesium and this and that, and basically helped with a protocol. You can't get that elsewhere, and we need to protect that. And so one of the things that we're doing on this tour is we're helping people to understand you have to support your local stores. We've got this resource that is precious, and if you haven't been using this resource, you need to. You'll be surprised at the community that you have. And those in Victoria and in this audience, they understand Lifestyle Markets is one of these treasures that we need to protect. So we're very proud to have them as a sponsor, and I just wanted to share with you. I want people to understand what this tour is about. And many people like, what the heck is the Health Charter? Which is a really brilliant question. And now I'm a lawyer. I've been basically, want to say fighting Health Canada because that's what I've been doing. I've been fighting Health Canada for 30 years. I have watched them with a single focus try to restrict our access to natural supplements. So basically, they're trying to restrict our access to nutrients that we need to be healthy, which in itself is really interesting. And they keep coming up with initiatives to restrict our access, to make them less potent, to make them more expensive, to take them off the market in their entirety. And we'll organize, like different groups will pop up, and we'll organize and we'll resist them. And we'll be happy just if we haven't lost too much ground. But they've got a long memory, and they'll just back off when things get a little hot, and then they'll just wait until the heat is down, and then they'll try again. And ever so slowly, things are getting worse and worse and worse. So years ago, a bunch of us got together and just said, how do we solve this? And the answer was, well, let's have a piece of legislation that proactively solves this in a way that no one can object to. And so what came out of that is the Charter of Health Freedom, which we're calling just the Health Charter, so it's less of a mouthful. The Health Charter is a piece of legislation that we actually want the federal government to pass. And it's very simple. So it takes the health rights that our courts say we already have. We're not creating anything that the courts say we don't already have. But so that there's no confusion, it sets them out. It says Canadians have these health rights, and the federal government has to adhere to these health rights, and they take priority over all legislation and all government actions, which is the law already. It's just there's only a very small fraction of Canadians with enough financial resources and enough fortitude to take on the Department of Justice machine to actually get a court to enforce that right. And you know, if one of us can't access that right because we're not rich and can't afford big money lawyers, then none of us have those rights. That's how it works. We either all have them or none of us have them. And the reality is most people don't have them. We can't go to court and get the court to say we have them. We don't have the resources, we don't have the time, we don't have the willpower and fortitude to do that. So the Health Charter basically codifies, so it lists and says, here are our health rights. The Health Charter also does something that is absolutely essential, because we're really just talking here, by and large, when we talk about natural health supplements, when we talk about the natural health community, the primary part is just basic nutrition that we can no longer get in our food. And this might be a shock to many people to hear, but the human body needs nutrition to be healthy, right? So why is it that we have to fight for the right to access nutrition? Why is it illegal to have truthful health information about nutrition shared with us? And it shouldn't be. Our government should actually protect and promote our right to access nutrition and natural health supplements, and that's what the Charter does. It actually creates a legal duty to protect and promote our access. Oh, then that's an interesting idea, isn't it? Another key thing that the Charter does is it mandates the regulation of natural health products to get good health outcomes. Because right now the game that Health Canada plays is they say risk, risk, risk. They just keep shouting risk, risk, risk. So we need to basically legislate away all risk. They refuse to look at benefits. Now, if you want good health policy, you have to look at the benefits and you have to look at the risks, and then understanding those two, go, well, how do we maximize the benefits and how do we minimize the risks? And that's how you get good health outcomes. It's really common sense. It's sad that the citizens have to band together and demand it in law, but we do. And that's what the Health Charter does. And then Health Charter creates a new ministry, the Ministry of Wellness, which is the ministry to protect and promote our access. So this is what the Health Charter is all about. It's basically to solve the problem so that we no longer have to fight for access to vital nutrients that we actually need to be healthy. It's strange that we even have to be having this conversation. And the whole purpose of this tour is to start an honest conversation about our health policy. I'll talk a little later on about kind of how we're locked into a chemical drug model. But I just wanted to introduce what the Charter is. And then as we're driving across the country, and this is the very first event in Victoria, we're driving literally all the way to Ottawa. We're having another group start in Charlottetown and drive to Ottawa, another group start in Quebec City and drive to Ottawa. Another group doing an event in Whitehorse, and they can't drive from Whitehorse to Ottawa. So we're letting them fly. They get off easy. But the point is it's the entire country coming together to just say, let's have an honest dialogue and let's stop forcing us to fight to have access to vital nutrition that we actually need to be alive. This is more than a human right. To even say the right to nutrition is a human right is kind of absurd, isn't it? Obvious. It should be so obvious that we should have the right to clean water. We should have the right to the food that we need to be healthy. But we have to fight for that in Canada. And so that's what we're doing on this tour. We're trying to create this dialogue. We're trying to bring awareness. Another thing is that it is illegal to share truthful health information. So, you know, the manufacturers of natural products, the practitioners, they see people basically who are destined to die in the medical system, the chemical system, who live. They see people that are disabled in the chemical system become healthy again. And they see it time and time and time again. But it's illegal for them to share that with you. It's illegal for them to share truthful health information with you. And so we're going to share it. So if you start watching this health show, you are going to see ordinary Canadians sharing their personal stories. And we're storytellers. And we have to hear each other's stories. And it's an opportunity for us to come together as a community. So please watch online for the next 3 weeks this World's Greatest Health Show. And support it and share it. So this only works if we get the word out. This is the first day we've ever done this, and so most people don't know what we're doing yet, but it'll grow and grow and grow, and by the end of the 3 weeks, we want this to explode. But we are totally shadow banned. So please, you know, if you go to NHPPA.org, we have a whole bunch of resources for basically to help you help us. And so one of those resources are, if you're on social media, we have posts that you can repost right on our website. You can create your own posts. You can borrow our graphics. We have all of the materials that are here today. We've got those posters. Now there's Victoria-specific posters, but there's just posters that, hey, this is an online show for 3 weeks. And hey, we've got 3 weeks to get people to watch. So put them in your library, put them up, you know, on telephone poles. If you're a business, hand them out, right? Like, let's make this happen. So with that kind of introduction about what we're doing, is I'm going to invite up Dr. Stephen Malthouse. And he's got just an interesting story to share. And just so you know, he's also a speaker on the online health show, the World's Greatest Health Show. And so I'm going to invite all of you to watch for his presentation there. He's going to go into way more detail there. And it's just going to fascinate you. But Stephen, do you want to come up and share with us? Yeah, thank you. Stephen, it's obvious that you're a local hero here, and you should be. Yeah, and I have to say I was fascinated to learn your journey. And so can you share with the online audience basically who you are, how you trained as a medical doctor, what the experience was like emotionally, and then kind of what led you to look a little broader?
Yeah, thanks, Shawn. Well, I think, I'm a medical doctor. I trained in London, Ontario. I did my internship here in Victoria at the old Victoria General Hospital. And then I did relief work for doctors for about 11 years. And I think I was considered the granddaddy of locum tenens at the time, because no one else in the city had ever done that long a stretch of locums. That's kind of where you take over a doctor's practice while they go on holiday. And when I look back, I kind of understand why I didn't really slot into a regular medical practice. It felt like it was a bit of a dead end, a bit like there was the essence of really good medicine, in my opinion. So this is my opinion, not the opinion of the doctors anywhere else, or even the College of Physicians and Surgeons. So my kind of feeling was there was something missing, and I didn't even know what it was at the time. And so that's kind of where I was for about 11 years, and I just practiced like a regular doctor. But things started coming my way, and I started paying attention. I think the first was Linus Pauling came and spoke at UVic about vitamin C, and that kind of twigged my interest. And then I met my wife, and she introduced me to homeopathy, and that's where the, I would say the veils fell, and I could see that there was a lot more beside what was inside the conventional medical box. In fact, I think what we're looking for is to get rid of the box entirely. So there are some good things, and I still use them or know of them, and I think they're useful for healthcare. But there's so much outside the box, and I was very fortunate because I kind of ran into it without really knowing. Didn't really do it intentionally, not really knowing where I was going, and then later I realized that that was what's needed to make a well-rounded physician.
Am I right that, so when you're practicing as a physician, but emotionally you were kind of feeling challenged because you thought when you went into medicine that you would be having more of a positive impact in basically solving people's suffering issues?
Well, to tell you the truth, Shawn, I didn't realize that regular medicine is like a revolving door, because we don't have the tools to cure people in many cases. We may see at end stages of things where we may, do surgery and so forth, but even some of the very basic chronic diseases such as osteoarthritis, we didn't have the tools. And when you're brought up in the conventional system, you don't realize that there's nothing in the toolbox. You kind of think that's all there is. You've got some anti-inflammatories, you've got some antibiotics. And I must say, though, you also have the tool of reassurance, and that you can tell when something is going to go well for a patient and so on. And there's some times where you don't need, a drug to solve the problem. But when it comes to therapies, we really didn't have very much. But you know what? For 11 years, I don't think I realized that. And then I was kind of fortunate to have some experiences which made me think that, yes, there is more.
You got to share this with us. You can't say I had some experiences and not share, because what happened is as a medical doctor, you came to understand that, wait a second, I should be considering some different treatment paradigms, and you actually then later trained as a homeopathic doctor. And so you had to have some steps along the way. Can you share maybe a couple of meaningful moments that made you realize, wait a second, there's something else that I need to understand?
Well, the first thing probably was orthomolecular medicine, where I started seeing that by using things such as vitamin C in larger doses, they could be used to treat conditions. But I think, and so orthomolecular medicine, I did train in acupuncture as well. I thought, well, that's something to learn about. But again, I kind of let that go because I felt unless you really focused and did that a lot, you would not become good at it. So although you may have some success, you may end up putting patients off because, you weren't good enough to treat their condition. And someone else who was more skilled in acupuncture could do a better job. So you might discourage someone. But I must say that, and there's so many other things along the way that I started hearing stories from other doctors, what they'd done to treat, different diseases like Alzheimer's and so forth, that all those things I sort of filed away. But when I came to homeopathy, that's when I really saw the curative power of medicine. And it's a complete different paradigm, because unlike conventional medicine, which, Hahnemann, the founder of homeopathy, coined the phrase allopathy, meaning against suffering, against the disease, where you try to block the symptoms that the patient's expressing, whether it's a rash or a cough, just to block it, and then to see that as a cured case. Whereas homeopathy saw that the symptoms that the person expressed, that you use to make the diagnosis, those were really the unique symptoms of the underlying struggle that was going on. And so by taking that roadmap of symptoms, you could then track back and find a therapy which would actually cure at the most profound level, the level of the vital force or the chi or whatever it's called in different types of traditions. So when I saw that, then I saw some cases that had been cured actually I just kind of attended a weekend down in Seattle. My wife got me to do it. And so really, I owe all the credit for my lack of making a lot of money and being a successful, high-profile medical doctor to my wife. But
in front of every man is, yeah.
But anyway, just even a couple of days, I think I was prepped in some way. And that when I saw doctors, including the Queen of England's homeopath, presenting cases, a veterinarian presenting cases, medical doctors, real MDs, presenting cases of cured cases in homeopathy, there was no denying that it was doing something. And these were often very, very difficult cases. And when I saw that, suddenly I was ready to go. I don't think there was, at that point, I was kind of off and running and I couldn't go back. Once you see what natural products or what something like homeopathy or acupuncture, Chinese medicine, osteopathy, any of those type of non-in-the-box therapies can do, you can't go back. It's really not possible. It's like once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. And so then I started training up in homeopathy. And I think I told you a while back about a couple of cases that I saw in my practice when I first started out that really showed me firsthand what homeopathy could do.
Do you want to share those?
There were many, many years ago. And one was a case of tendonitis in the wrist, that the person had been off with workman's compensation for some time and probably not going back to work because nothing had improved with physiotherapy and so forth. And at that time, I had just been to this weekend and I had a little box of remedies and I was really enthusiastic, not knowing anything. And I thought, well, what I'll do is I'll give this person a remedy for their tendonitis, right? And so I gave the remedy arnica, which many of you in the audience may know. It's a great remedy for blunt trauma, but it was the wrong remedy and nothing happened. So if you think about it as a subject of one study, it was a good one because I gave the wrong remedy, but I was enthusiastic. I had the same sort of encouragement to the patient that I would have given if I had given the right remedy. Anyway, she came back, about a week and said nothing had happened. And I said, okay, well, and then I had another remedy thought, I'll give her homeopathic Rus toxicodendron, which is very good for arthritis, which is worse with immobility, better with movement, better with heat, and it has an aching type of pain. Very common for osteoarthritis, but also for tendonitis. And I gave her that. And within a week, her pain was so much improved that she was ready to go back to work. It was amazing.
And the medical system basically was not resolving it at all.
No, this person had been off work for, if I recall correctly, about 6 months with no resolution. That's pretty amazing. I mean, that's a sort of miracle that many of us who trained in medicine go into the field for, is to cure people and to see that suddenly a person's returned to the ability to do their job, to be with their family, not to be constantly in pain. And that was the sort of thing that I believe gets driven out of doctors, because the lack of seeing a curative therapy do its thing is very discouraging. And over time, they lose confidence in their ability to make that type of miraculous change in their patients. And so they redirect their energy elsewhere.
Do you want to share with us another story?
I've got actually a lot of them. The thing about homeopathy, I mean, I could just tell you a little one about a patient came into my office and she had her dog in the car. The dog wasn't the patient, but she was, and they'd had a car backfire next to them and the dog was terrified. And in fact, once you go back to the car was completely fogged up because the dog had been panting so much. She came in first, her as a patient, but she told me the story about she had to go back, get home because the dog was terrified and it was in the car. And I said, well, what happened? He said, well, a car backfired. No, sorry, it wasn't that. It was they had thrown some firecrackers on the roof of the car as they were coming to the appointment. And so I recommended a remedy called aconitum, which is a homeopathic remedy for fear, sudden fear from some kind of a shock, emotional shock. And I said, well, why don't you just give the dog this when you get back in the car? And they did. They gave the dog this one dose of the remedy, and by the time they got home, the dog was fine. And then the story was later, when she was out walking the dog, not too long after that, they did have a car backfire right next to them, and the dog just sat there. It didn't faze the dog at all. So this is the other thing about good medicine, is you don't keep getting the ear infection coming back again and again after you give the antibiotics repeatedly to the point where it becomes a chronic problem. You actually cure it in such a way that it has less likely to come back. And if it does, it comes back in a milder form. That's the sort of thing we're not really taught as medical doctors. But if you practice, I would say, a more curative therapy, that you'll see it again and again.
So how long did you practice as both a homeopathic doctor and as a medical doctor?
Well, I've been a medical doctor for about 47 years. And actually, as I mentioned, I trained here, did my internship here in Victoria. And then I did that for about 11 years until I ran into homeopathy, and then I trained in homeopathy. So I've been doing homeopathy for more than 25 years.
Okay, now this is the most important question, I think, for Dr. Malthouse. So once you started practicing both homeopathic medicine and traditional allopathic, so the medical chemical model, which model did you find gave patients better outcomes? And I appreciate that it's patient specific, but I'm asking which was of more value to your patients in that 25-year period?
It's kind of a mixed result for that, I would say, because with conventional medicine, a lot of people really want the disappearance of their symptoms, and for them that's satisfactory. So patients may be satisfied if you're able to control their blood pressure with a couple of pills, or you're able to get rid of their headaches with a pill to give some migraine or something terrible like that. They may be satisfied with that temporary cure because it relieves them of their pain. So from that perspective, you can do a lot by just relieving pain and suffering. We call that maybe palliation, because it comes back again. But for me, the miraculous cases that I saw, people would come back and go like, I can't believe that you could do with a couple of pills under their tongue. Those are the most satisfying for me. And I think when it occurred, although it was difficult to do, when patients had that sort of response, I think they were incredibly, moved, I would say. I should tell you just one more story. I had a patient come into my office. I got so many of these stories because, I've been practicing a long time, but I had a patient come in that she came in led by her neighbor, because she'd been cutting peppers in the kitchen, and she wiped some of the pepper in her eyes. So her eyes were burning and streaming, and she couldn't open them, and she tried washing them with cold water immediately. But she came into my office saying, I'm blind, and she was let in because she couldn't open her eyes to see. Come up a few stairs into the office when I was working in a rural community. And so I, immediately when I'm integrative medicine, which is a combination of both conventional and alternative therapies, try to seamlessly put them together. I'm already, getting ready to rinse out the person's eye, but I'm thinking, okay, what would be a good homeopathic remedy for this person? So the first one I thought of was apis. It comes from the honeybee. It has stinging, burning, swelling, and so on. I thought about that, so I gave the patient a couple of doses of apis, but I'm still thinking, maybe that's not right. What would be my second choice? And I thought, there's a remedy made from pepper called capsicum. And so I thought that what I would do is I would give her the thing that caused it. So I gave her a dose of capsicum. And I thought, that's the best I can do homeopathically. I'm going to start rinsing out her eyes. So I turned over to the tap in my waiting room, and I turned on the tap, starting to run the water cold so I could start rinsing her eyes out. And while my back was turned, like maybe just 10, 15 seconds, she said, that feels better. And I turned around, her eyes were open. She said they don't hurt anymore. And she was able to see again. And I don't know whether that's curing the blind or what, but when she went out of the office, when she came in, she said, I'm blinded, I can't see. She's like, it's a miracle, I can see. Not quite like that, but anyway, it just shows. And then she took one more dose that evening when some of her symptoms started to return, and that was it.
Now, as far then as, homeopathic medicine and allopathic medicine, and I understand when you're a physician, people will come to you and many will want the chemicals. They'll kind of expect that. So you give people the choice, and some would choose one and some would choose the other, and I expect sometimes it would be a combination. But overall, how did the emotional experience of practicing medicine change once you adopted homeopathic medicine? Because you made it clear you were emotionally dissatisfied when you were just doing the chemical model because you didn't feel that you were actually curing things. you found it dissatisfying to just be addressing symptoms.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it gave me a whole new lease on life as a doctor. I mean, suddenly medicine was interesting again, and suddenly I was excited to go to the office and to prescribe. And you got to be a little bit of a detective too in medicine, to try to ferret out what is the underlying cause for things. And so now I had the tools to start digging deeper and finding out what was going on with people. And so I practiced homeopathy itself for about 5 years, and then I started to integrate it into conventional practice, going out and doing relief work in the community and out in the countryside, further afield, relieving doctors. And I started integrating homeopathy into conventional practice, and that seemed to work very well. It was able to bridge for people. They could come in, and I would say that in the end of practice, I would use homeopathy in 70% of cases. But I would also offer them the conventional medicine as well, and let them make the choice. Try to lay out the pros and cons of each, and which was most likely, in my opinion, to help them at a deeper level, and let them decide. So I had the tools to do both of those things. And when I was able to increase my toolbox, that's when it became fun and rewarding to be a doctor.
And I think that's extremely telling. So you've gone from it being something you were dissatisfied with to something you were excited. You became excited to be a doctor again.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now what would be the consequence? Like, and I actually mean this, that homeopathic medicine works because the mainstream media attacks it. No, but if I can just share, so I mean, I'm working on my 31st year of practice as a lawyer, and as far as companies that were charged, natural health product companies that are actually charged criminally by Health Canada, I've defended more than all other Canadian lawyers combined. And Health Canada does everything they can to destroy you without charging you. So they'll, seize your property. They will, they will have the media run hit pieces on you. They will, threaten your suppliers. They've got this whole kind of handbook on how to destroy you as a practitioner or as a natural health product company, short of actually going to court and charging you. But where I was going is I saw company after company after company that actually they were either saving lives, like we're talking people would be dead without their product. In fact, in one case, died because they lost access to a product, or literally it was the difference between disability and health. And so I wasn't kidding, because I got in the practice that when I saw Health Canada was attacking a product and so it was hitting the news, I would write down the product name and the condition in case I ever got the condition, right? So for example, when I had, started getting kidney stones, I tried to seek out Carter kidney drops, and they were gone. Health Canada had taken them away, but I knew that they would work because Health Canada took them away. So there was actually a method to that, is it seemed that if you weren't effective and you weren't a threat to the chemical model, that they wouldn't go after you. So that's where that came from.
Yeah, it's a little bit like you're getting the flak because you're over the target. Mm-hmm. Right. And certainly homeopathy, I think, has been attacked repeatedly. It's been attacked repeatedly because it's a shift in the paradigm of thinking, how people think about disease and how it starts and how to treat it. And there are other systems which have similar type of paradigm. In other words, looking at the regulatory system that is invisible to us, but can be accessed through different therapies. And homeopathy, acupuncture would be another good example of that. And because the paradigm is completely against what we're seeing in conventional medicine, it's a threat. And because it's a threat, it's constantly being attacked or trying to regulate it in some way that reduces patients' access or people's access to it. And I think homeopathy is often, even among the integrative medicine doctors I've known, they'd say, homeopathy is the low-hanging fruit, so we should maybe let's not back it up, because that would bring us, put a target on us and make it too easy for them to go after us. But in fact, homeopathy, I think, is one of the greatest threats. I mean, when it comes to supplements and so forth, that's also that's also, a threat to the pharmaceutical companies and to Health Canada, whose job, I believe, is simply to protect their patents. But homeopathy is a shift of the way of thinking on how to treat disease, which is a complete revolution, I think, of how we get people well. And if, I don't know if you're like me, you've been seeing that there seems to be a concerted effort to keep people in a weakened, sickened state. Either it's to sell more products to, or because we're more compliant that way, more easily manipulated, and more open to programming. But if you have a healthy populace, that's a dangerous populace, because they may not take too well to what other forces, government, pharmacy, big pharma, let's call it, Health Canada, all these different regulatory bodies who are trying to keep us maybe controlled down by making us sick. They might not like that very much.
Can we just pursue something a little more? You mentioned it a little earlier about allopathic medicine, and some people watching might not understand.
I just want to correct you. It's allopathic, A-L-L-O.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay.
So they may not understand that allopathic medicine it's a tradition that doesn't seek to cure the underlying problem. It seeks to address the symptoms. And so let that sink in for a second. So our mainstream medical system, so our government-funded system, the philosophy behind it is not to cure the underlying illness, but it's to address the symptoms. And in the drug licensing world, which is the world I live in, the chemical drug companies basically apply to be able to treat the symptoms. When they run these clinical trials, they're not curing depression. They're not saying to Health Canada, oh, well, you give them this and people aren't depressed anymore. It is a reduction in the symptoms. Are you aware of basically cures in the chemical drug model?
Well, when you say the chemical drug model, it's a little bit confusing, because there are chemicals which are used in homeopathy, for example. Like we may take homeopathic penicillin, like potentized penicillin, to get the reverse effect of someone who's had a toxic reaction to penicillin. So in a way, I wouldn't split it up with chemical or non-chemical as much as what goes with the body's attempt to cure itself and what actually blocks it. So I think that's really the difference there is, but I don't, and if someone is cured, what I would say is cured, in other words, if let's say someone had a bowel issue and you gave them a sulfur antibiotic or something that has sulfur in it, but you were giving it as a conventional medicine available, which we do have for things like irritable colonic diseases like ulcerative colitis, and the person got better, and they actually got better in a holistic way. They didn't just drive the disease into a deeper location or move it somewhere where you kind of lost sight. It was not in the bowel anymore, but the person had heart disease or some type of severe mental dysfunction. Then yes, they could be cured, but it would usually be something that was in that medicine that did the curing. So it might be the sulfur in the drug, which is just a part of the molecule that actually did the curing. So that would be possible. But in general, I would say it's very infrequent. You can give an antibiotic to treat a bladder infection, and the person may be well for years afterwards, but the trouble is it will keep coming back, and then if you keep approaching it with that same type of temporizing action, it'll become more frequently, and then they'll have something like interstitial cystitis, and then they'll have inflammation constantly, and so forth. So in those cases, there's the appearance of cure because of the time difference and that maybe the change of location, like cortisone on the skin for eczema going to asthma in the lungs, if you drive it in, that may appear to be cured. But if you really take the whole person and you examine the whole health of the person, then you'll find that really the disease has just been moved or suppressed.
Okay, we've got to go into this more because this is important for people to understand. So you just said that it's important to basically look at the whole person. So not just look at symptoms that are presenting and a problem. And you also have basically given some examples in that answer of how, treating an illness in one place might actually move it somewhere else. And I think it's important for people watching to understand what you're trying to explain. Can you just go into that a little more, the importance of addressing things from looking at the whole person, and then how basically, if you're just addressing symptoms, but not looking at the whole person, how basically you could be making it worse or just moving things around.
Sure. Well, people may know of a drug that was out on the market called Orudis. It was an arthritis drug. It was actually, some people said that worked really well for my arthritis. But when they did an x-ray of the knees, they would show that there was being destruction of the cartilage around the joint now. So the cartilage is deeper, a deeper structure than the joint space itself. So what they were doing is by getting rid of the inflammation in the joint, they were driving it into the surrounding tissues and destroying the leg, essentially. So that's why it was not a good drug. That's a good example of suppression or driving it in deeper. I think the best known one is the treatment of skin rashes, particularly, let's say, eczema, where you treat eczema with cortisone. That's very common. And then the dermatologist say, look, it's gone. And the people are, yeah, my child's eczema's gone. That's so great. But now they're coughing at night. And next thing you know, they got a cold and they get a wheeze that won't go away. And then they're using a puffer and so forth. So what you've done, if you view the whole person, because this has happened so many times in history of using cortisone, that it's someone who knows anything about the direction of cure will understand that you've driven the disease off the skin, a more superficial organ system, which is less dangerous to the child. Now you've driven it into the lungs, so they have asthma. And we also know that if we're able to treat asthma with a curative therapy, such as homeopathy, they may have a temporary reappearance of the eczema on the skin, which is, again, the direction of cure, going from the more important organs systems to the more superficial and often least important organ systems. So yeah, this is the idea of suppression and why we think, look, I've cured this person of this. But then if you take the whole person, you'll find that now they've got another problem, like maybe they have insomnia, or they have anxiety, or they have depression. If you drive the disease from a superficial area where the body is trying to get it out, and then you block that exit route, it doesn't mean you have to leave it there, but if you block it or put pressure on it, drive it back in, it will go somewhere else, usually deeper. And so you have a sicker patient, a patient that is more likely to be seriously injured by what you've done. And I don't think this idea of suppression, it's the hardest one for doctors, I speak from my own experience, to accept that you can actually make patients worse by giving them a treatment which is recommended, through the algorithms, and you make them worse because your intentions are good, but what do they say about fools rush in where angels fear to tread? Kind of like that.
Now, how much training as a medical doctor did you receive in nutrition?
Oh, well, it was a long time back, but I can't recall learning anything about nutrition in medical school.
No, and it wasn't a loaded question.
No.
I ask every medical doctor I come across that question. But now, so it's been 47 years, if I remember
probably looked at
correctly.
the food guide. We probably saw the food guide pyramid. I would say that would be about it.
Okay.
And we kind of learned the difference between a protein and a carbohydrate. That was probably it in some science section.
Right. Now that you've gotten a whole bunch of experience, what role do you think nutrition plays in the health of the Canadian population?
Oh, I think it plays a fundamental role. And I'd have to actually give another shout out to my wife Elizabeth, who makes us eat organic food at our house. I don't think I ever had any organic food when I was a medical student. And until I met her, I don't think I even knew there was an organic food section in the grocery. But I think that yes, nutrition is fundamental. It's like fresh air and exercise and loving people around you. I mean, these are essentials for good health, right? You've got to have them, and the rest is kind of, yeah, people get sick because we have all sorts of environmental poisons, and we have genetic predispositions, and we have deficiencies like sunlight, for example, here in Canada. But so those do require an additional boost. But you can go a long way by having a good diet.
Yeah, no, it's just interesting. Can I just share a fun homeopathic story? And I have to say, like when you do something like this, like because we're traveling, we've done a lot of pre-record interviews.
Could I interrupt just a second, because some of your audience may not know what homeopathy is.
Oh yes, well
It's
please,
because
please share with that, and then I'll
Because
share
people
my fun
do
story.
mix up homeopathy with naturopathy, whereas naturopathy is an umbrella term which covers many things and could include homeopathy and nutrition and acupuncture and orthomolecular medicine and vitamins and supplements and many things. But homeopathy is very specific. It was formulated by Samuel Hahnemann about 250 years ago, and it's the idea that you treat a disease. What you can cause in a healthy person with a substance, you can also treat a sick person who has that same pattern of sickness, same pattern of symptoms, with a smaller dose. So it's like the biphasic nature of substances around us. So something that could cause a poisoning in a large dose may be able to use in a small dose to treat a symptom, a person who has a pattern that's very similar to that type of diseases caused by the large dose. So that's like cures like, which is the basic principle of homeopathy.
Right, and it's very interesting, and because my understanding is it's diluted and diluted and diluted, but
It's
also
not just diluted.
Okay.
You have to include the shaking, what's called succussion.
I was going to say that.
Okay.
So
You have to have both of those, otherwise it does lose its power when you get down beyond Avogadro's number.
yeah, but there's something there. And like you've seen instant treatments, you shared the lady with the eyes, you've shared the dog. I was interviewing for this health show, Dr. Michelle Perro. And so she's a pediatrician. She's over 4 decades. She's still practicing as a pediatrician. And, Mount Sinai Medical School, all of this, she's working as an emergency room pediatric physician in California. She's married to a pediatrician. And one of her own children, she shares with us, is having chronic allergy issues, and gets to this croup that won't go away, and she doesn't want to do the steroid treatment, which is what she would, as a pediatrician, recommend. And her husband doesn't want to, and she has a friend who practices homeopathy, and it was like, within 5 minutes, it's gone. And she said she couldn't get her head around just how, like some of these homeopathic remedies, not only do they work, but they just work so quickly that, and she shares more examples. So, so she, like you, trained as a homeopathic physician and now practices as both a homeopathic physician and a regular physician. And it's just that what struck me, Stephen, is just kind of the similarity in how you shared and how she shared, and just kind of how. And so, I actually asked Stephen, can you find me a good homeopathic doctor where I live? And I did ask you that, because in just doing these interviews, I came to realize that there's a paradigm that I'm not using, that I've now come to believe I should be using. So it's interesting.
But the best, if you take the best of all the worlds, you can kind of create different levels, and you can individualize the way you choose which is the therapy which is best for you. So if you have a deficiency of vitamin C or vitamin D, yeah, that's what you need, right? There's no point in having acupuncture or homeopathy. Although you can sometimes alleviate some of the symptoms, but you will never actually get to the bottom of the problem, which is deficiency. And similarly, if you're poisoned, I think taking there's a way to utilize the body's ability to actually clear that, which would require something like homeopathy, or there may be something else, chelation, for example. So the trouble is we're getting into this sort of forest now of alternative complementary therapies, and people are having trouble finding out which is going to work best for them. So there is going to be sort of a hierarchy which will be adjusted for each individual. Access will be important, cost will be important, all those sort of things. And also some people do better with acupuncture than they do with homeopathy. So those are some of the questions that are coming up. I think we're approaching a new age of medicine, in my view, because of the different forces that are at foot in the world now, that people are starting to lose confidence and maybe trust in conventional medicine. They're starting to see that they've been deceived in some ways. And also they're starting to educate themselves to understand how disease comes about and what is the best method of treating it. I mean, you're seeing so many light therapies coming on, infrared, near-infrared light and so forth that I had no idea existed. And now I'm starting to say, wow, these can do amazing things. And so education and learning is something we're starting to take part in as a public as well. And as our medical system seems to be failing us in some ways, hospital wait lists and so forth, it makes a lot of sense to try to get some tools in your belt that you can use. And personally, I think homeopathy is one of the best, but there will be other therapies that are also available that people can learn about. And so they don't have to rush to their doctor when their child has a cough, for example, or something like that. Doesn't mean that you should, do things which you're not capable of doing, but there's a lot out there that people can actually learn themselves. And I think that now people are being motivated to do that because of the failure of the conventional medical system.
No, it's an appropriate time to have a honest health dialogue as a nation and actually ask the question, how do we get the best health outcomes? And that doesn't mean suppressing everything but the chemical model. It means actually, let's have an honest dialogue. What's out there and how do we basically get the best health outcomes, which is what this is about. So on that note, what is your message to Ottawa?
To Ottawa?
To Ottawa.
I think Ottawa should just get out of the way.
Yeah, okay. So...
And if I could just elaborate on that, I think that people can determine what is best for them. We have to stop being treated as children and realize that we can assess the benefits, the pros and cons of different therapies, whether we need them or not, and that we need to take back that sovereignty in terms of choosing our own health care. We don't need dictates from Ottawa, from Health Canada, telling us what is good and not good. And we know that their motivation is not for the health of Canadians. It's more or less to protect the people that are paying them the 80% of the money that they get to pass, I guess, rules for manufacturing and to get those things out onto the market, which is really what we call big pharma now. So I think that Ottawa should just step aside and let people who are now more motivated than ever pursue what they think is best for them. And we should have confidence that we can actually make those decisions. We don't need a doctor necessarily to tell us. We don't need Health Canada to tell us. And we probably don't even need our Prime Minister to tell us.
And just to follow up on what you said, is it raises a pretty interesting question. Is why is it that one model, so the government, we have to pay for one model of medicine, and meaning as taxpayers, we're forced into a specific model. And nobody's even asking the question, do we get the best health outcomes by limiting ourselves to one model? Because the reality is I get banged up in a car accident, I want that crisis medicine, right? Like, we're not saying that model has no value. It's just the question is, why do we have only that one model? So I really like your answer to what's your message to Ottawa, because at the end of the day, we should at least be asking the questions, how should we get the best health outcomes? And I think part of that is taking personal responsibility and educating ourselves. Stephen, it's just been a pleasure to interview you. Sadly, I've got to interview not sadly, I'm excited about the other guests. I just wish we had more time, don't you? So
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I'd like to invite Penny Seth-Smith up. So Penny, come and join us.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Oh, it's just a pleasure that we get to have these dialogues. Now, you're now practicing as a naturopathic doctor, but you didn't start in that paradigm. You basically started with a family that would go to the medical doctors. Can you share with us your health journey?
Absolutely, because that's what brought me to naturopathic medicine. My whole family has a dairy sensitivity, a very strong one, that we were unaware of for about the first 20 years of my life. So when I was little, I was all curled up, having tummy pains and having to be dragged to school, although I liked school. My mum took me to Great Ormond Street Hospital, the kids' hospital, the best one in London. And they were, bless their hearts, they were lovely people, but they were no help in telling me what was going on or giving me anything that would make me any better. I liked the rocking horses, but apart from that, it was a bit of a disappointment. And then in my teens, I had depression, and my medical doctor gave me some happy pills that didn't make me happy. And then I went to university.
No, can I just slow you down? So when you're a child, you're actually having to go to the hospital because of abdominal pain.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that it was horrendous, but it was completely unexplained, and it was happening far too often, and it was interfering with my ability to go to school and to learn. And I loved school, but I just didn't want to go because I felt rough.
Okay, and I don't want to rush over that, because if you have a child who actually can't go to school, and this is happening regularly because they're having abdominal pain, discomfort, however you want to call it. I mean, I don't want to gloss over that. That's significant.
Oh yes, and that did reduce. They discovered that giving me sugar pills, glucose pills helped, and everyone went, oh well, kiddies, they like sugar. Well, it was Elaine Gottschall of Food and the Gut Reaction who explained to me at one point just what the mechanism of action was for that, and I wish I could remember it now because it was very interesting. But it validated that for me. And then I went to university, and I just got tonsillitis after tonsillitis.
But let's back up to the depression.
Okay, yep.
Because you just want to skip along as if nothing happened at all.
So many things led on the path. I didn't want to spend too long on it. Yeah?
Right. No. But what was that like? Like, because here you are. You were talking about when you're a teenager. So now, about 17 years later, you're still reacting about it. So what was the depression like?
It was a fairly minor depression, but I just knew that life wasn't right. It was just feeling kind of blur. And when the happy pills didn't work, I just went, oh, well, okay, I suppose that's what I'm stuck with.
Okay, so what were the happy pills?
I don't know. I was too young to be that interested then. I just know they were little red pills.
Okay, and did they help?
Nah, did nothing.
Okay, so then you go to university, and you start getting tonsillitis and tonsillitis and tonsillitis. Tell us about that.
That was every 2 weeks. I joked that it was more regular and more frequent than my lady cycles were. And I would go back to my MD, and he'd give me some antibiotics, and then 10 days later I knew I craved a glass of warm milk the night before. So I went back, and I'd say, oh yeah, I craved the warm milk last night, and throat's up again this morning. Okay, well, and it got to the point where it's like, well, you've had the pink pills, and you've had the pink and white ones. You've had the yellow ones, and we've done the blue and white. Have you had the green and white one? Oh, no, I haven't had those. Oh, they're a bit heavy, but I suppose that's where we got to go. Okay, so more and more antibiotics, I don't know, 6, 8 kind of rounds. And it all went into a bit of a fuzzy headspace after that, really. I hadn't realized that all of those antibiotics were significantly affecting my microbiome, because that wasn't a word any of us even knew in those days. But I ended up having to leave university that year and go back and start again the following year. And I went and got my tonsils out.
Okay, so let's slow that down again. So it was so bad that you basically lost a year of university.
Yep.
So you had to drop out.
Yep.
And go home because you were so sick you had to stay at home. You couldn't go to school. Now that's a disability at that point.
Yep, guess so. Didn't think of it that way at the time. But yeah, it certainly set me right back. I was very unhappy about that.
Right, and tonsillitis is extremely uncomfortable to go through.
Well, and why did it keep happening? You know, nobody was looking for the why. They just kept treating the what.
Okay, but eventually
then, the next step was that I had my tonsils out, and we now know, of course, or I now know, that the tonsils are actually lymphatic tissue. So when there's something that you're eating that your body doesn't like that goes past those tonsils, they go, oi, excuse me, don't like that. So what do? We take the tonsils out, we shoot the messenger's gone away, fabulous, all seems good. And funnily enough, around that time, I started getting sinus problems and tooth infections. As Dr. Malthouse speaks about, it will shift from one thing to another. If your body wants to get the message across, if it can't do it one way, it'll try another. So I had a lovely medical doctor that I went to see, and he'd done a few things to try and help with my sinuses. And we got to the point where he said, well, really, the only thing we've got to offer you now is this cracking and draining thing. And he explained it to me. I said, so basically they want to bore a hole in my face and wash it out? And he said, yeah. And I said, I don't fancy that. And he said, no, I don't blame you. But lovely man, he had just done a weekend's course in acupuncture. So he popped one needle in each hand in points that I now know, fabulous points for such things. And he had me wait in the waiting room while he saw another patient. And about 20 minutes later, that patient left, and I went in and said, yeah, this is doing something. I like this. And he said, what a man of such integrity, fabulous. He said, well, you obviously respond well to acupuncture, and I've only done a weekend's course, so I suggest you go and find yourself a good practitioner of Chinese medicine. Which, I mean, that was 40 years ago now. What a good man. And it just so happened that just around the corner from where I lived, there was this marvelous Chinese practitioner, 7 years training. His English was not very good at all, but it didn't matter, because with acupuncture, tongue, pulse, do the points, help my sinuses, and he also helped the irritable bowel syndrome to some degree that I had started suffering from as a result of all of those antibiotics killing off all the friendly gut bugs and a massive candida overgrowth getting an opportunity.
Let's slow that down a bit, because but it's just there'll be people watching that may not understand, like you said, microbiome, and now you're talking about candida, and you're referring to it in your digestive tract, a yeast. And some people might not understand, well, how important our gut flora is,
Oh, yes.
why taking antibiotics can create a problem, especially when it's done chronically, and what candida is. So could you just kind of share that, just so that, because there could be people out there that are suffering similar things, and if they understand, wait a second, there's answers, that could be helpful.
So the microbiome, I think a lot of people have heard of this, but for those who haven't yet, we know that there are billions of bugs in our gut, more than 10 times as many bugs in our gut as we have cells in our body. And most of them are bacteria, and most of them are friendly bacteria. And there's a smattering of yeasts in there as well. And when you take antibiotics, they kill off those nasty bugs that are giving you the infection, but they also kill off a whole bunch of the good guys as well. And so your microbiome, the good guys are depleted, and candida, there's always a little bit in there, and it will take any chance that it can to start to take over the territory. Nature abhors a vacuum, and the yeast tends to grow up, but it grows up relatively slowly. So people are a long way along if they get to a point where every time they have a dose of antibiotics or a course of antibiotics, whap, they've got a yeast infection. It's very possible to have a lot of yeast growing in your system, in your gut, without having symptoms anywhere else, because you've killed off the good guys and the yeasties are just creeping up. And then you tend to get the foggy head as well and the exhaustion, often losing words in sentences, usually nouns. And yeasts make toxins that are neurotoxins. So they affect your brain, they affect your thinking. And that was the reason that I had to give up university. It was all just, wow, how can they expect me to do exams in this? I can't really remember it. So that yeast overgrowth, it also then, as it gets worse and worse, creates overt digestive symptoms, and in some ladies, yeast infections in our lady places. So yeah, I remember being about 19, and when I walked into a room of friends, if there wasn't a chair to sit on, I had to say, I'm sorry guys, I got to sit down. I was known as Penny, who was sick all the time.
That's telling in itself. So you go to this acupuncturist, and it's because when you were at the doctor with 2 needles, you were noticing a change with your sinuses, and the acupuncture was also helping with your candida. So carry on with your journey, because this...
Let's see, there were so many steps to it. So the acupuncturist, that was very helpful, but it didn't totally turn around the digestive stuff. It helped a lot, but it didn't completely get rid of it. And my mother had been, actually...
What about the sinuses?
Oh, the sinuses? Oh, he did a great job on the sinuses, but yep, I think that was dealt with, 40 years ago. It's hard to bring it all right back. But this, yeah, he really helped improve my health overall, because with acupuncture and homeopathy, you have to treat the person. You can't just treat the symptoms, because you're, as Dr. Malthouse said, you are assessing the whole person and rebalancing them so that they no longer need to exhibit the symptoms they've been exhibiting, rather than taking, if you've got pain, taking a painkiller that goes, shut up pain, go away for now. You can come back later. So the sinuses got a lot better. My general health got a lot better. And then what was the next step? The next step was that my sister went to the London Homeopathic Hospital, which sadly no longer exists, because she had bad sinuses too. And she learned there that the first thing they did with everybody was take them off white sugar, white flour, and milk. So she went home, went off those, and when she found she felt better, then she tried finding out which one it was that had been the cause of the problem, and she found out that it was dairy. So she gave up dairy and felt a lot better. And then my dad went to one of these people who does this funny muscle testing, applied kinesiology thing, and they told him when they put milk near him, his arm went down, so he was giving it up. So I thought he'd completely lost his marbles at that point. And I'm glad I wasn't verbally scathing. It was like, oh, Father, I'm doing my science degree. I can't believe in any of that stuff. But when I wasn't getting any better still, my sister said, you know, milk's not good for me. It's not good for your dad, for our dad. Why don't you give it up? She likes to remind me now that she told me 3 times before I actually did, because I was like, oh, but when I'm sad, I just want a cup of tea. And when I'm happy, I just want a cup of tea and I want milk in it. And, oh, I do love my cream. But then finally, I was desperate enough that I gave up the dairy, and it was like the sun had come out. I was like, wow, this is how other people get through life and smile and function. Wow, this really rocks. But I still hadn't got my digestion sorted. And then I saw this forward-thinking professor on TV, and so many medical doctors still haven't caught up with where he was 40 years ago, bless his heart. And he was talking about food sensitivities causing problems. So I got to see this guy, and I said, do you think it could be my dairy allergy causing the irritable bowel? And he said, actually, I don't think it's that at all. I think it's all those antibiotics you had. And he gave me another antibiotic, and I thought, And I wrote to him saying, hold on, if it's antibiotics that's caused all this, why are you giving me this nice statin one? And he said, well, this one actually isn't absorbed in the gut, and it does kill the yeast. Well, I think it's not very absorbed. If you've got a leaky gut, you're going to absorb a little bit of everything. But he was way ahead of everybody else at the time, and that really sorted things out for me. And then my mum had been reading Adele Davis's Let's Get Well, which is all about using nutrition to feed your system to get better. And of course, my digestive tract had had all that inflammation, so it was leaky, it wasn't working well. So loads of good nutrition, that helped me a lot. So with that and the acupuncture, things were going pretty well. But Sorry, one, can
Oh,
I
no,
put
keep
another,
going.
another little chapter?
I was just going to prod you. So
So, but I was still, actually, this was before I got rid of the candida. I was getting flus, and when other people got flu, it lasted 4 days, maybe a week. When I got it, it was 3 weeks in bed. Oh my God. And I knew that it always started with a razor blade sore throat, and I was moving house. The truck was booked. All of my friends were booked to help me move. And the night before, I had a razor blade sore throat. Oh, I was desperate. Went to the health food store. How the guy worked out the right remedy for that, for me, I do not know. Someone was on my side that night. But he pulled out this remedy, and I looked at it, and I was a bit suspicious. But I was desperate, so I thought I'll give it a go. So I put it in my hand, and he said, oh, you're not supposed to touch it. So I threw it down my throat, and he said, oh, you're not supposed to swallow it. So I went, oh, all right. Well, it says I've got to take another one in an hour. I'll do it right next time, and then hopefully it'll work. Anyway, and I'd opened it up, and it was cheap. So, I went to buy that, and I think I bought some vitamin C as well. And I was just walking to the till, and I suddenly went, I think it's gone. And my sore throat had disappeared. And an hour later, in that amazing way that homeopathy works, and about an hour later, it started to creep back, and I took the next dose, and that was dealt with. So having been desperate enough even to try some of that really wacky homeopathy stuff, I was totally blown away. And so, yeah, that was my journey of finding out all these different treatment methods that could be helpful.
and then you trained.
And
Tell
then
us about that.
Well, then I came to Canada to visit my brother, and there was this thing saying naturopath. And I went, what's that? Having never wanted to be a doctor. Dr. Malthouse may have wanted to be a doctor. I was not interested at all. But I saw this thing said naturopath, and I was, blimey, they do it all. They do the homeopathy, they do the acupuncture, they do nutritional stuff, and you learn all about the basic sciences, the medical sciences. I didn't even know where my liver was. So I knew I needed to understand all of that important stuff, because naturopaths do all the same amount of basic medical sciences as medical doctors do, but the treatment methods that we're taught are different. And having learned that I could do all of those in one place in Canada, I packed my bags, left my job, left my family and friends, and moved to Toronto, which in those cold winters, that was huge sacrifice.
That sounds like a very severe candida overgrowth.
Made me balmy.
Okay, so what has it been like practicing as a naturopathic doctor?
Absolutely fabulous, because you get to have these really important conversations with people. You hear about what's going on with them. The words honor and privilege tend to be overused, but it really absolutely is an honor and privilege. Some of the stories that people share are deeply, deeply moving. One of the things that I found homeopathy is fabulous for is to help deal with old trauma, including trauma that kind of happened decades before, which has set the person's whole sort of energetic being out of whack, so that they just don't necessarily take on the other healing as well. So if you can shift the energetics, and then, as Dr. Malthouse so correctly said, if you've got a deficiency of something, you need that substance. So over time, what I've seen is that if you use nutrition as the building blocks, and homeopathy or acupuncture as the blueprint, the energetic of how to use those building blocks, you get a really nice synergy of treatment and a shift that actually makes problems go away. In the main. You can't do everything for everybody. Obviously, nobody can.
I want to get to nutrition in a moment, but can you kind of explain really kind of the philosophy behind naturopathic medicine? Because they take a different approach, and I think it's important to have an explanation of, well, how do they approach it? We spoke about the allopathic model, on how the philosophy there is not to treat the underlying cause, but to relieve suffering by addressing the symptoms. What's the philosophy behind naturopathic medicine? What's the approach?
It's definitely that you're looking for what has caused the problem so that you can treat the cause and then the problem will go away. Although I think some allopathic doctors would take exception with us saying that all allopathic medicine works that way, because they do often, allopathic tests do try and work out what's going on.
No, fair enough. But generally speaking, that is the philosophy.
Yes, it's using something other to heal the body, whereas with naturopathic treatments, the idea is that you're giving the body what it needs so that it can heal itself. And in some cases, that is getting toxins out of the way. I've had some patients where they come in and they just need to be cleaned up and cleaned up. It's like they just want to be wrung out like a dish rag. Get rid of all of that stuff, all that nasty, and then I'll be fine. But it's one of the lovely things about naturopathic medicine is because it has a number of different strings to its bow, you can pick which ones are most likely to work for this person. And as Dr. Malthouse said, homeopathy, it doesn't work for everybody. It works for most people, I find. But some people do better with acupuncture, some people do better with other treatments. And you also need to be open to what the patient is looking for. Homeopathy is just amazing, but it is understandable that people are skeptical about it because we don't understand how it works. With nutrition, we understand a lot of the biochemical pathways. I used to be able to draw a lot of them. And with acupuncture, we've got 4 millennia of experience of people knowing how and what this does. With homeopathy, we've got 250 years of it, but we kind of have an engineer's approach or understanding of what does what when, but we don't have the research scientists' understanding of it yet, of how it works. And that's mostly because we haven't looked for it.
There's so many places I want to go, but I think the first one is, you mentioned sometimes you need people to detox. And can you perhaps share with us why that's important and perhaps just how challenged we are in Canada with our environment? Like some people, I don't think they realize even just their dish soap and their shampoos and things like that really can be creating a toxic load. So can you share with us kind of the problem and what you look for? What types of things might twig as a naturopathic practitioner? Oh, wait a second, we might need to detox here.
Well, yeah, taking into account that the human race has inherent detox systems in the liver that were designed to help us get through life, but have not evolved to catch up with what's going on in the modern world now. There's an excellent book called Slow Death by Rubber Duck, where these 2 researchers, much to their wives' joy, got themselves a little flat for a couple of weeks, and they tried to toxify themselves up as much as they could. And they measured what was going on in their blood, and as you so rightly said, shampoos. What they discovered was a big toxifier for them was a shampoo whose toxin had a half-life of longer than a day. And so if you used it every day, the toxic load just built up and up and up. If we're looking for when is it good to detox people, the facetious answer is if they're alive and breathing, because we're all so subject to so many toxins. Roundup, there's Roundup contamination in 85% of the air samples taken in the US, and in Canada we get similar. So, that stuff is sprayed all over, it gets into the air, and it's sprayed on corn, and corn is used for fuel, the biofuels. So we're all subject to it. They did some blood work on all sorts of people 20 years ago, and there was an organic farmer working on, and who had lived for decades on an island off this island, and he still had mercury and cadmium and CFCs and you name it, he had it in his system, bless him. So we just can't get away from it, and our livers are not designed or evolved to be able to deal with that on their own. So we need to give them a little bit of upregulation, and spring is the time to do it. Spring is liver time in Chinese medicine. Actually, one thing I would say is you will see January the 1st, the newspapers will say detox because you've had a good Christmas and New Year. Nah, not the right time. Too cold. Wait until the spring. Do it then. Clean up your diet in the new year. Detox in the spring.
What about nutrition? What's the value of nutrition? Oh, and I can tell from your face that.
Yeah, crucial. Absolutely crucial. Well, it's the building blocks of everything that we need to build in our bodies, and really you want really good nutrition with lots of nice antioxidants to try to help with the chronic inflammation that is just part of life in the modern world, unfortunately.
Right, because of all the chemicals and the electromagnetic radiation and the stress of our environment.
Yep.
Okay, so can a Canadian, even if they're trying to eat well, so even if they have a spouse like Dr. Malthouse who's making the meat organic, can you get what you need?
That's a small question with a very large answer, because there are a lot of ifs to it. If you're really healthy, if you've got a really good healthy gut, if you're eating organic, and if you're not eating the other stuff, then possibly, maybe even probably. But we can all do, it also depends on your genes and your epigenetics. Now, epigenetics is how what goes on in your life affects how your genes express themselves. And so genetic expression is when a gene makes a chemical in your body, usually a protein, and or your genes have it's like little bookmarks on them. And what happens in your life alters where those bookmarks go. And some of those bookmarks say, read this gene a lot, but ignore that one, and this one only on Saturdays, or whatever, they've got their little rules. So, funnily enough, eating a lot of good fresh fruits and vegetables sets your epigenetics up to make you healthier. What a thought.
Yeah, and let's not even talk about during pregnancy.
Oh,
so, on how it sets up the child to be healthier and eat healthier.
Yes.
So, but I wanted to segue a little bit and ask you, as you've practiced as a naturopathic doctor, I'm not asking, well, what are your successes? I'm asking, what patients impacted you personally the most? Because that could be those could be failures. So what patients come to mind as having impacted you the most in your practice?
There was one lady who bounced in one day who said, "You've cured my migraines." And I said, I feel a bit embarrassed. I don't remember talking about your migraines. And she said, no, we didn't. But you gave me this remedy for this, this, and this, and it worked for those. And my migraines went away as well. So that's homeopathy for you. It has side effects, and they're good ones. There was actually a trial that showed that. So that, and again, most of the biggest ones are where you give one dose of a remedy and there is that shift. A lady who'd tried, poor woman, she could not stop throwing up. She'd been to hospital 2 or 3 times to get IVs. She'd have to stop the car on the way and get out for a bit before she went to hospital, and then she came to see me. And I had to speak to her about something the next day, and she said, "Those probiotics were fantastic." Oh my God, I've had probiotics before, but I haven't thrown up. I'm fine, I feel great. And I thought, probiotics are good, but they're not that good, not one capsule. So I went and looked, and I'd given her a 10 ml of a remedy that is known for frequent vomiting, and that was it. it went away, it never came back. Or another woman who had walked into the clinic and she said, yeah, I was eyeing up where the garbage bin was so that I could, you know, if I needed it, it was there. And as she walked out, she said, I couldn't throw up if I tried. So those are the beautiful ones that you wish every case would be like, don't you? And migraines, you know, I'm hearing people are paying $650 a month for medications to stop them getting migraines. If you find the right remedy, it's about $1 a time. There you go. And most migraine medications leave people bombed out, is the way that my patients tend to express it. Whereas use the homeopathy and you're fine. You get to the end of the day and say, oh, yeah, I had a migraine this morning. Oh, well, that's all right then.
Somebody in the audience has given me well, ask her what it is. She'll track you down later if you don't want to say.
There is no single remedy. The homeopathy is the most fickle mistress. When it's right, it is so beautiful, but it's not like, oh, if migraine, it's this remedy. My first migraine patient said, I wake up at 3 o'clock every morning with a feeling like a red hot poker poking into my left eye. That was a gift. But they're all different. Once you've got the right remedy, then you just keep using that for the rest of your life. But you've got to get the right one first.
What do you think? Because we've got, you know, people from across Canada watching this. What do you think is the most important thing for Canadians to understand or maybe change to be more healthy?
Ooh. And I'm feeling like I should actually give the disclaimer that Dr. Malthouse gave, which is, this is all my own opinion. I'm a naturopath, and there are many other naturopaths around. They won't all necessarily agree with everything I say, and not that many practice homeopathy. But what do we need to change to make ourselves healthier? It keeps coming back to the same thing, or the same things. Eat well, move your body, sleep well, have loving folks around you, and it's a good idea to do a detox each spring.
Now, we're in this regulatory environment, and we don't have the time to go into this self-care framework, but Health Canada is trying to bring in new regulations that actually threaten any product that a naturopathic doctor would use. So they want to put us in a self-care framework, and to be licensed in the self-care framework, there's 2 criteria. And the one is it has to be completely a self-limiting condition, which they define as it couldn't last more than 60 days. So we're not getting a license if it's not self-limiting. And it can't be a condition for which you would seek the advice of a healthcare practitioner, you know, licensed by province, which could be a medical doctor, a naturopath, a homeopathic doctor, a nutritionist. So basically they're threatening to take away the products that naturopathic doctors use, homeopathic doctors use. What do you think the health consequences for Canadians would be if we lost these remedies?
Well, I know that my health wouldn't have come back if I hadn't had natural health supplements available over the counter and homeopathic remedies available also. I wasn't even that well educated in it at the time, but they really did help me. So, yeah, it certainly wouldn't have done me any good, and I don't think it's going to do the Health of Canada any good. We used to talk about appropriate technology. I think now we need to talk about appropriate medicine. If you've got cancer, you're going to do some hefty stuff. If you've got a sniffle, you're going to do some gentle stuff, and there's everywhere in between. So we need appropriate medicines. We want them. We want our products. I'd like Health Canada to make sure that the products are made in a good and clean environment, that they're up to scratch, that they're labeled with what they contain, and that if there are any caveats about this could cause problems, that is also on the label. But most natural health supplements are so safe. The ones for which there is, you should maybe know a bit more about how to use it safely, well, those could be restricted to practitioners like myself, and then let the rest be available over the counter and well labeled. I used to be in consumer protection law. I believe in things being done right that way.
And what's your message to Ottawa?
Make sure they're well made, make sure they're well labeled, and let us have them.
Thank you. Just an honor to spend time with you, Penny.
Thank you very much.
So I'd like to ask Jason Watkins to come up. Jason, welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. Good to see you. Now, I have had the pleasure of knowing Jason for, I bet you it's over a quarter century.
Yes, it is.
I think,
yes, it is.
So I was testifying in front of the Standing Committee of Health. It was probably like about 2002, and you were there as an expert witness, and that's where we met. And so can you, maybe let's just start. You are a manufacturer. You're involved in manufacturing. Your company is Purica, which is based on Vancouver Island. And, but it was a personal family experience that got you into this. Can you kind of share your personal journey, your family's journey?
So I feel like, first and foremost, everything that's gone on the last few years, if you have a strong family behind you, it means everything. And when I was listening to Stephen talk about Liz, and Shawn talk about Teresa, my wife, Anna, we went through a lot. I'm going to tell you a few things. And my wife and kids have been, when families fractured, you saw that in the last few years, they stood up for me, and my journey started. I like Stephen and Penny both, and thank you so much for standing up for what you have stood up for. Same as Shawn and Teresa, thank you so much, and Liz. So I too wanted to be a doctor. Since I was a little kid, I wanted to be a neurosurgeon. I had an experience early on, just like Penny. I had severe, what we probably now IBS, don't know. They had me in a cancer ward for children. I experienced my first friend. We were sneaking around at nighttime, and my first little friend, a girl, she died that night, and we didn't know, and we were sneaking around, so we saw her. We weren't supposed to see that. So it was really powerful for me. And I think a lot of things that happen in your life, you don't know why you got here. I wanted to be a doctor. I didn't know why. And so I ended up studying microbiome biochem. And then I was in an experimental program of Western allopathic medicine and Chinese medicine. And I'd had an experience in a car accident when I was 16 that I could not explain. And I left it at that. And I'd never talked about it for over 15 years. Just left it at that. My dad said I would try to avoid that spot, whatever. But when things are planted a seed in your mind and something's happening, I didn't know why. So I'm in university and I'm thinking of things that are really crazy in your mind. When they said in quantum physics, he said that the electrons appear and disappear out of existence. And so I asked the teacher, and there's 300 of us in the class, this is going to lead, I'll get back, but he asked us, he said it appears and disappears out of existence, not like the old model that you learned last year. And I never asked questions, but I guess things were in my head. I said, excuse me, and everybody, it was like pin drop silence. I said, where, you said it appears and disappears out of existence. I said, where does it go when it goes out of existence? And the whole class was super quiet. And he said, he looked at me, he was a tall man, looked at me and looked at the class, he said, good question. And it was quiet, and he just moved on. And I felt, but you know what I mean when somebody plants a seed in your mind? So he planted a seed, I don't know whether he intended to or not, but he did. And so my mind, I think the car accident, I don't know, things coming back, that things weren't as certain as I thought they were. Because my mind worked pretty quickly and everything. I thought I had everything figured out, and then everything's tripping me up. So I'm getting this kind of leading into natural medicine. So when I was in the program, I had suffered from that. My dad, his brother had just died. These are all timelines. When you were talking, Penny, everything gets muddled around. But this is, my dad's timeline was, His brother died of a heart attack out of nowhere. He was in super good shape, but he held everything inside, all the stress. He was 42. So my dad got tested, and sure enough, he had 6 blockages right around the heart between 95 and 98%. So they rushed him in for surgery. He had 6 bypasses. He had a heart attack on the table, had stents, a defibrillator pacemaker, and they said he has a maximum of 7 years to live if he does everything right. And he was at 8 drugs, including calcium channel blockers, beta blockers, ACE inhibitors, potassium-sparing diuretics, Coumadin, right? All these different, baby aspirin. So he's taking all these different drugs. Those are very risky to add a lot of things in our industry. The industry is very powerful. It's not just picking herbs and you have to take a bunch of notes. Some of them are very concentrated now with modern ideas, right? So he wasn't supposed to take anything. But I didn't want my dad to only live maximum of 7 years. So I started researching everything I've been thinking about for myself. Any athlete already knows a lot about these different things, right? They test a lot of things. We started giving him a bunch of products. He took it through the entire time. And in the end, they had to replace the defibrillator pacemaker twice because of the battery. The company in Texas had never done that before. It's considered a miracle. And he lived for 31 years, and he did not die of a heart attack. He died of a stroke from something that some people in this room were speaking out against for the last few years. So my idea is, when you have these kind of powerful experiences, right? 7 years to 31 years, and he was fully there and still doing woodwork and everything right to the end. As a matter of fact, my dad passed away between 2 of his favorite woodworking devices in the shop. So he, like Mom said, he died in his half place. Still, obviously, horribly hard. But I came to this industry because I saw for myself what it did. I had serious migraines through when I was 16, where people's heads disappeared. So you walk in the hallways, and I thought it was pretty neat the first time it happened because I couldn't see anybody's heads. But then the headache comes after that, and it was horrible. Sometimes they lasted 5 days. I wished that I was dead. I was only a teenager. I wished that I was dead. Over and over again. I can't even imagine some of the people that go through migraines every day. That would be horrible. So that was huge for me. Then I played, when I was 10, I was pretty, one of those little kids that does whatever they want to do. So I thought this was another toboggan rung, and it turned out that it was a snowbank, and I dropped 2 stories down and landed on my back at 10. And I couldn't do sit-ups for 2 years. Kids, you heal up. I was 17, and I was playing hockey. I was defense. I didn't realize that the other team had taken out our goalie. And I flipped over backwards over the goalie. Bad part was the net had also was flipped over, and the spike was still in the net, and I was impaled on the spike at 17. On the same area that I damaged in the lower back. Anybody with no lower back knows it's crappy. Because you can keep on doing stuff, all of a sudden you get too tired, and then boom, it hits you, and then your mind spazzes around it. The fear of it getting worse just makes it worse. So all these things, to me, they're powerful things that led me further and further and further into see, I never even questioned that it didn't work. Once I saw it work, I didn't think there was this big conspiracy to censor it for over 125, 130 years. We can get into all that. The censorship mechanisms set up for this are the only thing that has been holding back the ancient medicines. And that has to do with big families and oil and things like that, right? That some of you know. That the only way they could pound these medicines in modern medicine itself, the way it's practiced, not the doctors, the way the regulatory bodies frame it, the only way they could do it was suppression. Making everything look that thousands of years of use is all hocus pocus and snake oil. And they were successful for a long time until they started running out of all their patents. Everything's going generic. They're running out of money to suppress things, which they do through the media. So anyway, I go off on a tangent.
I think we need to slow you down because, well, A, because you're going too fast, and B, you're missing some. So, we had Dr. Malthouse and Dr. Seth Smith talking about, homeopathic medicine, and I think a lot of us, like Jason. I'm 60. I don't think I heard the word homeopathic doctor or the word naturopathic doctor till I was in my 30s. They just weren't here. And, Penny was talking about how, well, you know, in England, whatever, there's this homeopathic hospital, and it's not there anymore. Well, we used to have homeopathic hospitals in North America.
Yes.
And I remember listening to a CBC documentary, which I've looked for now, and it's taken down. But it was on, you know, a couple of decades ago when CBC could talk about things like this, and it was on the 1918 flu. And regardless of what you think about the 1918 flu,
Yes.
what they were talking about is if you went to an allopathic hospital, you had about an 80% chance of not walking out. You died
Yes.
there. But if you went to a homeopathic hospital, the number was reversed. You had about an 80% chance of walking out alive.
Yes.
And it's kind of like, well, hello, if I had a bad flu, I want to then go to a homeopathic hospital, except that we've gotten rid of them all. So, you know, so that's why I just wanted you to slow things down. We
Yeah.
used to have these healing traditions.
Yes. It was part of
And
everything.
then we had in the entire Western world, a concerted effort to basically get rid of anything but allopathic medicine. Right now to, you know, within the last calendar month in Quebec, the Quebec Court of Appeal basically affirmed that naturopathic doctors cannot diagnose and they cannot treat because the law that gives medical doctors the monopoly to practice medicine and defines the practice of medicine so broadly, it includes any diagnosis, any prescription, which the court defined as just making any recommendation to either prevent or treat an illness, and basically doing any remedies. And so we're still living this. That's what you're talking about. I didn't
Yes.
want to stop you. I just
No.
wanted to slow you down so that people understood that actually there are laws in place that, you know, basically have deliberately reduced these traditions, and we're still living them like this month.
Yes.
In Quebec, any naturopathic doctor has to be thinking, wait a second, our Court of Appeal has just made it completely clear that it's illegal for me to help people. And the court wasn't saying that Annie Genot, who was the doctor in question, the naturopath, the court wasn't saying she's not qualified to help people. The court wasn't saying she wasn't helping people. The court's just saying it's illegal for naturopathic doctors to be treating people that's reserved for medical doctors. And that's just a very current example of what you're talking about.
So when you said, when you were talking to Dr. Maltas, I think that you said that you know that you're doing something right whenever they target you. So this did happen to us, as you obviously know.
Yeah, because we got to get into your
Yes.
story too, but you're just
Yes.
sharing with you how you
So,
got there.
so and we got hit really hard. As a family, okay, go back 1999. I'm a 29-year-old twit, believing that the government works for the people and CBC tells the truth. Our whole family thought that. We literally thought there's still people in here that are, say, getting exposed to stuff that still believe that those things are true. And then you get into all forms of government. So I studied science and medicine. I ended up, because of what just happened, which I'll express, going into comparative religion and philosophy full-time for 8 years. And then I ended up in the Indo-Tibetan tradition for the last 16 years in their valid cognition and meditative yogic practices, but also they go super deep to try to blow your mind, and Tibetan medicine. So I want to touch on that for one sec and then get back to what happened. In the Tibetan system of medicine, they basically have three kind of ways of thinking that are independent, that every ancient medicine system basically had. Traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, the shamanic traditions, Western herbalism. They had basically mind, energy, and physical or body components that were intertwined. They were actually inseparable. But you treated according to different coordinates, whether you're treating the mind to treat everything or the body, whatever. But the body was considered the most coarse aspect. The energy in between was the bridge, and the mind was the top. And so when you get exposed to that kind of medicine and you see it in practice, that when you can change someone's mind or you can improve the flow of energy through your body, because we're talking about acupuncture. I've got a friend, Adam, in here, got exposed to acupuncture and Chinese medicine. and homeopathics work really deep, a lot of these different treatments do, is that you see something working at such a deep level and that you address things that you think have nothing to do with your physical component, and yet it does that. When you're talking about some of these stories with homeopathic medicine, sometimes they are impacting actually, say, the nature of the mind, the way that the mind's processing, energy. And you talk about energy, I think it's a huge one. This is where I can smile right now. The stuff that I know, how far down the rabbit hole I went in 2001.
Let's get there. So I'm just trying to get, so just so you know, I'm trying to get Jason to tell us how he got into the business of making natural remedies. He's resisting this question. But that's where I'm trying to go. So
I promise.
Jason,
Okay.
how is it that you got into actually being a manufacturer of natural remedies?
So I decided I didn't want to be a doctor. Because whenever we were in clinic, I was 100,000 in clinic, mostly for what we'd classify as autoimmune progressive conditions. But I found that anything he recommended that would be really helpful for them to do, but they would just come back 2 weeks later and say they hadn't done any of that. Could I get another acupuncture treatment or some more herbs? And I thought, I don't like this. So I thought, I had in the meantime been developing that product, which helped my dad live for 31 years, which he integrated with all his drugs safely. So that is where I decided, okay, I guess I'm going to be a formulator and a researcher and a speaker. And we'll just do stuff on the side, like we'll sell stuff on the side. I did not think I was going to be in business. I had no experience in business. So it's all fly by the seat of your pants, take bad advice from everyone, and then you learn along the way. It's been 26 years. When I met Shawn, we were so freaking pumped. Our family was so pumped because, like I said, we were total believers in Canada's the best, CBC is true, governments work for the people, all that kind of stuff. Then we learned otherwise. But we had the product recovery, and it was for animals and humans. And you can't trick an animal. We have a huge veterinary division. It got compared with 17 products around the world. We're the only Canadian product. In horses with serious tendinosis and degenerative joint disease in the back of the neck, that nothing would work, even injections of synovial fluid. And out of all these products, we were the smallest company by far. There was multi-billion-dollar companies in there, pharmaceutical as well, that even when every product failed to get a result in the 2-year crossover trial, every single horse had 80 to 100% recovery in 3 to 5 weeks. And they thought they made a mistake, so they had to redo the trial on their own dollar, the vets. So that just took us off, right? So we were so excited, and our whole family loves animals, and we've had horse my whole life, and all the different types of animals.
So can I just slow you down?
Sorry.
So, but you're excited, and I like that. But so there's an animal study showing basically tendinitis and spinal problems are solved. There's no placebo in animals. No. The animals don't know they're getting an intervention that should be helping them. So this is, the horses are actually being helped on a real level. And so I just wanted to slow you down so that people understood there's not a placebo effect in animals, and then placebo effect generally doesn't go more than 3 months anyway, and this was a long-term study. So so basically there's this study in horses showing a real results. It wasn't just in your family and okay, thanks.
And so that was in Connecticut. It's called Horse Journal. So we started, actually, my mom and dad put a mortgage against their house. We didn't have any money. And they lent us money to start what became our company, Purka. But like I said, we didn't know what we were doing. So everything was super excited because all these rheumatologists and orthopedic surgeons and pharmacists, we decided to go clinics first. Because if you go health food store first and you're trying to get the doctors on board, they'll poo-poo it and say, oh, it's all the natural medicine stuff. So we started with doctors and vets and pharmacists first. Then we wanted to branch into the health industry, the opposite of what a lot of companies do. So we did that. Everything was going crazy, and there's big articles. And I think it's CFRA or CFRB in Ottawa was broadcasting what it was doing to the blood markers. There's a blood marker called erythrocyte sedimentation rate, ESR, and they use it to measure your inflammatory load in your body. It's more accurate than C-reactive protein in the long run. And the levels of drop of ESR, indicating inflammation, were beyond any drug they'd seen. So they're just going on about it. And I made it so you could integrate it, like I said for my dad, that you could integrate it with all these different drugs safely. So of course you can't say that nowadays, even if they are, and you've shown over 25 years. But what happened was...
So you didn't hear Jason say that?
Yeah, but So what happened then was, I guess when it went across into the US, we got access to information. Two drug companies did not like that we were having those kind of results. And so they did a hit on us, like seriously. Like, I can use the word hit because our family's been through some pretty crazy stuff, including the biggest SWAT in Canadian history. So what happened there is they went after us. They used Health Canada to do it, and they created 2 hit pieces on us on CBC Health Matters, 10-minute programs on this little company from Cowichan Valley, said recovery the drug, and recovery the drug continued. They raided our facility with RCMP. People were running out of the buildings. My brother hid under the table, under his desk for 3 hours. He had panic attacks for 3 weeks, lost 30 pounds, wouldn't leave the house. It was so traumatizing. But I just, you know, when sometimes when people, they have a different response. I have a Cowichan response, I think, where you just go, no, and you step forward. So that kind of happened. And luckily I had this guy, Rod, with us, and we kind of challenged them, but they seized everything. We only had one product, one human recovery and one animal recovery. They seized everything, and we didn't do the human manufacturing at that time. This is over 25 years ago. We had already paid the company Flora to manufacture. There it is sitting there. They knew that. They knew they were going to crush us. They did it a few days before Christmas to traumatize you emotionally. And so that's what we went through. And then I saw the meat behind it, but that made me go deep, deep, deep down rabbit holes because I'm from science and medicine. I didn't know anything about politics. I didn't know about geopolitical, I didn't know about banking or all these families and dynasties that keep on holding on to stuff. I didn't know forms of government. I didn't know what they all were really about, like democracy versus monarchy, things like that.
Can I just share a little bit? No,
I can go off on so many tangents, sorry.
This is on this topic. Now I forget, I remember it was Dennis Shelley of Health Canada.
Yes.
So he was running the Western Canada in charge of the inspectorate that was after you. Was it Sheila Wheelock?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So the other inspector, Health Canada Inspector Sheila Wheelock. So, and you gave me permission years ago to share this stuff. So, because I helped them in court. So we had to fight to get this disclosure. When you're charged criminally like they were, you have the right to anything relevant. And we had to fight and fight and fight to get this stuff, and including their emails. Now what happens is they have an email chain with maybe 12 people, and 11 of them will black it out and one will forget. And it's the puzzle to get it. But what we learned so this team in Health Canada, including Dennis Shelley, who was head of Western Division, I think he still is.
Is he? Okay.
And Sheila Wheelock, an inspector, they along with others are in this email chain where they're putting together a letter to the Department of Justice to prosecute them. And the letter is just how scary this ingredient MSM is. And it's amazing that anyone's left alive. And you better hammer these guys to the wall because this is so horribly dangerous that Canadians need to be protected. So Sheila Wheelock and Dennis Shelley are part of this email chain where they're telling the Department of Justice, you have to hammer these guys to the wall because MSM is so dangerous. Well, at the exact same time, these two people, Dennis Shelley and Sheila Wheelock, are also involved in another email chain, an internal Health Canada email chain, where they're going, well, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency looked into MSM for the product SAMe.
Yep.
They concluded it's perfectly safe.
Very, very, very safe.
Yeah, it's perfectly safe. So the fact that we all agree internally this is perfectly safe, doesn't this make a mockery of what we're doing against Biomedica? So can I just clarify what's happening? They're basically they're drafting a letter to the Department of Justice, lying, saying that MSM's dangerous, you better hammer this company to the wall, while internally, on another file, they're saying MSM's perfectly safe, and doesn't this make a mockery of our prosecuting what was then Biomedica? Now, that's public mischief. If you and I were engaging the police to basically prosecute on false information, that's called public mischief. It's a criminal offense. They're basically defrauding the Department of Justice. That's what was happening. So,
Yes, and then he,
So when Jason's saying they were basically the lapdogs of pharmaceutical companies, you have to understand that they were lying to the Department of Justice, and we have the documents.
so this is where we saw, what you're saying, that this industry is full of people with really big hearts. Most people come to the industry because they've had a tremendous experience. Because even our suppliers extended our terms from 30 days to 1 year, or we would have been done. My brother was so stressed that it was amazing what they did. And we spent, so we couldn't sell anything in Canada. We had to break it all apart. We weren't allowed to advertise for 6 years. We still kept selling, and we still kept growing just because of the results. So that's what saved us, plus the horse industry we sold to the States because of the study that was done that took off. So we got lucky in that, but we spent almost $500,000 fighting the case, and we did not have that money.
That's not me, that's other lawyers.
Yeah. We had a lot of experts. We had a chemist in there once. He said, yeah, this is funny. They're in the mediation. he came at the end. It's almost nothing. I still like him, obviously. So
I was just the cleanup guy in criminal court. That was my niche.
He was. And before that, though, we had chemists and mediation and legal teams before we brought Shawn in as more of an expert. And in one part of the mediation, which you're supposed to, they participated in the mediation because you want to mediate. It became apparent they're not mediating. The mediator actually, that is federal government, he said, so tell me this, so let me see if I understand what you're saying. If you are working in a grocery department and you sell, the produce department, you sell the produce, fruits and vegetables, that's fine. But if you put that the National Cancer Institute says it's wise to eat 5 to 10 servings of fruit and vegetables can help to be preventative against certain conditions, which they said, and it was openly, if people remember that you need a pharmacist in the produce section. The head person from Ottawa, without even the blink of an eye, said, exactly. And the mediator thought she was going to try to at least say something, and he couldn't even speak for a bit. Our lawyers just kick back and say, I see where this is going. And then the one fellow that he said, Dennis Shelley, he admitted with our chemist what he was saying about different drugs and all these different unsafe things that they're just letting go all over the place, including Tylenols being sold in the gas station and in a vending machine. And it's the biggest cause of liver failure that I know in Western world. Why are you doing that? Okay, and then you're going after this, but he had all these facts he used, and Dennis Shelley agreed, that's the name, he agreed, and the meeting was immediately stopped, and they took him outside, and then he did not talk for the entire rest of the mediation. They silenced him.
Can I just slow you down, because you've just raised an important point. No, but he's talking about, so here they're in mediation, and they're basically saying, look, there's fruits and vegetables being sold in the produce department. And it's important for you to understand this about the censorship. So the fruits and vegetables, they're safe for us to buy. We can buy them as foods. But you cannot say truthfully that eating a certain amount in fruits of vegetables can reduce your incidence of cancer. It's illegal if you're selling the fruits and vegetables to state the simple truth. And I think it's important for people to understand that's what we're talking about. We're talking about even telling people that they need nutrients to be healthy. All of a sudden, Health Canada is between you and the nutrients, and we need their pre-approval. And this is madness. When we're talking about basic nutrition that we need to be healthy, we have to be able to be truthful. Health Canada shouldn't be monitoring that.
And I feel like it gets back to this story, which I know Shawn will agree with. I can go further than Shawn. Is money, money, money. It's so funny in a rich man's world. You know the old song. If you just follow the money, it's not a conspiracy. Who are the largest funders of the media? Pharmaceutical companies. So they're the largest funders of the.
But let me just stop you there, because I think you're not being fair, because I'm interviewing for the health show Professor Alan Castles, and he points out, and I already knew this, that the third leading cause of death in Canada are chemical drugs taken as directed, so not abused.
Yep.
Right now, the chemical drugs are involved in some of the other leading causes of death, but we're just talking the third largest cause of death. And obviously, the third largest cause of death being chemical drugs taken as directed. That's big news, and that's why almost every week the mainstream media is talking about how dangerous the chemical drugs are. Of course, they're not.
Yep.
So why aren't they? Why aren't we having a dialogue? I was just being facetious. If anyone thought I was telling the truth, my lips were moving.
Right.
So no, we're not. It should be front page news. It should be on CBC. It should be on CTV. But we're not allowed to have this discussion.
No. And even, I feel like I use this. We have a podcast called Swallow the Truth. We just started, and we were talking about this one topic. Say you have an investment portfolio that your finance person has got you in. You don't really know probably what's in that investment portfolio. Like, for instance, my wife and I, Anna, we decided we don't want any pharmaceuticals in the investment portfolio. We just told them, and they put a number, and it's gone, right? So you can discard anything you want, but most people don't even think of that. They just want to make sure it's making money in their mutual funds or whatever, right? They don't know. So, but say you did find out, and then you found out that a drug that's all your nest egg could collapse, and you'd lose everything. In the human nature, what do? Do you tell people this is a horrible thing, it could kill people? You don't take it, but a bunch of other people do. Or do you keep quiet, and that's a form of, hey, I didn't say anything? Or do you actually support that drug and keep it going to make sure that your investment portfolio comes, because otherwise you'll be broke? So money, it does make the world go round. And these guys, if you think about the pharmaceutical industry, these industries, the pharmaceutical industry is part of the military-industrial complex. It was in World War II, IG Farben, you look it up, right? They got disbanded into other drug companies. You were talking about a few things here, and Penny brought it up, I believe. She's talking about glyphosate, right? What you think about Roundup. Okay, the company that owns or started Roundup was bought by another pharmaceutical company, which you guys all know has to do with aspirin. I'm not going to name names. Okay, so then glyphosate causes certain forms of leukemia and things like that. I know that now. And then the company that bought it, the company that makes it, the company that bought it, the pharmaceutical company, is making drugs to treat that they say treats that, but actually cause other things. So this is insidious. Another company just got a whole bunch of their sunscreens taken off the market. You know the company, it's been around since we were kids. Starts with the same letter as my name. That's not their big money maker. They had benzenes in all their products. Whether they say they didn't know that, are we sure? Because those benzene cause the same leukemias that they have their major drug platforms that they're looking to treat now. And then who's the pharmaceutical company anyways? These are all public companies that are traded on your portfolios, but where are the bigger portfolios? There's literally about 3 companies that own a lot of the entire world, the food supply, everything. I don't know if you know them. They don't call them companies. They're investment firms, right? BlackRock, look it up. Vanguard, say again? Fairfield? Okay, and State. So there's a handful. BlackRock and Vanguard, I think, are the biggest 2. And basically, they have these portfolios. You don't know what they're doing, but they're maintaining control of systems all through the world. It's not a conspiracy. When you got all that money, that's what you do. Do all these guys agree with each other? No. But they're opportunists, right? They can help each other out, but they all want to be top dogs. That's how you get them down.
Can I just
Sorry?
bring us back down to
Yes, back down. Here I
the
go.
regulation of natural drugs? But I think the point you're making is valid, that because you pointed out that the pharmaceutical companies, I think you said, are the largest advertiser in the media. So even though in Canada they're not allowed to specifically advertise drugs, they're still the largest advertiser. And we all know it's a part of being human, because in our journey we learn, just wait a second, we have to be aware of this so that we can make decisions that that sit right with us, that we are influenced by things that are in our best interest. Something that might not be an expense when it's not tax season is all of a sudden, well, maybe that, like, what we're talking about. And so clearly, I think we would expect that the the media is influenced by the advertising dollars.
Yes.
And that should be part of our health discussion then.
Yeah.
When we're saying, wait a second, we now need to now have a national dialogue on our health policy, how we're approaching things. I think we need to be cognizant that the media isn't going to jump up and point out problems with pharmaceutical companies.
Yes.
And is actually, in my experience, anti-natural health.
Yes.
Which competes with.
And it's really, it's a lot different paradigm too, right? Because if you look, when you're talking about the paradigm of allopathic medicine, which we all think of as medicine, we didn't really have a long-standing traditional medicine living here other than the indigenous peoples, right? So we were easier to pick off and just make modern medicine ours, whereas in Chinese medicine, in China, about 70% of people won't take pharmaceuticals unless you give them traditional Chinese medicine too. They had a long-standing system they know works. And I feel like if you looked at these two medicine system paradigms, why one is now falling, finally, that's why I can smile, is one is stimulate, suppress, and cut. The other one is cleanse, nourish, and balance. The ancient system makes sense. The other one creates authority figures that you have to trust as experts, and you give up all your power. And when you were talking to you guys earlier, the idea for me was, why wouldn't you want to give people the power back for their health and everything? And this is ancient. They've been doing this for thousands of years. And then that's when in my head, I didn't know about any of this stuff. When you go down the rabbit hole too far, you see it is just money, 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 and power, 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 and maintaining and control and all the stress. You know, when you're really stressed and you feel like you need everything to be in control, because everything else that's not like you, it kind of stresses you out. I feel like that's all the people at the top right now. They're like a wounded tiger lashing out, doing horrible things all over the world because they're losing control. But if we don't stand up and we be silent, so I like that. I said to Shawn the other day, one of my favorite quotes was, if you think you're too small to make a difference, you obviously haven't been in bed with a mosquito. So, right? So remember the mosquitoes? If every one of us literally, if we started actually standing up, like the last 5 years, you couldn't say anything, just stand up.
You're saying something really important, because I think you don't understand how powerful you are. Like, people don't understand how powerful they are. Like, so
all of us.
Even just, let's take the health charter. Let's say no MP knows about the health charter, but you said, I'm going to make sure that every MP, and there's 340 of them in Canada, know about the health charter. And I'm going to spend every Saturday doing this. So just one day a week. Well, on week one, you print out 340 copies and you mail them to every MP with, a letter saying, hey, I want you to read this. This is important to me. And then the next week you're phoning their offices and you're emailing and you're faxing. Like, just spending one day a week. After 1 year, that's 52 full days of you interacting with 340 MPs and their staff. And every single MP will understand the major parts of the charter and why they're important to you. So you actually, just a single person watching this broadcast could ensure that every MP in Canada within a year understands the charter. And that's just, an example. And it's just, most of us have lost the understanding that we're actually responsible to be making a difference.
It is, and I feel like, I have to say, for this guy, I think, how you talk about, Joseph's just hanging out the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I feel like if we're aware, the people in control, whoever they are, they're not monolithic. And they don't like it when you're aware and you're confident. And you start speaking. And I feel like if you speak from a place of direct experience like Shawn, I feel like that's what you're doing a lot. I have a lot of love for this guy. This is not corny. What these people are doing, to me, this had to happen, and it's happening right now for a reason, because they're falling apart. We don't need to buy into their games anymore. We just have to stand up. And the last 5 years taught me that when you couldn't even say things that you wanted to say, that you knew were right because it's the way we did things for 60 years, and all of a sudden you're a conspiracy theorist and a pseudoscience? What do you mean? We did that for 60 years. This is what you're doing. Anyway, it made me feel like I can't just sit back and not say anything. That caused a lot of stress in our company. Our company broke up because of it, my brother and I, because he couldn't handle that kind of stress, and he couldn't handle the way I was participating, and the fact that they did that massive SWAT with helicopters and tanks and everything on our property scared the heck out of my whole family. They told me that I was going to be sent to a jail, one of 4 jails outside Greater Vancouver as a terrorist, and I might not talk to or see my family for at least weeks, months, maybe longer. And they said, don't say anything, and I just started talking. That's because when you speak and they're afraid, they do that. That's how I know. You know how something you can, then it'll crush some people. But other people just say, whoa. Dr. Maltos here went that, whoa. Right? Canadians, yeah. People like Byron Bardell, boom. All these different guys went, this guy. And I do believe though, like me with Anna, and like Stephen with, it's Ivy, right? No, Liz, sorry, Liz. I think you need that to go out to the next level. And can we all say that we're sorry if we scared the crap out of any of you guys when we did it? I felt like mine was, I told my mom, I cannot not speak. And right now, I feel, when Shawn said he's doing this, and it was so hard because my brother and I, we just didn't think alike. I get it, because it takes a different type, but when we finally could do this together, I thought, it's gonna happen. We had a massive offer for our company, and I could have just left and never had to work our whole family ever again. So instead we bought out my brother's family. And now we can work, now I feel like I don't have to, my actions aren't gonna stress out other people. Now I feel like I want to support what they're doing in such a big way and be another mosquito. And I feel like every one of us, I believe the ancient way is about empowerment, that we all have it inside us. What we went through in some of these times was extremely traumatizing if you don't believe in something bigger. To me, it was not traumatizing, it was invigorating. No. I just say, there's a thing that I heard the other day, it was being spread around. It says that we should accept the things that we cannot change, right? But then someone says, no, we should change, it's time to change the things we cannot and no longer can accept. That's what we gotta do now. So I feel like this is possible now, though. It's not just talk, talk, talk. If we all actually start talking and support each other, because we are coming from a place of love, if you want to call it compassion, love, respect, honoring of other people. We're coming from that place. They're coming from that place. I know we've had discussions, that if enough people stand up and everybody has a worthy voice, everyone has a different way of saying it. They tried to make us believe for so long in all these systems that we do not have enough intelligence, that we are not strong enough, that we don't follow this, that we don't know what we're talking about, and they ridicule and make fun of you for thinking any way differently. That's all ending. All of that is ending right now. It is. And so this is part of this is change. I'm excited, sorry.
Yeah. Well, you tell us how you really feel, Jason. So, but you know, Jason has brought up some really important points, because one thing that if you've got to watch this online health show, because you will come to understand this is life and death. Our ability to have access to vital nutrition, and I mean there are stories where it's life and death just over vital nutrition. And it's life and death over, products like recovery. In fact, we have somebody speaking about recovery, how they're just completely disabled. And so we're talking about life and death, and we should not have a regulatory body between us and what we need to be healthy. Like, sorry, we all agreed protect us against fraud, but that's not what we're talking about here with these regulations. Protect us against adulteration. That's not what we're talking about. Sure, make sure things are, manufactured in a reasonable way. That's not what we're talking about. We all agree on that, but that's not what's happening. What's happening is we have a regulatory body, so we've got Canadian Food Inspection Agency and Health Canada responsible for our food supply. And they have allowed us to they basically made it so that we can't not be toxic. Everyone in this room, everyone watching this is filled with toxic chemicals, and we have to take defensive measures. I take defensive measures every day to reduce my toxic load. Well, do you think they don't know that this is what's happening? They've measured our food supply. 100 years ago, our fruits and vegetables had so much more vitamins and minerals, you didn't need to supplement. You would get everything you needed just from eating healthy. But now, even if you're trying to eat healthy, organic and that, we've had expert after expert on the show and watch them say, you actually can't be healthy without supplementing. Now, how is it then that our government, you see, we've given them our responsibility to keep our family healthy. We've trusted that they would keep our food supply healthy, when actually by design it's unhealthy. This isn't a secret, all these chemicals. Is this surprising anyone? The fact that you can't, even if you're not eating the junk, but you're trying to eat organic, you're trying to eat fruits and vegetables, the nutrition isn't there anymore. Is this a secret to anyone? I mean, the U.S. Department of Agriculture does regular surveys. This is all documented. I think it was their 1949 survey. It was huge. They basically outlined a health emergency, that the nutrients in our food have dropped so much, and you're missing this, here's the chronic illness that results. You're missing this, here's the chronic illness that you result. You're missing this and this, here's the chronic illness that results. This isn't a secret. And then Health Canada is making it illegal for us to get the nutrients we need. If we follow the recommended daily allowances, we'll all be sick and dead. And yet companies get punished and shut down if they try to give us the dosage amounts that we actually need to live. This is the world we're in, and it's time for that to end because it's become intolerable. And this is what Jason's saying. So, Jason, we've got to wrap this up. I want you to answer the question that I asked everyone: is what's your message to Ottawa?
So I don't want to duplicate.
And this is a family show, so.
That's. I don't want to duplicate what the two of you were saying, so I just thought I'll say something different. Is right now we're going through a major paradigm shift, and it's not requiring us to recreate the wheel. It just requires you to allow us to go back to what was. And what was, if you want to put it simply for people, was the terrain theory, which they talk about, Béchamp versus Pasteur, that everything in the germ theory of Pasteur, that's why you have pasteurization of milk, that germs and pathogens and all that cause disease. So then what do, you stimulate your body, or you suppress those things, or you cut it out. The ancient theory is more like Béchamp, kind of his rival. There's a lot of stories at the end of the life there that Pasteur changed his mind, but too late. The terrain theory is about working with the natural innate processes of your body that is your inherent birthright to basically cleanse, to nourish, and to achieve balance. It's a nice soft way, and it's just a different way. Maybe you don't understand it yet, but they did practice it for thousands of years, and if it didn't work, it would no longer be used, and it's still used in China and Tibet and those other systems because it works. And we just want that back. We just want our birthright back. If everybody else wants to stay doing the other things, we don't have a problem with that. We just want to know that we can still do what has made sense for thousands of years.
You make a good point, because I don't think, I'm all for the fact that people should be able to make their own choices. So if there are Canadians out there that want to say to themselves, I want to be limited only to treatments that bureaucrats in Health Canada will allow me to have, hey, all the power to you, but I'm not willing to live that way anymore, and I'm not willing continue to allow us to suppress truthful health information, which is about what this show is. And so, just to kind of bring this home and wrap up for this evening, is I'm thanking everyone that's attending in person today. We started in Victoria because this is a provincial capital on the West Coast, and that's where we're beginning to march the Charter of Health Freedom across the land. And so you're participating in a historic event this evening. I hope everyone signs that petition that we're driving to Ottawa, because we want some fresh sheets from Victoria. We want some fresh sheets from this room. For those of you watching online, this is a historic event. This is the first day of Canadians basically standing up just to tell their stories. You will have witnessed Canadians today sharing their stories. And that's never happened before. And let's privilege them by listening to their stories and coming together. So on behalf of the world's greatest health show and the Natural Health Product Protection Association, I thank everyone for attending in person and everyone attending online. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Products Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with us Sonia Palmer. Sonia, welcome to the health show.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be
Now,
here.
people watching are going to see behind your name CHFA. Do you want to share with us what is CHFA and
Mhm.
what your role is at the CHFA?
Sure, thank you. So CHFA is the Canadian Health Food Association, and we represent about 1,000 members across Canada, a little bit more now, about 1,200 members across Canada, namely in the natural organic wellness sector. And from my own position standpoint, I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Regulatory Affairs. So, what that means is that I primarily represent the interests of trade. So I do a lot of advocacy work, a lot of grassroots, a lot of discussions with members of parliament on, the impacts that occur when regulation changes or there's changes to legislation that impact natural organic wellness products. That has led to a lot of discussions on natural health products as of lately because of the amount of change that has been proposed for this sector. So a lot of my focus has been on, defending the interests of industry based on these regulatory changes.
Right. And just, so that people fully understand what you're referring to. So, when you guys say members, like
Mhm.
people that manufacture natural health products and, organic food producers and things like that, like it's the industry. You've got a lot of industry members. And so when there are problems with the regulatory environment, they let you know so that, you
100%.
can kind of advocate on their behalf. So when you're sharing with us today, I mean, it's from on the ground being told, listen, this is happening and that is happening.
Exactly. Absolutely. We do represent actually from the manufacturing level, in some cases, even the supply level, all the way to retail. So we are one of the largest trade associations to represent essentially the whole manufacturing and retail chain, supply chain. For this sector. So we do get a very broad amount of information back from members on what the impacts are, from the base all the way to sale.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And I just wanted people to appreciate, like you hear from industry that here's the problem, because we're going to be going into, kind of some specifics of some things so that people understand the regulatory environment better. Um, one thing that I wanted to maybe start with is, um, I don't know if the public's aware, but whenever we're dealing with the regulation of natural health products and Health Canada, so whether we're in the Standing Committee of Health, whether we're in the the Red Tape Committee, as it's called,
Mhm.
invariably Health Canada is going to come and present. Oh, there's basically the sky's falling. So many people are being harmed by natural health products. Risk, risk, risk. Risk, danger, danger, danger. And you've kind of had to deal with that actually, by looking into it. And so I'm wondering if you can comment, what your thoughts are about, this so-called danger, where Health Canada tells us we need ever stricter regulations because of danger. Because I know you guys have looked into this, and I'm wanting you to share
Yeah.
about that.
Absolutely. So I think fundamentally, one of the things that we really had to take head on very early on was the fact that much of what Health Canada has proposed has been driven by health. What they have said is health and safety reasons, and so a lot of that actually was attributed to things like adverse events and numbers that were presented in committee. There was an audit report back in 2021 that was presented as really kind of reflecting that there needed to be amendments and regulatory changes that needed to occur. But then how Health Canada actually presented the information, how this actually ended up getting shared in committee, was something that we really needed to get ahead of and a hold of in terms of how this sector actually impacts the health and safety of Canadians and whether or not these products actually presented as big of a risk as what was being proposed. So we did end up engaging Deloitte specifically on a study because of the fact that they had a number of pharmacovigilance experts on their team that were able to actually take Health Canada's data itself and use its adverse event reporting database to give us information about where a lot of this was coming from in terms of, scouring not just that, but medical journals, the internet more broadly in terms of Canadian data was analyzed. And I would say at the broadest of levels, what ended up coming out of that survey or that report was that these products are generally safe. It is what we have been saying, which is that, that these products are providing benefit, they are safe, and that, the numbers that Health Canada were explaining or were sharing were not exactly appropriate in terms of causality and in terms of, the extent to which Health Canada had shared was really contradictory to what Deloitte had found. And so it was a very important step, obviously, in our advocacy and in really kind of making sure that members of parliament and other parliamentarians, even that Health Canada, understood its own data appropriately.
Right. And I want to unpack that a little more just because people might not understand even,
Sure.
say adverse reaction in that. So,
Yeah.
Since 1965, we've had, and it was in response to the thalidomide disaster, we set up what was called an adverse reaction reporting system. And so, it's primarily medical people, but it was also set up so that ordinary people could just file a report. So if they thought that, a drug, and drug includes chemical, it includes natural. So, basically if a health product was suspected to have a role in, an adverse reaction or, including a death, that could be reported. And it was just kind of a way of looking to see if there's a pattern that was something should be looked into. But first of all, there's a problem if a report's filed, and Health Canada would agree, except when it comes to natural health products. Well, just because a drug's associated with an adverse report doesn't mean that it's the cause. You would have to look in deeper. So for chemical drugs, you can have all these adverse reactions, and Health Canada will say, yes, but that's not causation. But it should be a
Exactly.
signal for them to look deeper.
Yes.
Although it seems that if there's a natural health product, there's a report, all of a sudden that's like more than causation. Like that's fair to say, isn't it? Like there
I'd
seems to be
say
a double
so.
standard.
Yes, like I do think and fundamentally that's exactly it. It's not meant to be a driver for regulatory reform, and you are not meant to use that database as an indicator for causality. That was also very clearly explained in the Deloitte report, was that a lot of the on top of the numbers that were coming out, so it was data from about 2020 to 2023, and so they were using numbers like 700 or 1,000 serious adverse events. But what that data actually had shown was that a lot of those you could not determine that the natural health product was the cause. Many of them were taken, for example, with other pharmaceutical products, or it could have been cancer patients, they're undergoing chemotherapy. It's very difficult to determine that, let's say, your vitamin C was the cause when you were on chemotherapy or other. So much of what we had seen was that causality could not be determined, and that the NHP was not necessarily always the determining factor in these cases.
So I think, and you're free to disagree with me, but I think it's actually I want to use the word disingenuous, Health Canada, because they know that the safety profile of chemical drugs, is very poor. Like in the Western world, one of the leading 5 causes of death is taking, chemical pharmaceutical drugs as prescribed. So it's one of the riskiest things that we can do. And they also know that natural health products are, below what's called the ultra safe line, like that you shouldn't be regulating them at all. So when they're like scouring this adverse reaction database to deliberately use it as you're not supposed to use it, wait a second, a cancer patient with stage 4 cancer that's, expected to die, like there's no way this person's going to live, and they're on chemotherapy and other chemical drugs, but there's a bottle of vitamin C there
Mhm.
that you could possibly consider vitamin C as a causal factor in their death, which is what Health Canada does. This is what you're
Mhm.
talking about. That
Yes. Yeah.
that's you're trying to grasp straws in the wind to find risk. Like,
Mhm.
am I overstating it here? Because
I
we
mean,
could talk about. I want to bring up Kava next, like
right. Yeah.
as a real
No,
life
I
example.
I think in the scenario and the kind of political environment that we were faced with, over the last, I'd say, 2 years or so, what you're stating is appropriate. I do think we've had discussions. We've had to have direct discussions with parliamentarians and with Health Canada directly to really kind of, point that out. We did an access to information request, which, reinforced what we had found in our Deloitte study. And I just think that, there was a strong political will to advance the changes that were proposed, the regulatory changes that were proposed. And one of the most important driving factors that Health Canada can base that on is health and safety. And so there was a very strong pull towards suggesting that these products were unsafe, because that is what will drive that regulatory change. And so that's really what we tried to get ahead of and ensure that Canadians aren't fearful of the things that are providing health benefits.
And I just want, to get you to go into a little more detail, because I actually think you did a real service here. So what Canadians don't know, so there was a bill working its way through Parliament, Bill 368, to kind of change how natural health products are classed. So it's in the
Mhm.
Standing Committee of Health, and some health people from Health Canada basically testified in front of that committee, saying that there was this large number of adverse reactions connected to natural products. And so the CHFA, you guys did an access to information request. So just so people understand, we have a law called the Access to Information Act, where you can make a request and the government's obligated to share the information with you. So you guys say, okay, you've said there are this number of adverse reactions in the Standing Committee of Health. Please share with us the data that's based on. That's what you guys did?
That's correct. Yeah.
And
And so
what did you
ultimately,
get back? Because people need to hear this.
I mean, when they realized that there were statements made that this had come out in committee, they tried to essentially rebuild the data. So they reran the search because they didn't have anything on file that suggested or that had, you know, basically backed what they had said. And so they recreated the data, essentially saying, here you go, here's the data that you can look at. And so that's what we used in part to identify the lack of causality and the mixing of other pharmaceutical products, et cetera. But essentially the department was stating that they did not have this in writing, or that the proof of this 700 to 1,000 was not something that was within their briefing documents. It was really something they had to recreate, and that we had to fine comb through to determine whether or not these products were actually a health risk or not.
No, I'm going to unpack this more, because what you did, in making this request is so important. So in committee, so when, the MPs are having to make important decisions on what do we do, how do we regulate natural products, we have Health Canada throwing big figures out saying,
Yes.
this is how many people have been hurt. Like, this is the message. This is how many
Yeah.
people have been hurt.
Yes.
Please, MPs, protect us. And that was fraudulent. It was made up numbers. They didn't have any data to support it. Like,
Mhm.
that's first point, right? You learned that.
I think, it wasn't so much fraudulent as it was exaggerated. So in the sense of taking the numbers and stating that this was the cause, like that was the leap that was made, that was completely inappropriate. And like that really put members of parliament at they were uneasy. Like there were some members of parliament that were like, we hear you, we understand everything you're saying, and that you're saying that there's not much risk attributed to these products, but we're not sure how to read this data. We're not sure how to respond to this because they have, Health Canada's chief medical officer and other very high-ranking officials sitting at a table stating that these products are not safe. And so, like, we had to have very real conversations and really provide proof that, this wasn't the case, and that, generally speaking, that is exactly what the report stated. These products are safe.
Right.
And
so
and
you're
so
you're being
it's a low
kind.
risk category.
You're being kind because you want these people to still talk to you. So and that's fine. But in my world, when people say something in committee,
Yes.
um, and they don't have the data to back it up,
Yeah.
and then when you do an access to information request and it basically comes out during that, well, yeah, they didn't actually have the data, so we've recreated it. Because of your
Correct.
request. So here's what we've come up with. They didn't have it before. So that really was why they're pulling it out of the air. They're giving concrete numbers. They're giving specific numbers that don't have a basis in reality. But they recreate this because, CHFA's now made a request. We're obligated to give them something.
Yes.
So we better, put something in the pot and cook it up. And that data, it doesn't support what they said.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll disagree on what we call that, but at least the public understands that this is what's happening. Like it's my experience with Health Canada is that they try to present this appearance of danger. It's interesting, Sonia, is so we get these regulations in 2004. So before that, we're largely unregulated for all intents and purposes, except, maybe for some monograph DINs on vitamins type thing. So if we were in danger, like 2004, when we don't have Health Canada regs to protect us, that should be when, the dead bodies are in the street. And that's when, a client of mine had Professor Ron Law from New Zealand do a risk analysis, and he got frustrated. He couldn't find any data of harm in Health Canada, like in Canadian government statistics. So he had to go to other Western countries to even find some examples of reports of harm to do his risk analysis. And at the end of the day, like there's this ultra safe line in risk analysis. So if you're not causing more than 1 death per million of the population per year, you don't even think of regulating, because there's not enough of a signal for you to know if you're making any difference. Like you could be making it worse, you could be making it better, but there's not even any point. And we're below that line. Like, and he compared then the different risks at the time, and I've got no reason to believe it's any different. But back then, a Canadian was 14 times more likely to be struck and killed by lightning. And 14 times is a significant amount. Like this is, so 14 times more likely to be struck by lightning than to be, killed by a natural health product. So, and again, 14 times is so much more likely that, the stadium where people get struck by lightning, we can't even park in the parking lot because we're so much safer. We can't even approach the area. So what are we talking about? And this is anecdotal, but it's got to be about 14 years ago now. I'd have to go look at my records. I did an access to information request of Health Canada because I was frustrated. They're always throwing, 28 million people died of natural health products back when our population was 26 million type thing. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but just they've been doing this for a long time. So I did an ATIP request saying, well, let's go. We became a country in 1867. So please give me all data that would indicate that any deaths have been caused by a natural health product in that time. And they got back to me quite reasonably saying, of course, we don't have records going back to 1867. But, we did start the adverse reaction database in 1965, and it's pretty robust. So will you amend your request to 1965. And I said, sure. And so do you know how many reports I got from Health Canada back then where they're saying this links a death to a natural health product? It was a goose egg. I got nothing. So, and it doesn't mean that there isn't a risk, but it's not the risk that they're presenting. So, yeah, so maybe we'll just share the Kava Kava example and then move on. And you're aware of this example too. So Kava, it's used as a calming tea. It's the national drink in Fiji. I'll just say that so the country of Fiji, this is their national drink. So if we're going to pretend it's dangerous, I mean, my gosh, don't go to Fiji. You go to Hawaii, there's Kava bars. They're called Kava bars, even though it doesn't intoxicate you, but it calms you. Like, I don't know if you've actually drank the tea, but it calms you. It does. And, I've taken Kava supplements that calms you. And I had another guest on, Sonia, Dr. Eldon Dahl, and you know Dr. Dahl. And and he was sharing a story where, about basically somebody that was really, really helped by Kava. And I think if I remember the story correctly, was suffering on Prozac. So there's, and studies on how Kava works better than Prozac, which has a really high risk profile. So here we've got Kava on the Canadian market. It's not licensed yet. This is when we're doing this transition. And somebody who was, terminally ill, taking a number of chemical drugs, dies, and they're expected to die. But, the public health nurse notices there's, in addition to all these chemical drugs, there's also some Kava tea. And all of a sudden, that means Kava tea caused the death of somebody who's terminally ill and on a number of chemical drugs. And Kava tea is banned for 11 years in Canada. And you're aware of that story. What are your thoughts about that? That's kind of representative of how they approach this, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I think much of it has to do with the broader management of how Health Canada interprets and manages risk. Like the risk framework that they established, when I was operating there, it was from year 2000. Like, it is a very outdated at this point. I'd have to check if it's been updated since, but at that time, it was very, very based on a precautionary principle in a sense. And so how the precautionary is interpreted can change. It can vary over years. And there's just a lot of room for interpretation when it comes to how to actually manage risk in that sense. And so I feel that a lot of things actually derive from fundamental policies and fundamental documents that the government uses or that Health Canada uses and how it actually manages risk. It's interesting because within that document, there's a lot of discussion around stakeholders and around stakeholder management and getting feedback from stakeholders, because I think one of the fundamental pieces in management of risk is actually working with stakeholders. And so I think sometimes you're at a juxtaposition with actually managing the risk, working with stakeholders that are actually responsible for quality, efficacy, and safety on the ground, and with reputational risks in some cases, right? And it's like, how did we respond to this? Is it appropriate from a Globe and Mail test perspective? Is it appropriate from a public response perspective? Regardless of what ends up happening from a health outcome perspective or from a actual risk basis or an industry competitiveness or an industry perspective. So there is a lot that goes into what actually ends up being the response. And in this case, obviously a very strong response. And that is often the case because of the very heavy risk framework that's been created and how it's interpreted.
Right. And I think, you're sharing something that most people want to understand, but you've worked at Health Canada. I know I've worked in various governments, including the federal government in Ottawa. And so Health Canada will create internal policy documents that are then followed.
Mhm.
And sometimes the interpretation can just lead to results that, maybe are intended, maybe aren't intended, but that's part of what happens. You've got a big organization and a whole bunch of personnel in there, and those personnel are told to rely on policy documents, and sometimes things happen that maybe aren't reasonable.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
So another thing I'd like to talk about. So we we've kind of talked about, I think we both agree Health Canada really overstates risk on natural health products. One one frustration I have, and I'd like to know your thoughts, is like even during this health show, we're interviewing people that are describing to us really having their lives turned around by natural products, where they've been in the mainstream medical system. And we're not here to knock them, but the
Mhm.
reality is that's not the whole picture for health in Canada. And like literally we've had people say, I'm only alive because of
Yeah.
these products. And we're interviewing natural health practitioners, so like traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, homeopathic doctors, medical doctors that also use complementary medicine.
Mhm.
But like the homeopathic doctors and naturopathic doctors and traditional Chinese practitioners, we've now
Yeah.
learned during the show, we have to ask them, well, what percentage
Mhm.
of, the people that come to you for help have basically exhausted the mainstream medical system?
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
the answers are no lower than 95%.
Mhm.
So, so these natural health practitioners, I mean, they're basically getting people almost exclusively that aren't
Mhm.
finding any help anywhere else.
Right.
And the stories of success they're sharing with us, like life and death stories, are significant. And
Mhm.
I'm just using this as context because what's
Yeah.
frustrates me personally, Sonia, is
Mhm.
that when I have dialogues with Health Canada and when I see how they're approaching things, I see
Yeah.
them overestimating risk,
Mhm.
but it's like they deny that there's any benefits,
Yeah.
right? Like, and not only do they deny there's any benefits, they institutionally have this, they call it failed efficacy. So, as a
Mhm.
matter of their policy, they assume that people aren't getting benefits, but
Mhm.
they need to be protected by the risks. And I'm wondering if you can, what your thoughts about that are, because my frustration is if we want good health outcomes
Yeah.
and we say, well, what's the best way to manage these? I think we have to look at the benefits and the risks and
Mhm.
then try to figure out, knowing both of those, what's the best thing for us to do?
I actually have a few thoughts on that topic. I mean, I think that, it's a bit of a complicated topic in the sense that, like when you actually assess these products, et cetera, like I think there's no way that we can deny health benefits. Like they are, you can see that, there is a very long track record of safety and efficacy for a large number of these products, and that's why they're allowed to make claims. We have product monographs that exist, but I do think they're quite pigeonholed in the sense of really kind of being in a very narrow allowance of what can be said. I think that, on top of that, layer that with the fact that there's not much money for clinical trials or research. I mean, you have to compete with, big pharmaceutical companies and others to get funding. So, and just the way that the framework is set up, I mean, you're not allowed to make claims about, Schedule A diseases and other things. Like there's so much fundamentally that goes behind this question. But I think ultimately, I don't think anyone can deny that these products work, and a lot of them work differently for different bodies, just like pharmaceuticals do, but they absolutely have a place in our mainstream healthcare system. I think they are primarily recognized as being preventative and for maintenance, but that in many cases people actually have found, as you said, life-changing results. And in some cases you'll either see people use them as, like your first step or your last step like I find that's usually how it goes. It's like I may not want to jump straight into something, that's very heavy. Like, for example, a lot of people, I mean, from what we're told, like say you have mental health conditions or other things, they may not want to turn automatically to a pharmaceutical, and may want to try ashwagandha, let's say, in some cases, or other types of supplements before they get into something that is quite heavy and could have quite an impact on your health. So we see a lot of it through our members as well. I think that it's difficult because a lot of them do say that they'd like to be able to do more research, but that they either just can't compete or there's no dollars for it. So it really has created a very difficult system for our natural health product companies to thrive in, and therefore Canadians to access. And a lot of Canadians actually just turn to the internet to try and figure out how to use these beyond what's been product monographed or what is on the label per se.
Right. So that's actually an important point that I want to get back to, because it speaks more to censorship. But I want to stick first on the first point. Like, we both agree Health Canada will emphasize risk. But, you've personally spent a lot of time speaking with Health Canada officials and, about, let's figure out how to regulate natural health products in the best way possible. And am I right that you have the same experience as me? Like, it's not like they're saying, oh, there's all these benefits. Yes, we have to take that into account. It's all risk. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I would say that's appropriate. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Guilty until proven innocent.
Right. Except that we like, so you're talking about claims when you're just talking earlier,
Yes.
and basically how Canadians are being forced to go onto the internet because what they're looking for can't be shared with them. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I mean, I think that, in some circumstances, like, it kind of goes back to the product monographs. I think there's been a lot of variations as to how the product monograph system has been used. And essentially, what it is a set of tried, trusted, and true ingredients and combinations of ingredients, essentially, that industry can turn to. Where, if you, for example, got a vitamin C, you can, specifically state certain claims and health claims, and same with, multivitamins, et cetera, a lot of these, trusted products. And so I think a lot of Canadians will kind of look to the label to understand what they can and can't do, because that's what, you're supposed to do. But in some cases, what we found is that these product monographs, the way that it's worded, can be complicated, or it's not very direct, or there's circumstances where it's very long wording. So I think a lot of it stems from like that, fundamentally, that it's what like how the user evolves, how Canadians actually read these labels, how they interpret these labels. And so in order to actually stay agile and stay on top of how the user actually benefits from and uses these products and reads these products, has changed substantially. And those are things that we've really tried to highlight to the government to say, we've even introduced them. I had met, for example, somebody called Judd Looker. He works at the Algonquin College in Ottawa here, and his whole fundamental basis of research is based on the user. So we've actually introduced them to Health Canada when it comes to labeling. We thought that would be a great, case example of understanding and adapting a label to actually navigate it towards how a Canadian would read that and understand that, versus how Health Canada wants to present, the level of risk or what its benefits are. And so there's a huge disconnect, I think, between like the user and the government, in a sense, and how information is conveyed.
That you brought up something really important. So I just want people to understand, like, so when you say monograph system or label claim, so the way it works, just so people understand, is Health Canada will approve a product with a specific claim, and all the manufacturer, anyone is involved in the natural health community is legally entitled to say, according to Health Canada, is the claim. And for things like single ingredients like vitamin C in that, there are pre-prepared monographs. So it says if you're going to sell vitamin C, in this amount range, and with these things on your label, then you can say this, so whatever you're allowed to say for vitamin C. And there could be more things you're allowed to say than one. But so that's what you, just so people understand when you say monograph, yeah, and you can go and look those up. They're online. So there's certain, so you don't have to apply for a license. You can just use that monograph. But if you're creating a multi-ingredient product for which there aren't a monograph, you go through this, it's a much more stricter process, but they will approve a claim and you're limited to that claim. But what's happening is because that's not very much information for people on the ground, people are going out and doing their own research to try it. So it's kind of this censorship is, I think, backfiring, Sonia, because the manufacturers will have a whole bunch of information. And sometimes the product will be made for something different than their label claim. I know that from licensing. Like when my firm used to do licensing, the question was, what can we get you approved for? Not what is it for, right? Because the manufacturer wants to get through the approval process. So I think this censorship, although it was well-intentioned, is now backfiring on the consumer.
Yeah. No, I would agree. I think it's difficult too because there's just so much information out in the public now, and like access to information, and like you'll hear Health Canada talk about information disinformation, and like for them truly to be a reliable source, I do think there has to be more engagement with stakeholders. I think that there's been a lot of hesitancy over the years, especially with our sector. It is a cultural issue. It's something that predates when I worked there. I know it is part of why I stepped out of government, was to fundamentally understand like why there was such a gap between this industry and government. But I think fundamentally it stems from not having meaningful conversations with those that are truly responsible for quality, safety, and efficacy. Because I understand that the government puts the standards in place, but it's the industry that makes the ingredients, that packages, produces, imports, et cetera. Like, you are the one directly faced with the consumer, and so you are the one responsible for quality, efficacy, and safety at the end of the day.
I'm enjoying this conversation because it's making me think about, I wonder how this came about, because it could have been very well intentioned, right? One of the, the fundamental purposes in the Food and Drug Act was to prevent fraud, right? Like the snake oil thing, where people are just making outrageous claims about, cure-alls, but really there's nothing there, right? So you're kind of deceiving the consumer. So you can morph into this licensing system where, okay, you can't say anything that you haven't already proven to us. But then that becomes so narrow then. So if you're going to take the position as a regulatory body, well, all you're allowed to say is what we approve. And so you're not actually legally allowed to share bad stuff with us also. Like you're like there's total censorship. Like Sonia, I spent good 30 years. I'm really out of the practice of law now, even though I'm still a member. But 30 years, and where half of my practice was running interference with Health Canada. I mean, sometimes in court they actually don't lay charges often, but usually out of court. And I would be hard pressed to find cases where the real problem Health Canada has wasn't speech, whether in writing or verbally. Tied to this, you can't say anything else. But the difficulty is then Canadians can't make proper health decisions. And I think as kind of outlandish as this may sound to Health Canada, that the law should be the opposite. That, like, sure, tell us this is what's proven to Health Canada and that, but the law should be you have to share all health information you have. The bad stuff, the good stuff. Like, I'm frustrated you know, let's say I'm going to take an doctor saying my child needs to take an antidepressant.
Yeah.
Well, that company has to provide, 2 sizable double-blind clinical trials
Yeah.
to Health Canada showing the statistical separation between the sugar pill and the placebo. And they'll have structured it for a very narrow window and in a very healthy population to get that approval. But on average, for an antidepressant, they will have run 8 clinical trials to
Yeah.
get those 2, and the other 6 could be inconclusive. They could show that the drug works great, but the safety signals are too high. They don't want to share them. They show the sugar pill works better than the drug. Like,
Yeah.
I think as a parent wanting to make that decision, like, first of all, I want to see those 2 that Health Canada relied on, but I
Yeah.
want to see all of them, right?
Well, and I think fundamentally, to be honest, I mean, and this is probably a whole other debate, but we're about to like really get into an era where artificial intelligence makes it really difficult to ignore like lots of data in a sense, right? Where Canadians are turning to things like ChatGPT and other AI tools to ask health related questions and to, just about get diagnosed and to understand, what products they can use and what risks are associated. And so whether or not, Health Canada can keep up with this AI advancement and modernization in terms of, how health is assessed and how Canadians, interpret what they read and what they understand and what they trust is really going to be a primary debate, I think, in the next couple of years, because ultimately, like, Canadians do have access now to much more information, and perhaps some of this is, copywritten or proprietary information. But the idea is the more and more that transparency comes out and clinical trials are made public or other things are accessible, these are all within reach now of Canadians, and to fully kind of take that decision making and informed decision making onto themselves. And I think fundamentally, at one point, I believe the last time would have been around maybe 2008 or so, maybe around between 2008 and 2013, like Health Canada did have within its mandate the informed choice aspect, and that's changed politically. It's changed over time to really be like a more of a protective role for the health and safety aspect. But informed choice is extremely important, and it's now resurging. Like, it is something that we can't avoid at this point.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. So the world's changing so much
Yes.
that, Health Canada is going to get dragged along kicking and screaming, whether they want to or not.
Yeah, I think more and more we're going to see cases, and you're going to see Canadians placing pressure to get a better understanding and a better grasp of their health, and we're already seeing it, with the movement of ChatGPT and how people have been trying to take that into their own hands.
I'm going to segue into something else, although this is an important conversation, because I think that really just the way the internet and now AI is going to change our lives, that, any government attempt to try and corral what people can have access to is going to become almost meaningless, I think, is what you're suggesting. And
well, I think at a certain point they will lose the battle of, the being the trusted source. Like, I think, they're going to have to either embrace AI more fully and accept, more and wider, like, there's a lot of policy that's going to have to go behind the use of AI, and that's more generally across, the government of Canada. But I think, like, all of government is going to have to face the fact that Canadians have access to answers in split seconds and are going to have more questions and are, going to want to take more control and have more freedom in how they go about deciding how to manage their lives. And I think that, we're talking very broadly about health and about other things, but I do think the government of Canada has a very big, broad mandate here that they need to take a strong, cold look at and identify what their role is going to be moving forward with such a pressure and such a presence.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, that's raising a really good point. Now, I want to kind of segue into kind of our regulatory environment again. And then where
Yeah.
I'm kind of going is do you think it's made any difference? Because I know you have
Mm.
some really interesting things to say about that. And so just to kind of put it into context for people watching that may not know so, if we were to back up 30 years,
Yeah.
we, we had regulations, drug regulations that
Mhm.
really were designed for novel chemical drugs by and large.
Yeah.
If you just go to our drug regulations, we've got this approval process. It would start, I think, at C.08.001, and
Mhm.
and they've got a whole bunch of policy documents there, and those are, they've been changed. But if we went back 30 years, that model's there, and we would recognize, okay, here we are.
Yeah.
And but then we've got this natural health community just really kind of growing and growing and growing. Like, I don't think, well, I don't want to date myself, but I watched Gilligan's Island when I came home from school, and the
Yeah.
Flintstones, that noon type thing. So um we didn't have health food stores in malls.
No.
I can't, I grew up in Saskatoon, and I don't even know if there was a health food store. There had to be one in the city, maybe. And now there's a
Mhm.
health food store in every mall. You
Yeah.
just, and I think I was in my mid 30s, at least 30, before I heard the word naturopathic doctor
Yeah.
or homeopathic doctor. They weren't there. Like when I was growing up, there probably wasn't, it wasn't an option.
Yeah.
But it's just grown and grown and grown. And then both the FDA, which is the Food and Drug Administration in the US,
Mhm.
and Health
Yeah.
Canada, in the the late 80s started to notice, wait, now we're
Yeah.
getting all these natural products. And so they started trying to apply the chemical drug regulations
Yeah.
to natural health products. And it was not pretty, I think, is the kindest thing I could say. Like, basically they were driving excuse me, products away and companies out of business, and citizens rebelled. And I'm just giving the history lesson.
Yeah.
So they rebelled in the US first in the early
Mhm.
90s, and Congress held hearings. They looked into it, and they passed a law called the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act of 1984, or
Yeah.
94 rather, where
Mhm.
they classified what we call natural health products as foods. There's a
Yeah.
subcategory food called dietary supplements, and they don't need government pre-approval. I mean, you
Right.
give government notice, here's what I'm planning on doing, and if there's no objection, off you go. And if you're bringing something brand new in, you are considered a
Yeah.
new dietary ingredient, and there's some
Right.
things there, but by and large, most of these ingredients have been used for health purposes. So that's a small subset. So basically, they kept the status quo, except put limits on what they could say, because
Yeah.
prior to the FDA implementing, there, you couldn't be fraudulent, you couldn't adulterate,
Right.
you couldn't manufacture
Fundamentally.
unsanitary, and
Mhm.
both in the US and Canada. It's not that there weren't safeguards, but you were really like a food
Yeah.
in how you were regulated, and we were too.
Yeah.
Well, we have our citizen rebellion. It
Mhm.
culminates in the later 90s.
Mhm.
And just like Congress looked into it, Parliament looked into it. So we had the Standing Committee of Health
Yeah.
hold broad consultations, and they come out with these 53 recommendations, which I think they're awful. But when you ask a body whose only tool is regulation,
Yeah.
what should we do? They say regulation. But when I read that report, they're adamant people wanted increased access.
Yes.
They wanted increased access, and don't treat these the same as chemical drugs.
Yeah.
So,
Definitely.
but we get really what our chemical drug regulations soft.
Yeah.
So we have to, for the first time, get government pre-approval. We didn't before. We didn't have to get pre-approval before. The
Right.
same products in the US don't need pre-approval. Their Congress said that's not appropriate. Let's
Right.
not do that. So now we need to get pre-approval and it sounds great. Oh, well, you have to prove that it works and you have to
Yeah.
prove that it's safe.
Yeah.
But but the safety thing's a farce because we're so ultra safe. You can't measure whether they're making any difference. So this happens in 2004.
Yes.
It takes about 11 years before there's a real deadline where you have to comply because we're in this transition period. But now we've been at this for a good decade where for sure we've had to have this. Sonia, how much do you think the Canadian taxpayer has spent on Health Canada to,
Mhm.
have us in this drug model?
Honestly, I think from a like simple math perspective, because when they came out with their cost recovery proposal, which was essentially, like the amount of money that it costs to run the program, it was coming out at about 51 million. So, just easy math sake times 20. I mean, this is up to $1 billion over the last 20 years to run this program, give or take. Might be less, but the idea is that it's around that. And I think fundamentally the question is how much safer then at that point is this program versus others that don't have an onerous pre-approval, and has that $1 billion been effective in terms of managing health and safety? And I can say that that's very much what we're looking at right now in terms of our next project on, how to really kind of drive reform. I think the results, I can say at a high level in speaking with other pharmacovigilance experts, especially in foreign countries like the US, who have data from, multiple countries, is going to tell you that this pre-approval system is not necessarily what it's been made out to be in terms of health and safety, and that Canada isn't necessarily much more ahead $20 billion later. And so, or sorry, $1 billion later, 20 years later. So I think from that perspective, this is the next narrative and the next story that we have to tell to actually drive reform, is to prove to Canadians that you've been spending a lot of money and the public has been funding a program that has been very expensive, but the proportion of risk is, and where that is, like in terms of pre-approval, looking at things on paper is very expensive. It takes a lot of time. There's a lot of questions involved, in some cases unnecessary questions, and often in many cases unnecessary questions that aren't even tied to the regulations. And that costs a lot of money. And would that money be better spent on a program that is more similar to the States, where more of the efforts are placed on post-market and on the market itself, and on, regulating what comes into the country versus reading what is theoretical and on paper? And that's been a huge debate for us with respect to discussions with Health Canada, with parliamentarians, to really drive reform, because fundamentally we're the only country that does this. And so are we that much safer than everybody else? And at a high level, I'm going to say no. We're going to prove that through the work that we're doing, but I'm fairly confident that we're not safer than others.
Well, just, to have fun with Health Canada. I mean, before the regulations, they weren't saying there were 700 or 800, adverse reactions. But after the regulations, all of a sudden, everyone's going to the hospital. And I know we don't believe those
Yes.
numbers, but I couldn't
Well,
resist.
exactly.
But now you're just citing government cost. Does anyone have any idea how much the natural health product manufacturers have had to spend trying to comply? Like I know
Oh,
of
that
some
number
that
is,
went out of business
yeah,
because they couldn't absorb the costs. And
yeah.
I know, like I was getting complained to all the time of how onerous and expensive this was, and I know CHFA would be getting the exact same message.
Oh,
Like, has
yes.
anyone costed? It's got to be a multiple
No.
of what the government spent.
It's it's very difficult, because technically speaking, with every regulatory change that the government makes, they are supposed to do cost benefit analysis, right? Like, you are actually supposed to analyze how much this is going to cost industry. But just as an example, when the government actually pushed through plain language labeling for over-the-counter products in around 2014, they actually lost 1 in 6 products. It costed them over $100 million, and the government estimated that it would cost between $3 to $4 million. So costing this kind of thing is obviously very complicated. It is so exponential, Shawn, that we could never, I don't think, put a number on it as an industry, because it is the costs are so beyond just what they are. And this is, you know, a bigger red tape reduction and how red tape is calculated. But when you actually put things down to the level of policy, because you've got layers and layers of costs. I mean, you've got the idea of, you know, the Food and Drugs Act and fundamentally what that says. Then you take that a level deeper. You've got the regulations. So you've got the natural health product regulations. So let's just say we're talking just about, I'll give an example just about, let's say, and this is a fictitious example, but it's one to give you an idea. But if the Food and Drugs Act basically says things should be unadulterated and should be safe, the regulations will go into good manufacturing practices, which will detail, for example, a little bit more about the facility, what the expectations are for cleanliness. But then you get to the guideline level and you might see things like, you know, this means epoxy floors. This means, you know, something very, very expensive where, you know, companies
Which might
can
make
come
zero
in.
difference at all.
Exactly, where companies can come in with much cheaper alternatives, and you know that you know, here's how we demonstrate how we meet the regulations. Our floors can be repeatedly cleaned. You know, there's no seams, like we've got a way to show you, but that they say no, because the way we interpret in our guidance documents or in our policies is a much more expensive interpretation. And there is so much of that happens at the policy and guideline level, that to calculate the costs of consultants, of, you know, answering questions that are not regulatory in nature, of, you know, having to make adjustments just to comply, to make sure that Health Canada is satisfied, whether it actually be relevant or not to, you know, health and safety, is a number that cannot be calculated. I fundamentally don't think that that's possible.
And, you know, I think even the example you gave would shock Canadians. Like, you were just talking about a plain label change in 2014, I think it was, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the figure you threw out was $100 million that it cost the industry, and a loss of 1 in 6 products,
Yeah.
where it's just the cost of complying. And people might not think, oh, well, a labeling change is going to have a dramatic effect in the industry, but these things do.
They
And
do.
there would be no measurable benefit from that, even though it may be well intentioned. And this is, you know, this is the thing, is this, I refer to what's happening as a death by 1,000 cuts. Like, you're using this epoxy floor as an example. And it's just what people don't understand is that, you know, the manufacturers and distributors and the like, they are really trying hard. And you could not be more proud of an industry than the Canadian natural health product industry. Like, so many people are in it because their own health journeys, you know, they've seen the benefit and they want to help, and
Yes.
we have world-class products. It's not, we're talking about companies that were already doing super, and they'd be happy to take suggestions and, hey, you know, here's a better way. But
Yeah.
we're kind of locked in where it's actually, you know, your whole business can be at risk. You're now having your site license renewal, and, you know, the last time they made you do all these things, but now 5 years later, well, that's out the window and off we go, and you need an epoxy floor and this and that. And we have companies going out of business and it's just license applications, everything. It just goes on and on and on. And people have no idea how difficult it is for the natural health community. So taxpayers spent $1 billion. The industry, Lord knows, but it would be a multiple of, like, my guess, if you threw out 20 billion, you're probably low. And this is now reflected in our prices for the consumers.
Yes,
Do you
absolutely.
want to talk about that? Because
Sure.
this impacts health, because then low income Canadians can't access the products.
Yes. I think, and what we've seen, especially with this cost of living crisis, is that Canadians, I mean, they still want access to health products. And we've talked about how important these are to many, many people. But what ends up happening is that many, many Canadians will turn to the cheapest source possible. And so a lot of them will order, for example, off the internet, order from foreign competitors, because obviously our framework is already expensive, not even considering, cost recovery, which is, coming down the pipeline. But just already, our retailers and a lot of our Canadian companies are faced with having to compete with much cheaper options that don't have to go through many, many layers of bureaucracy and levels of review due to this pre-market requirement. And so it is reflected in prices, definitely. I mean, I think, you spoke about the industry and how important it is to really be a part of this health and safety discussion. So the industry, from what we've seen, is primarily small and medium sized. Like, a lot of these companies are, smaller companies. There are a lot of innovators. For example, you've mentioned a lot of people that have had, health revelations, or they've come across, something that's meant a lot to them in their own health journeys. And often you will see people with very passionate and personal stories come out and build a business out of, helping people. And so consistently, we have supported members that have experienced that. And so we have had to go to bat, namely for small and medium-sized businesses. Not only that, but this industry has very small margins. So we don't necessarily have the same copyright or patent protections that big pharmaceutical companies have. So when you actually do come to market with something, you might see 20 versions of it, the very next week. And so purposely, this industry keeps its margins fairly low. And so when you bring in considerations around, a already competitive market against foreign frameworks that are much cheaper, and now you've got a cost recovery program that's looking to recuperate costs on the site. It's looking to recuperate costs on the product, on annual fees. You're really looking at exponentiating costs. We anticipate that there will be, a loss of access. We can say with certainty there will be job losses. We can say with certainty that prices will increase in Canada, upwards of 30%. So there are huge impacts that I think people don't realize in this health and safety discussion, and whether or not it truly is beneficial to have this amount of regulatory oversight, and the way in which the regulatory oversight is currently being rolled out. So much of our discussions is exactly that. It's around competitiveness. It's around being fair with Canadians and Canadian companies. And really, we're not asking to be, deregulated or not regulated, unregulated. What we're really kind of suggesting is that, but what we're suggesting is that this needs to be a fair regulatory framework in which Canadian companies can compete, and really, the bazooka for, a fly rather than a fly swatter approach is costing Canadians. It's costing our health. And quite honestly, I feel as though we're handing over the management of our healthcare to the United States or other foreign markets that will take us over. We actually have American companies targeting Canadian companies, or American states rather, targeting Canadian companies and saying, move over here, and sell back to yourselves, sell through these loopholes in which you can have, personal importations and 90-day supplies, so that you can pay taxes to us. Who needs to annex Canada when you can just move manufacturing without moving a thing? Essentially move the idea of the manufacturing and the tax paying, and we lose access to the management of our own health at that point.
I think we need to unpack this, and I'll just, I'm not against we all agree on fair regulation, protect against fraud, protect against adulteration, good manufacturing practices. I don't know anyone who disagrees with that, but this onerous requirement we have, just so people understand. So remember, Canadians, we didn't need to go through this onerous process. And it's costing. So your manufacturer, some have gone out of business. They couldn't afford it.
Absolutely.
Others have dropped products. They couldn't afford it, but they've got this added cost. They pass that on in their prices. They have no choice.
Yes.
So Canadian prices have gone up. And that means that Canadians, the low income Canadians, can't buy them. But the same products in the US where they didn't impose these strict regulations haven't gone up. and Canadians can import them from the States. That's what you're talking
Yeah.
about. So
Yes.
how can it's not fair to Canadian companies when there's no demonstrable benefit. Like, it's not like our products are safer or
It could be the
pure or
exact same
better.
product. Yeah.
They're the exact same products, but because we put this expensive burden on the Canadian companies have no choice but to raise their prices. Well, how do they compete when Canadians can go online
Yeah.
and just import? That's what you're talking about. It's so
That's it.
unfair to the Canadian companies.
Yeah. And so balancing, I think with that, like we're really pushing for reform in terms of, the regulatory framework and how it's currently, being like rolled out at this point and how, it's being interpreted, et cetera. But part of that is really highlighting, especially where we've had such, tense trade discussions with the United States. I mean, they've already, looked at their de minimis. This really comes down to like these types of discussions. And so, what we've really tried to highlight is that you need to be fair with Canadian companies and we need to be able to compete. And being able to compete means reworking the framework and making it more accessible for industry and for Canadians at that point.
I think there's another angle here too that Canadians should consider, and I'd like your thoughts. I've had lots of people share with me, like, so you can go and buy products on Amazon, for example,
Yeah.
and that's becoming more of a trend, but you're
Yes.
not getting any advice. And I'll like use my wife as an example.
Yeah.
She's suffering from migraines, so she goes to the local health food store, and
Yes.
these staff are trained,
Yes.
and so they, you need this type of magnesium and this type of B
Yes.
complex, and just
Yeah.
using it as an example. But if she was to go online, you don't know where you're getting your advice, and then there's also story after story after story. You think you're buying a product, a specific brand, but it's a counterfeit.
Yeah.
And Sonia, so let's talk about the stores, because I know that in Canada the manufacturers have reps, and the store owner knows the reps. They visit, they
Yeah.
educate about what's happening and what the products can be used for, and the stores are confident when they order from the reps they're getting the real product. Am I right about that?
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have many retailers, natural health product retailers, in our membership, and my heart goes out for those that are fundamentally really trying to, comply. A lot of them do talk about how this impacts their bottom, their bottom dollar. They truly are. In some cases, we do have some companies that you're right, naturopathic doctors literally are on site, which builds community. I mean, people go in, they have relationships. There's an element of trust from these people, and that trust goes all through the chain, just as you've mentioned. A lot of these companies, they're longtime companies that have been, tried, tested, and true. I personally take some professional lines of natural health products that I can only get, and I get from a trusted retail in-person source. But it's the notion of a natural health food store, which you mentioned, didn't exist necessarily in the past, but has been thriving, is thriving for a reason. Like, people are going there and finding much more than just a band-aid solution to what could be a minor ailment. And in many cases, they're looking at things more holistically. I know, speaking, for example, with the naturopathic doctor that I go see, it's like there's 10 other questions associated with what you may be, displaying as symptoms. And so it is a different way of accessing healthcare, but such a fundamental and important way that has a whole sequence of trust built throughout the framework. And it's not something that I think many Canadians want to see go away, nor understand that is potentially at risk of disappearing.
No, and I so appreciate what you've just said, because one thing I want to drive home to people watching is we have to protect our local health food stores, because it's not just that they're providing products. You actually know they have a relationship with the
Yes,
manufacturers. They know the reps.
absolutely.
And so not only are you for sure getting the product, but but they have this information. They're basically information hubs. So they get trained by the manufacturers on the products. They
Yeah.
they get staff that, many of them are trained as nutritionists or,
Yes.
have other training.
Yeah.
And this is valuable.
It's
So,
extremely valuable.
and it's why I wanted to have this discussion is if we don't actually support our local stores, we're
Mhm.
running the risk of losing that. And they're a vital part of this, I call natural health community. They're the go-between between the
Yeah.
manufacturers and the consumers. And if we lose them, then we kind of lose this like knowledge transfer. And I would say
Absolutely.
literal caring. Like, I mean, it's really
And it's an
hard to
ecosystem.
describe.
It truly is an ecosystem because a lot of it is also based on the consumer. So when the consumers are coming in and they're having discussions about certain things, certain ailments, they'll go back to the industry and the manufacturers, et cetera. And then these products end up being rolled out in their stores. Like it is a whole sequence. So it
Mhm.
does keep up to some degree with innovation and with the times. And so like that fundamentally is so important, and that's why we've been so loud when it comes to why stakeholder engagement is so important, because ultimately like that whole communication chain and that whole chain of trust and that whole thing is at the brink of a collapse potentially, with costs coming in, with regulatory changes that are uninformed. And so when you're not consulting properly with those that actually are part of it and are hugely impacted by what you're proposing, it is primordial to how to actually have those intended health outcomes we've spoken about, right? Like when you're actually
Mhm.
developing a regulatory framework, it is at the crux and the base. A stakeholder engagement is one of the most important factors. And so ignoring that or doing that in a rush fashion or doing that in a less than meaningful way basically puts it could entirely collapse this entire ecosystem we're talking about. And that has been what has irked me personally coming out of government and being on this side where it's like, how loud do you have to scream? How egregious do you have to be? What kind of tactics do we have to use for you to listen to us? In what really should be a meaningful dialogue on a regular basis. Like we shouldn't have to scream and have to send 2 million postcards collectively to get attention on such an important topic. Like to me, it's like a lot of the discussions we have with members of parliament, like their eyes open wide and are like, why is this an issue? And how could something so primordial yet so obvious come to this point? And that's what I have so much issue with, is that it's so hard to kind of explain to people what the fundamental basis of why all this is happening is. It's not sensical. And like these are the discussions we have to have because there's so many people impacted by it, across this entire country. And that's what our last, and you as well, our last 2-3 years have been.
Hmm. And it's just interesting because we're having this store discussion, and
Yeah.
some people may not connect. Well, if we keep getting ever stricter regulations, increasing the cost of the manufacturers, who have no choice because the margins are slim, who have no choice to then raise prices, well then Canadian consumers can no longer afford the prices in the health food
Yeah.
store, so they're going to go buy cheaper foreign products or
Absolutely.
fake knockoffs on Amazon. I'm not meaning to knock Amazon, but this has become a thing.
Yeah.
Amazon's not there to verify that a product is real. So
No.
and then we're going to lose these stores, and so we're going to lose this resource, and then this kind of feedback that you've described. And just so people understand, so people are coming into stores and there's kind of a different problem. Well, the
Yeah.
stores will ask the manufacturers, the reps, do you have something for this? Because we're getting, a lot of questions about it now. And then
Yeah.
so the manufacturers will get experts involved. Well, what could help with this? And
Yeah.
then somebody will come out with a product. And here's, here's the interesting thing. And every manufacturer tells me this is like, you know whether a product works or not from the sales. Because if it doesn't work,
Yeah,
people don't buy a second bottle and that product disappears. That's your double
exactly.
blind clinical trial
Yeah,
gold standard right
for
there.
sure. Yeah,
Because when you're having to pay out of your pocket, if it's like, wait, I noticed a difference, you're buying it again. But if it works, then every
yeah,
other manufacturers will make similar products, and before you know it, problem solved. We've got competition, we've got different products,
yeah,
and the industry really responds, and we'll lose that if we
yeah,
don't support our local health food stores.
100%.
Now, you were talking about cost recovery, and I
Yes.
I just want to make sure that people understand what you're talking about, because it's an
Yeah,
important point that you brought up. So with the chemical drug companies, they get
yeah,
charged fees. So, let's say
yeah,
they have a building they manufacture in, and it's per building, they have to pay a fee to manufacture. And if they're going to label, they
yeah,
have to pay a separate fee. And to apply to get pre-approval for their license, they have to pay a licensing fee. And
yeah,
to renew a license each year, they pay a fee. And these fees are all set out in the regulations. There's nothing secret about them. And
yeah,
actually, most of Health Canada's budget comes from these fees, which, I think is a mistake, I think, in the area of health. Like, this idea of cost recovery came in under the Mulroney government long ago, I think
yeah,
well-intentioned. But, in criminal files where Health Canada has to give me their internal emails and stuff like that, they refer to the pharma companies as their clients.
mhm,
Big problems, because you've got loyalty to those that are paying your wages, right?
yeah,
So, but the idea is Health Canada came up with this brilliant idea. Why don't we now charge natural health product companies
mhm,
that have much smaller margins? They don't have monopolies. They're not getting, the government paying for their products and including them in the government-funded healthcare
yeah,
system.
yeah.
They're subject to sales tax and GST,
Yes.
which adds
Yeah,
prices, which the chemical drugs aren't. So,
yeah,
notwithstanding that we're, different worlds, let's start charging fees for per building for manufacturing and labeling.
yeah,
Let's start charging license application fees and renewal fees. And Sonia, I remember, like, it was, a good 20 months ago. Remember, Health Canada had that industry call, a
yes,
Zoom call about, and there was manufacturer after manufacturer saying, I can't survive this. I'm going to go out of business. I'm going to stop doing business in Canada. I'm going to drop product lines. And that
yeah,
hasn't changed, even with Health Canada coming back and saying, well, we'll reduce the amounts and then
correct.
kind of phase higher over time. This could be the bloodbath.
Yeah. This is definitely our number one priority. Cost recovery will put many, many companies out of business, no question. There's been two proposals for cost recovery. It is one of the fundamental things that they're really looking to advance. Cost recovery is really meant to pay for your regulatory services, essentially. So the cost of, reviewing applications, doing inspections. It's a lot of costs. It's built into it's quite complex, but it's built into like three major lines of fees. One being, pre-market evaluation, one being site licensing, and then a third being right to sell fees, which is basically just keeping your product on the market. But much of the framework itself was built on a drug model for cost recovering. It was not necessarily, tweaked much to represent how natural health products function. And I'll just give an example of that. I'll give two lines of products that I can think of that would be put out of business essentially, but homeopathics and traditional Chinese medicines both have hundreds of hundreds and hundreds of either single ingredients or combinations of ingredients. And so, again, with margins being very low for traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, as an example, for them to have a proper functioning line of practice, they'll probably have 300 to 400 or so products and product licenses. And much of those, so a lot of those could be rare conditions. So if somebody comes in and has something, quite rare, they are going to right now today you don't necessarily pay a product license fee or a right to sell fee to keep these on the market, and so they can afford to have keep these like within their line of practice. But if in the future they start to cost hundreds of dollars just to keep it on the market, and in some cases, to be honest, they take a hit on some of these products. It's not even to the point that they're making profit, but they just keep it within the line of practice. But in the future, these are going to disappear. It is to the point where both the homeopathic industry and the traditional Chinese medicine industry have both stated that within 3 years, they will no longer exist from a legal kind of, Health Canada approved licensing standpoint. Very
Meaning
alarming.
we'd go underground, so meaning we just become
Either they
unregulated.
become foods, like a lot of the traditional Chinese medicines as they stand could become foods. So, like what's very unfortunate and what would happen is they have to drop all of the idea of health claims. Like you're really going to pick up a packet and not sure what this is for. You'll have to obviously work with a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but it's very helpful for the practitioners to have information on the label and be able to speak to these products more freely. And so already you've talked about censorship, but this will be even more. And it really just creates regulatory shopping, which, I mean, Health Canada hates regulatory shopping. They don't want you to necessarily try to evade, regulations and find the easiest way to be regulated. But that often is what industry has to do to try to get away from very strict and very onerous and very time-consuming processes. So when you look at the cost recovery program and how much it was actually amounting to, we just took a pretty standard example, let's say of a company that has 300, products, and not to mention like many variations create many licenses. Like the way the system is built is in such a way that you for the same products could have many variations and therefore many licenses. So let's say you have on average 300 400 natural product numbers, 300 just for simplicity's sake, you're looking at $100,000, over $100,000 a year in fees. Whereas
Just for
the
new
foreign
renewals.
equivalents, that's just, one company, and the foreign equivalents are coming in for free, zero regulatory fees. So we're talking substantial costs, and I'm not over exaggerating that amount. That is probably underestimating the amount more than it's overestimating. But those were costs that we costed out with industry, with companies, and in some cases they were looking at $500,000 per year, just amounts that are unsustainable for small companies. And really, does it amount again? Does this regulatory framework amount to a safer? Within an already safe sector, does it amount to safer products? And that is, the fundamental discussion that we're having to reform how we actually regulate these products in Canada.
Yeah, and we've already kind of had a discussion. I mean, in your opinion,
Yeah.
it doesn't, and no one can point to them being any safer. But it's interesting. When we brought in the regulations, another thing that happened was a consolidation of manufacturing, because we've got all this strict, paperwork in that. And so small manufacturers just started going to contract manufacturers, which is a real loss, actually, because if you have more small manufacturers, you've got, expertise more broadly, you'll have innovation more broadly.
Yes.
And, less of a barrier to innovate.
Yeah.
Now, by putting fees on per building, manufacturing and labeling, we will further consolidate manufacturing. So basically, we'll lose manufacturing expertise and we'll really hurt innovation. And for no benefit, for no benefit at all, will basically be making us less competitive internationally going forward, because we'll be losing manufacturing expertise, we'll be losing innovation for zero benefit. And where we haven't gone is I think that actually it's less than zero benefit, because as people watching this show, like they'll see story after story of benefit. Well, we take that away from people by adding cost. We take that away from people losing products. Like you've mentioned, people will, like the homeopathic or TCM suppliers will drop those products that don't make money or lose money. That's
Yeah.
already happened in the natural health product field by and large. I've had lots of manufacturers say, I don't make money on this product. And as
Yeah.
it got less reasonable and more cost, they dropped those products. Like in some of them, they'd say, well, we lose money on these products. But we
Absolutely.
know there's a small number of people that benefit. So for ethical reasons, not business reasons, ethical reasons, they were there. But when it got so they lost so much money on the products, they had to drop them to stay in business. And that's already happened in a lot of cases.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah. Sonia, we could go on and on and on. I've just loved this conversation. And I appreciate, and I just, so the audience understands, like, I mean, you're on the front line here. You're talking to manufacturers and distributors and stores all the time. You're talking with government, like you're coming here as somebody who's like right in the trenches.
Yeah.
And so it just gives authority to what you say. And you've really shared some interesting things. So we always, where I'm trying to ask every guest kind of as a final question, what's your message to Ottawa? And and that's broad. I mean, I think it's intended to
Yeah.
be both Parliament and Health Canada. But so I'm asking you, as somebody that's like right there trying to get things reasonable, what would your message to Ottawa be?
I think Canadians deserve the right to make informed decisions about their health. We can't afford to surrender that control to foreign markets with cheaper, faster regulatory systems, and then yet here at home, put access to safe, trusted supplements and essentially regulate this out of existence. So honestly, I think, these are not drugs. Treating them as such threatens small businesses, jobs, and choices of millions of families that rely on them every day. So my message to Ottawa is clear: cut the red tape and protect Canadians' right to natural health.
Well, I appreciate that answer. And when you were answering, I also thought, I should also ask, what do you think of the Charter of Health Freedom?
From a personal standpoint, I would say that, I support it. I think it's genius in the sense of, getting even above the act level and making it a fundamental right to be able to have access to natural health products. I think from a CHFA standpoint, there's obviously still discussions around operations and around the industry, but I think fundamentally it makes sense. I think being able to access and having a right to access natural health is very important and something that should be primordial to how we access natural health products.
Sonia, again, I've just so appreciated you coming and sharing with us. So on behalf of the world's greatest health show, thank you so much for coming and being with us.
And thank you for having me, and thanks for all the great work you're doing at NHPPA. We very much appreciate our relationship with you. And, we come at this from different angles, but I think fundamentally we're all in this for the same reason. So we appreciate you as well, Shawn, and your entire team.
Yeah, no, and we appreciate you guys and look forward to together trying to get somewhere much more reasonable than we are now.
Agreed.
Thanks again. Welcome to the Charter Tour and the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and we're well into this. It's actually quite fantastic. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Charter Tour, so the Charter of Health Freedom is being marched across the country, and this is a proposed law that will basically guarantee that the health rights that the courts say that we have will be protected and honored by the federal government. It also ensures that we will continue to have access to natural remedies so that we're already using, but truly are at risk. And so watch the openings, watch the health show as we have regulatory experts speak about what's happening, listen to the health store owners explaining the difficulties that we have. This is the best chance that we have to protect ourselves and to protect our families. Now, as we're marching the charter across the land, you are watching the world's greatest health show, but it's not a regular health show. Most health shows have health experts, and we certainly have health experts sharing with you crucial information that you need to know. But we're also having ordinary Canadians share their stories. That's something that has never been done. And it hasn't been done because of the censorship. And that's an issue for different openings, and it's a theme that will come up again and again throughout the show. But basically, the people that know these success stories, the practitioners, the manufacturers, the distributors, they can't share them. They will get jailed. They will get fined out of existence. They will have their property seized. They will be attacked viciously. And again, just watch the show, and censorship is addressed in a different opening. It's a theme that you need to become aware of. So we're breaking new ground. We're giving Canadians the voice that they don't have. And there's something about these stories. And I can't not express how affected I've become personally by listening to these stories. And the interesting thing is the stories generally have a positive outcome. People that basically the mainstream medical system, it was a death sentence for them, found complete remission. They're still alive. They're doing well. People that were disabled and suffering terribly, I mean, they've gotten well. But it's still affecting us because they're describing how they were suffering, and the suffering was real. And in some cases, if they had not found an answer, they would have ended their lives. And we all know with MAID, medical assisted or induced assistance in dying, people that are suffering now are literally being encouraged to end their lives. And they're at a vulnerable point, and a lot of people are hopeless out there, and they need to understand. Keep looking, don't give up, don't lose your hope. The answer's out there, and we're hoping that this can be of great service, but we need you to help share this. We need you to participate. We're a small group. We rely on you. We rely on the public. We're absolutely shadow banned. Social media just throttles us. This is forbidden knowledge. What we're doing apparently is not frowned upon by the is frowned upon rather by the social media algorithms, although all we're trying to do is have Canadians share their stories. All we're trying to do is have health practitioners and health experts share truth with you. But apparently that threatens somebody. So here we are. So we rely on you. We absolutely rely on you to be reposting, to get your networks watching this. If people watch a day of this show, they will be changed. They're going to keep watching. It's something that we need to share. And also, please support us financially. We really are stepping out on faith and expecting that this is all going to take care of itself. It's not cheap to march across the land and have quality AV people and the like. Ensure that this works. And we're really thankful. We feel absolutely blessed, but are totally inviting you to participate with us by donating and helping us to keep this tour going. Now, today, and the opening, I want to share something that's really troubling me. And at first you might go, well, this isn't that big of a deal. But when you start thinking about the ramifications, it becomes huge. And so recently, and I mean within the last month, the Quebec Court of Appeal refused an appeal. And it's an appeal of, and I'm just going to read you the site. So if anyone wants to go look it up, it's basically the College of Physicians in Quebec versus a naturopathic doctor named Annie Genot. And if you want to get a copy of the decision, the trial decision, which is the one that the appeal was refused, and it's the trial decision that has the meat and bones. The site is 2022 QCCQ 218. So anyone can go to Canley and get a PDF of that decision and read it. And I'll just explain to you what happened. So basically we had a naturopathic doctor. So Annie Genot is a naturopathic doctor, and nobody is questioning her qualifications to act as a naturopathic doctor. Nobody is questioning that she is helping people. Nobody's questioning any of that. All that's happening is that the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Quebec, by law, have a medical monopoly on the practice of medicine. Now, this is not unique to Quebec. We're just dealing with a Quebec decision, but almost every province gives doctors a medical monopoly. And I'll speak a little later about a personal experience I had in court dealing with this in British Columbia. So the Quebec Medicine Act, and this is a Google Translate, so I expect that it's not exactly accurate, but we're going to be pretty close. So 31 of the Quebec Medicine Act says the practice of medicine consists of assessing and diagnosing any health deficiency in human beings in interaction with their environment. So assessing and diagnosing any health deficiency in human beings. This is really broad, and it's meant to be broad. It also includes preventing and treating diseases with the aim of maintaining health, restoring it, or providing appropriate symptom relief. This basically is meant to cover doing anything to help prevent or treat illness. Now, it carries on and it says, in the practice of medicine, the following activities are reserved for physicians. So if you're not a doctor, if you're not a medical doctor, if you're not a member, a card-carrying member of the College of Physicians and Surgeons, it is illegal for you to do any of the following. And like I say, we're focusing on Quebec law, but every time I've looked, pretty well every province does the exact same thing. So you must be a physician to diagnose a disease. So if you're a naturopathic doctor, if you're a homeopathic doctor, if you're a traditional Chinese doctor, if you're a nutritionist, in Quebec and pretty well every other province, except, provinces where they're regulated. So they'll have an act that carves them out. But not all of those, like nutritionists, tend not to be regulated. But anyway, diagnosing disease, pretty broad. And we all do that, especially when we're parents, we do. Or if we live with somebody, we do this all the time. Another one is determining medical treatment, which really is any therapeutic treatment. So, wow, so there's a cold or flu going through your family and you bump up vitamin C or vitamin D, or, little Johnny skins his knee and you decide you're going to put some, antibiotic cream on that and a bandage. You are breaking the law. You're determining medical treatment. Prescribed medications and other substances. Now, if you read the decision carefully, the court in Quebec defines prescribing not as writing a script for a pharmacist. No, this means basically any recommendation for any substance, including over-the-counter things. So regardless of what it is, natural substances, hey, if you're suggesting that somebody eat sauerkraut to deal with, acid reflux, which, by the way, works tremendously well. It just takes about 20 minutes and then it's gone. Oh my gosh. Thank goodness I'm not in Quebec. I just broke the law. But this is being broadcast in Quebec. I'm in trouble. Oh, and I'm in, I don't even want to tell you what province I'm in, but look at the interactive map. Yeah, so you see, this is I'm acting very seriously here. So yeah, prescribe, basically recommend any treatment. That's only for doctors. Exercise clinical surveillance of a condition. Monitor pregnancies or perform deliveries. So, when your wife's delivering in a van, and one of the persons heavily involved in this tour, delivered their child in the vehicle, and actually in the province of Quebec. I hope the statute of limitations has run out so that this person isn't jailed. Decide on the use of preventative measures. That's really interesting, because what we're learning in this show writ large, and what makes what's happening to us with Health Canada making it really hard on us to basically be healthy. But one thing that's so clear is we've got the government in charge of our food supply. So Health Canada and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, together they're in charge of our food supply. And our food supply has actually become extremely unhealthy. I mean, there's chemical after chemical after chemical in there. We know that the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy, and it's not a secret. We can list most of them. It wouldn't be difficult for us to ensure that our foods had them, but that would be, require some changes that would make for a healthy population. It would require, when we fertilize, that it's actually more broad spectrum. And it would require us to stop using herbicides such as glyphosate, which actually take the vitamins and minerals out of the plants. But the point I'm trying to make is it's no secret that the human body has nutritional requirements to be healthy. And those government agencies that have been entrusted for ensuring that our food supply is safe has not only allowed all these dangerous chemicals in, but have basically presided over the management of those nutrients being taken out of our food supplies. What they should be requiring by law, that our food has the nutrients that we need for it to actually be food, for us to be healthy. So, but here we are, and surprise, surprise, if you don't get the nutrients that you need to be healthy, you're unhealthy. And so you got to supplement in Canada. You have no choice. You need advice. The medical doctors can't give you the advice. Isn't that interesting? So, because we've had, watch the show, we've had at least 3 medical doctors who also are, have been trained in other traditions now. All basically share doctors don't know about nutrition. I mean, they're not taught about nutrition. And this is by design, by the way. The most important factor in human health is nutrition. And those people that have the monopoly, which is what we're talking about today, those people that have the monopoly on our health are deliberately not trained on the most important part of our health, which is nutrition. So, but if we want to decide on the use of preventative measures, this is something reserved for medical doctors. And I appreciate we're talking about Quebec, but I can assure you that most provinces have similar, if not identical, legislation. So it's basically illegal for anyone but medical doctors to decide on the use of preventative measures, which would be saying, hey, you better be taking these vitamins and minerals to prevent yourself from getting sick, because the reality is if you're malnourished, you get sick. And then that manifests in chronic illness. So it's only legal. And, I feel like we're in clown world. So it's only legal. We'll just talk about Quebec, but we all know this is generally the case for all of Canada. It's only legal for medical doctors, the one group that isn't trained in nutrition, isn't trained in what is necessary for us to prevent sickness. It's only legal for those who don't know to basically advise us in the most important part for us being healthy, and that is getting the nutrients that we need. Wow. Okay. Only in Canada. Now, again, the court wasn't looking at whether Annie Janot was helping people or whether she was qualified to help people. The court's only looking at, because courts are very binary on things like this. The law says only doctors can practice medicine, and the practice of medicine includes, and I've just read to you some of the salient points. It's actually, there's a whole bunch more there I haven't read to you, but you've got the point. So it's only legal for doctors to do almost anything. And what happens here is the college sends, basically an investigator in to pretend to be a patient, saying, I basically need my colon rinsed out, and the naturopathic doctor recommended some reasonable treatments for that. And now she's being hammered because she's not a medical doctor, and in Quebec, only doctors can do this. And off we go. So every parent who, is taking steps to keep their children healthy are breaking the law in Quebec, and likely most other provinces. So the court will only look at, and you read the case, oh, okay, well, only doctors can do this. She's doing this. She's not a doctor, so therefore she's guilty. She hasn't been sentenced yet because she appealed, and that appeal was just refused. But she's going to be sentenced for the crime of being trained as a naturopathic doctor. And I just have to segue, watch in the world's greatest health show, we've got naturopathic doctors. We've got homeopathic doctors. We've got traditional Chinese doctors. And those traditional Chinese doctors out there, they will be saying in the back of their minds, no, we're traditional Chinese practitioners. We can't say doctors. Well, you can't, but I can. But the point I'm trying to make for the public here is when you watch these, we ask them, well, look, what training do you have? On average, they have more training than medical doctors, and in the same stuff, anatomy, physiology, all of that stuff. And then they're trained. Like doctors, doesn't matter whether you're naturopath, traditional Chinese, medical, they're all trained in the basics. Where they differ is, well, how then do you treat conditions that present themselves in front of you? And the medical doctors are limited to basically offering novel synthetic chemicals because that's what they're trained in. And I'm going to discuss that a little bit. So, but the naturopathic doctors and the homeopathic doctors and the traditional Chinese doctors are trained in other treatment modalities, and all of them, except for the medical doctors, are trained extensively in nutrition. In fact, they're all trained to understand that the body is a system that needs nutrition to be healthy. This is a news alert for the medical community. This is a news alert for Health Canada. This is a news alert for the government of Canada. This is a news alert for medical doctors. Guess what? The human body needs nutrients, and you don't know anything about it. And you have to be asking the question, and we all have to be asking the question, if the most important factor in human health is nutrition, and our food supply has been engineered so that we cannot be healthy without supplementation, it is impossible in Canada now. How is it that our government-funded medical system that we're locked into, that it's basically illegal for us to step out of and get hip surgeries and stuff like that? No, we have to suffer for years and years on a list. Why is it that health system is not trained in the largest factor dealing with human health, nutrition? Why is it that it's not front page news and, the leading story day after day on how our food supply is so dangerous that Canadians can't be healthy? But, here we are. So how did the doctors get their medical monopoly? And this is a provincial thing. This isn't federal. So the provinces regulate health practitioners. So in the province of Quebec, doctors have this extremely broad medical monopoly. How is that in the public interest? Because the reality is there's a whole bunch of naturopaths, and people in Quebec are accessing them, and they're accessing traditional Chinese practitioners, and they're accessing homeopathic doctors, and they're accessing nutritionists, and they're accessing other people that are just have trained themselves. But people are going to them because through word of mouth and through experience, repeat customers, you keep going to people that are helping you. And why are Quebecers doing this? Because they're finding relief, because they're finding success, and they're not finding it in the mainstream medical system. So why are we giving doctors such a broad monopoly? You know, we could probably all agree with, hey, you know, let the doctors have a monopoly on prescribing these synthetic drugs, which are the third leading cause of death in Canada. Sure, they can have that monopoly, and they can have the monopoly on surgery. And maybe they can have the monopoly on other things, but you know, they can't have the monopoly on diagnosing illness. They cannot have the monopoly on how to prevent illness. They cannot have the monopoly on treating illness, because we're done with that lie. It's not in the public interest. So what this case basically illustrates, and thank you, Quebec Court of Appeal, and thank you for the lower court for following the law. You actually have no choice. As judges, you have no choice. Of course, the appeal was going to fail. Really, what they should have done was challenge the law for violating freedom of expression. But most people can't afford to go against the Department of Justice machine in a constitutional proceeding that will drag out for years and bankrupt you. So I understand that we don't have rule of law, and we just have to adapt. So, you know, when I was preparing for this, a very odd question came to me, and it just popped in my mind. And I have to say, you know, I was getting upset with the ramifications of this, and it popped into my mind: is this holy? Which is really kind of an odd thing to pop into my mind. And, you know, just so everyone understands, holy just means set apart. It just means different. But usually it's in the context of God, which means so set apart for righteousness. So what this law does in Quebec, and again, other provinces have a similar law. I mean, back in, I think it was 1995 or 1996, when I first acted, you know, on behalf of the natural health community for a herbalist named Jim Strauss, Health Canada had the College of Physicians and Surgeons of British Columbia charge Mr. Strauss with practicing medicine without a license because he was treating heart disease. You know, I deal with this in my first opening. Go back and watch it. Yeah, it was the first. And the legislation in BC was exactly the same. It says only physicians can treat or practice medicine, and the practice of medicine was basically defined as broadly as this Quebec one, including making treatment claims. So you can't even share truthful health information. You can't make treatment claims in British Columbia. Now, the legislation has changed now. They've consolidated things, but doctors still have a really broad monopoly in the practice of medicine. Well, you know, I went to the Legislative Library in Victoria to determine, well, what was the history of this bill? Like, what was the public interest? Because we were challenging the constitutional validity of it. We were saying this violates freedom of expression as guaranteed in Section 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And basically back then, this bill in BC was passed at the turn of the century. And there wasn't Hansard back then, but they would collect newspaper clippings for each bill to have a historical record of, you know, the purpose of the bill and as it progressed through the Legislative Assembly. Well, I learned that this bill that gave doctors in British Columbia their medical monopoly was a private member's bill. So it wasn't even introduced by the government. It wasn't a government bill pretending to be in the public interest. But a majority of the Legislative Assembly passed it at the turn of the century. And this happened in every province, and it happened in every state in the United States, and it happened across the Western world. There was this coordinated effort. And it, started with the Flexner report and Rockefeller, all of that. You can Google it. It's easy to find out. Books after book after book is written on it. There was this coordinated effort to give medical doctors their medical monopoly. So what does this mean for Canadians? And I think we have to look at the bigger picture of what's happening here and then just ask ourselves the question, is this in the public interest? Is this in the public interest? So if you watch this World's Greatest Health Show, you will come to understand that in Canada, so the federal government, they get to decide, they get to approve drugs, prescription drugs. So we've created these health laws where it's illegal in Canada to treat ourselves with anything, chemical or natural. Like literally, if I could see one of you and said, oh, wow, you look dehydrated, will you take some water to treat the dehydration? I've made water a drug. So it's illegal in Canada. Like water's a drug. Parsley's a drug. Oranges are drugs. Bananas are drugs. Synthetic chemicals are drug. Anything used for a therapeutic purpose is a drug. That's our law. And then we put in a licensing requirement where we've said, well, you cannot sell a drug to the public unless you have a license from Health Canada. Now, from a legal philosophical perspective, what that means is that all drugs are illegal. Water's illegal, oranges are illegal, bananas are illegal, synthetic chemical drugs are illegal. Anything that's used to prevent illness or to treat illness, regardless of what it is, chemical or natural, is illegal. That's our law. And then Health Canada will grant exemptions to the fact that it's illegal to sell a drug without a license. So Health Canada grants temporary exemptions in the form of a license. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. Really interesting. For serious health conditions, so anything but the most minor of health conditions, the only treatments that get approved to treat specific conditions are synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they went through the approval process. And it's been that way for the last 100 years. So in the lifetime of everyone watching this opening, the only drugs that have been approved, so the only legal drugs to actually treat serious and all but the most minor health conditions are synthetic chemical drugs that had a patent when they went through the licensing process. There's one exception. I think it's called Primarin. It's the horse urine one, which is extremely difficult to make. So it might as well have a patent. Now, this is by design. And this is why, by and large, and I appreciate there are exceptions, but by and large, our government-funded healthcare system, so the federal government basically says to the provinces, we will give you hundreds of billions of dollars if you follow the Canada Health Act. So basically, we all have the same healthcare system. So only chemical drugs are approved to treat anything but the most minor of conditions. So we're in a country where it's only legal to treat ourselves with synthetic chemicals that had a patent. Well, then our government-funded healthcare system uses only the legal treatments, which are these synthetic chemicals. And again, there are exceptions. You show up at the emergency ward and you're bleeding to death because you took too much warfarin prescribed by your doctor. They're going to give you a shot of vitamin K. Now, that's not a synthetic drug. But they do that because otherwise we can't use warfarin because, too many people will die and the emergency department won't have an antidote. But by and large, and that's just to treat a side effect. It's not actually to treat a condition. By and large, you're going to be offered chemical drugs. This is by design. Now, so only chemical drugs are approved to treat conditions. Our government-funded healthcare system that we have to fund And we have no choice but to use. It's illegal to, to try and get surgeries and the like outside of that. In some provinces like Quebec, it's illegal to access anyone but a medical doctor, apparently. So the government-funded system that we have to participate in only offers us chemical treatments. And then the provinces, and it's not just Quebec, but we're talking about Quebec, have passed laws saying only doctors can practice medicine, which includes diagnosing and treating and preventing illness. It's deliberately broad. Only doctors can do that. And doctors are trained to use the chemical drugs in the mainstream medical system. And they are. And watch this show, doctor after medical doctor saying we're not trained in nutrition. We're trained how to use chemical drugs, not to cure things. Please, if anyone's aware of a synthetic chemical drug that actually cures something, please let me know, to treat the symptoms of what is very often, as we're learning in this health show, very often your condition is caused by chronic malnutrition that has gone on for decades and is now manifesting as a chronic illness in which you're suffering terribly. And we basically give you synthetic chemicals to treat that, rather than addressing the problem, which is to give you the nutrition that you need for your body to heal. And sometimes that includes more than nutrition. It includes, herbs and the like. And you're going to watch the rest of this show and go back and watch the days you've missed, and you'll just be shocked by the success stories, shocked by the practitioners sharing their stories. We've had there's 3 medical doctors that have all practiced for over 40 years, 4 decades. And partway through their medical careers. So they practiced as medical doctors for over 4 decades each. One of them still practicing as a medical doctor. But partway through their careers, they had the occasion to look into different treatment modalities. 2 of them trained as homeopathic doctors, and they both were very clear in saying, well, patients come to me, they get to choose the treatments, and some people expect me to write a script for chemical drugs. But they were both clear, oh no, like the homeopath, when they get to use when their patients use homeopathic remedies, they just see results like they don't see in the chemical drugs at all. And the other, who became an integrative practitioner, I mean, it's nutrition. That's how you solve people's problems. And yeah, so I don't know. I'm just having difficulty today because I know people are suffering, and I feel really, really bad about Annie Janot losing her appeal and now facing sentencing in Quebec, so that she will be punished for basically trying to help people. And that this prosecution was done to make an example of her, so that other other naturopathic doctors and homeopathic doctors and traditional Chinese practitioners and nutritionists and others who have just learned how to help people will be afraid and will stop. And they certainly won't advertise, and they'll certainly keep their heads down, so that people who don't understand that they should be seeking these people out, who are locked in the chemical drug system that is being forced on us. And basically, like, let's be clear, the College of Physicians and Surgeons are enforcing their medical monopoly so that we cannot access other treatment options. If we can't go to Annie Janot and get naturopathic remedies, if we cannot go to a homeopathic doctor and get homeopathic remedies because they're illegal, it's illegal for these people to do that. The purpose of the law is to lock us into synthetic chemical drugs, which are the 3rd leading cause of death in Canada, and one of the other contributing factors to one of the other top 10 leading causes of death, which are highly preventable medical errors. And this isn't secret. Go to StatsCan, look at risk analysis stuff. That should be front page news. It should be the leading story at least, 2 or 3 times a week, that our 3rd leading cause of death are chemical synthetic drugs. But most people have never heard that. And thank you, Quebec Court of Appeal, for locking us in, locking the citizens of Quebec and setting an appeal court precedent for the other colleges of physicians and surgeons in other provinces to go after natural practitioners to ensure that we don't have a remedy. But I have to actually check myself this morning and actually encourage you and encourage myself to understand that that actually we can make a difference. What happens is the pendulum, of control kind of swings and then it stops. And then it starts moving back towards more freedom. And this happens time and time and time again through history. And we're just at kind of that inflection point where there can't be any more control, because we can't tolerate it. Our health and our lives are at stake. The health of our children and their lives are at stake. We have to get control of our food supply again and make it healthy. We have to ensure that we can get all the nutrients we need. And we're just in a world now where that includes supplementation, and the government can't take it away from us because it's ethically wrong. We've come to understand that we need it, and we're not going to tolerate it. And, everyone listening to me speak about this court decision involving Annie Genot, they're outraged. And they understand, well, wait a second. I mean, how do we get good health outcomes if we limit ourselves to just strictly chemical drugs, synthetic drugs that had a patent? And why is it that those are the only drugs that are approved? And how come it's been that way, like for 100 years? Why are we in this model? If we wanted to get good health outcomes, there's no way, there's not a chance that we would have we would tolerate the food supply the way it is. And there's not a chance that we would continue with this mainstream medical system in the form that it is. You don't get good health outcomes by limiting your treatments to only synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they went through the process. That's not how you get good health outcomes. It doesn't mean that there's not a place for those, but that's not how you get good health outcomes. And Canadians are waking up to that. This health show is part of this. And so, ending on a positive note, watch the show. Get other people watching it. Let's be part of this solution. It's simple. We need healthy food and we need access to supplements. The Charter of Health Freedom will give us access to supplements. We have other work to do on getting a healthy food supply, but we're starting to take control over our own destinies. We're starting to take control over our health. And this is how it begins, is education and sharing our stories and sharing truthful health information. So let's be a part of this going forward. Get everyone watching this and sit tight. You're going to be just blown away by the truthful stories that you're going to hear for the rest of the day. Welcome to the world's greatest health show and the Charter Tour. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and we are in Kelowna, British Columbia today. And I'm very pleased we've got a lot of people that have come out for the live event. Earlier today, we were in Aldergrove at Alder Natural Food, which we think may be the oldest standing health food store in Canada. Like it's like working on its 52nd year and at the exact same location. And, there was a whole crowd there when we pulled up. They were reserving a spot for the Volkswagen van, and we didn't have the van. The disappointment was absolutely, you could taste it in the air. And so we had to explain to them, like the day before we were taking the van for a trip, we thought, like, when we actually got it, the steering was so loose, it wasn't safe to go on the highway with, so we just had the steering box replaced. We're driving it from the repair shop, and we thought, well, we better take it on the freeway. It's an old van, the Bug 1600 motor in it. There's rumors they can go 100K, and we thought, well, we should see if this is true, and so sure enough, we get her up to 100K. It's having no trouble at all. We're on the freeway for about 10 minutes, and then we take our off-ramp, which is right by where we live, and, it's making some noises. It's not very happy. And very shortly after that, the engine stopped running. I'm going about 50K, so I, put it into gear and see if I can start it. Well, no, it's not going to do that. So literally, I just had enough momentum to park it across the street from my house. But that engine, it was seized, right?
But it made it to 100.
It made it to 100, yeah. So now we're in a dilemma. It's kind of like, we've got all this this momentum and goodwill with this old Volkswagen van. So, we sourced another motor to put in, and the motor got lost in transport. So, I'm just sweating because we want to drive that. We're going to swing back through Edmonton and drive it to Ottawa. And we put a sticker on it, a bumper sticker that says, Ottawa or bust, which we brought some of them here. So, and we were meaning, let's get to Ottawa, let's not bust. So we're actually quite excited about that. The van has no heat at all. So, we got the snowmobile suits and toques ready, and off we're going to go. But really pleased with what's happening here. I'm going to share some things about our nation, our drug situation, that will shock you. Like some of it, literally, what the heck? You can't be telling the truth, but the kind of ring of truth is going to be there, so you will believe what I say anyway. Even though it's just outrageous. It's just absolutely outrageous. And this tour, like we started in Victoria on the 4th, and just had an incredible in-person event. And then we're broadcasting all day. Like we're doing openings at 7 a.m. Pacific time. We're broadcasting 4 days a week in English, and then we're having some French broadcast days. And Wednesdays we're broadcasting 2 documentary films, both in French and English. So, but on the 4 days where we were doing English, I'm doing openings every morning, much like I did with the NCI. But using it as an opportunity to share some of these themes, because it's now time for us to learn the truth. It's now time for us to literally see things differently. How many of you are religious or Christians in this room? Okay. So, when I say, it's time for us to see the truth, that medical symbol of 2 serpents on a pole? I'll just ask the rhetorical question if that's a symbol or not, right? So we need to start seeing things differently, and we need to escape. I think we're literally in a trap. You'll come to understand that more clearly as we go on. So why don't I just launch into that? And so for those of you online, thank you for attending. For those of you in person, thank you for participating. I think we're going to have an experience. Because the reality is, we can come to an event, we can watch an event, and, maybe learn something. Or we can actually have an experience together, and I'm expecting that we're going to have an experience together. So let's talk about drugs in Canada. So we've done this really crazy thing. And that is we've put ourselves in what's called a drug model. And the drug model has 3 parts. And the first part of the drug model is is you by law define drug so broadly that it covers everything. So literally anything that you're going to use to prevent illness, which includes just vital nutrients. So anything you're going to use to prevent illness or anything you're going to use to treat illness, that's a drug. So everything. So literally I could say this gentleman with this beautiful t-shirt in the second row, you look dehydrated. Can you drink some, can I give you some water? If I actually gave him water in front of you, you could all be witnesses at my criminal trial, because I will have violated just federal law after federal law after federal law, because I've made water a drug. I'm using it for therapeutic purpose. So using drug to prevent or treat dehydration is a therapeutic purpose. I don't have a site license. I don't have a product license. I haven't proved to Health Canada that water's safe. I haven't proved to Health Canada that water's effective. I don't have a license. I probably couldn't get that claim anyway. So I'm, with all the censorship we have, the point is it's actually illegal even to give water for therapeutic purpose. So I need you to understand, in our country, in the King's Dominion of Canada, it is illegal to give somebody water for a therapeutic purpose. Everything's a drug. So that's the first part of the drug model. The second part of the drug model is you make every drug illegal. It's kind of like a war on nutrition. So, and the way you do that is you just basically pass regulations that say you can't sell a drug without a license. So when you pass a regulation saying you can't sell a drug without a license, that means every drug is illegal except for ones that Health Canada grants a license to. So every drug is illegal. So now our basic nutrients are illegal, except that Health Canada will grant temporary exemptions to us in the form of a license. So now, isn't that interesting? So we live in a country where it's actually illegal for us to prevent illness or to treat illness with anything that Health Canada hasn't given us permission to use. How does that happen? How does that happen? Well, that happens because our parents and their parents were asleep at the switch. That's how that happens. This has been going on for almost 100 years, this model. Now, the third part, and before I go into the third part, I just, it's come to mind something that President Eisenhower said when he was leaving office, and many of you will have heard this before. But he said, nothing happens, by accident with government actions. So if you find yourself in a situation, don't think, government stumbled there. We're there deliberately. Things are well planned. So the next part of the drug model is that they have made the drug approval process for serious health conditions, like anything but the most minor of conditions. They've made the process so expensive that in the lifetime of anyone in this room and everyone watching, every single drug that has been approved, except for Primary, has had a patent. So in all of our lifetimes, this has been going on so long, every single drug that has been approved for all but the most minor of health conditions is a synthetic chemical that had a patent. Now, this is deliberate. This is by design. Health Canada knows exactly what they're doing. But you have to ask the question, why is this? And we all know, we all intuitively know without even thinking of it, if we go and engage the mainstream medical system, by and large, the only treatments, other than surgery, are synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they went through the drug approval process. You go to the hospital for mental illness, for arthritis, for cancer, you name it, other than surgery, because they do cut parts of us out. Other than that, by and large, the only treatments are synthetic chemicals. And I get there are exceptions. You know, you show up to the hospital and you're bleeding out because of the chemical drug warfarin, rat poison, which they use as a blood thinner. They're going to give you a shot of vitamin K. But I mean, they kind of have to, because that's how they save your life. And if too many of us are dying from warfarin, then, you know, we get a little owly. Just a little, not enough, but a little. So first of all, understand that you are now locked into a system where the only legal treatments are synthetic chemical drugs, and this is by design. And they play a game with us. So because this is all about intellectual property rights, and I'll share with you how this works, because there's not a law that says you can only treat serious health conditions with chemical drugs. Like, if you search, you're not going to find that. But we do it by design. And so what we do is we make the drug approval process so expensive that you can only afford to do it if you have intellectual property rights, if you have a patent. What a patent is it's just, if you invent something new, you can get what's called a patent. You have to apply for it and prove that you really invented something new. And in the drug world, a patent lasts for 25 years. And that means nobody but you can sell it unless you give permission, and they're going to have to pay you for that permission. And the example I love to use is Viagra, because it's a fun example. Well, it was the first erectile function drug. And, you know, we're an old enough crowd here, by and large. Most of us will remember when Viagra was approved. And even though there wasn't direct advertising in Canada, there was in the US, and we used to all watch cable TV. And so the demand in Canada was through the roof, and the mainstream media had fun with it. Remember, they would run stories on how expensive a single pill of Viagra was. Well, Pfizer could charge whatever they wanted because no one could compete with them. But now that the patents run out, anyone can make it. The generic drug is sildenafil, and the price has dropped. That's how it works. Now, it works in another way. So, you know, you get a drug on the market for a purpose. Let's say blood thinner. I mean, that's probably the worst example. We've been using warfarin, rat poison, as a blood thinner for ages, but the patents run out. So there's no money in it, right? So, I mean, it's terribly dangerous. There are natural alternatives like natokinase that we can blood thin without anyone ever showing up at the hospital bleeding out and needing a shot of vitamin K. But there isn't money in it. So the pharmaceutical companies will come up with other drugs. You know, the first one that comes to mind was Pradaxa. That came out probably about 15 years ago, and they didn't have an antidote for it. But they've published, you know, a couple of clinical trials showing how great it is as a blood thinner. The drug reps are pushing it. The government-funded system is paying for it. And so doctors are prescribing, not warfarin, which we have an antidote for. They were prescribing Pradaxa. And it was in the media that emergency room doctors were complaining that patients were showing up at the hospital bleeding out and they didn't have an antidote. They had to just watch them bleed out. Now, eventually they came up with an antidote with Pradaxa, and now we have a new blood thinner on the market. I forget the name, but somebody pointed it out to me today in Aldergrove, and same thing's happening. People are showing up at the emergency ward bleeding out, and there isn't an antidote. Well, why would we approve that drug? Why would we approve Pradaxa? Why wouldn't we just say, well, like warfarin works, natokinase works? Well, we don't do comparative analyses. But the pharmaceutical companies, when the patent runs out, they want to phase these drugs out. And they're called orphan drugs. Everyone's heard that term, haven't they? Orphan drugs. So orphan drugs, basically, they're not made anymore. And we're using drugs that are still on patent. So what this means is, you know, I'm in my 7th decade. If I have to go to the hospital for a serious health condition, I'm going to be treated with a synthetic chemical that didn't exist when I was born, and a synthetic chemical that's different than the ones my parents were treated with. And the children that are born today, when they, you know, get older and need to go to the hospital for serious health conditions, they're going to be treated with synthetic chemicals that don't exist today. Now, if we were to abolish our drug policies, if we were to just say, this is not getting us good health outcomes, and we were to ask, like, what, there's 8 billion people on the planet? If we were to ask every single person on the planet, tell us how we're going to get good health outcomes in Canada for serious health conditions, not a single person on the planet is going to come back to us and say, I got it, Canada. I know how you can get good health outcomes for serious health conditions. Just make it illegal to treat them with anything but chemicals that haven't been invented yet. Like, doesn't that even sound insane to you? But that's our policy. We're being treated with chemicals that didn't exist when we were born, by and large, and our kids are going to be treated with chemicals that don't exist today. And they're going to be the only legal treatments unless we stop this. It's madness. It's really an invitation to be sick. I haven't even gotten to the nutrition part yet. Now let's think about our government-funded healthcare system, which now really is a one-size-fits-all. The provinces under our Constitution have jurisdiction over health. That's largely accepted. And long ago, it was totally accepted. Our courts have allowed jurisdiction creep, where now they'll basically say that the federal government has concurrent jurisdiction in almost anything. But really, it was Trudeau Sr. that completely undermined our Constitution, because he came up with this brilliant idea. He says, well, we can tax the whole country, and we can tax directly and indirectly, and the provinces can only, tax within their province, and they can only tax directly. So the federal government has the ability to raise way more cash than the provinces do. And so basically Trudeau Sr. started raising all this money and then said to the provinces, I will give you these bags of cash if you follow the Canada Health Act. And the provinces made the huge mistake of saying yes. And this has now gone on since the early 70s. And now the provinces, it's like heroin, they're addicted to that federal cash. And they're basically, the federal government now runs health policy, even though it's provincial jurisdiction. It's complete undermining our Constitution. We're now a unitary state. We're not a confederation anymore. And this has happened in other areas, not just that area. So we all have now a government-funded healthcare system where the only legal treatments are synthetic chemicals. Every province. Do you think that's by accident? So here we have a federal government that only allows us, that basically declares the only legal treatments are synthetic chemicals. And we have a healthcare system that is funded and dictated by the federal government in which we use synthetic chemicals. And then we have the provinces basically mandating through provincial law that only doctors can practice medicine. Now, in some provinces like BC, naturopathic doctors, they've got a little niche, and in some provinces, homeopathic doctors and TCM doctors have a little niche. But medical doctors are in control, and we almost worship them. Like if we started a natural health product company and we were advertising, we put the person in a doctor's, white lab coat, and we'd have more sales. Like, we've been so trained to think that they're the end-all be-all. In the last month, there was a Quebec Court of Appeal decision that basically says naturopathic doctors cannot diagnose, they cannot treat, they cannot recommend, they basically can't do anything. Because the act in Quebec, the provincial act that gives doctors their medical monopoly to practice, says only doctors can practice medicine, and that's defined so broadly that it includes any diagnosis or even, recommending echinacea if your kid has a cold, literally. And, it's been a long time since I looked at the BC legislation, and it's changed, but we used to have the exact same. When I first got into this in 1995, defending Jim Strauss, he was charged with practicing medicine without a license. So the provinces have participated in this medical monopoly for chemical drugs. How did we end up here? And are we going to get good health outcomes? So let's now talk a little bit about nutrition, and then we'll move on to censorship. So, and we're going to have a speaker come up in a little bit, Donna, and I'm going to ask her about food and about nutrition and about censorship, because she's experienced this. She knows exactly what I'm talking about. But is it any surprise to anyone here that our food supply is dangerous? It's loaded with chemicals. Is that, that's become kind of common knowledge. Well, we have given the government control over our food supply. So the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and Health Canada have complete control over our food supply. And I mean, legally, the amount of control is just outrageous. In the last federal budget, the 2024 federal budget, the Minister of Health has been given almost complete control over all of our food and drugs, where he or she can totally ignore our Food and Drug Act and regulations and do almost anything. So, but these two agencies have control over our food supply, and we've trusted them. Right? Didn't we, like when we were younger, did you worry at all about, no, everything is being watched for by the government. They're watching, they're taking care of us. I didn't care at all. I knew nothing about this. We all just trusted them. And I don't know how that came about. Like, it had to be in our education system or something, but somehow we came to trust that the government would take care of us. And the problem with that is then we're living our lives without taking personal responsibility for watching out for ourselves and our family. And so what's happened is everyone watching this, everyone in this room, we're all filled with toxins, every single one of us. We've got a toxic load. Even those of us that, eat organic and avoid processed foods and all, every single one of us we have glyphosate in us right now. There's actually like a long list of chemicals that predictably would be in us. And it's a load. It's almost like we've got a knapsack on our back with a 100-pound weight. It affects our energy. It affects our mood. It affects our ability to concentrate. It affects our overall health. We probably don't even remember what it's like to feel healthy, because we've just gotten used to it. So how is it that we have toxic chemicals and obnoxious amounts of toxic chemicals in our food? And remember, nothing happens by accident. So by design, our government is loading our food with toxins. I mean, this isn't rocket science. We all know it. So let's now talk about nutrients in our food. Now, I'm going to say something that I truly believe to be true, and to many of you this might sound completely outrageous. But the truth is, the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. Who knew? No, really, who knew? The human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. We're supposed to get them in our food. We're supposed to get them in our food. The U.S. Department of Agriculture periodically does a survey of the amount of nutrients in our food. And, it goes down and down and down and down and down. Like 100 years ago, our fruits and vegetables and grains were just loaded with vitamins and minerals. Loaded, and not loaded with toxins. And so you could actually get those vital nutrients that you needed to be healthy from just eating. But now you can't. I think it was the 1949 survey. You guys can research it and tell me if I'm wrong on the year, where they kind of went out of their way to raise the alarm bells and say, like, look at how few nutrients there are now. And they say, well, if you're missing this and this, here's the chronic illness that results. And if you're missing this and this, here's the chronic illness that results. And if you're missing this and this, here's the chronic illness that results. We know this. We know that a whole bunch of chronic illnesses result from a lack of nutrition. Has anyone here ever watched Dr. Carolyn Dean present on the symptoms of heart disease? Okay, so Carolyn Dean was a Canadian medical doctor. Oh, I said medical doctor because now she's believable, right? Even though I find that in interviewing homeopathic doctors, naturopathic doctors, traditional Chinese doctors, and I say doctor, they won't let me say doctor because they're going to get in trouble. They're worried about even me calling them doctor because that's reserved for the medical ones. They're more trained than the medical doctors. But Dr. Carolyn Dean was big on showing us something really simple. She would put up on the screen the symptoms of heart disease. And then she'd put on the screen the symptoms of magnesium deficiency. They were exactly the same. They were exactly the same. You know, for this health show, we've interviewed 3 medical doctors who have also now become, 2 have also become homeopathic doctors and another an integrative medicine doctor. And all of them had practiced for at least 40 years. And I asked them, like, well, how much training in nutrition did you get? Like, maybe 2 hours. Okay, well, let's think about that for a second. The human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. If it's not getting those nutrients, it gets sick. It's not healthy. If it really is not getting them, it gets chronically ill. And then the mainstream medical system wants to use a synthetic chemical, not to address the problem, but to address the symptoms of the problem. Our medical doctors aren't trained in nutrition, because if they're trained in nutrition, they'd be solving the problems caused by malnourishment, malnutrition. You know, one of the people, and it really just stuck with me, and I don't know if it's just the way she presented or what, but I interviewed her for the health show that's broadcasting during the day while we do this charter tour. And she was a young mom, 2 little kids, and she developed what her medical doctor diagnosed as restless leg syndrome. And what would happen is, you know, especially at the end of the day, and when she went to go lay down, she described it as like electric shocks into both legs, and the legs are twitching. And the only way to stop it would be, because she says it was really uncomfortable, is you'd have to get up and start walking around. So she was finding she was up all night and getting completely worn down. I mean, it's hard enough. 2 young kids keep you pretty busy, and you know, she's getting worn out. She's getting hard to live with, to put it mildly. She's, you know, starting to catch everything that comes by because her immune system's compromised because she's not getting rest. And she goes to the medical doctor, who diagnoses her with restless leg syndrome. And the medical doctor says, well, we don't have a treatment for restless leg syndrome, but I can prescribe for you a Parkinson's drug. A Parkinson's drug. She didn't have Parkinson's disease. And she looks at the side effects and the risk profile, and she didn't want to do it. I mean, you could summarize it as you'll be like completely disabled until this kills you. Like, and so she keeps looking, and somebody recommends that she goes and sees a naturopathic doctor. Well, like, you need magnesium biglycinate. And like in a day, it's gone. And I just, you know, as I was interviewing nutritionists and naturopaths and stuff like that, I'm sharing this story with them. Like, and sometimes while we're being, you know, on camera, and sometimes, you know, in the pre or post interview, but you'll see it on camera, like when I do it on camera, and it's kind of like, you know, if I suggested to you that, you know, if you're dehydrated, maybe you should drink some water, like it's kind of like, oh, yeah, obviously. Well, I guess it's that way with people that are trained in the natural health community with muscle twitches. It's like, yeah, it could be something else, but like, try this first, right? Try the magnesium first. It may be a combination, and, you know. So why didn't the doctor know that she had a magnesium deficiency? Or a better question is, do you think for a second that the doctor not being trained in nutrition, not being trained to recognize nutritional deficiencies is an accident. There are medical gods. They have the power over life and death. It's illegal for us to get surgeries. We have to wait 28 years on a waiting list. The Supreme Court of Canada said, no, you can't. They're the gatekeepers of the paid medical system. Everyone has to bow down to them. We can't call traditional Chinese doctors doctors. They're the only ones in Quebec that can do anything, and other provinces. Do you think for a nanosecond that it isn't deliberate, that they're not trained in the leading cause of our illness, which is lack of nutrition? Isn't that an outrageous statement? The leading cause of our illness is likely malnutrition.